That's enough, your brother is just teasing you. Gao Yan waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. Humph. Li Yingnan glared at Li Chaonan fiercely, then turned and ran away. Seeing his sister being defeated by him, Li Chaonan couldn't help showing a smug expression on his face. Brother Chao, don't blame me for not reminding you, your sister is a dark force warrior, don't make her angry, otherwise you will be in trouble. Gao Yan reminded with a smile. Hearing this, Li Chaonan's heart trembled, and he thought to himself that he couldn't bully Li Yingnan casually in the future, otherwise if she beat him, it would be in vain, and he could go to his father to complain. So he smiled awkwardly, Brother Yan, thank you, if you don't remind me, maybe that girl will really do something bad to me in the future. At noon, Gao Yan used the ingredients in My World to entertain Li Chaonan. Now My World is 81 square kilometers in size, and there are a huge number of game in it, so it is not afraid of this consumption at all. After dinner, Gao Yan led Li Chaonan to the study. Brother Chao, you came to Nandu specially, is there something important to discuss with me? Gao Yan took a sip of tea and asked. Li Chaonan's face became serious, and he looked at Gao Yan and said, Brother Yan, do you have any idea of listing Xingchen Entertainment? Why do you want to list it? Gao Yan asked. Li Chaonan said excitedly, if the company is not listed, we will spend our own money to do the project. Once it is listed, we can spend the shareholders' money to do the project. What's more, once it is listed, with the size of our Xingchen Entertainment, it will definitely become the company with the highest market value in Chinese. I understand what you mean. Gao Yan nodded, but Brother Chao, think about it carefully, are our current projects losing money? Of course not. Li Chaonan said very confidently, which of our projects is not making a lot of money? Since there is no risk, why spend other people's money? Gao Yan asked back. Li Chaonan was stunned, but after the listing, your net worth will also skyrocket. He was sure that once Xingchen Entertainment was listed, the market value would be at least over 100 billion, after all, the current Xingchen Entertainment's profits were too high. Brother Chao, do you think I care about that little money? Gao Yan smiled disapprovingly, moreover, once it is listed, there will definitely be many more shareholders. Now I don't care about Xingchen Entertainment, and it is almost your one-man show. Once it is listed, do you think your power will still be so great? Li Chaonan nodded. Gao Yan was right. It was indeed such a truth. Okay, then we won't list it. Let's do this. You have worked hard to manage Xingchen Entertainment. Based on the market value of 10 billion, I will increase your shares to 10%. In the next 5 years, I will give you 2% of the market value every year, and eventually your shares will reach 20%. No matter how much Xingchen Entertainment makes, it will only make more than 10 billion in profits a year. It's better for him to sell a few spirit stones, so he really doesn't care about this little profit. He originally established Xingchen Entertainment to deal with Han Shengyu. But Han Shengyu was too cowardly. Before he could really make a move, the other party apologized. This won't work. How could Xingchen Entertainment's current market value only be 10 billion? I don't agree. Li Chaonan shook his head and said with certainty. Then how much do you think it is? Gao Yan asked. At least 20 billion. Then calculate it as 12 billion. If you are brothers, don't bargain. Gao Yan waved his hand. Although Xingchen Entertainment can reach its current level, It has a lot to do with the scripts and songs he provided. However, Li Chaonan's management ability cannot be ignored. At least under his management, Xingchen Entertainment has not had any problems. Besides, he doesn't want Xingchen Entertainment to go public, so he has to give Li Chaonan some hope, otherwise the other party will have no motivation. Okay, thank you, Brother Yan. Li Chaonan said gratefully, but don't worry, even if Xingchen Entertainment doesn't go public, I will work hard to make it the trump card company of our Daxia Entertainment. By the way, Brother Yan, do you have scripts and good songs? We are not short of money or people now. I think we should start a few more projects. Okay, I'll give it to you in a few days. Gao Yan agreed immediately. Now Xingchen Entertainment is already very hated. After all, the cake of domestic entertainment is so big. If you eat more, others will eat less. If you continue to open projects, it will definitely make some people desperate. But does Gao Yan care? He doesn't care at all. If it's just to discredit Xingchen Entertainment, he doesn't bother to pay attention. If he dares to take some shady means, he will also let some people know why the flowers are so red. After achieving his goal, Li Chaonan went back to the Magic City. But before leaving, he deliberately put on the posture of a big brother and gave Li Yingnan some instructions, making Li Yingnan think that this brother took the wrong medicine. After returning to Shanghai, Li Chaonan decided to recruit a few more directors. After all, Brother Yan is still very good at scripts, and it would be a pity if so many good scripts were not filmed. 2 days later, Gao Yan sent Li Chaonan 5 TV scripts, 5 movie scripts, and 10 songs. 2 of the 5 TV scripts were A-level, and the rest were S-level. The movie script was even better, with 4 S-level and 1 A-level. As for the 10 songs, half were S-level and half were A-level. After getting the script, Li Chaonan immediately arranged for someone to review it, and then he knew what was going on. Because the directors recruited this time are all famous directors, there will be no results for a while. So, Li Chaonan simply invited several famous directors together and threw out 10 scripts directly. After reading these scripts, 3 of the directors said they would sign on the spot, and the other 2 said they would consider it, but on the next day, they all accepted Xingchen Entertainment's recruitment. For this reason, Xingchen Entertainment specially held a grand signing ceremony. At the same time, it was announced at the signing ceremony that the 5 newly signed directors already had new projects, and they would start to form a crew after the signing ceremony. Subsequently, Xingchen Entertainment released news again that it would start 7 projects at one time, and now it is in urgent need of actors. In May, Xingchen Entertainment released a movie and a TV series. Originally, the directors who directed the 2 dramas planned to take a break. But knowing that there were good scripts, they were not willing to take a break, and they all said that they also wanted to shoot new dramas. Blue Sky Media. As the boss, Li Qian's face was very dark. Because their company had just invested in a new movie. Unexpectedly, Xingchen Entertainment started 4 movies in one go. These 4 movies will definitely not be released in 1 month, which means that the movies invested by his company are likely to collide with them. Fuck, this Xingchen Entertainment simply doesn't give us a way to live. For a moment, there was a cold light in his eyes. If you don't give me a way to live, don't blame me for playing dirty tricks. So, he immediately called a subordinate. Let him contact the paparazzi king and buy the black material of Xingchen Entertainment artists. It would be best if it was the black material of the actors who participated in the filming of the 4 new movies of Shi Wen Entertainment. When the movies are released, he will release these black materials, which will be enough for Shi Wen Entertainment to drink a pot. At the same time, there are also CEOs of other entertainment companies who scolded Shi Wen Entertainment for eating too ugly, not even leaving them a mouthful of soup. Of course, there are also many people with deep backgrounds who have brought people to Shi Wen Entertainment, hoping to get a share of the 7 new projects. CIA headquarters. David was browsing the latest information coming from North Africa. He focused on watching the situation of the Black Fox mercenary group. This Black Fox mercenary group has no relationship or involvement with polar bears. However, the Black Fox mercenary group has great potential. The 2 battles in Yalda and the battle in which they were ambushed and killed brought them great fame. Coupled with the good treatment of the Black Fox mercenary group, this period has attracted a group of independent mercenaries and small mercenary groups, to join. The number of Black Fox mercenary group has exceeded 300. And they are not just fake soldiers, they are all elite mercenaries. In addition, intelligence agents did not find that the Black Fox mercenary group was involved with other countries. If such a mercenary group can be in the hands of the CIA, then the CIA will have a powerful military force in North Africa. And he will also make considerable contributions from this. So, he issued an order for the intelligence agent to contact the Black Fox mercenary group first and test their tone. After all, CIA's intelligence power is still very strong. As long as they have their support, Black Fox will grow rapidly. Most importantly, the United States is the world's largest military power. With the United States as its background, the benefits are huge. He doesn't believe that Natasha can resist such a temptation. One day later, Gao Yan received a call from Natasha. The other party reported to him the news that the Black Fox mercenary group was being targeted by the United States, and the other party seemed to have plans to take the Black Fox mercenary group for its own use. Gao Yan is not surprised by this. After all, the Black Fox mercenary group has become somewhat conspicuous during this period. I am afraid that not only the United States is eyeing them, but many other countries are also eyeing them. There are many small countries in North Africa, and it is extremely chaotic. Therefore, the mercenary group can play a great role there. Many big countries are unwilling to interfere in the political affairs of other countries, so they usually secretly form some secret mercenary organizations or subdue some mercenary groups to help them achieve their goals. In addition, businessmen from other countries come to North Africa to do business. In order to ensure their own safety, or to escort goods, they will also invite mercenaries to protect them. What do you think? Gao Yan asked. Natasha said, the United States still has a great influence here. We can pretend to agree to them and use the Americans to develop mercenary groups. When we really gain a foothold here, we will fall out with them. After hearing what Natasha said, Gao Yan also started to think. It is extremely beneficial for the Black Fox mercenary group to develop with the help of Americans. After all, the influence of the United States cannot be denied, and their intelligence capabilities are also very powerful. However, Americans are not fools. You get the benefits, and they are sure to come up with conditions too. What if the Americans let the Black Fox mercenary group deal with Dasha's forces? After all, he is also a Dasha person. How can he help the Americans to deal with the Dasha people? Doesn't this mean he is a traitor? Thinking of this, he said to Natasha, Natasha, please reject the Americans. Natasha, Okay, boss. Although Natasha prefers to use Americans to develop herself, but since her boss disagrees, she will not disobey her boss's order. After Natasha rejected the CIA's intelligence agent, the other party also sent the news back to the CIA headquarters. David was a little angry when he received the news. A mere mercenary group actually dared to refuse the CIA's recruitment. It seems that he must be taught a lesson. During this period, as the reputation of the Black Fox mercenary group increased greatly, more and more people came to look for them. In addition, there are more people, and the expenses are also high. You can't just sit back and have nothing. Therefore, Natasha will also send people to do some escort tasks. Generally speaking, escort missions are not very difficult, and you can earn tens of thousands of dollars in one trip. But today, Natasha received 3 messages one after another. Her mission to escort 2 businessmen failed. More than 2 businessmen were kidnapped, and the mercenaries who performed the mission were also killed on the spot. In addition, 2 mercenary teams escorting the goods were also killed, and the 2 batches of goods were also robbed. Although the Black Fox mercenary group was established not long ago. However, Natasha personally taught them how to practice. Although the time was short, these mercenaries grew up very quickly. Therefore, those under his command were all elites. Ordinary militants, no matter how many times their number, are no match. But now, something happened to the 3 teams she sent out to perform the mission. Someone was obviously targeting her. She's not stupid either. She just rejected CIA's solicitation 2 days ago. Obviously, this is CIA's attempt to scare the monkeys. As long as she doesn't agree, CIA will probably do something dirty to the Black Fox mercenary group. Fight back yourself? The efficiency is too slow. After all, North Africa is too chaotic. It will probably take a lot of time to recover the robbed merchants and stolen goods. Therefore, the best way is to ask your boss for help. After receiving Natasha's call again and understanding the situation, Gao Yan shuttled through any door to the Black Fox mercenary group without saying a word. Boss, I let you down. Natasha said with shame. She knew God was not bad and was not lying, but the enemy did not confront her head-on, but hid in the dark, and she could not do anything to him for a while. Fine. Gao Yan could understand and immediately asked the Red Emperor to investigate the whereabouts of the 3 waves of sneak attackers. The other party obviously left room for killing mercenaries, kidnapping merchants and taking away goods. At this time, a female mercenary came to Natasha's office and was slightly startled when she saw Gao Yan in the office. Boss, there is a man named Alex outside who wants to see you, the female mercenary said. Suddenly, Natasha's face darkened, and murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Is he from CIA? Good. Gao Yan said, then let him come in. The female mercenary looked at Natasha subconsciously. Natasha nodded at her. Soon, Alex was brought in, and the other party was a black man. Hi, beautiful Miss Natasha, we meet again. The corners of Alex's mouth rose slightly, feeling a little proud. Nigger, look this way. Suddenly, Gao Yan spoke. Alex turned his head subconsciously, and then his head fell into chaos. Through top-level hypnosis, Gao Yan learned a lot of information from Alex. Moreover, this guy is also a senior intelligence agent. Although he does not know everything about the distribution of personnel in North Africa, he does know a lot. Natasha, go and bring his companions in. Of course, Alex didn't come alone. There was someone outside the base of the Black Fox mercenary group to pick him up. Soon, Natasha came in carrying a middle-aged white man. Gao Yan offered the same set meal and got a lot of information from the other party. Boss, what should we do with these two people? Kill him. Gao Yan said lightly that the information on both of them had been emptied by him and had no value anymore. Right. Gao Yan suddenly said, the opponent's attack was too precise and swift. I guess there is a traitor among your people. Suddenly, Natasha's eyes turned cold. The boss is right. Although the CIA's intelligence capabilities are powerful, they acted too quickly. Without a traitor to provide them with information, how could they obtain the route of action? Gather all your people together, and I will help you screen out the traitors, Gao Yan said in a deep voice. Black Fox Mercenary Group Base. Training ground. All mercenaries in the base were summoned. With the arrival of Natasha, the noisy scene suddenly became quiet. What surprised these mercenaries was that someone actually walked in front of their leader, and their leader had no objection at all. Gao Yan came to the front of more than 200 mercenaries without hesitation. Looking across this group of mercenaries, the members of the Black Fox mercenary group come from different countries, including black people, white people, and yellow people. The next moment, Gao Yan said in English, presumably, everyone already knows that the 3 teams of our mercenary group that went to perform the mission had an accident. Upon hearing this, most of the people present showed angry expressions. Just listen to Gao Yan continue, don't you think that they happen too quickly? Why can the enemy figure out their route of action so quickly and ambush them in the middle? No one present was a fool and understood what Gao Yan meant. It was obvious that there was a traitor among them. You, and you, stand up. Suddenly, Gao Yan pointed at a black man and a yellow man in the team. Suddenly, all eyes fell on the two of them, and at the same time, Natasha's cold eyes were also fixed on them. Although the two were reluctant, they still walked out of the team honestly. Are you two going to do it yourself, or are you waiting for me to use my methods? Gao Yan looked at the two of them jokingly. The black mercenary said calmly, Sir, I think you must be mistaken. I am not a traitor. Me neither. The yellow man followed, besides, you concluded that the two of us are traitors without the slightest evidence. We will not be convinced, and neither will the people present. What country are you from? Gao Yan asked. I'm a footbath person. Okay, since you want evidence, I will give you evidence. Gao Yan said with a smile, and then activated the top hypnosis technique and hypnotized the black mercenary. Under Gao Yan's guidance, he revealed his true identity. His name is Owen, and he was sent by the CIA to the Black Fox mercenary group as an undercover agent. The action routes of those 3 teams were all leaked by him. After learning Owen's identity, the mercenaries present showed murderous intent and clamored to kill him. Then, Gao Yan looked at the Foot Basin country mercenary. There was obviously a hint of panic in the other party's eyes, and he didn't even dare to make eye contact with Gao Yan. Unfortunately, even if he didn't touch Gao Yan's eyes, he couldn't stop Gao Yan's hypnosis. The other party's name is Kondo Maichi, and he is an undercover agent. This incident has nothing to do with him, but he is from another S-class mercenary group. And most of that mercenary group are footbath people. Now that the traitor and undercover agent have been found, everyone dispersed. Boss, you are so awesome. How did you find them? Natasha asked, curiously. It's easy, Gao Yan said, when I said there was a traitor in the team, I used the human body's magnetic field to sense their emotions. You can also do it. However, you don't have hypnosis. Even if you sense something is wrong with them, you can't make others believe it. They are traitors and undercover agents. Boss, can you teach me hypnosis? Natasha said expectantly. Can. Gao Yan nodded. After this trouble is solved, I will teach you hypnosis. However, what we have to do now is to find the two merchants and the goods. First. Any news? Yes. Red Emperor is still very powerful. Although North Africa is lagging behind. Red Emperor is not an ordinary artificial intelligence update. As long as you have a mobile phone on you, she can find you through signals. The two merchants are here, and the two batches of goods are here and here. Gao Yan gave the coordinates. You ask your men to go to these 3 places, and we will solve the trouble. First. Later, Gao Yan took Natasha to a small town through any door. The 2 businessmen were imprisoned in a courtyard. The courtyard was guarded by 4 armed mercenaries. After approaching the courtyard, Gao Yan directly used his mental power to kill 4 mercenaries. However, he had no intention of going in and rescuing the 2 businessmen imprisoned in the cellar, leaving it to the men of the Black Fox mercenary group to do the job. Immediately afterwards, Gao Yan and Natasha shuttled to where the 2 batches of goods were. Use the same method to kill the mercenaries and militants, and then let the Black Fox mercenary group clean up the ground. Next. Gao Yan did not use any door again. Instead, let Natasha drive to the next place. From Alex and his companions, he learned the locations of many CIA intelligence bases, and he planned to pull out all of them. More than 2 hours later, Gao Yan and the 2 arrived at their destination. This is a small African city. The environment in the city is quite bad, and there is a foul smell in the air. Natasha, that's the CIA's stronghold. I'll leave it to you. It's best to stay alive. Maybe we can get more information. Gao Yan said. Don't worry, boss. Natasha said with confidence. She is a strong person at the peak of immortality. It is not easy to arrest a few ordinary people. Only 2 minutes had passed. Natasha took care of the 5 people in this stronghold. Then Gao Yan first obtained information through hypnosis. Then killed them all. Then, they quickly rushed to the next place. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 hours passed. Gao Yan and Natasha have jointly eliminated 8 CIA intelligence strongholds. Other intelligence bases have already learned the news and began to evacuate. Then, Gao Yan used any door to pass through and intercept. 2 days later, Gao Yan sent Natasha back to the base of the Black Fox mercenary group. In the past few days, he not only uprooted all CIA intelligence strongholds in North Africa, but also killed all the leaders and senior officials of the mercenary groups who had defected to the United States. And he also warned those mercenary groups that no matter who comes to power and dares to do things for the Americans, he will end up with the same fate as the previous leader and senior officials. Therefore, some mercenary groups disbanded directly, and some mercenary groups elected new leaders, but announced that they would never have anything to do with the Americans. For this reason, American power in North Africa has almost been paralyzed. Of course, the biggest trouble is those dead intelligence agents. The death of more than 200 intelligence agents was no small matter. As the chief intelligence officer of North Africa, David will not end well. For this reason, Gao Yan also asked the Red Emperor to collect a large amount of black information about David and publish it. David is not a good guy. He has done too many dirty things during his years at CIA. Even if he is not shot, he will be imprisoned. Gao Yan returned to Lingxi Garden and took a bath. Then he dialed classmate Xiaoshua's number. Xiaoshua, are you coming back to stay tonight? Honey, I'm afraid not. Professor Qin's research has entered a critical moment. Oh well. Gao Yan said helplessly. He had killed many people these days and felt a little irritable. Since Xiaoshua won't come back, he has no choice but to find someone else. Duplex suite, bedroom. Looking at Xue Mei, who fell asleep from exhaustion, Gao Yan still felt a little embarrassed. So he took out a bottle of elixir wine, drank it for himself, and then fed it to Xue Mei mouth to mouth. After killing for 3 consecutive days, there was a certain problem with his mentality. Fortunately, he vented it out in time, and his own adjustment ability is also good, and he has now recovered. The United States suffered huge losses this time. But for a while, I won't be able to spare my hands to deal with the Black Fox mercenary group. After all, the more than 200 dead intelligence agents would give them a headache. The Black Fox mercenary group can also use this time to improve its overall strength. So before returning, Gao Yan left 1,000 bottles of medicinal wine for Natasha. With the medicinal wine he left behind, it would be more than enough for all the mercenaries in the Black Fox mercenary group to reach Mingjin. In addition, Gao Yan gave Heihu another 10 billion in funds, allowing her to use it to purchase equipment and recruit troops. With his reminder, Natasha should also use the human body's magnetic field to test when recruiting people, so that she won't be afraid of recruiting traitors or undercover agents. And after this incident, the Black Fox mercenary group will also become famous. After all, not everyone dares to provoke the United States. What's more, the intelligence strongholds and intelligence agents of the United States were thrown into one pot. Similarly, this matter has also fallen into the eyes of various countries, making them more afraid of the Black Fox mercenary group. However, they don't think much of the Black Fox mercenary group. After all, the United States has suffered such a big loss and will definitely come back with redoubled revenge. It depends on whether the Black Fox mercenary group can survive this disaster. If it cannot survive, the entire army will be annihilated. If it can survive, it will definitely become one of the legendary mercenary groups in the future. Gathering his mind, Gao Yan hugged Xue Mei and fell asleep. It's already evening when I wake up. I glanced around and didn't find Xue Mei, but there was movement from the kitchen outside. Gao Yan got dressed and walked out. I found Xue Mei busy in the kitchen. I didn't expect your cooking skills to be quite good. Gao Yan smelled the aroma of the food and joked with a smile. That's right, our family is a catering company, so why should I know how to cook? Xue Mei said with some pride. Soon. There are 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table. Give. Xue Mei filled a bowl of rice and handed it to Gao Yan. Thanks. By the way, where have you been these days? Xue Mei picked up a piece of ribs for Gao Yan and asked, casually. There's something wrong with the company, let's deal with it. Gao Yan said. Sunday Mall? Xue Mei asked. No, a foreign company. You still have companies abroad. Yes, mercenary company. Oh my God, you actually created a mercenary group? Xue Mei exclaimed, can I play with guns every day? Not only can you play with guns, but you can also play with cannons. There are also tanks. Gao Yan said with a smile. This time Natasha will upgrade the mercenary group and purchase a batch of heavy weapons. It's so exciting. Shi Wen said excitedly. Do you want to experience it? If you want to experience it, I can send you there during the summer vacation. Gao Yan said. Shi Wen also took the genetic medicine liquid, and her physical fitness reached 90 points. With some training, she can become an elite warrior. Is it really okay? Shi Wen was a little tempted. Of course you can, but being a mercenary is not as wonderful as you think. It would be very hard to become a mercenary, Gao Yan said. Among the many girlfriends, Shi Wen is the only one who has nothing to do all day long. It would also be nice to find something for her to do. I'm not afraid of hardship. I will experience the life of a mercenary during the summer vacation. Shi Wen looked excited. Gao Yan looked at her deeply. Even if he killed too many people, he would be under a lot of psychological pressure. He didn't know what Shi Wen's mental endurance was. Next, while eating, Shi Wen asked about things related to mercenaries. Gao Yan told the other party everything he knew, letting her know that being a mercenary was not fun, but was also very hard and dangerous. And he plans to send Sun Ruoshi and Li Yingnan there too. When the summer vacation comes, the strength of the two women will finally be strengthened. Maybe they will be able to break through more easily on the battlefield. Anyway, if they encounter a life or death crisis, he can teleport through any door immediately. The next day, Gao Yan came to school. Where have you been wandering around these days? Su Lingfeng asked with a smile. When something happens, go and deal with it, Gao Yan said. Has it been dealt with? It's been taken care of. By the way, I'll transfer the money I borrowed from you to you. Su Lingfeng took out his mobile phone and asked Gao Yan to call up the payment code. I'll pay you back the money I borrowed from you. Ho Xiaofeng also came over. Do you have time to play ball in the afternoon? Su Lingfeng asked. Okay, let's have some fun then. In the afternoon, Gao Yan accompanied Su Lingfeng, Ho Xiaofeng and two other boys in a friendly match with the class next door. Of course, he deliberately hid his strength. Otherwise, he would use his full strength. After this fight, no one would be around anymore. Play ball with him. After the game, Su Lingfeng treated everyone to a meal. This guy got a lot of money from nowhere recently. On the way back, Gao Yan received a call from Li Chaonan. Brother Yan, we are being targeted. Gao Yan, what's going on? Li Chaonan, some people are dissatisfied with us eating alone, so they united to deal with us. In fact, it's fine for ordinary entertainment companies to target us, and we can ignore them, but this time Xia Ying also participated. Gao Yan continued to ask, what is the specific situation? Li Chaonan said, didn't we open 7 new projects? Xia Ying's people also sent people to discuss investment, but I rejected them. During this period, I received many calls from uncles, and even my father called me, but I still didn't give in, and then the major entertainment companies united to target us. Originally, we had negotiated with 2 TV stations for the first broadcast rights of 2 dramas, just waiting for the contract and payment, but today, both TV stations said they would reduce the price. The previous price was 5 million per episode, but now both TV stations only offer 1 million per episode, and their attitude is very tough. Also, we have a movie that is scheduled to be released on June 10th, and the Filming has been negotiated, but the theaters are now collectively regretting it. Not only has the filming volume been greatly reduced, but it is basically scheduled in garbage time. In addition, many of our artists have been poached, and some artists have even disappeared, causing considerable losses to the crew. Hearing this, Gao Yan couldn't help but feel angry. Good guy, this is a three-pronged approach. Okay, I know about this, just be patient for a few days, Gao Yan said in a deep voice. Okay, Brother Yan, I know. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan couldn't help but flash a dark light in his eyes, and said coldly, Hong Huang, investigate which companies are targeting Xingchen Entertainment, and find out all the black materials of all the people in these companies. Originally, Gao Yan didn't want to do it so excessively. But these companies are really bullying, so don't blame him for making a big deal out of it. He just feels that the entertainment industry is too filthy, so he wants to get rid of some of the cancer. Under Hong Huang's investigation, those entertainment companies that targeted Xingchen Entertainment were completely exposed. Although Xia Ying participated, only one vice president expressed some dissatisfaction with Xingchen Entertainment, but no real attack was made against Xingchen Entertainment. Why? The reason is very simple. After all, Xia Ying is a state-owned enterprise and has to rely on its status. If it personally goes to target Xingchen Entertainment, it will not be a good reputation. What's more, there are many companies that are unhappy with Xingchen Entertainment. They only need to let out a little dissatisfaction with Xingchen Entertainment, and naturally someone will fight for them. This is indeed the case. After Xia Ying's vice president, named Su Zhonglai, expressed dissatisfaction with Xingchen Entertainment, he took the lead in Huaxing, Qingying, and Shaozi, and united dozens of entertainment companies to formulate a plan against Xingchen Entertainment. It has been quite effective at present, causing considerable losses and troubles to Xingchen Entertainment. Huaxing Entertainment mainly shoots movies, and it is also a listed company. Before the celebration party, Gao Yan met with their boss and some unpleasantness occurred. Later, Mr. Wang wanted to take revenge, but after investigating Gao Yan's background, he immediately stopped. He thought he would never have a chance to vent his anger in this life, but he didn't expect to have a chance to vent so soon, and with Xia Ying's support and so many allies, he was no longer afraid of Gao Yan. Therefore, he sent people to do the poaching. Tianyun Club. Seeing Gao Yan coming, Tu Yun's face flashed with joy. During this period, Tu Yun was obsessed with cultivation, and her realm had reached the late stage of Xiantian. It would not take long for her to step into the peak of Xiantian. As for whether she could reach the master level, it was hard to say. After all, she was different from Su Long. Su Long himself was Gang Jin, while Tu Yun was Hua Jin. Sister Yun, I have something important to talk to you about. Gao Yan sat down next to Tu Yun and put his arm around her waist. Tu Yun curled her lips. You said you had something serious to talk to me about, but your actions were not serious. You can't blame me, I'm so attractive, Gao Yan said with a rogue look on his face. Tu Yun also knew what kind of person Gao Yan was, so she asked, tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Gao Yan's eyes turned cold. Send someone to find the brokerage firm that holds the stocks of Qingying, Huaxing and Xiaosu, borrow as much as you can, and then pay them back in a month. After you get the stocks, sell them directly. Okay. Tu Yun didn't ask Gao Yan what he wanted to do, she just supported what her brother wanted to do. So she handed Xiao Dai in and gave him some instructions. Tianyun clubs are all over the country, and they have a wide network of contacts. Therefore, in less than half a day, the people arranged by Xiao Dai borrowed 2.3 billion worth of Huaxing Entertainment stocks, 3.8 billion worth of Qingying stocks, and 1.9 billion worth of Xiaosa stocks from the brokerage firm. Of course, interest is also required. If the time is long, the interest rate can be negotiated lower, but the time is too tight, so 5 points of interest is paid, that is, 100 million has to pay 5 million interest. The 3 stocks are worth 8 billion, and the interest alone has to be paid 400 million. Moreover, the large-scale selling of the 3 stocks will inevitably cause a considerable impact. 8 billion stocks can be sold for 7 billion. This will result in a loss of 1.4 billion. But is it really so? If the stocks of the 3 companies plummet in a month, Gao Yan will buy the stocks at a low price and return them to the brokers, and he can make a profit from the difference. Not only did it hit the 3 companies, but it also made money. The time came to the afternoon of the next day. The stocks worth 8 billion were completely sold, and a total of 7.1 billion was cashed out, which was 100 million more than expected. Because of the large amount of cashing out, the stocks of the 3 companies also fell. The 3 companies were a little panicked and immediately arranged for people to investigate. But before they could find out who sold their stocks in large quantities, an account named Bao Liaojin on Weibo uploaded a video titled, "This is How Li Xing Rose to Fame." Less than 10 minutes after the video was uploaded, it received 100,000 likes, 120,000 comments, and more than 80,000 reposts. This Li Xing is a popular actor under Huaxing. In recent years, he has been strongly supported by Huaxing and starred in several costume TV series and 2 movies, all of which have achieved good results. Therefore, he was selected as one of the 4 new generation actors. The location of this video was shot in a villa, and the protagonists of the video were Wang Zong and Li Xing of Huaxing. The performance of the 2 in the video was unbearable and quite eye-catching. Fortunately, the whistleblower mosaicked the key parts, otherwise, it would be even more eye-catching. Huaxing Entertainment's response was still very fast. Immediately contacted Weibo to remove the video. At the same time, the Public Relations Department of Huaxing Entertainment directly rebuked the whistleblower for video fraud and issued a lawyer's letter to sue the whistleblower for defaming Wang Zong and Li Xing. At the same time, he threatened the whistleblower to apologize publicly immediately, otherwise he would call the police for this behavior. But what made Mr. Wang furious was that Weibo had clearly agreed to remove the video, but half an hour had passed and the video was still hanging high on Weibo, and was pushed to the hot search by netizens. As for this video, the number of likes directly exceeded 2 million, the number of comments reached 1.78 million, and the number of reposts exceeded 1 million. Mr. Wang, who was not very famous before, became completely famous. Originally, a large number of people sold off Huaxing Entertainment stocks today, which caused a lot of panic. Now that Huaxing's CEO was hung, it directly caused shareholders to sell off stocks, and eventually Huaxing's stock price fell to the limit. The market value evaporated more than 5 billion out of thin air. Huaxing Entertainment, General Manager's Office. General Manager Wan pointed at the Public Relations Manager with a ferocious face and cursed, "What's going on? Why hasn't Weibo removed the video yet?" The Public Relations Manager said with a look of grievance, "Boss, I have contacted Weibo many times, but they said they would deal with it immediately." In fact, they didn't know. Weibo was also very embarrassed because they found that they couldn't remove the video. Later, they wanted to ban the account of the whistleblower, but they still couldn't do it. Of course, Li Xing was the most affected. His Weibo originally had more than 40 million fans. Although there were a lot of water among them, the real data was more than 10 million, and most of them were female fans. Now that Li Xing was exposed in the video, his female fans couldn't stand it and unfollowed him. Some impulsive female fans even cursed Li Xing on Weibo. Fans unfollowing him is actually nothing. What makes Li Xing panic the most is that the businesses he endorses have called to cancel the cooperation and asked him to compensate. The film and TV series projects that have been negotiated have also called to cancel the cooperation. When the time came to 5 o'clock, the whistleblower posted a new video. Compared with the previous video, this video is even more popular. It is a picture of a group of celebrities gathering together to do something. One of them is Li Xing, and there is also a man and a woman who are also artists of Huaxing. As soon as this video came out, the entertainment industry exploded directly. And this video was quickly pushed to the hot search by netizens. At 7 o'clock that night, photos and videos of Li Xing and several people in the video being arrested appeared on Weibo. Suddenly, the entertainment industry was in an uproar. Many celebrities with dirty deeds fell into panic and worry. The next morning, the stock market opened. The share price of Huaxing Entertainment plummeted, and in less than 10 minutes, it hit the limit again, and the market value evaporated billions. Again. At this time, the whistleblower broke the news again. The target of this revelation was no longer Huaxing, but Qingying Media. Qingying Media consists of two major parts, one is the entertainment company, and the other is the theater company. This time, the whistleblower broke the news that Qingying evaded taxes. In addition, there was evidence that they stole and forged box office. In just one night, the whistleblower, who was obviously a small white account, had broken 3 million fans. The first two videos have almost been confirmed, which can be said to have given a solid hammer. Therefore, the evidence he broke the news is highly credible. The stock market is a barometer. As soon as this revelation came out, although it has not been confirmed, the stock price of Qingying fell at a visible speed. However, it was better than Huaxing Entertainment. It took 22 minutes for Qingying's stock price to hit the limit. When the time came to noon, the whistleblower sent out a third video. The first half of this video shows two female stars of Siasa drinking together. Two charming female stars sat on the legs of a middle-aged fat man, one on the left and one on the right. The middle-aged fat man showed a lustful expression, and his hands were not very honest. Finally, the two female stars accompanied the middle-aged fat man into the hotel room. There were a lot of mosaics in the next 2 minutes of the video, but the faces of the three people were completely on the screen. Although these two female stars are not Siasa's leading actresses, they are also second-tier stars. Therefore, after this video became a hit on the internet. As soon as the stock market opened in the afternoon, Siasa's stock price also began to dive and successfully hit the limit. Within a day, the stock prices of the three giant companies in the entertainment industry hit the limit one after another, which also made many people see a lot of things, speculating that there was a black hand behind the scenes targeting these three companies. But the matter is not over yet. Starting from 5 p.m., the whistleblower will upload a video every hour. And these videos involve multiple entertainment companies in the entertainment industry. Although these entertainment companies are not listed, they have had a significant impact on their reputation. Even movies and TV series starring 7 or 8 stars are being released and broadcast on TV. That night, in a club, the 3 CEOs of Huaxing, Qingying, and Xia met in a low-key manner. Mr. Wang said with a gloomy face, 2 days ago, someone bought a large number of stocks from the brokerage firm that holds our company's stocks, and the person behind it is Tianyun Club. So, the people who targeted us this time have a lot to do with Tianyun Club. Do you have any suspects? The CEO of Xia said thoughtfully, could it be Xingchen Entertainment? Don't forget, we are working together to target them, and it is normal for them to fight back. I think so too. The CEO of Qingying said coldly, this Xingchen Entertainment is too unscrupulous. Now is not the time to discuss these. How should we deal with it next? Mr. Wang said with a gloomy face. His stock has been hitting the limit for 2 consecutive days. If it continues to hit the limit for a few more days, he will go bankrupt. Next, the 3 began to discuss countermeasures. But after more than an hour of discussion, there was still no solution. In fact, the best way was to admit their mistakes and surrender to Xingchen Entertainment, but they couldn't bring themselves to do it. At this moment, Mr. Wang's phone rang. He glanced and then picked up the phone. The other party only said one sentence, and his face changed drastically, and there was a bit of fear in his eyes. At this time, Mr. Qingying's phone also rang. Similarly, after hearing the other party's report, his face became extremely ugly. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Xia's phone also rang, and then his face changed, and there was a bit of regret and annoyance in his expression. Do you also know that Su Zhonglai was taken away for investigation? Mr. Wang asked the 2 people who changed color. There was a trace of panic in Mr. Xia's eyes. It seems that Xingchen Entertainment has a deeper background than we thought. Isn't it? Su Zhonglai just expressed his dissatisfaction with Xingchen Entertainment in front of them. None of them personally went after Xingchen Entertainment, but now they are being taken away for investigation. Even if Su Zhonglai is not in trouble and is released, he cannot continue to work in Xiaoying. If there is a problem, his fate is naturally self-evident. Give up. Qingying's boss said with a wry smile, even Su Zhonglai was dealt with, we can't stand it. That's the only way. Xingchen Entertainment won't let us go easily. Mr. Wang said with a complicated tone. Let's go to the Magic City to talk to Li Chaonan first and see what conditions he has. Qingying's boss suggested. On the other side, Gao Yan received a call from Wu Junlai. Brother Yan, the results of the investigation of that guy have come out, and he is estimated to be sentenced to several years. Gao Yan, okay, Junlai, I know, I won't say thank you, next time I come to Beijing, I will bring 2 bottles of good wine to treat you. Wu Junlai, okay, it's settled. After chatting for a few more words, both parties hung up the phone. Gao Yan didn't know whether Su Zhonglai had any problems or not. He didn't expose him on the internet because he took the official's face into consideration. So, he used Wu Junlai's connections to deal with him. At the same time, it was also a warning to Xiaoying. Don't think that you can just reach out just because you are a state-owned enterprise. This time, I will only deal with you, the vice president. If there is a next time, I will deal with the president as well. At this moment, Xingchen Entertainment. The general manager's office is packed with people. Li Chaonan was delighted. He raised his glass and said to the senior Executives, our boss's methods are sharp. Not only did he deal with Huaxing, Qingying and Xiaosu, but even Xiaoying's shitty vice president did not escape. Come, let's have a drink together. The next day, the CEOs of Xiaoying, Huaxing, Xiaosu, and Qingying all came to Shanghai to visit Li Chaonan. It was clearly a request for peace. Therefore, the four of them lowered their posture. However, Li Chaonan did not agree directly, but called Gao Yan to ask for his opinion first. Gao Yan asked Li Chaonan to ask for a high price. Although Gao Yan could make billions by borrowing stocks this time, but it was just his personal income Xingchen Entertainment had to pay. Compensation, right? After receiving Gao Yan's instructions, Li Chaonan really started to ask for a high price. First of all, in the future, all movies released by Xingchen Entertainment must have a filming rate of no less than 40%. Secondly, the three companies had to sell several projects to Xingchen Entertainment at a low price. In addition, each company had to transfer 5 celebrity artists to Xingchen Entertainment for free. And these 5 celebrity artists had to be selected by themselves. In addition, due to Huaxing's poaching, the crew suffered a lot of losses, and they had to pay real money for the losses. Faced with Li Chaonan's lion's mouth, the 4 CEOs were very angry. Then they started bargaining. But Li Chaonan put on an unyielding look. If he didn't agree, he would continue to deal with you. It depends on whether you can bear it. In the end, the 4 CEOs could only pinch their noses and admit it. To be honest, they were really scared. Because of that whistleblower, their stock price was hitting the limit every day. If the whistleblower continued to expose the news, their stock price would completely collapse in a few days. Although the matter has been settled. But the video of the whistleblower is still posted on Weibo. Obviously, the 4 bosses all understand that this is Star Entertainment waiting for them to fulfill their promise. For this reason, China Star, Qingying and Xiaosu did not dare to neglect, and immediately arranged for 2 high-quality projects to be transferred to Xingchen Entertainment. They also told Li Chaonan, which artist from our company you have chosen, come and take it. At the same time, 100 million was also transferred to the accounts of Xingchen Entertainment as compensation for the losses caused to the crew by poaching people. It has been 2 days since this operation was completed. In the past 2 days, no matter how the 3 companies did their public relations, their stocks should fall to the limit or fall to the limit. Fortunately, that night, the whistleblower's account disappeared directly from Weibo. However, these videos have been forwarded millions of times. If they want to be cleaned up, the 3 companies will continue to spend a lot of public relations fees. Follow closely. The filming schedule for the movie that Star Entertainment is planning to release on June 10th has also been released. The average filming rate of major theater chains reached 42%. It is said that Xiaoying's boss played a lot of role in it. It can be regarded as a gesture of goodwill towards Xingchen Entertainment. Because the news that Su Zhonglai was sentenced to 5 years had spread, this made Xiaoying's current boss frightened. You know, Su Zhonglai is not a person without background. But he was still punished, which shows that Gao Yan's background is deeper than imagined. Although the account that broke the news has disappeared, but the aftermath has not completely dissipated. Therefore, in the next week, even though the 3 major companies were able to increase their stock prices, they continued to fall. The only good news was that after they invested a lot of money, they did not fall further. When the time comes June 10th, The share prices of the three major companies have fallen less than 1%. Upon seeing this, Gao Yan informed Tu Yun that he could purchase stocks. In the end, it only cost more than 3 billion to buy enough stocks. This time, I made more than 3 billion yuan. Gao Yan only spent half of this money. After all, Tu Yun paid for the stock. Also today, Star Entertainment's new movie Happy City is officially released. This is also a comedy film with an S-level script. Because the film schedule was as high as 42%, the box office on the first day reached 280 million. On the second day, when the film schedule remained unchanged, the box office directly exceeded 300 million, reaching 320 million. On the third day, the theater chain increased the film schedule, and the box office hit a new high, reaching 350 million. The box office on the first weekend directly reached 950 million, approaching 1 billion. You know, the investment in Happy City is only 100 million, with a production fee of 70 million and a publicity fee of 30 million. A typical example of using small things to make a big difference. At the same time, the movie's rating also came out. It did not reach 9 points. But it still reached 8.9 points, which is rare for a commercial comedy. Although the rating will drop in the future, with the current reputation, the final movie rating should reach above 8 points. It can be said that the box office and reputation are both booming. This morning, Gao Yan and Xiaozhua came out after watching Happy City together. Classmate Xiaozhua praised, "Husband, I found that the movies produced by your company are quite good." "That's right, regardless of who wrote the script," Gao Yan said proudly. "Did you write all the scripts?" Xiaozhua looked at Gao Yan in surprise. "Yes, I write all the scripts for Star Entertainment." "Husband, you are great. I will write more scripts and film them in the future. People will also like to read them," Xiaozhua said with admiration. "Since you sincerely begged me, then I will graciously satisfy you." Classmate Xiaozhua was amused, childish devil. Next, Gao Yan accompanied classmate Xiaozhua for a day of fun. After all, Qin Erin turned into a workaholic after falling out of love, which made classmate Xiaozhua unable to rest on Fridays and Saturdays. Originally, she wanted to catch classmate Xiaozhua's young man today, but then she got so angry that Gao Yan called and threatened her, and then the other party gave classmate Xiaozhua a day off. In the evening, Gao Yan and Xiaozhua returned to Lingxi Garden. "I found a beautiful woman wearing a goose yellow dress sitting in the living room. Why are you here? Have you collected enough money to become a disciple?" Gao Yan looked at Yao Guang and asked. Yao Guang stood up quickly and presented a bank card with both hands. "Master, this is our apprenticeship ceremony. Get on the road." Gao Yan smiled with satisfaction. Then he reached out and took the bank card. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded, and the upgrade experience increased by 1 trillion, making the upgrade experience reach 1.3 trillion. System reserve funds also increased by 1 trillion, reaching 9.5 trillion. "Chu Xiu, come here," Gao Yan shouted to Chu Xiu. Soon, Chu Xiu also entered the living room from outside. "Yao Guang, from now on you will learn from Chu Xiu first. When you reach the peak of Danjin, I will personally guide you," Gao Yan said. "Master Chu, please take good care of me in the future." Yao Guang was not dissatisfied, but greeted Chu Xiu politely. "You're welcome," Chu Xiu said lightly. "By the way, Chu Xiu, take her to choose a room to stay in." When Chu Xiu took Yao Guang to choose a room, Xiaozhua joked, "Hubby, Congratulations on taking on another beautiful apprentice. What, are you jealous? Gao Yan scratched classmate Xiaoshua's nose. No. Actually, I didn't want to accept it from her, and I made a very excessive request to embarrass her. I didn't expect that she really knew about it, so I could only accept it with tears. Gao Yan deliberately looked embarrassed. Then what conditions did you put forward? Xiaoshua asked curiously. 1 trillion apprenticeship fees. Gao Yan said. What, 1 trillion? Classmate Xiaoshua exclaimed. I originally thought she couldn't come up with it, but I didn't expect that. She actually collected 1 trillion. I can't break my promise and get rich. Gao Yan said, pretending to be depressed. Come on, husband, you should have some fun, but she has given her 1 trillion. Yuan in apprenticeship fees, so you have to teach her well. As you command. That night, one more person ate in the villa's restaurant. After meal, Gao Yan called Wang Tainan, Sun Ruoshi, and Li Yingnan to the front. The 3 of you have reached the limit of an gene, but it's a little difficult to break through to transformation gene. Therefore, I plan to send you to the battlefield to experience life and death. Of course, you can choose whether to go or not, and I won't. I will force you. Boss, I'm going. Wang Tainan was the first to express his stance. You are still in school, I will arrange for you to go there during the summer vacation. Wang Tainan nodded and said no more. Master, I'm going too. I'm willing to go to the battlefield. Okay, I'll give you 3 days to go back and say goodbye to your family. After all, life and death are unpredictable on the battlefield. Maybe this will be your farewell forever. Gao Yan said deliberately. Hearing what he said, Sun Ruoshi, who was born in the world of martial arts, was fine, but Li Yingnan became nervous. The next morning, there was one more person practicing in the courtyard. But after breakfast, Sun Ruoshi and Li Yingnan packed their bags and went home. Since taking over the CIA's intelligence strongholds and intelligence agents, the Black Fox mercenary group has developed rapidly. Currently, its members have exceeded 500. In addition, more and more businessmen and forces are hiring the Black Fox mercenary group. Even after recruiting more than 200 people, we still face a shortage of manpower. That evening, after Gao Yan returned to Lingxi Garden, he saw Yao Guang next to him and asked, How do you feel after practicing for a day? Fine. Yao Guang nodded. I have already developed Ming Jin. She is a master in the late stage of the heavenly realm. Although her physical constitution is far worse than that of seeing God and immortality, it still reaches 180 points. It is not unusual to enter Ming Jin in 1 day. After all, only Tu Yun, who transformed his strength, could reach Xiantian in a short time, and Su Long even became a master. Gao Yan said, That's good, try to reach Danjin as soon as possible. Don't worry, Teacher Gao, I will work hard. Yao Guang nodded seriously. Gao Yan waved his hand to indicate that Yao Guang could leave, but then he sat on the sofa and thought about it. Today is already the 14th, and after midnight, it's once again the monthly system evaluation and blind box opening. But this month he couldn't get 20 A-level ratings, not even 10. Also, who should I contact to open the blind box this time? Sister Zhuge flashed in his mind. During this period, he would occasionally go to Hong Kong Island through any door to date Zhuge Qiqian, and their relationship grew day by day. Maybe we can try the Zhuge sisters to open the blind box this time. After dinner, Yao Guang ran to the yard to practice martial arts again. She is now extremely enthusiastic about practicing. Gao Yan came to the study, and then entered my world with a thought, and came to the sky above Yuha village. Because there is no need to pay taxes, the villagers in Yuha village are no longer short of food, and every family can have enough to eat. In addition, the sweet potatoes and potatoes provided by Gao Yan have also been harvested, which means that every household has a surplus of food. The villagers who originally looked sallow and skinny have experienced major changes in their bodies and complexions. In addition, Gao Yan sold a lot of daily necessities to them at low prices. This makes the villagers' lives more fulfilling. Several villagers have even built new houses. Suddenly, Gao Yan's eyes fell on the home of an Orion in the village. At this moment, the opponent is practicing a set of boxing techniques. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan appeared directly in the yard of the Orion's house. Several hunters are considered relatively wealthy people in the village. As the saying goes, if you are poor in culture and rich in martial arts, how can you practice martial arts if you don't even have enough food in your stomach? Meet the gods. As soon as he saw Gao Yan, Orion immediately put away his vigilance and bowed to Gao Yan. No need to be polite. Gao Yan asked, "What do you call me?" "Back to the gods, little Wang Tiniu." Orion replied. "What is your relationship with Wang Taizhu?" Wang Tiniu said, "He is my younger cousin." "I see you are practicing boxing. What's so special about your boxing skills?" Next, Gao Yan and Wang Tiniu had some exchanges. The boxing technique practiced by the other party was called Mangniu Jin, which was a widely circulated Huang-level low-grade boxing technique. In this world, martial arts are divided into heaven and earth, black and yellow, with the heaven level being the highest and the yellow level being the lowest. Each level is further divided into lower, middle, and upper grades. Even if the Huang-level low-grade Rang Nyo Jin has been practicing for a lifetime, it will be able to reach the peak of strength training even if it is exhausted. Even if it is lucky enough to break through the martial arts, cultivation will stop at the early stage of skin refining. Wang Tiniu is a hunter, but he is more knowledgeable than the average villager. Because he can obtain meat through hunting, at the age of 25, he has reached the advanced stage of strength training. He plans to reach the peak of his strength training before getting married and having children. Because marrying a wife and having children too early will affect his cultivation. According to Wang Tiniu, this world divides the realm of martial arts into refining strength, refining skin, refining blood, refining viscera, refining marrow, refining gang and master. However, Wang Tiniu himself is a martial artist who practices strength, and he also knows a name for the realm that follows, but he doesn't know exactly how far he can reach it. But Gao Yan felt that martial arts in this world were not simple. It's very much like a combination of body cultivation and qi cultivation. As for Wang Tiniu, he is in the late stage of Jin training, but the strength in his body is comparable to that of Ming Jin at the peak, and his physical fitness has also reached 81 points. Later, Gao Yan learned about the situation of several other hunters from Wang Tiniu. Two of the hunters also practiced Rang Nyo Jin, and the other one practiced Tiger Jin, which was also a low-level Huang-level technique. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan returned to the study. Call up the system interface and take a look. The system reserve fund is still 950 million. System, can the world expansion be expanded in one direction? Gao Yan asked, before the expansion was done in 4 directions together. The reason why he asked this was because he wanted to expand to Sana town, which is 20 miles away from Yuha village. According to Wang Tiniu, Sana town has a population of more than 20,000 and has 3 martial arts schools, and the owners of the martial arts schools are at least experts in the blood refining realm. If you want to understand the martial arts in this world, you have to incorporate Sanha town into your own world system. Yes, the host can decide the expansion direction, width and length by itself. Not bad. Gao Yan felt happy, immediately recharged 1 trillion, and controlled the expansion of my world in the direction of Sana town. The width he set was exactly the 2-meter wide road from Yuha village to Sana town. Soon, a passage wrapped in black arrived at Sana town. Then, with a thought, Gao Yan included the entire Sana town, and the expanded area had not been used up, so Gao Yan ordered Heiwu to Sana town is the center and expands to the surrounding areas. This sudden change caused Sana town to fall into panic. At the same time, the masters of the 3 martial arts halls also rushed to the roof to investigate. When they found that they were already wrapped in black fog, their faces became extremely ugly. Sana town had long known that Yuha village was engulfed by black fog, and they had sent people to investigate. They were relieved until they found that the black fog seemed terrifying and posed no threat. However, they did not expect that the motionless black fog would engulf Sanha town in a few months. The next moment, Yi Qingxue, the master of Piashua Martial Arts Hall, flew up. Soon, she arrived in front of the black fog. Her Yi family has been established in Sanha town for more than 200 years. Her family's martial arts is Piashua sword, which is a lower-grade Xian level martial arts, accompanied by a sword sound. The long sword in Yi Qingshua's hand turned into a sword dragon and slashed heavily on the black fog. But the black fog completely absorbed her attack and did not cause any damage. Immediately afterwards, 2 more figures arrived. It was the owner of the other 2 martial arts halls in the town, the Black Dragon Martial Arts Hall and the 7 Killings Martial Arts Hall. The owner of the Black Dragon Martial Arts Hall is over 60 years old, named Zhou Heiwu, and the owner of the 7 Killings Martial Arts Hall is Wang Pejuan, who is in his early 40s, slightly thin, but with a gloomy look in his eyes. Sister Yi, have you detected anything? Wang Pejuan asked sinisterly. Hearing Wang Pejuan's words, a hint of disgust flashed across Yi Qingshue's eyes, and she said coldly, "The black fog is right in front of you, can't you try it yourself?" Seeing that Yi Qingxue was so disrespectful, Wang Pejuan's eyes flashed with a fierce look. "Sister Yi, what do you think about what I talked to you about before?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qingshue's face became even colder. "Wang Pejuan, this lady advises you to give up that unrealistic idea. With your appearance, you are not even worthy of carrying my shoes." As soon as the voice fell, Yi Qingxue flashed and flew into the town. Back at Piashua Martial Arts Hall, a beautiful girl of 17 or 18 years old came to greet her. "Sister, have you found out anything?" Yi Qingshue's cold eyes gradually softened, and she shook her head. "With my strength, I still can't break through the black fog." "Ah." The girl, Yi Qingshuang, couldn't help but look worried. "Black mist has surrounded Sana town. What should we do in the future?" Sana town and Yuha village are different. Yuha village has arable land and can achieve self-sufficiency through farming. But the grain in Sana town is purchased by grain merchants from outside. Now that black fog has surrounded Sana town, it has also cut off the external procurement channels for grain merchants. It will not be long before Sanha town will fall into a food shortage crisis. Take it one step at a time. Yi Qingxue sighed softly, by the way. Qingshuang, hurry up and send someone to buy more food to reserve. But Yi Qingshuang looked embarrassed. Sister, we only have 3 taels of silver at home. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxue couldn't help but have a look of embarrassment on her face, and she said, take 2 taels of silver to buy food, and leave 1 tael for spare. As for the silver, I will find a way. Master Yi, is he short of money? I may have a solution. At this time a sudden voice sounded. The 2 sisters looked outside at the same time and found that at some point a young man with strange clothes, short hair, but extremely handsome and outstanding temperament appeared at the door. Who are you? Yi Qingxue came to her senses and scolded sternly. Yi Qingshuang on the side was staring at Gao Yan. Although this young man was dressed strangely, he was so good-looking. He didn't come back to his senses until he heard his sister's voice. But just as she looked away, she couldn't help but secretly look at the other person. I am the one who can resolve your dilemma. Gao Yan said with a smile, this is the first time I came to visit and disturbed the 2 Miss Yi. These 2 mirrors will be regarded as my meeting gift. As he spoke, Gao Yan tossed it casually, and 2 small mirrors flew towards Yi Qingxue lightly. She reached out and grabbed the 2 mirrors and looked at the clear and familiar face in the mirror. She couldn't help but exclaimed in her heart. This mirror shows so clearly that you can even see the tiny hairs on your face. At the same time, I also realized how precious 2 mirrors are. No reward for no merit. These 2 glazed mirrors are too precious. Please take them back, sir. It doesn't matter, it's just a gadget. Gao Yan waved his hand. You 2 Miss Yi, can I come in? Please come in. After a while, Gao Yan had already sat down. At the same time, Yi Qingshuang also made him a cup of tea. Moreover, she did not leave and kept looking at Gao Yan secretly. This made Yi Qingxue very helpless and a little embarrassed. Miss Yi, I know you have a piashue sword in your hand, but I wonder if you can sell it? Gao Yan picked up the tea and took a sip and asked. Immediately, Yi Qingxue's face changed drastically, and all the good feelings she had towards Gao Yan disappeared, and she said coldly, young master, piao shui sword is the ancestral skill of my Yi family. Unless my Yi family is dead, it will never be leaked out. After hearing this, and feeling the other person's emotions through the human body's magnetic field, Gao Yan immediately understood that Yi Qingshuang had a very hot temper. So, he smiled and comforted, Miss Yi, don't be excited. If you don't want to sell it, sell it. It's unlucky to say that it won't die. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxue frowned slightly and said coldly, don't get close to me, sir, please come back. Gao Yan had no intention of getting up. He said, Miss Yi, the situation in Sanha town is not good now. It will soon fall into a crisis of food shortage. Kung Fu is dead, but people are alive. It is better to do this. How about exchanging food and girls? Sister, I think this young master is right. Yi Qingshuang on the side couldn't help but said, Wang Pejuan is also interested in our martial arts. Now that Sanha town is surrounded by black mist, Wang Pejuan is so powerful that he will attack us sooner or later. Although Piashua Martial Arts School is also one of the 3 major martial arts schools in Sanha town, it is now facing the embarrassing situation of not being able to accept apprentices, and the martial arts school has also fallen into an economic crisis. On the other hand, Wang Pejuan's 7 Kills martial arts school is quite prosperous, with more than 200 apprentices. Moreover, Wang Pejuan is still a master in the middle stage of blood refining, while Yiqing Xue is only in the early stage of blood refining and is no match at all. Hearing what his sister said, Yiqing Xue was shaken in her heart. Wrapped in the black mist, she couldn't escape Sanhe town with her sister even if she wanted to. With Wang Pejuan's temper, it is estimated that he will attack her in a few days, and given Wang Pejuan's lustful level, if the sisters are captured, they may become each other's playthings. How much grain do you plan to exchange for it? The next moment, Yiqing Xue stared at Gao Yan and asked, "How about 10,000 kilograms of rice?" Since discovering that there are humans in my world, Gao Yan has ordered people to purchase a lot of daily necessities and store them in the warehouse. Therefore, there are many things in his mustard space that can be accessed at any time. When Yiqing Xue heard about 10,000 kilograms, she wanted to get angry again. Gao Yan raised his hand. "Don't worry, in addition to 10,000 caddies of rice, I can also give you 1,000 taels of gold." After annihilating the blood god cult, Gao Yan also obtained a lot of gold. Because there is no shortage of money, this batch of gold has not been sold and has been stored in the mustard space. "Sister, just promise this young master." "Miss Xiaoya, my name is Gao Yan." Gao Yan smiled at Yiqing Shuang. "I've met Mr. Gao." "Hello, Miss Xiaoya." Seeing this, Yiqing Xue's heart was relieved again. "When will you deliver the food?" "Now." Gao Yan smiled and waved his hand, and a bag of rice appeared. Seeing this, the two sisters were shocked. "This bag of rice is 100 jin. You can take me to the warehouse, and I will put the remaining 9,900 jin directly in your warehouse. Please give it to me." When Gao Yan put the remaining rice into the warehouse, Yiqing Xue also breathed a sigh of relief. Following that, Gao Yan also took out the 1,000 taels of gold and handed it to Yiqing Xue. "Mr. Gao, please wait a moment, I will take the skills now." Seeing Gao Yan so happy, Yiqing Xue did not hesitate, and went back to the room to take out the skills and handed them to Gao Yan. Gao Yan directly opened the skills and read them. Soon, he finished reading this Piashue sword, which is a low-grade Xian level skills that can be practiced to the peak of blood refining. Gao Yan borrowed a long sword from Yiqing Xue. He started practicing in the martial arts hall. After practicing for half an hour, his cultivation level was rising rapidly, and he actually reached the peak of refining strength. As he expected, the martial arts in this world are a combination of physical cultivation and qi cultivation. The strength cultivated in this refining period is the fusion of spiritual energy and blood in the body. "Miss Yi, I'll give it back to you." Gao Yan returned the martial arts to Yiqing Xue. This? Now it was Yiqing Xue's turn to be confused. The martial arts that cost 10,000 kilograms of food and 1,000 taels of gold to buy were returned to her after only reading once. Could it be that he didn't come for the martial arts, but for... Thinking of this, her cheeks couldn't help but blush slightly. "Miss Yi, I have memorized the martial arts. Also, I bought the martial arts from you not for cultivation, but to verify a guess in my heart." Gao Yan smiled at Yiqing Xue and explained. "Then has your suspicion been verified?" Yiqing Xue asked. "Verification completed." Gao Yan nodded. "By the way, Miss Yi, as far as I know, Wang Pejuan is planning on you. If nothing goes wrong, he will attack you in a few days." Upon hearing this, the two sisters suddenly changed their expressions. Thank you, Mr. Gao, for reminding me. We sisters will be vigilant. If you two Miss Shi need help, just shout for help and I will show up to help. You. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan disappeared out of thin air. Seeing this scene, the two sisters were shocked again. Sister, is this Mr. Gao a fairy? Yi Qingshuang asked curiously, and took out 10,000 kilograms of rice and 1,000 taels of gold out of thin air, and also gave each of their sisters a glass realm. Now he has disappeared out of thin air. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like an ordinary person. I don't know either. Yi Qingyue shook her head. The world here is too big. In order to preserve the martial arts school passed down by her family, she has been focusing on cultivation these years. Except for occasionally visiting the county seat a few times, she spent most of her time in the town. Now, Gao Yan is sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak in my world. The energy in the body is constantly moving. Soon, his realm broke through to the skin refining realm of martial arts in this world, and like a powerful force, he broke through the early, middle, late and peak stages of skin refining. However, his strength did not increase at all, but there was an extra energy in his body. This energy is much stronger than the dark energy cultivated by ordinary warriors. Keep practicing. With the operation of the technique, it was easy for him to enter the blood refining realm again. Similarly, his own strength has not increased. After all, his body has been tempered countless times. Half an hour later, the practice of falling snow sword has come to an end, and his cultivation has reached the peak of blood refining. If there are no accidents, even if he successfully cultivates the realms of viscera refining, marrow refining, and gang refining, it probably won't be of any help to improve his strength. Only by cultivating a master in this world can one's strength be improved to a certain extent. After all, the martial arts in this world use both gas and gas cultivation. The figure swayed. Gao Yan appeared at the entrance of Yuha village. Then, let Wang Tiniu come for a visit. Soon, Wang Tiniu appeared and bowed. Gao Yan took out a table and covered it with a layer of plastic sheeting. Then, with a wave of his hand, 2 pork slices appeared on the table. Tiniu, come and sell pork for 1 copper coin per catty. Although the villagers in Yuha village have no worries about food and clothing, meat is still in short supply. As for the several hunters in the village, the meat they obtain from hunting is used for their own martial arts training, and very little is sold to the villagers. Following Wang Tiniu's shouts, the villagers came to inquire, and when they learned that the pork was provided by the god Gao Yan and that it only cost 1 copper coin per catty, they all expressed their gratitude to Gao Yan. Seeing that there are more and more villagers, Gao Yan pointed to the Black Mist passage not far away and said, "This passage can lead directly to Sana town. In a few days, you can transport the endless food to Sana town for sale, because Sana town is about to fall into a food shortage crisis. The food will definitely be sold at a good price." The villagers naturally believed in the god's words, so they expressed their gratitude to Gao Yan again. The villagers who bought the pork happily went home to cook the meat. At the same time, he is also calculating how much food to transport to the town for sale. There will never be a shortage of smart people. There are still many smart people in Sana town. Therefore, after the black fog enveloped Sana town and they were unable to leave the black fog, many people went to the grain store to buy grain with their money. At first, grain stores were still selling grain at normal prices, but seeing more and more people queuing up to sell grain, grain merchants increased their prices by 1/3. But it still cannot dampen the enthusiasm of food buyers. So, half an hour later, the grain merchants doubled the price and imposed purchase restrictions. Each person can only buy 100 pounds. When 2 hours passed, the grain dealer closed the store and stopped selling. Because grain merchants have realized that grain will be the hard currency of Sanha town for a long time to come. As grain merchants closed their stores, Sanha town fell into panic and chaos. Many gangsters began to steal food brazenly. Fortunately, Black Dragon Martial Arts School and 7 Kills Martial Arts School sent people to suppress these gangsters, and peace was restored to Sanha town. Inside Pashua Martial Arts School. Sister, luckily Mr. Gao gave us 10,000 kilograms of rice, otherwise, we would have run out of food in a few days. Yi Qingshuang said happily, and at the same time, she was full of gratitude to Gao Yan. The sisters also sent their old servants to buy food, but the price of food doubled. I only bought 100 pounds. The sisters are both martial arts practitioners and have relatively large appetites. They cannot eat 100 kilograms for a few days. Yeah, thanks to him. Yi Qingxue nodded. Without Gao Yan's 10,000 kilograms of rice, the sisters would be in an embarrassing situation without food in a few days. Unless you rob it, you will starve to death. Yi Qingshuang said again, by the way, sister, I also heard that a black mist passage appeared in the north of the town, but I don't know where it leads. I heard that both the Black Dragon Martial Arts School and the 7 Kills Martial Arts School sent people to enter the Black Mist Passage. Don't worry about them. Yi Qingxue shook her head. In fact, the main reason was that there was no one available in their martial arts gym. To set up a pavilion in the town, the pavilion owner must reach the blood refining realm. Their father was originally a master at the peak of the blood refining realm. But due to an accident, he was seriously injured. This caused the apprentices in the martial arts hall to scatter and leave. In the end, there was no apprentice left in the martial arts hall. 3 years ago, their father finally couldn't stand it any longer and passed away. Although a martial arts school has been established, without blood refining warriors, there is no way to recruit external disciples. Fortunately, as long as Yi Qingxue steps into blood refining within 5 years, he can continue to open a shop and accept disciples. She was also very energetic. It only took her 2 years and 9 months to reach the early stage of blood refining realm. But when she opened the shop to accept apprentices, no one came to sign up. At first, the 2 sisters didn't know what was going on. Later, when the old servant went out to inquire, he learned that Wang Pejuan of the 7 Kills Martial Arts School had said that anyone who dared to become an apprentice at the Pashua Martial Arts School would be his enemy at the 7 Kills Martial Arts School. The sisters Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingshuang are famous beauties in Sanha town. After their father died, Wang Pejuan came to their door and expressed his intention to marry Yi Qingxue as their second wife. Although Wang Pejuan is also a blood refining warrior. But how could the arrogant, young and beautiful Yi Qingxue look down on Wang Pejuan, who was over 40 years old? So I refused directly. Later, he came to the door many times, but was rejected by Yi Qingxue. In the end, he was not even allowed to enter. Exactly so. He would only target Pashua Martial Arts School. As long as Pashua Martial Arts School cannot accept apprentices, it will have No income and sooner or later it will not be able to survive. Other side. Inside the 7 Kills martial arts school. Wang Pejuan was sitting on a big tiger skin chair. Hearing his subordinates say that they could only buy 100 kilograms of grain from Piashua martial arts school, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yiqing Shue, Yiqing Shue. Let me see how long you can hold on. Day. Soon. The disciples from the 2 martial arts schools who went to investigate came back and reported that the Black Mist Passage could lead directly to Yuha village. Then Wang Pejuan invited Zhou Heiwu to meet. Wang Pejuan said unhurriedly, Master Zhou, with the food reserves in the town, we can't hold on for long. Besides, no one can tell when this black fog will spread. Therefore, we must try our best to save as much food as possible. Stock up on food. Zhou Heiwu nodded in agreement. What does Master Wang mean? Wang Pejuan secretly scolded Zhou Heiwu for being hypocritical. The exploration of the Black Mist Passage was carried out by 2 martial arts disciples. Together. He didn't believe it. Zhou Heiwu didn't know that there was a lot of food in Yuha village. What I mean is that our 2 martial arts schools will join forces to take over Yuha village. Wang Pejuan said. After all, the Black Mist has blocked Sanha town, and there is no place to farm. However, there are not only fields in Yuha village, but also forests. Even if the fields in Yuha village are not enough, they can still open up wasteland. As long as they control Yuha village, the lifeblood of Sanha town will be in their hands. Isn't this a bit excessive? Zhou Heiwu is confused. Seeing Zhou Heiwu's attitude, Wang Pejuan felt disgusted, but he had to join forces with Zhou Heiwu, because only the cooperation of the 2 major martial art schools could suppress the entire Sanha town. After all, there are more than 20,000 people in Sanha town. So, he persuaded, Master Zhou, we do extraordinary things in extraordinary times. We took Yuha village for the consideration of the entire Sanha town. Don't you think so? Hearing this, Zhou Heiwu nodded and no longer hesitated. Yes, we should indeed consider the whole town. Brother Pejuan, when do you think we should take action? Start in 3 days. Wang Pejuan said, however, I have something I want to ask of you. What's the matter? I want to take action against Piashua Martial Arts School. Please don't interfere. Wang Pejuan stared at Zhou Hei Martial Arts. He originally planned to come to Yi Qingshua's house to force her out of food in a few days, but unexpectedly he discovered Yuha village, so he had to take action in advance. After all, there is a forest over there in Yuha village. If the woman hides in the forest, there will be nothing he can do to her. Isn't this bad? Zhou Heiwu hesitated and said, Piashua Martial Arts School still has a certain reputation in our town. If we destroy it, others may not agree. Brother, this is my little thought. While talking, Wang Pejuan took out a stack of silver notes, and Zhou Heiwu took a look. Each silver note was 1,000 taels, and there were almost 10 of them, so that was 10,000 taels. An hour later, people from Chisha Martial Arts School surrounded the entire Piashua Martial Arts School. Then, Wang Pejuan came to the gate of the martial arts hall, surrounded by his 2 apprentices. Without waiting for Wang Pejuan's instructions, one of the apprentices kicked the door open. Then Wang Pejuan swaggered into it, and happened to bump into the Yi family sisters coming out of the backyard of the martial arts hall. Suddenly, Wang Pejuan's eyes narrowed, and his greedy eyes glanced back and forth at the 2 sisters, making them both disgusted and angry. Wang Pejuan, you broke into my martial arts gym without permission. What do you want to do? Yi Qingxue scolded sternly. Yi Qingxue, our master will give you one more chance. As long as you agree to be my continuation partner, I will let you sisters go. Otherwise, don't blame me for having your Piaxue martial arts school removed from Sana town today. Bah! Yi Qingxue had a rather fierce temper. Hearing Wang Pejuan's threatening words, he bought and drew his sword directly to kill the opponent. Hee hee. Wang Pejuan sneered disdainfully, then punched back. And his two disciples took aim at Yi Qingxuang, laughing strangely and pounced on him. Yi Qingxuang's martial arts talent is not good. Her sister is 5 years older than her and has already entered the blood refining realm, while she is still in the early stage of skin refining. On the other hand, Wang Pejuan's 2 apprentices are very talented, one is at the late stage of skin refining and the other is at the peak of skin refining. Brother Gao Yan, help me. Therefore, when Yi Qingxuang saw the opponent coming to kill him, Yi Qingxuang decisively shouted for help. In her opinion, Gao Yan was a man among the gods and there was no shame in asking the gods for help. Brush. The figure flashed by. Then they saw Wang Pejuan's 2 disciples falling out screaming. At the same time, in front of Yi Qingxuang, he met a handsome young man with short hair who had an outstanding temperament but was dressed strangely. Brother Gao Yan, you really came to save us. There is a bad guy bullying my sister and me. Please help my sister. Seeing Gao Yan's arrival, Yi Qingxuang couldn't help but be excited. Puff. The sword flashed, blood spurted out, and an arm fell off Wang Pejuan's body. Yi Qingxue was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that she would cut off Wang Pejuan's arm with one sword strike, but soon she discovered that Wang Pejuan's face was pale and he looked extremely weak. Suddenly, she understood. It wasn't that her swordsmanship was great, but that Gao Yan took action. Thinking of this, a fierce look flashed in her eyes, and she passed the sword forward and pierced Wang Pejuan's throat. Then she kicked him away again. Wang Pejuan's body twitched twice as he fell to the ground, and then he lost the breath of life. Mr. Gao, thank you for your help. Yi Qingxue held her sword and thanked him. It doesn't matter. Gao Yan waved his hand, I can't stand this person's behavior either. Although Gao Yan's strength is enough to be domineering, he comes from a legal society after all. Even if he wants the skills of this world, the first thing he thinks of is transaction, not robbery. Great, this guy is dead and no one will threaten us anymore. Yi Qingxuang said happily. Little sister, you stay in the martial arts hall to entertain Mr. Gao. I have something to go out for. The next moment, Yi Qingxue thought of something. Okay sister, go and do your work, I will take good care of Mr. Gao. Later, Yi Qingxuang invited Gao Yan into the backyard for tea and snacks. While Yi Qingxue broke into the Qisha martial arts hall alone, killed several of Wang Pejuan's direct disciples, and then ransacked the martial arts hall. Then threatened the people from Qisha martial arts school to transport the things to Piaxue martial arts school. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan nodded secretly, quite agreeing with the other party's approach. After all, if she doesn't take away Wang Pejuan's inheritance, she will probably end up taking advantage of the people of the Black Dragon Martial Art School. An hour later. Yi Qingxue is back. Master Gao, this is the 7 killing fist practiced by Wang Pejuan. Do you want to see it? Gao Yan nodded, reached for the secret book, looked through it, and then gave it back to Yi Qingxue. This technique was no better than falling snow sword. And was still a low-level Xian level technique. It doesn't help him. Miss Yi, to what extent is the strongest warrior in Taihe County? Gao Yan suddenly asked. Yi Qingxue said, the most powerful person in Taihe County is County Lieutenant Chen Chong. His opponent's strength has reached the peak of Zong. Refining. In addition, there are 5 martial arts gyms and 3 major gangs. In the county, the masters of martial arts gyms and gang leaders are all he is. A master at the level of Zong refining. Hearing this, Gao Yan looked thoughtful. Decided to continue to spend money to include the county seat in his territory. Had a meal at Piashua Martial Arts School. Gao Yan left and then bought a map of Taihe County in the town. With this map, he can directly create a black fog channel leading to the county seat, and then cover the entire county seat. First, spend 1 trillion. Seeing the system reserve funds drop to 750 million, Gao Yan's heart twitched. And he felt a little distressed. For a moment, he couldn't help but ask. Inwardly, do I have the attribute of a miser? But he immediately didn't care about these things, and immediately expanded. And extended along the official road leading to Taihe County. Sanhe Town is 60 miles away from Taihe County. That is, 30 kilometers. It is more than enough to make a 2-meter wide black fog channel with 10,000 krypton gold. Soon, a black fog channel from Sanhe Town to Taihe County appeared. However, the remaining area was not enough to cover the entire county, so Gao Yan made up his mind to spend another 1 trillion krypton gold to include the entire county in his territory. The population in the county is more than that in Sanhe Town, with more than 500,000 people. The consumption of food and drink for so many people is quite huge. If only the county is covered, it will not take long before these more than 500,000 people will starve to death. So, Gao Yan first found out which direction of the county town had farmland. And then spent 2 trillion yuan in the direction of the farmland. And the system reserve funds were only more than 4 trillion yuan. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Gao Yan suddenly felt a crisis, as if he had become poorer. And the system also restricted him to return only 1 trillion yuan per month. Gao Yan no longer cared about the panicked crowd in the county town. He found a way to get a map. It was found that the county town was more than 200 miles away from Taihe County. Even if he spent another 1 trillion yuan, he could not reach the county town. As for incorporating the county town into his own world, it was even more impossible. The population of the county town was as high as 2 million. If the county town was included, more money would have to be invested to invest in the land around the county town. Otherwise, all these more than 2 million people would starve to death. Damn system, this is completely cheating my money. For the first time, Gao Yan had some resentment towards the system. He originally thought that he was rich enough to rival a country and that he would not be able to spend more than 10 trillion in several lifetimes. He never expected that my world would appear. It didn't take long for him to spend more than 10 trillion this time. You know, there are 13 states in Daliang. And this county city is just one of the 4 county cities under the jurisdiction of Yuzhou, one of the 13 states of Daliang. By the way, this county city is called Yong'an County. Under the jurisdiction of Yong'an County, there are 8 counties. Not to mention incorporating Daliang into his territory, even if Yong'an County is completely incorporated into his territory, the money spent is unimaginable. According to what he learned, the entire Yong'an County is more than 20,000 square kilometers. 1 square kilometer costs 1 trillion, and 100 square kilometers is 100 trillion. 1,000 square kilometers is 1,000 trillion. And with the system return, he can make 12 trillion a year. 120 trillion in 100 years, that is to say, if the system returns it, it will take him more than 2,000 years to include the entire Yong'an County in his territory. So, Gao Yan sneered and calculated with the system. Then he asked, "System, do you think I can live for 2,000 years? Do you think it is reasonable to increase 1 square kilometer by 1 trillion krypton gold?" System, it is indeed unreasonable. Gao Yan was delighted. Then should you adjust it? System, let's do this, 1 trillion krypton gold for 10 square kilometers. Gao Yan, it will take 200 years, and then adjust it. System, not now, wait until the host is upgraded to level 100, and then make adjustments. Gao Yan, I krypton gold, before that, shouldn't you make up for it for me? System. Next, no matter how Gao Yan called the system, the other party ignored him. Forget it, be content. Gao Yan comforted himself. It is good enough to make the system retreat, there is no need to push it further. Afterwards, Gao Yan went to Taihe County to inquire about the news in Yong'an County. The first master of Yong'an County is Liang'an, who is from the royal family of Daliang. Daliang has been a country of martial arts for thousands of years, so the number of royal family members is huge. Even if Daliang is rich, it can't support such a large group of people for nothing. Therefore, the fifth emperor of Daliang came up with a way to give these royal family members a nominal position and arrange them to monitor civil and military officials in various counties across the world. In order to prevent these people from colluding with the civil and military officials of the county, their positions are rotated every 10 years. Liang'an has been in Yong'an County for 8 years, and he will be transferred in 2 years. As for Liang'an, he practiced Xuanwu Zhenjing, one of the 3 heavenly level exercises of the royal family, and his cultivation reached the peak of marrow refining. It is equivalent to the peak of Gangjin, but because it is a dual cultivation of qi and gas, it must be much stronger than the peak of Gangjin. It is not easy to obtain the Xuanwu Zhenjing on Liang'an unless Gao Yan directly robs it. But if there is no grudge, he really can't steal someone's skills. But it's too early to think about it now. He hasn't opened up the Black Fog Passage to the county town. Under the suppression of the government, Taihe County quickly returned to peace, but the residents in the county town always felt a little uneasy. As the county lieutenant, Chen Chong first led the troops to suppress the chaos. Then he went to the county government for a meeting. He didn't return to his mansion until late at night. After undressing, Chen Chong came to the dining room, where the servants had already prepared a sumptuous meal. Then, Chen Chong ate voraciously. As a martial artist who refines internal organs, he has a big appetite. Suddenly, Chen Chong looked up inadvertently, and found that a young man with extraordinary temperament and appearance, but strange clothes appeared across the table. He was shocked. The other party could come to him quietly without being noticed, and his cultivation must be higher than his. So, he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here to make a deal with the county." "Lieutenant, what deal do you want to make?" "If I'm not mistaken, the county lieutenant was injured in his early years, resulting in insufficient blood and qi. It will be difficult for him to break through the refining of the internal organs in this life," Gao Yan said calmly. "The martial arts of this world are a combination of the 2 systems of gas, so If you want to break through, both qi, blood, and spiritual energy are indispensable. What do you want to do? Chen Chong was shocked. He was indeed injured. Before he became a county lieutenant, he led troops to encircle and suppress mountain bandits. He was full of vigor and energy when he just broke through to the level of refining the internal organs. But he was ambushed by mountain bandits. Although he finally wiped out the bandits, he was besieged by several bandit leaders at the peak of blood refining, and he managed to kill them. He was also seriously injured, and he consumed a lot of potential while fighting desperately. After becoming the county lieutenant, he made a lot of money and bought a lot of spiritual medicines to make up for the consumed potential, but how could the consumed potential be so easy to make up? Therefore, after 20 years, he could only stop at the peak of organ refining and finally failed to break through to the marrow refining realm. County lieutenant, why not try this bottle of medicinal wine? Gao Yan took out a bottle of wine and threw it to Chen Chong. The other party reached out and grabbed the bottle, hesitated slightly, opened the cork, and drank a sip. As a peak of organ refining, he still had this confidence, and ordinary poisons could not cause any damage to him at all. As for the poison that could knock out the peak of organ refining, it was rarer than spiritual medicine. He did not feel hostility from the young man in front of him, so he was 80% sure that there was no poison in the wine. He swallowed a mouthful of medicinal wine. Chen Chong's eyes lit up. The taste of the wine was secondary. What excited him was that this medicinal wine could actually nourish his blood. If he drank the whole bottle of wine, he was sure that his blood would increase to a certain extent. After feeling the benefits of the medicinal wine, Chen Chong couldn't help but take a big sip. The nourished qi and blood also grew a lot. For a moment, his cheeks turned red and he looked up at Gao Yan. What do you want? Your technique, Gao Yan said with a smile. Hearing Gao Yan's idea of his martial arts, Chen Chong couldn't help but have a fierce light in his eyes, but soon, the fierce light disappeared in his eyes, because he couldn't see Gao Yan's cultivation level. Gao Yan continued, Chen County Lieutenant, to be honest, if it weren't for my medicinal wine to nourish your qi and blood, you would be like this in your life. Although the skills are precious, paying for them will allow you to advance to the marrow refining realm. Moreover, I promise that the skills will not be passed on to anyone. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Chen Chong's eyes flickered for a while. Finally, he made a decision. How much medicinal wine are you going to give me in exchange for it? 100 bottles. Gao Yan said. Missing, 200 bottles. Chen Chong shook his head. Gao Yan said calmly, 100 bottles are enough for you to be promoted to marrow refining. In this way, I will take a step back and just show me the technique. 150 bottles. Chen Chong bargained. In that case, forget it. Gao Yan stood up from his chair and walked outside. He didn't care whether he could get the skills from Chen Chong, because after the system changed the Krypton gold rules, 1 trillion could be used as the previous 10 trillion, and he could completely incorporate Yong'an County into his territory. And Yong'an County has more masters. Wait, I promised you. Seeing that Gao Yan was really about to leave, Chen Chong panicked and shouted. Immediately. A quarter of an hour later, Gao Yan returned the Juming knife to Chen Chong and clasped his fists at him. Thank you, Lieutenant Chen. I'll take my leave. The words fell. Gao Yan suddenly disappeared. Looking at the place where Gao Yan disappeared, Lieutenant Chen had a layer of cold sweat on his forehead because he didn't find out how Gao Yan disappeared. Is the other party refining marrow or refining gang? On a mountain peak. Gao Yan was reminiscing about the movie Deadly Knife. This is a low-grade technique that can be practiced to the peak of marrow refining. Moreover, this skill also comes with an explosive type of secret method, but this secret method will cause greater damage to oneself and will consume one's own potential. Half an hour later, Gao Yan stood up from the mountain peak, but he had perfected the Juming knife, and his cultivation had also reached the peak of marrow refining. The energy in the body is getting stronger and stronger. After comparing Qi Jin and Gang Qi, Gao Yan had to admit that this Jin Qi was several times stronger than Gang Qi. The gap between the previous realms was not big. But after reaching the marrow refining, the gap between the two is completely revealed. In other words, the masters in this world may be much more powerful than those in the divine power realm. The next moment, Gao Yan's figure swayed, appeared in the study room. Even though he spent a lot of time inside, not much time passed outside. Bring up the system panel. Looking at the column of reserve funds, Gao Yan suddenly realized that he had to find a way to make more money. Xiaohong, how much money do you have in your US stock account now? Because he had too much money before, he has not asked how much he earned in his US stock account for a long time. Red Emperor, boss, the total value of all stocks has reached 2.2 billion US dollars. For ordinary people, 2.2 billion US dollars is a large number. But for Gao Yan, it was a drop in the bucket. Xiaohong, if I give you 100 billion US dollars, how much can you earn in a month? Gao Yan asked. Red Emperor, boss, the profit is between 30 billion and 50 billion US dollars. What if I give you 200 billion? Gao Yan asked again. Red Emperor replied, boss, you should be able to earn 60 billion US dollars. Why is there still less? Gao Yan said dissatisfied. Red Emperor, the bigger the boss's funds, the more troublesome it will be to operate, and if the funds are too large, it will easily attract the attention of other predators. Although I am not afraid of them, if they jump out and cause trouble, it will affect my ability to make money. In that case, I will give you 100 billion US dollars first. He hadn't used Yao Guang's 1 trillion apprenticeship fee before, so he asked the Red Emperor to transfer 600 billion directly from this account. Then Gao Yan asked about the profits from Xingchen liquor. Nowadays, the 3 medicinal wines of Xingchen medicinal wine are selling very well. The profit in January is around 50 billion, but you still have to pay 20% tax, which leaves only 40 billion. If Gao Yan wants to transfer the 40 billion into his own account, he will have to pay a 45% personal income tax. In other words, he only really got 17.6 billion. In 1 year, he could probably get more than 220 billion. If it were anyone else, the annual net income would be more than 200 billion, which would be extremely satisfying. But more than 200 billion is really useless to Gao Yan. As for the Sunday Mall, although it is developing well now, it would be good if it could generate several billions of profits a year. The same goes for Xingchen Entertainment. As long as they can continue to provide scripts and songs, their profits can exceed tens of billions in the future. As for the milk tea shop, under Lin Xiumin's operation, branches have been opened almost throughout Guangdong province. The annual profit is estimated to be more than 10 to 2 billion. After going through his own business in his mind, Gao Yan still felt that it was too slow to make money. If you want to make quick money, what should you do with big money? The medicinal wine that the martial arts fellows purchased previously has not been used up. Besides, although the martial arts fellows are rich, their wealth is not as much as imagined. Then there are the spiritual stones. But the Chaoyang sect he was cooperating with had no money. Every time they made a transaction, they used spiritual objects to sell, and the system imposed restrictions on returning a maximum of 1 trillion a month. Since Chaoyang sect has no money, it might as well try other sects. Suddenly, Gao Yan thought of the Constitution Gene liquid. This thing might sell for a lot of money. Think of this. Gao Yan picked up his cell phone and dialed Wang Wanlin of the Bandon Group. Half an hour later, in a private room in a high-end tea room. Seeing Gao Yan's arrival, Wang Wanlin quickly stood up to greet him. Gao Yan raised his hand and lowered it to signal Wang Wanlin not to get up, and then sat down on the sofa opposite him. Young Master Gao, what are your instructions for this appointment? Wang Wanlin asked with a smile. Gao Yan used his inside eye to look at Wang Wanlin's data. This guy was only 50 years old, but he took good care of his body. He still had 63 points of physical fitness. Old Wang, if there was a medicine that could give you a physique comparable to that of a dark warrior, how much would you be willing to pay? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Wang Wanlin was stunned for a moment, and then he tried to figure out the meaning of Gao Yan's words in his heart. Then his face became a little more excited. Young Master Gao, if there is such a thing, I can offer 5 billion. Gao Yan laughed and said, I'm just kidding you, don't take it seriously. How can there be such a miracle medicine in the world? I asked you out mainly because I wanted to ask you how the progress of the villa is going. An old fox like Wang Wanlin instantly understood that the price he quoted was not in line with Gao Yan's price. He gritted his teeth and said, Young Master Gao, I made a mistake just now. Such a magic medicine costs at least 10 billion. Are you sure? Gao Yan smiled. I'm absolutely sure. Wang Wanlin's tone became more firm. Young Master Gao, do you have such a magical medicine on your hands? Yes, do you want to buy it? Think. Here's the medicine for you. You take it first and pay after it takes effect. Gao Yan handed Wang Wanlin a porcelain bottle. Wang Wanlin took the porcelain bottle with trembling hands and asked cautiously, Young Master Gao, how should I take this medicine? Gao Yan said, just take it orally, but after use, impurities will be eliminated from the body. It is best to take off your clothes and use it in the bathroom. Thank you, Mr. Gao. I will arrange for someone to send you the money right away. Aren't you afraid that I will lie to you? Gao Yan joked. That's not to say. With your reputation, Mr. Gao, how could you lie to me for 10 billion? Wang Wanlin said in a sincere tone. After reaching a deal with Wang Wanlin, Gao Yan left the tea house. Pull out the system interface and take a look. The upgrade experience has increased by 10 billion, but the refund amount this month has reached 1 trillion after collecting Yao Guang's apprenticeship fee. So, the 10 billion was not returned. I shouldn't have upgraded to level 50 so quickly. Then, Gao Yan took out his mobile phone and called Zhao Mei, asking her to prepare more materials for making primary physical gene medicine. Selling the gene medicine to Wang Wanlin is just the beginning. Next, he will use the gene medicine to make a lot of money. On the other side, originally, Wang Wanlin had a lot of things to deal with, but after explaining it to the assistant around him, he asked the driver to drive him to a single family villa. You two stand guard at the door, no one can come in and disturb me. Before entering the bedroom, Wang Wanlin also instructed the two bodyguards. I know, Mr. Wang. The two bodyguards nodded solemnly. Close the door and lock it. Thinking of Gao Yan's instructions, Wang Wanlin took off his clothes first and then walked into the bathroom. Looking at his slightly protruding belly, a sentence flashed through his mind. Time makes people old. Although he pays great attention to maintenance and exercise. But he is nearly 50 years old, and his figure is still slowly getting out of shape. The next moment, his eyes fell on the porcelain bottle in his hand, and his eyes couldn't help but have a touch of spirit, but then he became more worried. Is this magic medicine really as magical as Gao Yan said? If someone else dared to sell him such a magic medicine, he would definitely regard the other party as a liar. But the person selling it was Gao Yan, that was different. Forget it, why think so much, I've already bought it. Thinking of this, Wang Wanlin opened the bottle cap and drank the liquid medicine in it in one gulp. The magic medicine took effect quickly. Wang Wanlin felt that his body was heating up from the inside to the outside. But this feeling was not uncomfortable, but rather a little comfortable. Immediately afterwards, he found that black substances were coming out of his skin pores. He put his nose close to it and sniffed it. Suddenly, an indescribable stench hit him, making him retch. Moreover, such black substances continued to emerge from his skin pores. Before long, his body was covered with a layer of black substances that exuded a strong stench. He quickly took 2 cotton balls and stuffed them into his nostrils, and the stench was reduced a lot. At the same time, he turned on the shower and began to wash the black substances on his body. It took a full hour. Wang Wanlin walked out of the bathroom. Breathing the fresh air in the bedroom, he felt refreshed. He first came to the floor-length mirror to take a look. First of all, the slightly protruding belly had completely disappeared, and there were even a few more abdominal muscles on his lower abdomen. In addition, he looked a lot younger. Moreover, he felt that his strength had also increased a lot, and he had a feeling that he seemed to be in better condition than when he was young. The magic medicine is worthy of being a magic medicine. The 10 billion is worth spending. Thinking of this, he immediately picked up the phone to express his gratitude to Gao Yan. Gao Yan, old Wang, this is just the beginning. In the next month, your health will continue to get better and better, and finally you can be compared with Dark Force warriors. Wang Wanlin, thank you for your reminder, Mr. Gao. I will pay attention. Bye. The way, Mr. Gao, do you still have this magic medicine? Gao Yan, are you going to buy it for your family, or do you have other ideas? Wang Wanlin, Mr. Gao, both. Gao Yan, it's okay to buy it for your family. As for the second idea, old Wang, it's not that I look down on you. If such a medicine falls into your hands, it may not be a good thing for you, because you don't have the strength to keep it. Upon hearing this, Wang Wanlin immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and he also woke up in his heart. I don't know how many people will covet such a magical medicine. How can he, a businessman, control it? Gao Yan continued, if someone asks about the changes in you, you don't have to hide it, you can just let them come to me. Wang Wanlin, thank you, Mr. Gao. By the way, I also want to buy a bottle of magic medicine for my wife. Do you think it's okay? Gao Yan, sure, you can come to Lingxi Garden tomorrow to get it. Immediately, Wang Wanlin thanked Gao Yan again. Hang up the phone. Gao Yan found that there was still more than an hour before midnight. So, he simply entered my world again and began to temper his body. After a tempering, his physical fitness reached 560 points. He simply made a concerted effort and raised his cultivation to the peak of divine power. And he absorbed the spiritual energy in my world and cultivated the newly born 36 drops of divine essence to perfection. And the divine essence that reached perfection no longer split new divine essence. Walk out of my world, it's not long before midnight. After a while, time came to the early morning, and the system evaluation came. Huh? Gao Yan didn't expect that he actually got 20 A-level evaluations this time. After reading the evaluation content, Gao Yan smiled with satisfaction. System, you have a conscience. It turned out that the system also gave him an A-level evaluation for his Krypton Gold behavior. After exchanging 20 A-level evaluations for top draws, Gao Yan's top draws reached 83 times. Then, Gao Yan's eyes fell on the blind box interface. Looking at these blind boxes, Gao Yan didn't dare to draw them, mainly because his luck was too bad. If he takes action, it will be difficult to draw black cards and purple cards. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. This Yao Guang is a super genius Qi cultivator. He has reached the late stage of heavenly realm before he was 30 years old. His luck should be very strong. Why not lend her hand and try it tomorrow morning? Even if you can't draw a black card, it shouldn't be difficult to get a purple card. Finally, ask Sister Zhuge to open it again. By the way, there is another one you can try with Sister Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingxuang. According to the urine properties of the system cabinet, pretty girls will have good luck. Try it with the Yi sisters first. Think of this. Gao Yan had no intention of sleeping and entered my world directly. At this moment, it is early morning in my world. And Yi Qingxue is practicing swordsmanship in the martial arts hall. Miss Yi is good at swordsmanship. Gao Yan didn't say anything after he arrived, and it wasn't until Yi Qingxue finished practicing a set of sword skills that he opened his mouth to praise him. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Gao. Yi Qingxue said lightly. Miss Yi, how about making another deal with your sisters? Gao Yan said with a smile. What deal? Gao Yan had a bottle of medicinal wine in his hand and said, this medicinal wine can enhance your sister's qi and blood and shorten the time it takes for you to break through to the middle stage of blood refining. The most precious technique in our martial arts school has been traded with you. I wonder how Mr. Gao plans to trade it this time. It's easy. Gao Yan briefly stated his request. After hearing Gao Yan's request, Yi Qingxue looked a little strange, and then called his sister out. Master Gao, you are here. Seeing Gao Yan, a hint of joy appeared on Yi Qingxuang's beautiful cheeks. Hello, Miss Xiaoya. Gao Yan smiled and nodded in response. Sister, come here and hold out a finger. Yi Qingxue said to Yi Qingxuang. The other party stretched out his finger in confusion, and Yi Qingxue also stretched out his finger and pressed it. I've offended these two girls, I'll lend you your fingers. Gao Yan reached out and grabbed the two women's fingers, pointing towards the void. Special effect fireworks that only Gao Yan could see bloomed in the void, and then a black card emerged. Gao Yan let go of the sister's fingers. He took out 2 bottles of medicinal wine and handed them to them. Thank you for your help. Gao will leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan disappeared on the spot. Sister, what did Mr. Gao do just now? Why did he do that? Yi Qingshuang said shyly. Although they were all children of the rivers and lakes, they would not let others touch their bodies at will. But Gao Yan just grabbed their sister's fingers. Mr. Gao is a fairy, don't think too much, Yi Qingxue said with a hint of meaning, and then her eyes fell on the wine bottle. Mr. Gao said that this medicinal wine can enhance qi and blood, 1 bottle for you and me. No need, sister, I'll give it all to you. You have a good talent, break through the middle stage of blood refining as soon as possible. Yi Qingshuang shook her head. No need. Yi Qingxue refused. Now that Wang Pejuan is dead, Zhou Heiwu dare not easily attack us, we sisters are safe. Afterwards, Yi Qingxue pulled her sister into the house and poured 2 cups of medicinal wine for each of them to drink. Yi Qingxue was fine, feeling that her blood and qi had increased a lot, but Yi Qingshuang felt that after drinking a cup of medicinal wine, her cultivation seemed to be about to break through. Sister, I feel like I'm going to break through. Let's go to the backyard, I'll protect you. In the bedroom, Gao Yan was staring at the black card with burning eyes. This black card is called the treasure hunting rat card, which is priced at 100 billion. If you have one in stock, you can get a treasure hunting rat. After using it, and the function of the treasure hunting rat is to find various ownerless treasures. Not bad, you are worthy of being the living father of the system. After reading the introduction of the black card, Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction. Knowing that he was short of money, he sent him a treasure hunting rat. Buy. The next moment, Gao Yan's reserve funds decreased by 100 billion again, down to 4.42 trillion. With a thought, a black card appeared in Gao Yan's hand. Use. The next moment, the black card exploded into a black light, and then a fat gray mouse fell from the air. Squeak. The treasure-hunting mouse made a series of cries, but Gao Yan could understand it, which translated to, Master, I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? Gao Yan asked. Treasure-hunting mouse, meat. The next moment, Gao Yan took out a piece of braised beef from the mustard seed space and handed it to the treasure-hunting mouse, but the other party stood up and stretched out 2 claws to hold the braised beef tightly. Thank you, Master. The treasure-hunting mouse is not big, about the same size as an ordinary adult mouse. But it finished this half-pound braised beef in 2 minutes. Master, I'm full. I'll go find the treasure for you now. Go. Gao Yan waved his hand, and then he saw the treasure-hunting rat disappear into the void. The next morning, after breakfast, Gao Yan motioned Yao Guang to go to the study with him. It has to be said that Yao Guang's physical training is advancing by leaps and bounds. Yesterday, she was at Mingjin, and today, she has broken through Tuan Jin. Master Gao, what do you want? Although she has just reached Nanjing, Yao Guang has already felt the benefits of physical training, that is, her subtle control over her body has improved a lot. Lend me your finger. Gao Yan asked Yao Guang to stretch out a finger, and then grabbed the finger and pointed it at the void. Okay, it's okay now, you can go practice martial arts. Yao Guang looked at Gao Yan suspiciously, a little confused about his behavior. But she didn't say anything, and turned around and left the study. Gao Yan was a little disappointed. Yao Guang didn't help him get a black card, but a purple card. But it's not bad. It's better than the blind box he opened himself. This purple card is called the Almighty Robot card, and it is sold for 10 billion, with 1 in stock. After using this card, you can get an all-around robot, which can help the owner fight and can also be used as a machine. After a slight thought, Gao Yan understood what was going on. It is estimated that the system considered that it was inconvenient for him to dig treasure after obtaining the treasure-hunting mouse, so it sent him a robot. It is useless for the time being. So Gao Yan transferred this all-around robot card to the mustard seed space. There is another chance to open a blind box. He decided to go to Hong Kong Island tonight and let the Zhuge sisters help him open the card. Arrived in the classroom, just sat down. Yang Yu gloated to Gao Yan, "Husband, someone is digging your corner." "What do you mean?" Gao Yan asked, puzzledly. Shi Wen Zi immediately took out her mobile phone and clicked on a video. The place in the video is the snack street in the university town, meeting the open space outside the milk tea shop. In the video, a black youth was holding a guitar, pretending to be affectionate and singing a love song to Chen Yue at the counter. After singing a song, the black youth came to the counter and stared at Chen Yue in poor Dachau language and said, "Beautiful princess, please give me a chance to protect you." Chen Yue said coldly, "Sorry, I'm at work, please leave immediately and don't affect our business in the store." But the black youth did not back down. Instead, he continued to pester Chen Yue. Shen Lingling on the side couldn't stand it anymore and cursed at the black youth. This made the black youth very angry. He looked at Chen Yue and Shen Lingling with resentment before leaving the milk tea shop. The video ends here. At this time, Shi Wen Zi said, "I have investigated this black guy. His name is Quinn. He is an international student from the Finance and Economics College next door. He is from Africa and claims to be the son of a chief of a small country. He has deceived many girls for this." Speaking of this, Shi Wen Zi's eyes flashed with anger, "And this guy has the bad habit of torturing people. Those girls who have been dating him have been beaten and tortured by him. And this guy is also very arrogant. Once a boy from the Finance and Economics College exposed his identity as the son of a chief in person, and then he got together with a few international students from Africa to beat up the boy. Guess how this matter was resolved in the end? It should be a big thing to a small thing?" Gao Yan said thoughtfully. He had also heard about the Finance and Economics College next door. They brought a lot of black international students from Africa and treated them as treasures. These international students live in single dormitories with air conditioning and toilets. On the contrary, the students of his own school live in 6-person rooms without air conditioning. What is even more speechless is that these black students not only have poor academic performance, but also love to cause trouble, but the School of Finance and Economics gives them scholarships every year. What is even more ironic is that the scholarship for students in their own country is only 8,000 yuan, but these black international students can get scholarships of 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. In addition, not only are the tuition fees of international students waived, but the school also subsidizes living expenses every month. Shi Wen Zi sneered. After reporting the case, the foreign students who beat him were taken to the police station. But they were picked up by the school leaders on the same day. What's more interesting is that the boy who was beaten only received 1,000 yuan in compensation and a half-hearted apology from the foreign students. It is said that even the compensation was paid by the school. After this incident, those black foreign students not only did not restrain themselves, but became more arrogant. However, after Quinn's background was exposed, it was difficult to deceive girls in this school, so he changed to deceive girls from other schools. And these black foreign students have very bad personalities and often harass other girls. Even if I complain to the school, it's useless. If I'm not mistaken, Quinn will definitely harass Jin Yue in the future. Even with his lofty character, he couldn't help but feel a little angry after listening to Shui Mei's story. So, he nodded, okay, I understand this matter and will handle it. Then what do you plan to do with these foreign garbage? Yang Yu asked with a smile. You'll know later. Gao Yan hasn't made up his mind yet, he should wait until the Red Emperor investigates these international students. After class. While watching the Red Emperor collect information related to international students, he walked towards the snack street. He was not worried about Chen You's safety. After all, Chen You's own physical fitness had reached 90 points. In addition, there are also biochemical bodyguards guarding in secret. However, when he thought of his girlfriend being entangled by a black man, Gao Yan still felt inexplicably uncomfortable and angry. The information provided by the Red Emperor is very comprehensive. There are more than 500 international students in the entire university town, including more than 300 black international students, and the rest are from other countries. Among them, Nandu College of Finance and Economics has the largest number of black international students, with 178. The Quinn who pestered Chen Yue was one of them. It cannot be said that all black international students are foreign garbage. Some of them are sincere and want to learn knowledge in Daxia. Take Nandu College of Finance and Economics as an example. Among the 178 black international students, only 5 have no bad deeds and have the intention of learning knowledge. The rest are almost all dawdling, and most of them have bad deeds. As for Quinn, who once pretended to be the chief's son, he came to Daxia to study for more than a year and had 15 girlfriends, most of whom broke up within a month. There were also 3 girls who got pregnant by him. When they went to find Quinn, they were either yelled at or kicked away, and they were not willing to take responsibility at all. 2 of the 3 girls dropped out of school, and 1 had an abortion. Although she continued to stay in school, she had certain mental problems. In addition to playing with girls at school, Quinn also likes to go to bars to pick up other women, and her methods are quite despicable. Several women have been drugged by her. And he even took a video and used it to blackmail those women. What the hell, he's such a scumbag. Even if he dies 10 times, he can't wash away his sins. Gao Yan felt more and more uncomfortable as he watched, and a murderous intention emerged in his heart. There are 3 black international students who play better with Quinn. Their names are Lucas, Nick, and Brody. The crimes committed by these 3 people are no better than Quinn. Brody and Lucas even teamed up to steal and rob other people's property many times. It's not an exaggeration for Shui Mei to call them foreign garbage. In fact, what makes Gao Yan even more depressed is that the school leaders clearly know that these black international students are not good things, but they still treat them as treasures and protect them everywhere. In that case, let's clean it up together. Gao Yan narrowed his eyes. He knew why these schools did this. It was just to cater to their superiors. The above policy is good. However, once you get down there, the taste completely changes. When Gao Yan came to the snack street, with a quick glance, he found 2 black international students sitting in a snack bar opposite the milk tea shop. It was Quinn and one of his cuckold friends, Lucas. While the 2 were eating, they looked at Chen Yue at the counter of the milk tea shop and scrupulously Suddenly, Gao Yan's eyes turned cold. He could completely kill these two people through the human body's magnetic field, but killing them like this would be too cheap for them. Think of this. Gao Yan directly used his mental power to hypnotize them through the air. Quinn and Lucas, who were talking loudly, both became quiet and stared at each other intensely. Then their heads came closer and closer. Finally, it stuck together completely. I'll go. Damn it, it's so eye-catching. These two niggas are so fucking disgusting. The students on the street and in the snack bar were stunned and disgusted when they saw this scene. However, many people took out their mobile phones to take videos. A sneer appeared on the corner of Gao Yan's mouth, and he walked into the milk tea shop. I heard that a nigger pestered you yesterday. Why didn't you tell me? Gao Yan hugged Chen Yue and asked. It's okay, he was scolded by Lingling. Chen Yue whispered. If you encounter something like this in the future, just call me directly. Got it? Gao Yan said forcefully. I see. Brother Yan, look, the one in the yellow t-shirt among the two shameless guys. In the store opposite is the bastard who harassed Yue. Shen Lingling pointed at Quinn opposite. Then you should call the police, quickly, it's really annoying. Gao Yan said. Shen Lingling's eyes lit up and she immediately took out her mobile phone and dialed the police number. In the store opposite, Quinn and Lucas' behavior became more and more extreme. And they were already tearing each other's clothes off. Many girls exclaimed and covered their eyes, but a crack was left between their fingers. Forget it, it's too eye-catching, I can't stand it anymore. Gao Yan secretly thought, so he changed the hypnosis again. Quinn pushed Lucas away and hit him in the face with his fist. This punch was very hard and left no force at all. Therefore, it directly broke the bridge of Lucas's nose, causing the blood in the opponent's nose to flow out freely. Lucas wiped the blood from his nose, then a fierce light flashed in his eyes. And he punched Quinn in the mouth, knocking off two of his front teeth. Then the two of them got into a scuffle. You punched me and I kicked you back and forth, and you even went out of your way to say hello. The police dispatch in the university town is relatively fast. Soon the police from the police station arrived, but the Black International students who looked so arrogant just stopped them verbally and had no intention of starting a fight. After all, except for some people with abnormal brains, almost all people with normal brains have a bad impression of black people, especially the police. In their impression, these black people not only love to lie and do not follow the rules, but are also very arrogant. If they were not the police, they would probably have clapped their hands and applauded when they saw this scene. It's almost done. Gao Yan also removed the hypnosis. After returning to normal, Quinn and Lucas were both very confused, and then they both screamed and covered their peaches, because when the two were fighting, they often hit each other's peaches cruelly. Hurry up and call 120. The middle-aged policeman ordered the young policeman. The young policeman reluctantly dialed 120. 20 minutes later, the ambulance arrived and picked up the two black international students. Looking at the disappearing ambulance, Gao Yan secretly said, "Are you ready? Nigger, this is just the beginning." Stopped at the milk tea shop for a while. Gao Yan asked the Red Emperor to find Nick and Brody. Red Emperor's efficiency is as high as ever. Nick and Brody were not at school at all. They went to the bar late last night. And then took the woman to a hotel near the bar to spend the night. He was fast asleep in the hotel at the moment. So, Gao Yan drove to the hotel and stayed there, and once again used his Mental power to hypnotize the two of them through the air. Then Nick knocked on Brody's door. Crazy battle in the room. The result of the battle was that Nick broke a leg and Brody had an ear bitten off. Gao Yan is still very satisfied with the result. Afterwards, Gao Yan told the Red Emperor, Xiaohong, investigate the dirty materials that defend the leaders of black international students. Afterwards, Gao Yan drove to Nandu University of Finance and Economics. Quinn and the other four were the main culprits. Now the main culprit has been taught a lesson. Gao Yan was not going to let go of those foreign trash who had harmed the Chinese people. My classmate, my name is Connor. Can I be friends with you? Gao Yan did not expect that he would see a black youth harassing a girl as soon as he arrived at Nandu University of Finance and Economics. The harassed girl had obvious fear and uneasiness on her face. She tried to get around the black youth many times, but was intercepted by the other party. Classmate, don't be afraid. I really want to make friends with you. By the way, my dormitory is very good. Can you go to my dormitory to teach me Daxia language? The black youth said with a lewd face. I won't go. The girl screamed and ran away quickly. Bitch. Seeing that the other party was not fooled, the black youth could not help but curse. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan's eyes turned cold. This black trash was really arrogant. He dared to tease and harass girls openly on campus. Many students around saw it, some showed disgust, some frowned, and some sighed. Obviously, they were used to such things. And the school leaders had never stopped such phenomena. For a while, Gao Yan had a worse impression of the top leaders of Nandu University of Finance and Economics. If they had not spoiled these black students from the beginning, but treated them severely, would they still dare to act recklessly in the school? It was their indulgence that made the black students become more and more unscrupulous. A bunch of forgetful things. Gao Yan cursed in his heart. The next moment, Gao Yan used his inside eyes to check the name of the black man. Then, he took out a card and wrote the other party's name on it. Connor, who was cursing, suddenly slipped and fell to the flower bed next to him. Crack. The sound of broken bones sounded, but it was the other party's calf that was broken. Hype. Someone help me, my leg is broken. Connor screamed and asked for help from the people around him. However, none of the students who saw this scene stepped forward, but let the other party wail there, and many of them showed a gloating look in their eyes. Gao Yan also stood there admiring his masterpiece. He had drawn a broken leg curse card before. As long as he wrote the other party's name on the card, the other party's leg would definitely be broken by various accidents. His first test subject was Zhou Yuchao. This Connor was the second one. However, the broken leg curse card is also limited and can only be used 3 times a day. Connor, what's wrong with you? Next, more and more people came to watch the excitement, but no one came forward to help or call 120. Just then, a slightly pretty girl ran over with an anxious look on her face, squeezed through the crowd, looked at Connor lying on the ground covering his leg and screaming, and asked worriedly, Honey, how is your leg, who did it? Chia Chiao, you are here, my leg is broken, help you call 120. Connor shouted anxiously. Don't worry, I'll call right away. Song Chia Chiao hurriedly took out her cell phone and dialed 120 for emergency help. Then she angrily stared at the students watching the excitement around her. Why are you so cold-blooded? Didn't you see that my boyfriend was injured? Why didn't you help call 120? Song Chiao, you like to lick the black guys, but we don't like it. Facing Song Chiao's accusation, a tall boy said jokingly. How can you talk like that? What do you mean by licking your boots? Apologize. To me right now. Song Chiao pointed at the boy angrily and said, also, our great Xia is a great country that values tolerance. Connor is an international friend. Shouldn't we be more tolerant? International friend? A girl couldn't help but say, he can be considered an international friend. He's almost a black trash. Song Chiao, I still advise you not to be stubborn and break up with him as soon as possible. I don't believe you don't know what kind of character this Connor is. Ma Xiaozhen, I think you are just saying that the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. Connor and I are true love. Bitch, what are you talking about? You are trash, and your whole family is trash. Connor cursed at Ma Xiaozhen. What era is it? There are still people who worship foreigners? Seeing Song Chiao's face, Gao Yan felt disgusted. With a thought, he directly hypnotized Song Chiao. Song Chiao, who wanted to follow her husband and wife in insulting Ma Xiaozhen, turned around and slapped Connor in the face. You bastard, you eat my mother's food and use my mother's money, and you dare to scold me. Chiao, you misunderstood, I didn't scold you. Connor hurriedly explained. I don't want to listen, you are scolding me. While speaking, Song Chiao slapped Connor several times again, and then kicked him between his legs. Ah! Woo! Connor screamed in pain, covered his vital parts with his hands and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the boys who were watching the excitement felt a chill in their hearts and subconsciously closed their legs. Ma Xiaozhen was shocked. Connor was obviously scolding her, so why did Song Chiao say that Connor was scolding her? Did she do it on purpose? Dead scumbag, let's break up. After giving Connor 2 more slaps and kicking him twice, Song Chiao ran away, leaving everyone stunned. What kind of a miracle was this? Gao Yan, who directed this scene, smiled. Then he turned and left. The broken leg curse card still has 2 more chances to be used today. Soon, a black foreign student named Basai and Jaden both had accidents and broke their legs at school. At the same time, in the next half an hour, the black foreign students on campus actually fought each other. As a result, dozens of ambulances came, and they ran several times in a row. As the news spread, many students of Nandu University of Finance and Economics applauded, thinking that God had opened his eyes and this group of people had suffered retribution. Gao Yan, who did good things without leaving his name, has returned to Lingxi Garden. He was sitting in the study room looking at the information of a group of leaders of Nandu University of Finance and Economics. As the saying goes, people with crooked minds are hardly good people. The school leaders of Nandu University of Finance and Economics are similar. How to deal with these school leaders? Send their criminal evidence directly to the education department? Gao Yan thought about it. Black foreign students are not only in Nandu, but also in colleges and universities across the country. We must let everyone understand the harmfulness of these foreign garbage. Moreover, the information collected by Hong Huang is comprehensive enough. So Gao Yan asked Hong Huang to give a title, Let Everyone See the True Face of the Leaders Who Are Crooked and Indulge Black Garbage. Hong Huang did not disappoint Gao Yan. A video full of dry goods was quickly produced. The first half of the video introduces the various crimes committed by black foreign students, and the second half details the leaders of Nandu University. of finance and economics who sheltered black students, as well as the various corruption, bribery, dereliction of duty, unspoken rules, and other crimes they committed during their tenure. And detailed evidence was given. Therefore, this video is half an hour long. Afterwards, the whistleblower who disappeared without a trace on Weibo reappeared, and those fans who followed him also received update reminders. Users who received the update reminder from breaking news subconsciously clicked on the link and entered the Weibo page of breaking news. However, all previous videos have been deleted. Only the latest video is left. As a result, many people clicked on this video to watch it. It seems that the video listed the actions of those black international students, and everyone became angrier and more angry as they watched. When they saw the second half, those school leaders who protected black international students seemed to add fuel to the fire. Many of them were hot-tempered and couldn't help but curse. When did our Daxia become a garbage collection station? The Qing dynasty has forgotten how many years ago. Some people are still slaves. Damn it, the more I look at it, the angrier it becomes. Those women are also our Daxia men, so how can they not compare to those trash? An hour later, the likes of Mr. Bailujin's latest video reached 2 million. And the comments were particularly popular, reaching 3 million, and the number of retweets reached 2.8 million. This video was directly ranked as the third most searched one. And its popularity is still increasing rapidly. I believe it will soon reach the top of the hot search list. China Star Entertainment. Mr. Wang, that whistleblower, posted another video. Upon hearing the secretary's words, Mr. Wang's hand shook violently. What did he send? Mr. Wang, don't worry, what the other party posted this time is about black international students and has nothing to do with the entertainment industry. That's good, that's good. Mr. Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Last time, because of the whistleblower, China Star Entertainment suffered huge losses. If it hadn't been for the painful sacrifice to Star Entertainment in the end, I am afraid that China Star Entertainment would have gone bankrupt. Now, as for the stock price, it has not recovered yet. The market value has only exceeded 30 billion, which is more than 20 billion away from its peak. Out of curiosity, Mr. Wang also clicked on this video. After reading it, he actually didn't feel much. After all, his status was different. Moreover, he also saw through the appearance to the essence of things. Nowadays, there are more and more international students from Africa. At this time, the country formulated a policy related to Africa. In order to increase the country's influence in Africa, some people proposed to attract a large number of African students to enter Daxia, hoping that these international students would come to Daxia to learn knowledge. Being able to be grateful to Daxia and being close to Daxia. He groaned slightly. Mr. Wang made a decision. Although Xingchen Entertainment let Huaxing go, the relationship between the two parties did not improve. Because he wanted to cooperate with Xingchen Entertainment many times, but was rejected by Li Chaonan. So, he immediately asked his secretary to convey his order, asking the company's official Weibo to like and repost the video, and at the same time notify all his celebrities to also like and repost it. After discovering the news about Huaxing, Qingying and Xia Su were not to be outdone, and also liked and retweeted it on their official Weibo. Their stars also liked and retweeted it at the request of their boss. After Li Chaonan asked Gao Yan's opinion. First of all, please like and forward it to our celebrity artists. Secondly, they also asked them to shoot videos and post them on Douyin to support the whistleblower. The four giants in the entertainment industry have all done this. Those small and medium-sized companies saw the popularity and followed suit. This made Mr. Balua's video quickly reach the top of the hot search list, and Douyin also became a hot search entry. 6 o'clock in the evening. Hong Kong Island, inside a restaurant. Gao Yan is inviting Zhuge Qianshan and Zhuge Qianshan to dinner. The three of them were eating and communicating, and the atmosphere seemed quite pleasant. But Zhuge Qianshan didn't notice that Gao Yan and Zhuge Qianshan were communicating with their eyes from time to time. After meal, Gao Yan asked their sisters to do him a favor. When the twin sisters' fingers touched each other, Gao Yan grabbed their fingers and pointed them toward the void. After the special effects of the fireworks disappeared, a black card appeared. Gao Yan couldn't help but have a smile on his face. "Brother Gao, is this over?" Zhuge Qianqi asked. "Yes, it's over." Gao Yan nodded. While Zhuge Qianshan was going to the bathroom, Gao Yan suddenly hugged Zhuge Qianshan and kissed her hard. After a while, Zhuge Qianshan came back and found that his sister's cheeks were red. She couldn't help but asked with concern, "Qianshan, what's wrong with your face?" "It's nothing, it's just a little hot," Zhuge Qianshan said, pretending to be calm. "Oh." Zhuge Qianshan nodded, but his eyes swept over Gao Yan and his sister, respectively. She always felt that there seemed to be something fishy between them. Afterwards, Gao Yan played with the two sisters for another 2 hours before separating from them. Return to Lingxi Garden. Gao Yan called up the blind box interface. His eyes fell on the black card. This black card is called the Return Double card. It sells for 100 billion and has one in stock. The effect, after use, can double the system return, but it can only be used once a month. Hee hee. Gao Yan smiled. The system felt that his income was low, so it tried different ways to send him money. If he made good use of it, his monthly system reserve funds would increase to 2 trillion. So, Gao Yan spent 100 billion to get this double return card. At this time, Zhao Mei called, and all the materials he needed to make the primary constitution genetic liquid were ready. Then, Gao Yan drove directly to the research institute. The night passed. Gao Yan used this batch of materials to make 200 bottles of primary physical gene medicine. Based on 10 billion, this batch of gene medicine can be sold for 2 trillion. However, the return double card can only be used once a month, so a transaction of 100 billion must be made at a time to maximize the benefits. At noon that day, Wang Wanlin was drinking with an old friend in business. Since the moment they met, this old friend has mentioned his younger age many times. However, Wang Wanlin has never answered directly. "Old Wang, are we brothers?" "Old Lu, what are you talking about? We are not only brothers, we are also the closest partners." "In that case, tell me why you have become so young?" Old Lu had just met Wang Wanlin a month ago. Now Wang Wanlin looks at least 5 or 6 years younger, and his mental state has become extremely good. "Old Lu, do you really want to know?" Wang Wanlin lowered his voice. "Yes." "Okay, then I'll tell you. I spent 10 billion to buy a bottle of magic medicine from someone. After drinking it, I not only became younger, but my body became stronger than when I was young, and all the minor illnesses and pains on my body disappeared completely," Wang Wanlin said proudly. "By the way, let me show you my wife's recent selfie." Wang Wanlin took out his mobile phone and called up a photo of his wife. Looking at the mature beauty in the photo, Lao Lu blinked. Are you sure it's your wife? As far as he knows, Lao Wang's wife is 3 years older than Lao Wang and is already in her 50s. But the person in the photo looks only about 30 years old. I also bought a bottle of magic medicine for my wife to take. Wang Wanlin said, to be honest, I have discussed with my wife and we plan to have another child. Hearing this, Lao Lu's eyes became hot. Lao Wang, can you help me introduce someone to buy the magic medicine? Lao Lu is already 54. Not only is his body shape seriously out of shape, but he is also bald. At the same time, he was suffering from various diseases, so he was eager for the miracle drug. So, Wang Wanlin called Gao Yan in front of Lao Lu. But Gao Yan said that he would sell it together with 10 people, not individually. When old Lu Lucen learned from Wang Wanlin that he needed 10 people to buy the magic medicine, suddenly, a look of displeasure appeared on his face. His net worth was no less than that of Wang Wanlin. However, he is not from Guangdong province, but from Ontario. With his identity and status, people will give him face wherever he goes. Now, he wants to spend 10 billion to buy something, but the other party has put forward such an exorbitant condition. So, he smiled, picked up the wine glass, and took a sip. Lao Wang, this medicine seller has quite a personality. Wang Wanlin and Lu Sen have been friends for more than 10 years instead of 3 to 5 years. As soon as he heard this, he knew that the other party was feeling a little uncomfortable. So, he explained, Old Lu, as a friend of many years, let me tell you straight, I can't afford to offend this medicine seller, you can't afford to offend me, and we still can't afford to offend you if we join forces. Do you want to? If you want to buy medicine, just follow other people's rules. Lucen was shocked. Wang Wanlin knew him, and he also knew Wang Wanlin. He knew that Wang Wanlin looked smiling to everyone on the outside, but was extremely aloof on the inside. The fact that he can say such a thing means that the drug seller is really untouchable. Lao Wang, who is that? Wang Wanlin said, with your status, you should know about the existence of warriors, right? Old Lu nodded. My 2 personal bodyguards are hired from martial arts families. Which one is also from a martial arts family? Wang Wanlin shook his head. That person is not from a martial arts family. But all martial arts families have to give him face, because he is a great Danjin master. Now you understand why we can't afford to offend him. Oh my god, he's actually the boss Danjin. Lao Lu was shocked and said, no wonder the other party can come up with such a magical medicine. But Lao Wang, can you help me to intercede? It is too difficult to get 10 people. After all, one bottle costs 10 billion. If you take out 10 billion, you won't be able to find much in the country, right? Old Lu, you think too highly of me. Do you think I am qualified to ask the other party to change the rules? Wang Wanlin smiled bitterly and said, of course, you don't have to find 10 people. You have to find someone who has the strength to buy 2 or 3 bottles. For example, you, Lao Lu, have the strength to buy 2 bottles. Right? That makes sense. Lucen nodded. I'm the one who got into trouble. I thought about it to see if anyone needs this magic medicine, so I asked him to come and buy it. Together. A few days flew by. The craze about black international students on the internet has not subsided. On the contrary, the Education Department of Nandu has directly issued official documents to major universities, removing all special treatment for international students and making all treatments the same as for domestic students. When Nandu Education Department announced this policy on Weibo, it received unanimous praise from netizens. At the same time, Gao Yan did not let those people go in the past few days. Every day, several people break their legs in various accidents. In addition, students recovering from injuries in the hospital will also inexplicably fight each other, causing their injuries to worsen. Others noticed these anomalies. We were talking about it privately, but no one mentioned it publicly. After all, what these guys did in Daxia was really unpalatable. Husband, I heard something happened at the finance and economics school next door. Was it you? Yang Yu asked in a low voice, in Gao Yan's ear. Gao Yan smiled at her. What do you think? It's really you. How on earth did you do it? Yang Yu was very curious, because she had gone to learn about this matter. Those who were hospitalized either had accidents and broke their legs, or were injured in fights and entered the hospital. There was no external intervention at all. She really couldn't understand. What means did Yan use to accomplish all this? Want to know? Gao Yan said with a bad smile. Yeah. Yang Yu nodded repeatedly. How about I let you experience it for yourself? Gao Yan said. You're not trying to break my leg, are you? Yang Yu was startled and subconsciously distanced herself. Where are you thinking? I just want you to experience the feeling of being involuntarily. Gao Yan said. Then try it. So, Gao Yan semi-hypnotized Yang Yu, and then she whispered to Gao Yan. Dad. Then Gao Yan released the hypnosis again. How do you feel? You're a bad guy, you just know how to take advantage of others. Yang Yu punched Gao Yan, and then said in shock, it's so strange. I obviously didn't want to call you daddy, but I couldn't help but say it. Maybe we were father and daughter in our previous life. Gao Yan joked. Yang Yu rolled her eyes fiercely. Tell me, how did you do it? I controlled them through hypnosis and made them fight with each other. Gao Yan explained in a low voice. Then you won't make me do weird things through hypnosis, right? Yang Yu said warily. Hearing this, Gao Yan was speechless for a while. I want to do strange things. To you, do I still need to hypnotize you? Yang Yu rolled her eyes at Gao Yan with a charming look, and then looked at Gao Yan with watery eyes. How about we have dinner together in the evening? And I allow you to do strange things to me? Forget it, it costs too much bedsheets. I hate it, don't say it. Yang Yu didn't know what she thought of, and her cheeks turned red. Despite Yang Yu's persistence, Gao Yan still had dinner with her that night. Then we came to the duplex suite and stepped into the canyon battlefield together. As expected, 3 more sheets were used. Fortunately, Gao Yan had bought a dozen sheets online before. The next morning, Gao Yan received another call from Wang Wanlin. He said that Lao Lu had joined forces with several people to buy 10 portions of the magic medicine. He asked him when he could trade. 10 bottles of gene medicine liquid is 100 billion. As long as he used the return double card, he could get a return of 1 trillion. So Gao Yan asked Su Lingfeng to ask for leave for him, and then drove to Tianyun Club. Mr. Gao, are you here to see the boss? When Gao Yan arrived at Tianyun Club, Xiao Dai came to meet him. What is my sister doing? Gao Yan asked casually. She is practicing in the villa. Okay, I have an appointment to talk to someone, and I will go to him after the talk. After a while, Gao Yan came to a box and knocked on the door to enter. A glance. I saw 6 people sitting in the box. Except for Wang Wanlin, the other 5 had 2 bodyguards standing behind them, and they were all Ming Jin warriors. Those who can afford to hire warriors as bodyguards are not ordinary rich people, especially the male bodyguard behind the rich woman, who is a warrior. In the early stage of Jin, Grandmaster Gao is here, please sit down. Wang Wanlin stood up quickly, but did not call him Gao Xiao, obviously to remind the other 5 rich people, so that they would not look down on him. Because Gao Yan looked young. Although Wang Wanlin had mentioned to them that Gao Yan, the Danjin Grandmaster, was very young, they still felt a little surprised after seeing Gao Yan's true face. He is really too young. He looks like he is only in his early 20s. Boss Wang, this is really the Danjin Grandmaster, why does he look a little different? The only rich woman among the 5 rich people said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Wanlin's face suddenly changed, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes when he looked at the other party. He had already explained it in advance, but he didn't expect that this woman would still cause trouble. Tianyun Club, Luxury Box. As the wealthy woman Liang Yozhen questioned Gao Yan, Wang Wanlin's face changed drastically, and he even hated Liang Yozhen. Liang Yozhen is a hot topic. After graduating from university, she joined Dongshan Tailin Group. A year later, she was only 23 years old when she was spotted by Huang Zijiang, the chairman of Tailin Group, and was transferred to be a secretary. Half a year later, she was promoted to assistant to the chairman. During her tenure, she was deeply trusted and valued by Huang Zijiang, who even praised her ability in front of shareholders. When Liang Yozhen was 25 years old, Huang Zijiang sent her to the branch company as general manager. Liang Yozhen successfully turned the branch company from loss to profit in just half a year, and in the following 2 years, she increased the branch company's profits by 5 times. When she was 27 years old, Huang Zijiang transferred her back to the head office as general manager. This appointment was not only opposed by the board of directors, but also strongly opposed by Huang Zijiang's children. But Huang Zijiang supported Liang Yozhen to take the position despite the opposition. When she was 30 years old, she married Huang Zijiang. At that time, Huang Zijiang was already 60 years old. Liang Yozhen was considered to have successfully married into a wealthy family. Huang Zijiang has 2 sons and 2 daughters. Both daughters are married and only have idle positions in the head office. The eldest son, Huang Zongwei, is the deputy general manager of Tailin Group. And the second son, Huang Zonglin, is the general manager of another branch. However, the branch was managed in a mess by him and suffered losses every year. The reason why Liang Yozhen is so popular is that Huang Zijiang trusted Liang Yozhen very much during his lifetime. After his death, he left most of his inheritance to Liang Yozhen, but his 2 sons and 2 daughters only got 1/5 together. Huang Zijiang's sons and daughters were naturally very dissatisfied with such a distribution of inheritance. They joined forces to try to snatch back the part of the inheritance that fell into Liang Yozhen's hands. As a result, the 4 brothers and sisters joined forces, but they still couldn't defeat Liang Yozhen. Instead, they conquered the brothers Huang Zongwei and Huang Zonglin. Since then, Liang Yozhen has taken control of the power of Tailin Group and became the new chairman. In the past few years, under the leadership of Liang Yozhen, Tailin Group has developed well, and its market value has exceeded 200 billion. Liang Yozhen, who holds 32% of Tailin Group's shares, plus the inheritance left to her by Huang Zijiang, her net worth is estimated to be more than 80 billion. In this regard, everyone is very curious why Liang Yozhen can gain Huang Zijiang's trust and even leave most of the inheritance to her. You know, Liang Yozhen is not a super beauty, and her appearance is also around 80 points. Also, how did she conquer the brothers Huang Zhongwei and Huang Zhongling? You know, the Huang brothers have become her loyal supporters. Hearing Liang Yozhen's doubts, Wang Wanling's face changed, and Lu Sen's eyes were slightly cold because apart from Wang Wanlin, he had the highest trust in the magic medicine. Why? He and Wang Wanlin were too familiar with each other, and the changes in each other were too obvious. Therefore, he was also full of desire for the magic medicine. At this time, Wang Wanlin said in a cold tone, Liang Yozhen, it doesn't matter if you question me, but you can't question Grandmaster Gao. I hope you will apologize to Grandmaster Gao immediately. Hearing Wang Wanlin calling her name directly, Liang Yozhen's eyes flashed with a strange color. She felt that Wang Wanlin was ready to turn against her. Business emphasizes harmony and wealth, and everyone is a person of status and position. They are more restrained in speaking. Even if they are dissatisfied and hostile to each other, they will never show it so obviously. But Wang Wanlin obviously showed that he was going to turn against him. It shows that he respects Gao Yan very much, or perhaps it is awe. Then, Gao Yan's identity as a grandmaster cannot be fake. So, she slowly stood up, bowed respectfully to Gao Yan, and said, Grandmaster Gao, I'm sorry, I just said something that I didn't want to say, I apologize. To you. It's okay, please sit down. Gao Yan said lightly, sitting on the sofa opposite the few people. Grandmaster Gao, my bodyguard Han Jixin is also a martial artist, I wonder if you can give him some pointers? Liang Yozhen did not sit down, but looked at Gao Yan and continued. When he heard this, Gao Yan's mouth showed a hint of playfulness, and his eyes swept over Liang Yozhen and the dark power bodyguard named Han Jixin behind him. The two of them have each other's magnetic field on their human magnetic field. Obviously, their relationship is not as simple as a boss and a bodyguard. Although he didn't know Liang Yozhen's specific identity. But the fact that she can appear here means that she can afford 10 billion to buy genetic medicine. Would someone who can take out 10 billion in cash be a simple person? Before figuring out your identity, you rashly questioned because you are young? Gao Yan didn't believe that Liang Yozhen would be such a fool. The rich in reality are definitely not as foolish as described in some son-in-law novels. In those son-in-law novels, whether they are rich men, second-generation rich, or daughters of rich families, they all speak with all kinds of sarcasm and ridicule. The heroine even slaps people in the face when they disagree with each other. Are you afraid that others don't know that you are vulgar people? Are you afraid that others don't know that you don't have the capacity to tolerate others or have no heart? We Daxia people are more reserved. We speak with more standards, and we won't be sarcastic all the time, which will only make you look uncultured. Give an example. The principal led a group of vice principals to inspect the campus. See if there are fallen leaves that have been swept away from the ground. The principal who cannot speak will definitely speak directly to accuse. But the talking principal will say, Vice Principal, the fallen leaves in our school are quite beautiful. The same meaning is expressed in different words, but it will undoubtedly make people feel better and make you feel more cultivated. Back to business. Gao Yan had already judged that the relationship between Liang Yozhen and her bodyguard was unusual. What was more interesting was that he also sensed that Liang Yozhen's inner mood was quite disgusting when Han Jixin's name was mentioned. But she didn't show it. Through these 2 points, Gao Yan has guessed Liang Yozhen's intention, which is nothing more than to use him to kill someone with a borrowed knife. I have to say that Liang Yozhen is a very scheming person. I saw Han Jixin walking out from behind Liang Yozhen, staring at Gao Yan and saying, "Grandmaster Gao, please give me some advice." "You can't." Gao Yan shook his head. "Why, do you look down upon me, or do you think you, the Grandmaster, are not worthy of your reputation?" Han Jixin sneered and said that he himself was a dark power warrior, so he knew how difficult it was to achieve Dan power. The boy in front of him was only in his early 20s. He would not believe that the other party was the Dan Jin Grandmaster. He probably used some means to deceive Wang Wanlin. "If you want to challenge my brother, you must defeat my men first." Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open, and then Tu Yun walked in with "Shout I. It turns out Mr. Tu is here." Wang Wanlin said hello quickly, and then introduced Tu Yun's identity to Lu Sen and others. Facing the greetings from Lu Sen and others, Tu Yun just nodded lightly, and then said to Shout I beside him, "Shout I, go and fight with this bodyguard. Gentlemen, if you don't defeat him with 3 moves, you will not be allowed to eat for a day." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Xiaodia's eyes turned cold. She stared at Han Jixin, and clasped her fists at him. "Please." Han Jixin was not from a martial arts family, but a casual martial artist. When he was 12 years old, he went to a Taoist temple not far from the village to play. Then he was spotted by an old Taoist priest there. So he was taught martial arts. After studying with the old Taoist priest for 5 years, he successfully entered Mingjin. However, his academic performance was not good. After only finishing junior high school, he followed his father to farm at home and practiced martial arts with the old Taoist priest. In the 2nd year after he entered Mingjin with martial arts, he was unwilling to stay in the village as a farmer facing the lus and back to the sky. So he went to the big city to make a living. With his extraordinary skills, he quickly made a name for himself, and got more than a dozen gangsters to join him and became the boss. But he didn't know how to restrain himself and behave. Relying on his strong skills, he didn't take other people seriously at all. However, after many street fights, his fighting experience has greatly improved, and his strength has also broken through to the late Mingjin within a year. As his strength grew, he became more and more unrestrained, and even had the ambition to unify Binhai City. In the end, several other forces bribed his younger brothers and exposed his whereabouts, causing him to be ambushed by several forces. Fortunately, the other party underestimated his strength and let him barely break out of the siege. However, he was also seriously injured. He happened to be rescued by Huang Zijiang, who was about to return from Binhai to discuss business. After Han Jixin recovered from his injuries, he was recruited by Huang Zijiang and became his personal bodyguard. Huang Zijiang did not treat him badly. Not only did he give him a high salary, but he also gave him a house. After staying with Huang Zijiang for 8 years, Han Jixin also broke through to the early stage of dark power. Huang Zijiang was very happy after knowing this. He not only raised his status and salary, but also treated him as a confidant. But Han Jixin, who had reached the dark power, had his ambitions back again. And he was no longer willing to be inferior to others. Not long after, Huang Zijiang fell seriously ill and was not going to live long. Liang Yozhen took the initiative to find him and conspired with him to take over the entire Huang family. In the end, with his help, Liang Yozhen successfully seized most of the Huang family's inheritance and directly became the chairman of Tailin Group. As for the reason why Huang Zizhong's two sons fully supported Liang Yozhen, it was because Han Jixin left a hidden force in their bodies. As long as they didn't obey, they would die. After the two successfully conspired, Han Jixin asked Liang Yozhen for his half. But Liang Yozhen was unwilling to hand over the other half on the grounds that you are just a bodyguard, and if you rashly take away half of the property and stocks, it will definitely arouse suspicion from the outside world. Han Jixin naturally would not compromise on this. In desperation, Liang Yozhen had to commit herself to Han Jixin to appease him and at the same time transferred 100 million to his account and said that his share would be gradually given to him in the following days. After getting a large sum of money, Han Jixin began to spend lavishly and went to the casino to gamble. Not long after, he spent all the 100 million given by Liang Yozhen, and even spent all his previous savings. So, he reached out to Liang Yozhen for money again. Liang Yozhen had something on Han Jixin, so she had to give him money, but she also persuaded him not to gamble. But Han Jixin didn't listen at all, and became even more aggressive. And she asked Liang Yozhen for money more and more often. Liang Yozhen was a scheming and vicious woman, and she became more and more dissatisfied with Han Jixin, and she had already thought of getting rid of her. Unfortunately, Han Jixin was a master of dark power, and with the few people under her, she was no match for Han Jixin. So, after seeing Gao Yan, she came up with the idea of killing someone with a borrowed knife. The battle was about to break out. Xiao Dai came to Han Jixin in a flash, and quickly cut the opponent's neck with a palm knife. Xiao Dai's speed was very fast, which caught Han Jixin off guard. He subconsciously dodged backwards. But he didn't expect that Xiao Dai's move was just a feint, and the palm knife slid down and printed on his chest. With a muffled groan, Han Jixin flew out and fell heavily on the carpet in the box. Although he was a warrior in the early stage of dark energy, he spent money lavishly in the past 2 years, and his strength not only did not improve at all, but also regressed a lot. As for Xiao Dai, she was originally the focus of Tu Yun's training. With the help of medicinal wine, she has reached the peak of dark energy and is not far from transformation energy. It is not an exaggeration to call her half-step transformation energy. Therefore, Xiao Dai's strength completely crushed Han Jixin. It was not easy to deal with him. But at the last moment, Gao Yan's voice came to his ears, asking him to hold back. Liang Yozhen, that woman, wanted to use his knife to kill people, so how could he let her do what she wanted? Jixin, are you okay? Seeing Han Jixin being beaten, she was happy in her heart, but immediately pretended to be concerned. I'm fine. Han Jixin waved his hand, and then clasped his fists to Xiao Dai. Thank you for your mercy, young lady. He was at a low level and could not directly see Xiao Dai's level. But once the two sides fought and he was knocked away, he realized that the opponent's strength was far superior to his. Don't thank me, it was Master Gao who asked me to show mercy, otherwise I would have killed you, or at least you would have been skinned alive. Xiao Dai said proudly. After hearing what Xiao Dai said, Han Jixin looked at Gao Yan gratefully. Master Gao, I was blind and didn't recognize you. I apologize for the offense just now. Gao Yan smiled and looked at Liang Yozhen jokingly. Boss Liang, are you a little disappointed? I don't understand what Grandmaster Gao is talking about. Liang Yozhen said, with an ugly face. Everyone present was smart. After hearing the conversation between the two, they all came to their senses. No wonder Liang Yozhen wanted to provoke Gao Yan and asked the bodyguard to ask Gao Yan for advice. It turned out that he was planning to kill Han Jixin by borrowing a knife. Han Jixin was not stupid either. He also reacted and looked at Liang Yozhen with a chill in his eyes. Feeling the chill in Han Jixin's eyes, Liang Yozhen panicked and hurriedly explained in a low voice, Jixin, don't get me wrong, things are not what you think. Humph. Han Jixin snorted coldly and didn't speak, but he was already thinking about how to get rid of this woman. However, he thought that even if he got rid of this woman, Thailand Group might not fall into his hands. After all, he didn't understand management at all, and those shareholders couldn't let him become the chairman. Okay, let's talk about the deal. Gao Yan suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. His hand slowly slid across the table, and then, 10 more porcelain bottles appeared on the table. He briefly introduced the effects of the primary physical gene liquid medicine, and the eyes of the rich people present sparkled. Immediately afterwards, Gao Yan made a request, you discuss and take a few bottles each. In short, I will sell 10 bottles together, and I will not sell any less. Of course, I also know that you may question whether my medicine is effective. You can use it first and pay after signing the contract. Lu Sen and his friends had no objection to this. They joined forces to divide up the 10 bottles of primary gene liquid medicine. Then, they arranged a room for them to use it in the room. An hour later, these rich people returned to the box, each of them radiant and in high spirits. Especially Lu Sen, whose originally out-of-shape body also became much thinner. After seeing the effect of the magic medicine, several rich people paid very happily. And Gao Yan also used the return double card, which increased the system reserve funds by 1 trillion, returning to more than 5.3 trillion. Brother, do you want to teach that woman a lesson? How dare you take advantage of you? When the matter was over, Tu Yun said with a cold look on his face. No need. Gao Yan waved his hand, she is my client after all. Since she bought 2 bottles of medicine, I won't argue with her. He had pointed out Liang Yozhen's plan before, but he didn't know if Han Jixin had the courage. If he didn't have the courage, he would probably have to be dealt with by Liang Yozhen in the end. Out of curiosity, Gao Yan later asked the Red Emperor to investigate Liang Yozhen's information. After reading the relevant information compiled by Red Emperor, Gao Yan also had to admire this woman's methods. This woman is not lacking in scheming skills. It is no luck to finally win the Thailand Group and secure the position of chairman of the Thailand Group. If she hadn't met him today, if it were anyone else, she might have successfully plotted to get rid of Han Jixin completely. He had lunch with Tu Yun at Tianyun Club and then left. Returned to the Lingxi Garden study room. Gao Yan entered my world in a flash. Only a few days have passed in reality, but nearly 2 months have passed in Minecraft. The villagers of Yuha village went to Sana town to sell grain and made a lot of money. However, Sana town is still short of food. It's not like no one wanted to attack Yuha village, but Gao Yan took care of them all. Seeing the profits, the villagers of Yuha village began to reclaim wasteland to grow more food. Similarly, residents of Sanha town came to reclaim wasteland near Yuha village. Therefore, Yuha village is now much more prosperous than before. Gradually, the news spread that Yuha village was blessed by gods, and those who were against Yuha village were killed one after another. Everyone was convinced of this. As for the county town, although Gao Yan included a large area of land, he could barely achieve self-sufficiency. Therefore, the food supply in the county town was still very tight. This is also the reason why Gao Yan did not incorporate the county into his territory. The county has too many people and requires too much food. If he insists on incorporating it, he will have to watch the people in the county starve to death. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan appeared in Sanha town. There is no shortage of spiritual energy in this world, but the human body's energy and blood are limited. If you want to improve your cultivation, both are indispensable. Therefore, nourished by the medicinal wine, Yi Qingshua's strength improved rapidly. After drinking a bottle of medicinal wine, she reached the middle stage of blood refining. Later, after Yi Qingshuang gave her some of his medicinal wine, she finally entered the middle stage of blood refining. Tuk-tuk. This time, Gao Yan did not appear directly in the martial arts hall. Instead, he came to the door of the martial arts hall and knocked on the door. The door was opened by an old servant. He is also the only servant in the Yi sisters' martial arts gym. He had met Gao Yan and knew that Gao Yan had a close relationship with the host sisters. Therefore, he was invited indirectly and invited to the central hall to drink tea and wait. Soon, sisters Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingshuang came together. "I've met Mr. Gao," the two sisters said in unison. Gao Yan smiled at them and then said, "Congratulations to both Miss Shi for your breakthrough in cultivation. This is all thanks to Mr. Gao's medicinal wine." A smile also appeared on Yi Qingshue's face. "Yes, although I have only broken through to the middle stage of skin refining not long ago, I feel that it won't be long before I can break through again," Yi Qingshuang also said happily. While talking, she had been secretly looking at Gao Yan. He was very familiar with that look, a typical girl's huaichuan. At noon, the two sisters enthusiastically persuaded them to stay, and Gao Yan had lunch at their house. The staple food is rice, but the dishes are a bit inferior, including 1 portion of bacon stir-fry, 2 portions of wild vegetables, and 1 portion of egg soup. It's not that the two sisters are reluctant to spend money. But the current situation is like this: it is often difficult to buy what you want even if you have money. Before leaving, Yi Qingshuang bravely said, "Brother Gao, when will you come again?" As soon as she finished speaking, she lowered her head shyly, but immediately raised her head again and looked at him expectantly. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan opened his insightful eyes. He discovered that Yi Qingshuang's friendship level with him actually reached 89 points. So, he smiled and said, "We will meet soon. Then I'll wait for you." As soon as the words fell, Yi Qingshuang turned around and ran back into the yard. Gao Yan also disappeared. Yi Qingxue, who saw this scene secretly, couldn't help but sigh softly. She knew that her sister had been trapped. "I just don't know why, but I feel a little bit lost inside." System, 1 trillion Krypton gold. Looking at the disappearing 1 trillion yuan, Gao Yan felt a little emotional. He had just earned this money. Under his control, the black mist in 3 directions of Sanha town began to roll and fly back. The front of Sanha town was facing the river and the back was backed by the mountain. There are fields to the left and right. Therefore, Gao Yan chose to expand from left to right. Now 1 trillion can increase the number of square kilometers by 10 square kilometers. Therefore, after this expansion, the fields on both sides of Sanhe town were revealed. In addition, the river was also revealed. The appearance of fields and rivers plunged the townspeople of Sanhe town into ecstasy, and they rushed around to celebrate. With these fields, the food situation will be greatly improved, and meat will be increased through fishing from the rivers. Afternoon. Gao Yan, Su Lingfeng and others finished playing basketball and went to a restaurant together. Su Lingfeng opened a bottle of iced beer and took a sip. It's so comfortable. Others followed suit. This semester is about to end. What are your plans for next semester? Su Lingfeng asked. After this semester, they will also enter their senior year and have to consider internships. For internships, the school will arrange a group of people to do internships in related companies. However, this batch of places is limited, and most students still have to find internships by themselves. Isn't it a few months away? Let's talk about it then. Ho Xiaofeng said disapprovingly that his family conditions are not bad, and it is not difficult to find a better internship unit with the help of his family's connections. You don't have to worry about that. Su Lingfeng complimented. I heard from Lao Fan that our class only has 10 internship recommendation quotas, which means that the remaining 20 or so students have to find their own internship units. I opened a milk tea company, and I'm short of people now. Gao Yan suddenly said, if you can't find a good internship unit next semester, you can try my company. Although Gao Yan is not familiar with the students in the class, he is a classmate after all, so it's okay to take care of 1 or 2. Your milk tea shop doesn't need so many people, right? Su Lingfeng asked in confusion. It's not the milk tea shop in the snack street, but the milk tea company. The Yujian milk tea shops under my milk tea company are all over the province. It's no problem to squeeze more than 10 or 20 people in for internships. Oh my God, the several luxuriously decorated milk tea shops in the city are also yours? A boy exclaimed. Yes, it's mine. No wonder, I thought it was a coincidence that they were all called Yujian milk tea, but it turned out to be your industry. The eyes of the people present looked at Gao Yan differently. You've hidden it too well, you have to treat us. Ho Xiaofeng said. Okay, I'll treat you. Gao Yan said happily. That won't work, you have to add 2 more dishes. We have money, add as much as you want. Gao Yan smiled and waved his hand. After the meal, Su Lingfeng asked alone, Lao Gao, you said you were arranging people to do internships in your company, you were not kidding. Right? Su Lingfeng was the class monitor, and he also had a certain sense of responsibility, and he also wanted all the classmates in the class to find a good internship job. Gao Yan said, I'm not kidding, but I've also made a promise. Work hard when you get there. If you don't do it for 3 days and rest for 2 days, and get expelled, I won't show any sympathy for my classmates. Su Lingfeng nodded, that's fine. Let's look for it next semester. If we can't find it, I'll tell you about it. That night, in the bedroom of Lingxi Garden, Gao Yan sat on the head of the bed, watching the situation in my world. Everything inside was as if the fast-forward button was turned on. The figures of the Yi sisters flashed in his mind. The time flow inside is 10 times faster than outside. Then, after 10 years, 100 years will have passed inside. By then, he will be 30 years old. The Yi sisters are already over 100 years old. System, can the time in my world be adjusted? Gao Yan asked. System, yes, the current time flow rate is up to 10 times, and the lowest can be synchronized with the real world. You can adjust it at will. Hearing this, Gao Yan was delighted and quickly asked the system to adjust the time flow rate of my world to the same level as the real world. Soon, my world with the fast forward button turned on returned to normal. System, can I bring the people inside out? Gao Yan asked again. System, I don't want to talk. Gao Yan. Then he realized that he was stupid. Since he could bring living ingredients out of it, he could naturally bring people out. Suddenly, a gray shadow flashed, and a fat gray mouse appeared in the bedroom. Master, give me some food, I'm starving. The treasure-hunting mouse squeaked. Gao Yan took out a piece of braised beef and threw it to the other party. After it finished eating, he asked, Little guy, you have been out for several days, but you found the treasure. The treasure-hunting mouse squeaked and called, and its two paws kept gesturing. Then, Gao Yan also smiled. This little guy found a total of 12 places where treasures were hidden during this trip. Of course, these treasures were ownerless. Then, the treasure-hunting mouse shared the place where it found the treasure with Gao Yan. The nearest treasure was in an abandoned old village in the deep mountains 80 miles away. So Gao Yan directly summoned the arbitrary door, locked the coordinates, and shuttled over. This abandoned old village in the deep mountains was full of weeds, and the buildings in the village had long been reduced to ruins. The next moment, Gao Yan took out a card. After silently chanting, a half-human high robot appeared in front of him. Dig here. Gao Yan commanded the robot. The robot changed and turned into a small excavator. The treasure was not buried deep. It was only more than 1 meter. The treasure was in a jar. Most of the jar was gold bars, and there was also a well-sealed wooden box. Each of these gold bars weighed about 31 grams, and there were 120 bars in total. According to the current gold price, this batch of gold is worth just over 1 million. However, these gold bars can barely be called antique gold bars, and the price will be higher, but not much higher. Then, Gao Yan took out the wooden box and opened it. There was a pair of jade bracelets inside. Through the detection of the inside eye, this pair of jade bracelets was from the Ming dynasty and was worth about 20 million. The harvest this time was not big. But Gao Yan was not disappointed. There are not so many large treasures in the world. It is good to harvest more than 20 million at a time. Besides, with the treasure-hunting rat, he can harvest continuously. Then, Gao Yan arrived at the second treasure place through the portal. This place is still in the mountains. But this time, there is no need for robots, because the treasure is directly stored in a cave. As soon as he was teleported, Gao Yan smelled a rotten smell, and he found several skeletons in the cave with a glance. There were rusty swords inserted in the bodies of 2 skeletons. It is obvious that the owners of these skeletons had a fight for the financial report, and finally died together. There are 8 boxes in the cave. 2 boxes are filled with gold, all gold bricks. Through the inside eye, these 2 boxes of gold bricks are worth more than 10 million. In addition, there are 5 boxes of silver. Added together, it is barely worth more than 1 million. The last box is jewelry and jade ornaments. This box of jewelry and jade ornaments is the most valuable, and the inside eye is priced at 130 million. After putting these boxes into the mustard seed space, Gao Yan released the omnipotent robot to dig a pit in the cave and bury all the bones. After burying these bones, Gao Yan realized a problem. These people were enemies. If he buried them together, would it be considered a peaceful death? Or would it be difficult to rest in peace? In the following night, Gao Yan was teleported to 10 places through the arbitrary door to dig treasures. The largest treasure was in a sunken ship in the river. The sunken ship not only obtained a lot of gold, silver, jewelry, but also more than 10 pieces of antique porcelain and celebrity characters. This harvest is worth 1.5 billion. As for the other 9 treasures, they only add up to 800 million. There are still 2 treasures that cannot be collected, mainly because the 10 coordinates of the arbitrary door have been used up. Only after the coordinates are released after 24 hours can the treasures of the other 2 places be collected. The first treasure hunt. The treasure hunting mouse brought Gao Yan a wealth worth 2.3 billion. However, the system did not give upgrade experience. Obviously, this batch of things must be sold to gain experience. Gao Yan thought that these things could be sold to the Qin family. But now it was only about 2 billion. Gao Yan planned to get more treasures and sell them all at once. The next morning, Gao Yan came to the yard and his eyes fell on Yao Guang, who was practicing. In just 1 week, the opponent has reached the early stage of energy transformation. It is estimated that it will take at most a month to enter the Baodan realm. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days passed. Yesterday, Natasha made another phone report to Gao Yan. Currently, the number of members of the Black Fox mercenary group has exceeded 1,000, and Natasha is no longer recruiting members from outside. After all, the more people there are, the more expenses there will be. In addition, Sun Ruashi and Li Yingnan also arrived at the Black Fox mercenary group a few days ago and are currently undergoing training. It is true that they are all dark warriors. But he hasn't gone so far as to ignore bullets. Therefore, training is still necessary. In addition, Gao Yan also took out 2 other treasures. Together, the 2 treasures are worth 130 million. Today is Saturday. Gao Yan drove to the downstairs of Yangdong's science girls' dormitory. Last night, Qin Yiren's project was in the final stage and she was busy until 11 o'clock in the evening. If there are no new projects in the next period of time, Xiaozhua can return to live in Lingxi Garden. Less than 5 minutes after sending a WeChat message to classmate Xiaozhua. Then I saw classmates Xiaozhua and Song Yufei coming down from upstairs hand in hand. However, the moment he saw Gao Yan, classmate Xiaozhua let go of Song Yufei and rushed towards him. Smelling the unique scent of her boyfriend, classmate Xiaozhua's face flashed. With a look of attachment, "Husband, I miss you so much these days." "Me too." "You too, stop being bitter here and leave quickly." Song Yufei's joking voice sounded, but a hint of envy flashed deep in her eyes. "Let's go, get in the car." Gao Yan helped Xiaozhua open the passenger door and fasten her seat belt. Before getting to the driver's seat, Gao Yan drove to a commercial street. Then the shopping time started. Knowing that her boyfriend was very rich and that both of them had met their parents, Xiaozhua did not pretend to be pretentious to save money for Gao Yan. In one morning, Gao Yan spent more than 800,000 yuan. "Husband, do you think I'm a bit of a loser? Prodigal?" Gao Yan said dotingly, "Do you have any misunderstanding about my net worth? Spending more than 800,000 yuan can be considered a waste? If it's more than 800,000, it's considered a waste. So, what does it mean that he spends more than 10 trillion Krypton gold? The super invincible prodigal son of the universe?" Song Yufei, who was standing aside, saw this scene and felt that her expression was a little distorted. These two guys never forget to spread the dog food anytime and anywhere. Yufei, are you hungry? Let's go eat. Classmate Xiaozhua noticed his best friend's expression, quickly hugged her arm, and said while walking, "Eat shit, I'm full from both of you." Song Yufei said angrily, "Hey, it would be great if you also have a boyfriend. How about I introduce one to you? I know a very good boy. Can I introduce him to you?" As soon as she heard this, Song Yufei felt resistant and shook her head. Quickly, "No, I don't want to find a boyfriend yet." "Then you can't be single all your life, right?" Xiaozhua asked with a smile. Song Yufei explained perfunctorily, "That's not true. Anyway, I don't want to find a boyfriend now." Classmate Xiaozhua said seriously, "But I think that boy is very good. You will definitely like him." Hearing this, Song Yufei felt a little irritated. "Jiang Yu, I really appreciate your kindness. I really don't want to talk about a boyfriend. What if that boy's name is Gao Yan?" Classmate Xiaozhua lowered his voice and said. Hearing Gao Yan's name, Song Yufei was slightly startled, and then looked at classmate Xiaozhua in surprise, but she was a little flustered in her heart. "What are you talking about?" "Yufei, we have been good friends for many years, and I can still see what you are thinking." Xiaozhua pulled Song Yufei to quicken his pace, and pushed Gao Yan away for a while before continuing, "I am serious, I'm not testing you." Hearing this, Song Yufei's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and there was a layer of blush on her face, but she still suspected that Xiaozhua was testing her, so she said, "Jiang Yu, you really misunderstood, I don't have any feelings for your boyfriend. Other ideas." "Are you sure?" Classmate Xiaozhua's face became a little more playful. "Opportunities are fleeting. If you don't seize the opportunity this time, I won't give you any more opportunities." She knew that if she didn't force Song Yufei, she would never reveal her true feelings. For a moment, she was caught in a dilemma, because she still couldn't decide whether her best friend would test her again, but she was a little lucky. What if her best friend didn't test her? Classmate Xiaozhua said nothing more and gave his best friend enough time to think. But Gao Yan, who was a few meters behind them, heard their conversation clearly and felt a little complicated in his heart. After a while, Song Yufei raised her head and looked at classmate Xiaozhua seriously. "Jiang Yu, I want to know your purpose for doing this?" Classmate Xiaozhua smiled, and her smile was bright. She explained, "There are two reasons. First, I don't want to see you in such pain. Second, he is too strong in that area. I can't stand it alone, so I need to find someone. Share it." "You are acting like a hooligan." Song Yufei's face turned red again. "What I said is true. You will know it when you experience it for yourself." Classmate Xiaozhua joked. Song Yufei. Next, the three of them found a barbecue restaurant in the mall for lunch. Perhaps it was because of classmate Xiaozhua's words that Song Yufei's eyes flickered when she faced Gao Yan. She didn't dare to look him in the face, but she couldn't help but look at him secretly. Xiaozhua couldn't help but chuckle when he discovered this scene, knowing that his best friend was probably in trouble. After lunch, I found a place to sit for an hour. The three of them entered the cinema. The tickets were bought by classmate Xiaozhua and assigned by her. Therefore, on Gao Yan's right was classmate Xiaozhua and on his left was Song Yufei. Obviously, she was creating opportunities for him. Soon, the movie started and the light in the screening room dimmed. Gao Yan naturally held Xiaozhua's hand. Suddenly, classmate Xiaozhua leaned to his ear and exhaled softly, "Husband. Yufei is afraid of the dark, please grab her hand." "Isn't this bad?" Gao Yan hesitated. "Husband, I don't believe you didn't hear what Yufei and I said before. She has already acquiesced. As a boy, shouldn't you take the initiative?" Classmate Xiaozhua said angrily. "Oh well." Gao Yan suddenly realized that he should indeed take the initiative. So, he reached out and grabbed Song Yufei's hand. After discovering that her hand was grabbed by Gao Yan, Song Yufei struggled. Subconsciously, but how could Gao Yan let her break away, and then their eyes collided in the darkness. At the same time, Gao Yan's voice rang in his ears, "Don't move and watch the movie." For a moment, Song Yufei felt ashamed and annoyed. At the same time, she looked at Xiaozhua with some worry, only to find that the other student was staring at the screen seriously. More than 100 minutes later, the movie ends. Song Yufei subconsciously broke away from Gao Yan's hand. But Gao Yan turned his head and smiled at her. "Let's go home and eat something delicious." "Husband, is there any game?" Classmate Xiaozhua asked after leaving the cinema. "Yes, of course. Gao Yan has stored a lot of game in the villa." "Gao Yan, Jiangyu, I want to go back to school," Song Yufei said suddenly. "Why don't you go back to school?" "Let's go to Lingxi Garden to sleep tonight," Xiaozhua said domineeringly. "Is it okay if I don't go?" When things came to a close, Song Yufei flinched again. "Of course not." Classmate Xiaozhua reached out and grabbed Song Yufei's hand. In the evening, the dining table in the villa's restaurant was filled with all kinds of delicacies. But Song Yufei was a little absent-minded. After meal, Xiaozhua dragged Gao Yan, Yao Guang and Song Yufei to play the chicken game. Again. Yao Guang has a strong learning ability. Now she has also learned to use a mobile phone. When she is free from martial arts practice, she will also play games and watch short videos. It was after 10 o'clock. Xiaozhua yawned, "It's late, let's go to bed. Yufei and I will sleep tonight. Your husband will let you sleep alone." It was just after 11 o'clock. Gao Yan's bedroom door was pushed open. He thought it was Xiaozhua. Unexpectedly, it was Song Yufei. It seems that his wife's deception is really strong. "I didn't expect that, Song." Yufei would take the initiative to find him. However, Song Yufei wanted to turn around and run away as soon as she came to the bed. At this time, a hand grabbed her wrist, pulled her to the bed, and hugged her tightly in his arms. Then a voice mixed with heat sounded softly in her ears, "Baby, you're here. And you still want to leave, are you teasing me?" "Gao Yan, I'm not Jiangyu, can you let me go?" "I know." Suddenly, Song Yufei's mind was a little confused. At this moment, two hot lips came up and sealed her lips. The next morning, Gao Yan woke up and saw Song Yufei sleeping in his arms. From the other's trembling eyelashes, Gao Yan knew that she was awake. However, he did not expose her. Instead, he got up and went to the bathroom. Song Yufei, who pretended to be asleep, quickly got up, picked up her pajamas, put them on, and limped out of the room. At breakfast, Song Yufei did not appear. After the meal, Gao Yan gave Xiaozhua a bottle of primary physical gene medicine and asked her to give it to Song Yufei. After taking a bottle of gene medicine, Song Yufei not only recovered from her injuries, but also improved her appearance. It was about time. Gao Yan came to Song Yufei's room with breakfast. "Why are you here?" Seeing Gao Yan, Song Yufei, who was wearing cool clothes, had a panic flash across her face, and hurried to the bed to cover her body with a cool quilt. I saw that you didn't come down to eat breakfast, so I brought some up for you. Just put it there. That won't work. I have to watch you eat in person. If you don't agree, I will understand that you want me to feed you. Gao Yan said with a smirk. Song Yufei hurriedly said, no, I'll do it myself, or you can go out first. Why are you still shy? Last night we were. Don't say it. Song Yufei interrupted Gao Yan with a blushing face. It's okay for me to go out, but you have to call me husband first. I won't. So you want me to feed you? In his eyes, Song Yufei is now a little white rabbit, and he can do whatever he wants with her. Husband. Song Yufei gave in. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Gao Yan joked. Husband. Song Yufei's voice got louder. Hey, wife, I heard it, no need to be so loud. Gao Yan laughed. You only know how to tease me. Song Yufei cried. Seeing this, Gao Yan quickly put the breakfast in his hand on the bedside table, then reached out and hugged Song Yufei into his arms. Okay, don't cry. If you cry again, I'll cry too. I hate you, why are you so annoying? Song Yufei's fist hit Gao Yan's chest. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, I'll just love you, okay? Listening to Gao Yan's love words, Song Yufei felt sweet in her heart, but she said arrogantly, you said it yourself, if you dare to make me angry again, I will ignore you. Seeing her arrogant look, Gao Yan lowered his head and captured those two lips. At first, Song Yufei resisted a little. But gradually she was also intoxicated by the gentle kiss. No. After a while, Song Yufei pressed down Gao Yan's big hand that did something bad. Okay, eat breakfast quickly. Gao Yan pulled back his hand and warned. Yeah. Song Yufei nodded with a red face. That afternoon, Zhang Qingyue from Chaoyang sect came with spiritual objects worth 900 billion. Today is June 24th. The income return quota for this month has been used up. If you trade with the other party today, you can only get upgrade experience, but you can't get system cashback. Ms. Zhang, I will take this batch of spiritual objects first. I will pay you 900 billion, but you need to come back to buy from me on July 1st for the spiritual stone transaction. Gao Yan said. This? Zhang Qingyue hesitated, then looked at Gao Yan and asked, Mr. Gao, I want to know why it takes 7 days to delay? Gao Yan waved his hand. Yu Chaoyang sect has traded with me so many times, almost emptying my spiritual stones. It takes time to dig out spiritual stones. Don't you think so? Of course, if you don't want to, you can take these things back and trade with me on July 1st. No, let's trade the magic tools first. Zhang Qingyue hesitated and refused. The Chaoyang sect will continue to cooperate with Gao Yan in the future. If she shows distrust, if Gao Yan doesn't trade with them in the future, wouldn't it be a big loss? So, Zhang Qingyue left with a bank card with 900 billion stored. Gao Yan's upgrade experience also increased by 900 billion, reaching 2.2 trillion, and can be upgraded to 4 levels in a row. Then, Gao Yan personally instructed Xiao Zhua and Song Yufei in their practice. Time flies, and it is Monday again. There are 2 classes this morning. As soon as the first class was over, Gao Yan was invited to the office by the counselor Fan Xian. Fan Xian had been in contact with Gao Yan for a while and knew his character. So he didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, Gao Yan, I heard that You can provide some internship places for our classmates. Yes, as long as you perform well, there is no problem staying in my company. To work, Gao Yan said. Anyway, the milk tea company is not a high-end enterprise, and his classmates are still competent. That's good. Fan Xian said happily. The school also provided 10 internship places for our class. I was going to give you one, but now it seems that you don't need it. Then I will give it to others. Do you have any objection? I have no objection. He has a fart opinion. He has several companies under his name. When the time comes, he only needs to ask someone to write an internship report. Is it possible that he will go to the unit recommended by the school for internship, and then come up with a wave of pretense or pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger? That's fine. By the way, let's have dinner together tonight. Does Mr. Gao have time? Just the two of us? Or call Lao Su as well? Gao Yan said. That's what I was planning too. Fan Xian nodded. If all the students in his class can pass the internship, it will also be good for him. Besides, Gao Yan is the boss and will not make things difficult for his classmates. It will be easier to get the internship report. Therefore, Gao Yan indirectly helped him. Evening. A Chinese restaurant near the school. Gao Yan, Fan Xian and Su Lingfeng were sitting by the window eating and chatting. After a few bottles of beer, everyone started talking casually. Lao Fan, have you found a girlfriend? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Don't dare to look for it. Fan Xian shook his head. The cost of finding a girlfriend is too high now. I can't afford to support a girlfriend with my little salary. It seems you have a story, Lao Fan. Su Lingfeng joked with a smile. Perhaps due to the stimulation of alcohol, Fan Xian also told his story. It turns out that Fan Xian had a girlfriend when he was a junior in college. The two have a good relationship. I plan to get married after graduating from college. But after the parents of both parties met, things took a twist. His girlfriend is a local, while Lao Fan is from other provinces, and she comes from a small town. My girlfriend is an only child, and her parents prefer to find a local boy to marry. Lao Fan has just graduated from college, but he needs a house, but no house. Money, but no money, and he doesn't even have a job yet. Therefore, his girlfriend's parents looked down upon him very much. When their parents met, the other party proposed that if they wanted to get married, they must buy an apartment in Nandu and a car worth more than 200,000 yuan. Although my girlfriend's parents did not require the house to be bought in the city center, as Nandu is the provincial capital, the price can be so cheap. The worst houses are tens of thousands of square meters. Therefore, this meeting naturally ended on bad terms. Although the two did not break up. But there was also a crisis in their relationship. Not long after, a blind date was arranged for her at her girlfriend's house. The other party's conditions were much better than those of Lao Fan, and her girlfriend didn't hide anything from him. After knowing this, Lao Fan expected that the relationship between the two parties could no longer last. So he took the initiative to break up. He then went back to school to pursue graduate studies. After graduating from graduate school, he stayed in school as a counselor. As for his girlfriend, she is already married and even has a child several years old. During his tenure as a counselor, Lao Fan performed well and the school planned to promote him to a teaching assistant position. Once promoted to assistant coach, his situation will be much better. USA, Fox Pharmaceutical Group. Kevin, who had just returned from a business trip to China, came to Vice President Brooke's office. After the formal report, Kevin suddenly said, "Brecci, I discovered something very interesting in Xia country." "Yeah?" Brooke raised his eyebrows. "Our partner Lou bought a miracle drug and after taking it, his physical condition changed dramatically." "Are you sure?" Brecci had his doubts. "Here's a picture of him before and after he took the medicine." Kevin took out his mobile phone and showed Brucey several comparison photos of Lucen before and after taking the medicine. He also introduced, not only has he lost a lot of weight, but his physical fitness has also been greatly improved, and he looks several years younger. According to him, he suffered from several diseases before taking the medicine. "I had a lot of symptoms, but after taking the medicine, all those symptoms disappeared." "Impossible!" Brucey exclaimed, "How could there be such a miraculous medicine in the world?" "It's true." He also went to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. He is already in his 50s and is now stronger than an adult, Kevin said. "Seriously?" Hearing this, Brucey believed a little. "Then where did he get his medicine?" Kevin said, "I asked, and he said that this magic medicine was bought from a kung fu master named Gao Yan, and it cost 10 billion Xia coins. Moreover, there were several rich people who bought and took the medicine with him. Finally, the effect is quite obvious. Maybe we should get the prescription of this medicine." "A bottle of medicine can be sold for 10 billion Xia coins. Do you think the other party will sell the prescription to us?" Brucey said angrily. "Okay, I'm just talking casually, just think it's an interesting piece of information." Kevin shrugged. In fact, he also knew that this was impossible. The other party was not a fool. How could he sell such a profitable formula? "Okay, you've worked hard on this business trip, I'll give you 3 days off." "That's great. I just happened to take my wife and son on a short trip," Kevin said happily. That night, Brookie came to a bar and met a man named Dig. The two chatted like old friends for more than an hour. Before leaving, Brucey handed the other party a document bag. "Brecci is not only the vice president of the Fox Group, but also an intelligence agent of the CIA. Fox is a pharmaceutical group with strong R&D capabilities. Therefore, 10 years ago, CIA inserted Brucey as an undercover agent." Deitch returned to CIA with the file, then opened the file and looked through it. Just after reading this document, his brows furrowed. This document mentioned a special magic medicine from the Xia Kingdom, which was said to have very miraculous effects. However, Brucey was unable to verify the news because he was not at a high level. "Do I need to report it?" Dig was a little hesitant. After all, this was just an uncertain result. "If you want to verify the authenticity of the magic medicine, you must use the agents lurking in Xia Kingdom. He has no right." After a slight hesitation, he decided to report the news. As for whether his boss would not let people investigate, it was none of his business. Jerry Lee is a Chinese American. However, he currently works in an investment company in Xiaogua and serves as an investment manager. Not only does the annual salary exceed 7 figures, but there are also project shares and year-end dividends, so life is quite comfortable. But secretly he also has an identity, that of a CIA intelligence agent. In the past few years, he has also secretly provided a lot of information to the CIA. This day, he came back from the bar and opened his personal computer. After browsing some web pages, he logged into a forum called Xiaogua Forum. After logging into his account, he found that a forum account he followed had updated new posts. Suddenly, his expression became serious. After clicking on this new post, I found a task in it. This task is not difficult. He was just asked to understand the recent abnormal changes in Wang Wanlin, Lu Sun, Liang Yozhen and others. The investment company he works for is quite large, and he has access to a lot of rich people. These people are all top rich people. As long as you don't pry into their secrets, it is easy to understand the recent abnormal changes in them. 2 days later, Li Jerry took the initiative to attend a business symposium. One of the keynote speakers at this symposium was Lu Sun. When Lu Sun appeared on the scene, Li Jerry was surprised to find that Lu Sun was very different from before, so he found a photo of Lu Sun taken a month ago. After some comparison, he discovered that Lu Sun's changes were greater than imagined. So, after the symposium ended, he found that several businessmen were chatting around Lu Sun, so he took the initiative to join them. To his surprise, someone actually asked about the changes in Lu Sun's body. The other party did not hide it, but talked about it enthusiastically. After getting the information he wanted, Li Jerry left. In the following days, he contacted several other wealthy people one after another and found that they had undergone major changes from before. So, he sent the information he investigated back to CIA. The time has come on July 1st. The people from Chaoyang sect are here. Not Zhang Qingyue, but Song Qingzhu. Both parties have cooperated many times, and the transaction was not slow. After completing the transaction, Gao Yan also invited Song Qingzhu to stay for a meal. The other party did not refuse. After lunch, Gao Yan came to the study and called up the system interface. The upgrade experience reached 3.1 trillion. And the system reserve funds increased by 2 trillion after using the return double card, reaching 6.3 trillion. By the way, starting from today, Nanda University has started summer vacation. Xiaozhua will also have summer vacation tomorrow. She does not plan to go back to her hometown this summer vacation, because her father is working hard in Pyongyang. It must be said that Laozhua is now in high spirits. His reputation in Pyongyang is very high. Besides, Xiaozhua's mother works in Rongqing. When her husband is not around, she will hardly go back to Jiangzhou. If both parents are not around, why go back? It is worth mentioning. After this period of practice, Yao Guan has broken through to the peak of Huajin. These 2 days, she has been preparing for Baodan. It is estimated that he will be able to enter the Baodan realm in a few days. As for the arrangement of summer vacation, Gao Yan has discussed it with Xiaozhua and Song Yufei. That is to go on a 3-person trip together. That night, after dinner, Gao Yan came to the balcony to enjoy the view, and suddenly felt a prying gaze. Spiritual perception was turned on. He found that a man was spying on him with a telescope in a building more than 300 meters away. With a thought, Gao Yan turned on the inside eye and used the detection function. The identity of the other party was also revealed. The other party's public identity is a coffee shop owner. But his secret identity is a CIA agent lurking in Daxia. Why would the CIA target me? Gao Yan was a little puzzled. Did they know that he was the boss behind the Black Fox mercenary group? He thought this possibility was unlikely. Since you are not sure, let Hong Huang investigate. Hong Huang's efficiency has never disappointed Gao Yan. The reason why CIA agents appeared near Lingxi Garden was due to the primary physical gene medicine. The changes in the bodies of several wealthy people who bought the gene medicine were too great to be hidden from the eyes of those who were interested, not to mention that Gao Yan did not ask them to conceal it. So, this matter was reported to the CIA. The CIA could not help but be interested in this magical medicine that could completely improve human physique. So, they sent agents to investigate him and wait for an opportunity to seize the formula of the magic medicine. Half an hour later, an old friend came to Lingxi Garden. "Why did Director Luo come here today?" Gao Yan asked with a smile. "Did you sell a magical medicine to Wang Wanlin, Lu Sen and others?" Luo Bing asked. "Since you've come to my house, I'm sure you've already investigated it." "Why bother asking?" "Okay." Luo Bing smiled apologetically. "Does this medicine have any side effects?" "No." Gao Yan shook his head. "If the warrior's physique is digitized, the physique of a bright force warrior is between 70 and 79, and the physique of an dark force warrior is between 80 to 89. After taking the magic medicine I provide, the physique can be improved to 80 points within a month. By the way, it can also correct some genetic defects in the body, making people younger and healthier." After hearing Gao Yan's introduction, Luo Bing's face was shocked and shocked. "You know, to achieve dark force, even if it is a genius, a warrior must practice for more than 5 years. It's good for a person with average qualifications to enter the dark force in more than 10 or 20 years. Now, with just a bottle of liquid medicine, you can have the physique of dark force in just 1 month. It's incredible and magical." After taking 2 deep breaths, Luo Bing calmed down his emotions and asked, "Gao Yan, can you sell some of this medicine to us at a lower price?" "Sure, I'll give you a 20% discount," Gao Yan said happily. 20% discount. Luo Bing smiled bitterly. "It's 2 billion cheaper, but we still can't afford it." "Can it be cheaper?" Gao Yan was silent for a while and said, "At most 50% off, if it's less than this price, Director Luo, don't say anything." Having said this, Luo Bing couldn't bargain anymore. After all, Gao Yan has sold 12 bottles to the outside world, all at a price of 10 billion per bottle. Then buy 2 bottles. Finally, Luo Bing said. Suddenly, Gao Yan changed the subject. "Director Luo, I have a suggestion. Here. You can buy 20 bottles at one time. I don't need you to pay it all at once. How about giving me 10 billion every month until it is paid off?" Hearing this, Luo Bing was very tempted, but she said she would ask for instructions from the higher-ups. Soon, Luo Bing finished her instructions, and the higher-ups agreed to the installment payment. After the 2 parties signed the agreement, Luo Bing gave Gao Yan a card with 10 billion yuan and left with 20 bottles of primary physical gene medicine. Unexpectedly, just after sending Luo Bing away, he received a call from Wu Junlai. "Brother Yan, I heard that you have a magic medicine in your hand. After taking it, it can greatly improve physical fitness?" Gao Yan, "Yes, do you want it?" Wu Junlai, "Hee, Brother Yan is wise." Gao Yan, "Okay, I charge 10 billion yuan per bottle for others, and I charge 5 billion yuan per bottle for you. How many bottles do you want?" Wu Junlai, "I made this call mainly to confirm with you. The specific number of bottles needs to be counted, and then I will fly to Nandu to get the medicine from you tomorrow." Gao Yan, "Okay, let's do it. The cost price of genetic medicine is not high. Even if it is 5 billion yuan per bottle, he will make a lot of money. Besides, 10 billion yuan per bottle, it really can't sell much. After all, how Many people can take out 10 billion yuan in cash. Not long after, Li Chaonan also called, still for the gene medicine. Gao Yan also agreed and said that he would sell it to him for 5 billion. The next morning, Gao Yan went to Yongdong Science and Technology to pick up Xiaozhua and Song Yufei and brought them back to Lingxi Garden. Just got home. Found that Wu Junlai and Li Chaonan had already arrived. This is Li Chaonan, this is Wu Junlai, both are my friends. By the way, this is my girlfriend Shui Jianyue, and this is also my girlfriend Song Yufei. Gao Yan introduced the two parties. Li Chaonan and Wu Junlai both stood up quickly and called sister-in-law. Xiaozhua responded generously, but Song Yufei seemed a little shy. Knowing that they had something important to talk about, Xiaozhua took Song Yufei upstairs. Li Chaonan and Wu Junlai were not surprised by this situation. It was nothing for a capable man like Gao Yan to have two girlfriends. Everyone chatted casually for a while. The topic of gene medicine was mentioned. Wu Junlai said he wanted 10 bottles, and it was obvious that some of them were bought for others. Li Chaonan proposed to buy 4 bottles. Yingnan doesn't need it. She has already cultivated to the peak of dark energy and doesn't need this thing. Gao Yan reminded. Then I'll buy 3 bottles. Li Chaonan immediately changed his mind. After completing the transaction, Gao Yan invited them to dinner, but both of them were eager to go home, so Gao Yan didn't force them to stay. Pull out the system panel and take a look. The upgrade experience reached 323.67 billion, but unfortunately, the 2 trillion cashback quota for this month has been used up, and the transactions last night and this morning have not received system returns. Unexpectedly, not long after Li Chaonan and Wu Junlai left, Lu Yun came. Again. Why, your Qin family is also interested in the magic medicine? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Lu Yun nodded, I am indeed interested. After all, after taking it, your physical fitness will be greatly improved, which is very helpful for martial arts training. But I don't recommend you buy it. Why? Lu Yun asked doubtfully, is there any hidden danger? There are no hidden dangers. Gao Yan shook his head, this magical medicine can improve the physique of ordinary people to the level of dark energy within a month, but it is only the physique, not the strength. And the price is very expensive. I sell a bottle to those rich people for 10 billion. I can only charge you 5 billion to sell it to you. But if you use 5 billion to buy my medicinal wine and practice martial arts, you can train dozens of Anjin, so say you understand? I see. Lu Yun suddenly lost interest in this magical medicine. After seeing Lu Yun off, Gao Yan came to the room upstairs. Have you discussed the travel route? Gao Yan asked the two girls. Husband, this is what I think. Let's not plan a route this time. How about we play wherever we go? Xiaozhua hugged Gao Yan's arm and said. Okay, it's up to you. Gao Yan has no problem with this. That night, after Gao Yan and classmate Xiaozhua played 2 games in the canyon battlefield, she kicked him out of the room and asked him to sleep next door. So, he had to go next door. Song Yufei didn't lock the door. What did she mean? She knew it tacitly. Early next morning, after breakfast, the 3 people drove off in the Bentley Mulsanne. They had no destination, so they headed in one direction. But after driving for an hour, Gao Yan felt something was wrong. He said to the 2 girls in the back seat who were playing a double-row mobile game enthusiastically, we 2 beauties, you really think of me as your driver? Hurry up and come to the passenger seat and talk to me. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 hours passed. Gao Yan and the three of them have traveled more than 200 kilometers on the highway. Honey, I've searched. 10 kilometers ahead is Sichuan County. It said that Sichuan roast lamb is more delicious. Why don't we try it? Xiaozhua, a classmate and the co-pilot, said with his mobile phone. Because this trip has no purpose and no guide. If you want to find interesting places and delicious food, you have to search on your mobile phone. After Gao Yan expressed his dissatisfaction, classmates Xiaozhua and Song Yufei took turns coming to the passenger seat to talk to him, tell him jokes, and even sing to him. Therefore, after driving for several hours, he was not bored at all. At this time, he glanced at the black Honda behind him. This Honda sedan had been following him since he got on the highway. There are 4 people on it. They are all CIA agents. Because they were always on the highway, they had no chance to take action. Gao Yan said, "Okay, let's go to Sichuan County to eat roasted lamb." You can search again to see which roasted lamb is better. Let's go directly. Soon, Gao Yan got off the highway and drove towards Sichuan County a few kilometers away. Xiaozhua found a roasted lamb restaurant with good reviews on his mobile phone. Coincidentally, it was right next to the county seat. The black Honda also got off the highway. This roast sheep restaurant is a farmhouse, and you can drive your car directly into it. Xiaozhua, Yufei, you go get something to eat, and I'll go out and take care of something, Gao Yan said. Then be careful. Xiaozhua nodded. Her memory was also good, so she also discovered the black Honda car that had been following them walk out of the farmyard. Gao Yan then saw the black Honda parked not far away. He didn't even bother to meet them directly and used his own human body magnetic field to shatter their human magnetic field. After the magnetic field was shattered, the 4 of them groaned in unison and then fainted in the car together. After the Qi cultivation master or Qi cultivation heavenly realm is shattered by the human body's magnetic field, they will fall into a weak state, but they will not faint. But these 4 CIA agents are ordinary people who have undergone some training. They don't even have true energy in their bodies, so they cannot withstand the impact of the human body's magnetic field being broken. Picking up the phone, Gao Yan dialed Luo Bing's number. Bureau Luo, I have CIA agents lurking in the country following me. Where are the people? I've fainted. Please arrange for someone to take them away. Later, Gao Yan informed Luo Bing of his location. Less than 10 minutes. The police from Sichuan County arrived and took him and his car away. Didn't bother Gao Yan. After more than 2 hours of waiting, the roasted whole lamb is finally on the table. Xiaozhua pulled off a leg of lamb and handed it to Gao Yan. Husband, you have worked hard on driving this morning. Eat a leg of lamb. You worked hard to make me laugh while I was driving, and you all ate a leg of lamb. Gao Yan also tore off 2 legs of lamb and placed them on the plates of classmate Xiaozhua and Song Yufei respectively. I have to say that the craftsmanship of the chef at this roast lamb restaurant is indeed quite authentic. The lamb was roasted to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, and all the spices were infused with flavor. But only half of it was eaten. Classmate Xiaozhua's cell phone rang. But it was the post she posted on Moments that was to blame. The caller was Lin Mower. She was very angry and dissatisfied when she found out that Gao Yan took Xiaozhua and Song Yufei on a trip but left her alone. Husband, Mower is clamoring to come, do you agree to her? Classmate Xiaozhua asked softly while covering his phone. Let her come. Gao Yan agreed after a slight hesitation. Lin Xiaomin was a workaholic and helped him make money, so naturally he didn't have time to take Lin Moer out for fun. In this case, let him go to Lingxi Garden to find Chu Xing and let Chu Xing send her here. Gao Yan thought for a while and said again. After all, Lin Moer was a beautiful woman. No matter whether she was driving or taking a taxi, it wouldn't be a bad thing if she got into an accident. With Chu Xing to see her off, Gao Yan could rest assured. In the end, the whole roasted lamb was eaten up by Gao Yan and the others. Most of them were eaten by Gao Yan. When checking out, the boss was quite surprised when he looked at the empty table. He didn't expect these three young people to be so good at eating, and he planned to pack them for them. The price is not expensive. Including drinks, the charge is just over 700, and the per capita consumption is more than 200, which is quite affordable. Leave from the roast sheep restaurant. The three of them drove to the county seat again. Tuchuan County is not prosperous, but it has relatively well-preserved ancient city walls. So, after entering the county seat, Gao Yan found a place to park the car. Went around the city with my two girlfriends. During this period, they encountered many special snacks and they would buy them to try. Xiaoshua's physique is as high as 90 points, and he is also very good at standing up. Although Song Yufei is not close, he has been drinking medicinal wine for a long time. Not long ago, he also took genetic medicine and also practiced martial arts. Therefore, their digestion and absorption capabilities are far superior to ordinary people. There will never be a situation where you see delicious food but cannot eat it because you are too full. All the way down, the snacks in the hands of the two women were not broken. And I had a great time eating it. 2 or 3 hours later, they visited almost all of Tuchuan County. Then Lin Moer arrived. Brother Gao, Sister Xiaoshua, and Sister Yufei, aren't you too interesting? As soon as they met, Lin Moer scolded the three of them. When she knew that the three of them had left her to travel, she was filled with resentment. Moer, I know you're coming. These are snacks I bought for you. Eat them while they're hot. Gao Yan smiled and stuffed a bag of snacks into her hand. The first time they met was because of food. So, Gao Yan knew that this girl was a real foodie. Thank you, Brother Gao. Seeing this bag of snacks, Lin Moer, a foodie, lost most of her resentment. Boss, should I go back to Nandu directly or follow you? Chu Xing asked on the side. Just follow us. Gao Yan thought for a while and said, it's a good opportunity to see the special snacks from various places and learn from them. In the future, you can also make some special snacks at home. This is a good idea. Lin Moer was the first to raise her hand in approval. Xiaozhua and Song Yufei also agreed. Chu Xing quickly expressed his attitude, Boss, I will study hard and will not let you down. Gao Yan nodded. As for the issue of Yao Guang and Chu Xiao eating in the villa, let them cook for themselves or order takeout. Therefore, that night, Yao Guang ate the takeaway ordered by Chu Xiao, and her brows couldn't help but frown slightly. She was used to eating the food made by Chu Xing, but she really couldn't get used to eating takeaway. However, she didn't say anything. After all, she came here to practice martial arts, not for enjoyment. As for Gao Yan and his group, they went to a special soup pot restaurant for a meal in the evening. Chu Xing even said that he had mastered the tricks of the soup pot in this restaurant, And he could make it for everyone after returning, and he could also improve the recipe to make the soup pot more delicious. After the meal, the group wandered around the city again and went to the night market and bought some local specialties. Gao Yan's group was also very conspicuous. Xiao Zhua, Song Yufei and Lin Moer were not to be mentioned. Even Chu Xing's appearance was not bad, not to mention that the other party was Dan Jin, and the temperament he showed was not something that ordinary people could have. As for Gao Yan, let alone, if he changed into ancient costumes, it would not be an exaggeration to be praised as a young master in the world. That night, Gao Yan and his party checked into the best 5-star hotel in Tuchuan County. 3 rooms were opened. Gao Yan and Xiao Zhua lived in one room, Song Yufei and Lin Moer lived in one room, and Chu Xing lived alone. Inside the room, Song Yufei and Lin Moer had both finished taking a shower and were sitting on the bed chatting. "Sister Yufei, are you and brother Gao secretly together?" Lin Moer asked, curiously. From the afternoon to before checking into the hotel, she found that Song Yufei and Gao Yan had always seemed relatively close. The occasional holding of hands and hugs had completely broken the boundaries of ordinary friends. But what surprised her was that Sister Xiaozhua turned a blind eye to this situation. There were many people before, so although she was curious, it was difficult to ask questions. This time, she and Song Yufei were alone, and she finally asked her inner doubts. "I didn't secretly get together with him," Song Yufei said seriously. Lin Moer curled her lips. "You lied. You two were so intimate, and you have broken through the boundaries of normal male-female interactions." "Moer, you really misunderstood. Gao Yan and I are not secretly together, we are together openly." Song Yufei smiled. "How is that possible?" Lin Moer shouted in disbelief. "Doesn't Sister Xiaozhua mind? Your brother Gao is very capable, so your sister Xiaozhua doesn't mind." Song Yufei said seriously that she had learned more and more about Gao Yan during these days together. Knowing that her boyfriend was no longer an ordinary person, she felt a little awkward at first when the 3 of them got along, but now, she has gotten used to it. "Oh my God, you are reversing the course of history. I didn't expect Sister Xiaozhua to accept that her boyfriend could have another woman. Moer, do you think this is incredible?" Song Yufei looked at Lin Moer and said, "Indeed." Lin Moer nodded. Suddenly, Song Yufei's face straightened up. "Then let me ask you a question. In the future, would you rather marry an ordinary man who only loves you, or would you rather marry someone who is excellent in all aspects, charming, but a little carefree, man?" But Lin Moer smiled slyly. "Sister Yufei, you are changing your concept. Why can't I find a boyfriend who is equally good and only loves me? How do you ensure that he only loves you?" Song Yufei continued to ask. "There is no shortage of beautiful women to be chased by, and similarly, there is no shortage of women to chase after. Excellent men. Reality is not an idle drama. There is no scriptwriter to make rules for you. The male protagonist only loves the female protagonist. A good man will faced with all kinds of temptations, you can guarantee that your future boyfriend will be able to resist them all. What if there is such a boy?" Lin Moer said caably. "We have such a large population in Daxia. I admit that there are indeed boys like this, but in the vast sea of people, are you sure you can meet them?" Song Yufei joked. "You have also been in college for a year, right? There are not many boys you are chasing. Well, can you meet the boy you like? Not really. Lin Amour shook her head. Song Yufei continued, our Yangdong Science School is ranked among the top 10 key schools in the country, and the number of boys who can be admitted to this school far exceeds that of ordinary boys. But in such a school, you haven't found the boy you like. If you want to find a better boy outside the school, it will be even more difficult. Besides, love is full of chance. You can't just do nothing and just look for the boy you like. Even if you can find him, he is so good that he can't always be there waiting for you. A good man will always be there. There is something with a quick hand, but nothing with a slow hand. Sister Yufei, how do I feel that what you said is your personal experience? Lin Mower joked with a smile. So be it. Song Yufei was not embarrassed at all. I have had a crush on your brother Gao for a long time, but he is Xiaoshua's boyfriend, so I have been suppressing my feelings. If Xiaoshua hadn't taken the initiative to match up, my relationship with Brother Yan will never be able to get together in this life. That sister, Xiaoshua, is very generous. Lin Mower praised. It's really generous, Song Yufei said in a complicated tone. Xiaoshua said before that Gao Yan was too strong and she needed to find someone to share the burden. She thought this was an excuse made by Xiaoshua. But after several personal experiences, she understood that this was no excuse. It was indeed difficult for a person to deal with that animal. After chatting for a while, the two turned off the lights and went to sleep. In the darkness, Lin Mower's eyes flickered, and she thought to herself, Sister Xiaoshua can accept Sister Yufei, but what about me? During this year of college life, there were dozens to dozens of people chasing her. But she didn't feel anything for them at all. And she habitually compared them with her tall brother. It was better not to compare. Once she compared them, she found that these people were far from her tall brother. Later she went to the internet to check the situation. Although there are some confusing answers on the internet. But one thing is right. If you frequently compare a man with your suitor, it means that you already have a good impression of that man. But she knew that Brother Gao had a girlfriend, so she kept her good feelings deep in her heart. But today she found out that Sister Yufei had become Brother Gao's girlfriend. And she was intrigued. Early next morning, after everyone got up, they met to have breakfast in the hotel restaurant. Then he drove on. But the way Song Yufei looked at Lin Amour was somewhat meaningful, because she discovered that since the morning, this little girl had been trying to please Xiaoshua intentionally or unintentionally. Although Lin Amour thought she concealed it well, she still looked a little immature, so Song Yufei could see through her thoughts at a glance, but she had no intention of exposing her. Just watch it for fun. Last night, Gao Yan felt that walking around aimlessly was not a matter of time. So, let Hong Huang collect some more distinctive counties or small towns. Otherwise, going to some featureless places is a waste of time. Today their destination is a small town more than 300 kilometers away. This town is called Linshui Town. The town is surrounded by mountains and rivers, the scenery is quite beautiful, and the town also holds bonfire singing and dancing parties. The registration fee is 120 yuan per person. After signing up, you can have fun all night long. And food and drinks are all included. There were 5 of them in total. It was completely possible to take a car, so Gao Yan found an opportunity to put the car that Chu Xing drove into the mustard space, and then let Chu Xing drive. He could fully enjoy hugging him in the back seat. Unfortunately, when setting off, Lin Mower had to compete with him for a seat. so he could only sit in the passenger seat. For a moment, he regretted letting Lin Moer come. It's approaching noon. A group of them arrived at Linshui town. Find a place to have a meal first, and then buy tickets for the bonfire party. I heard that these tickets are in short supply, and you won't be able to buy them if you're late. They were lucky, and when they went, there were only 9 tickets left. The bonfire singing and dancing party starts at 6 p.m. All you need to do is take your tickets and attend. After buying the tickets, the group of 5 started touring the town. Suddenly, a tall and handsome boy came towards me, stared at classmate Xiaoxue and said, "Beauty, can you add me on WeChat?" "I'll ask my boyfriend first." Classmate Xiaoxue said to the other party, and then asked Gao Yan, "Husband. He wants to add me on WeChat, do you agree?" "No." Gao Yan said very firmly. Logically speaking, after experiencing such an embarrassing thing, the boy should turn around and leave. Unexpectedly, this guy was not embarrassed at all, and said to Song Yufei, "Beauty, how about we add a WeChat account?" Song Yufei was quite speechless at the cheeky boy in front of her. She simply hugged Gao Yan's arm and asked delicately, "Husband, this person wants to add someone to their WeChat account. Do you think they should give it to him?" "Of course not," Gao Yan said jokingly. "Wokao!" Ren Dayu exclaimed. He didn't expect that these 2 top beauties were the girlfriends of the man in front of him. Suddenly, a strong jealousy surged in his heart. Why? But soon, he realized something was wrong. No matter how attractive the man in front of him was, he might still have 2 top beauties as his girlfriends at the same time. Wouldn't he mind? Therefore, he suspected that one of the 2 top beauties was not the man's girlfriend but was deliberately used as an excuse to reject him. Ren Dayu, who thought he had guessed the truth, said excitedly, 2 beauties. Even if you don't want to add WeChat, you don't have to trample on your reputation. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan's face darkened slightly, and the faces of classmate Xiaoxue and Song Yufei didn't look very good either. Gao Yan originally didn't bother to argue with the other party, but he didn't expect that this guy failed to ask for WeChat and actually provoked him. He had to teach him a lesson. So, his eyes flashed, and the top hypnosis technique was activated. Then, Ren Dayu was seen searching the surrounding crowd. When he saw a fat middle-aged woman fanning herself with her hands, his eyes suddenly lit up. I saw him walking quickly towards the middle-aged woman and loudly said, "Beauty, can you add a WeChat account?" Suddenly, the tourists around him turned their heads to look. But when they saw a handsome and tall young man asking for WeChat from a fat middle-aged aunt, everyone looked confused, and then, many people had strange looks on their faces. "I'll go, this guy has such a strong taste. TSK, this guy's taste is too unique." Everyone has their own preferences for radishes and greens. Maybe this is what the young man likes. The middle-aged woman was also startled. She subconsciously took 2 steps back and stared at Ren Dayu warily. "What do you want to do?" "Beauty, I spotted you right away in the huge crowd. Please give me a chance. Can we add you on WeChat?" Ren Dayu looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him affectionately and said in a magnetic voice, "Young man, are you sick?" The middle-aged woman frowned. "I'm old enough to be your mother, but you dare to tease me in the street. Age is not a difference. As long as there is love, we can overcome everything. You little brat, you dare to molest my wife, you are tired of living." At this moment, a tall and strong middle-aged man appeared. He happened to Here Ren Dayu teasing his wife, and punched him in the face. With a bang, Ren Dayu was knocked down with a punch, and Gao Yan also released his hypnosis. In fact, Gao Yan just semi-hypnotized him. He could clearly feel what he was doing, but he couldn't control himself. Now that he was back to normal, he quickly got up from the ground, turned around and ran away. The middle-aged woman's husband wanted to catch up, but was stopped by the middle-aged woman. Forget it, husband, you have already taught him a lesson. Not far away, I saw Ren Dayu running away. Song Yufei smiled and said, Brother Yan, was it you who did that thing, just now? Right. Gao Yan did not deny it. I used hypnosis to control him and give him a little lesson. Brother Gao, you can't use hypnosis on us, right? Lin Moer said with a worried look on her face. Then it depends on whether you are sensible or not. Gao Yan deliberately threatened, if you compete with me for a seat in the future, I will hypnotize you and make you bray like a pig in public. It's so scary. Lin Moer shrank her head in fear, and promised, don't worry, Brother Gao, I must be sensible, don't hypnotize me. Okay, stop scaring Moer, you scared her, how can you explain to her mother? Classmate Xiaoxue glared at Gao Yan. Thank you, Sister Xiaoxue. Sister Xiaoxue is the best. Lin Moer quickly hugged classmate Xiaoxue's arm. Other side. After escaping for some distance, Ren Dayu looked back and saw that no one was chasing him. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What happened just now was so weird. How could he suddenly lose control and ask for WeChat from a fat woman? Diwu, were you possessed just now? At this time, Ren Dayu's good brother Ren Lin caught up. He is indeed possessed. Ren Dayu looked gloomy and said, I just went to ask that fat woman for WeChat. And was completely out of control. It wasn't until the fat woman's husband punched me that I returned to normal. Isn't it? Ren Lin expressed doubts about this. Both of them were residents of Linshui town. Ren Dayu's family opened a good quality inn, and Ren Lin's family opened a restaurant. In the past 2 years, more and more tourists have come to Linshui town, and both of them have made a lot of money. Because Ren Dayu was tall and handsome, there were many female tourists visiting Linshui town. Therefore, he and Ren Lin went to the town to pick out those beautiful female tourists who were not accompanied by male companions. Moreover, Ren Dayu is not only thick-skinned but also good at smooth talk, so he succeeds many times. Ren Lin's appearance is much worse. However, with the help of Ren Dayu, he also slept with many young female tourists. For fear of getting into trouble, they never attack female tourists accompanied by male companions. But today, when they were looking for a partner on the street, they found Gao Yan and his group. They found that a boy was actually accompanied by 4 beauties. Moreover, 3 of the beauties were top-notch beauties. Under the influence of lust, he broke his own rules and ran up to hook up. Don't you know who I am? Ren Dayu said unhappily, I suspect that it was that guy who did it. Speaking of this, Ren Dayu's eyes couldn't help but have a hint of coldness. Then what do you want to do? Ren Lin asked. That guy made me so embarrassed, I must not let him go. Ren Dayu's eyes had a hint of resentment. This is not good. Ren Lin said with some concern, after all, we don't have any evidence. Besides, if the other party really has means, the 2 of us together are not his opponent. If the 2 of us are not opponents, then find more people. In this way, you go and keep an eye on them, and I'll go find someone. Dayu, don't mess around. This is a scenic spot. If something happens, the police station will definitely investigate. Ren Lin persuaded. Don't worry, I know my limits. I just need to find someone to teach that guy a lesson. Ren Dayu knew that Ren Lin was timid, so he comforted him. It seems that the lesson is not enough. Hundreds of meters away, Gao Yan heard the conversation between Ren Dayu and Ren Lin through his spiritual perception. So he summoned the broken leg curse card and wrote Ren Dayu's name on it with his mind. Just as Ren Lin followed Gao Yan's arrangement, he didn't expect that he had just taken a few steps and heard a scream. When he looked back, he found Ren Dayu lying on the ground screaming. Lin, what's wrong with you? My leg is broken, take me to the hospital. Ren Dayu, who was sweating profusely in pain, said that when he was cursing Gao Yan just now, he kicked the stone pillar and broke his leg. It was almost 6 o'clock. Gao Yan and his group of 5 went to the place where the bonfire dance party was held. There were many people attending the party. There were 2 long queues at the entrance. More than 10 minutes later, Gao Yan and his group checked their tickets and entered. There was a buffet restaurant and a snack street in the venue. However, after entering the buffet restaurant, we found that there were really a lot of people, and the tables in the restaurant were already full of tourists eating. There are too many people, let's go to the snack street, Song Yufei suggested. No one had any objection to this, so they changed their route to the snack street. But when they arrived at the snack street, they found that there were many tourists queuing in front of each snack stall. It's okay to eat 2 or 3 snacks. If you really want to eat dozens of snacks, you don't know how long it will take to queue up. I thought the 120 yuan pass was a great bargain, but now it seems that this bargain is really not easy to get. Xiaozhua said with some dissatisfaction. Indeed, there are no seats in the restaurant, and there are so many people queuing in the snack street. It's too difficult to get something to eat. Lin Moer nodded in agreement. I have a way. At this time, Gao Yan said, you go find an open space first, I'll go get some things back. Walking to a deserted place, Gao Yan flashed into my world and got a batch of ingredients and processed them. He took out a grill and disposable tableware and cups from the mustard space and went to meet everyone. 20 minutes later, a tempting aroma of skewers spread all around. It attracted several groups of tourists. However, after learning that Gao Yan and his friends were also tourists, they could only leave disappointed. After the first batch of skewers were cooked, everyone felt unsatisfied after sharing them. After all, the ingredients prepared by Gao Yan were all from places with spiritual energy, and their taste was far better than the real world, and Chu Xing's craftsmanship was also quite good. The taste of the grilled skewers was absolutely excellent. An hour later, after everyone had eaten and drunk enough, they collected the garbage and threw it into the trash can. As for the other tools, Gao Yan took them away and put them into the mustard space. After everyone wandered around the venue, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. The bonfire on the square in the center of the venue was lit. At the same time, the broadcast in the venue began to remind everyone that the bonfire party had begun. When Gao Yan and his friends arrived, they found that dancers in ethnic costumes were already performing on the important circular stage in the square. There were 3 parts in the bonfire song and dance party. First, the song and dance actors of the scenic area performed for about 80 minutes. Secondly, tourists took the initiative to participate in the performance. If The performance was outstanding. The scenic area would issue a commemorative medal and a souvenir. Finally, it was free dance time, and the scenic area would arrange 2 actors to lead the dance. There were no chairs on the square, only cushions. Gao Yan and his group arrived neither too early nor too late, and found a few cushions in the middle to sit down and watch the performance. Here. After sitting down, Gao Yan took out a few bags of snacks and distributed them to the girls. Lin Mower looked at Gao Yan and couldn't help asking, "Brother Gao, are you Doraemon? Where did you get your snacks from?" The reason why she had such a question was that Gao Yan was only wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and shorts, and it was easy to tell whether he had anything on him. Gao Yan reached out and rubbed her head. "Just eat whatever you want, don't ask." But in the next hour or so of watching the performance, Gao Yan continued to take out various snacks and drinks, which made Lin Mower more curious. She kept looking at Gao Yan. After the performance of the actors in the scenic area, it was the turn of the tourists to perform. It must be said that there are still many talents among the tourists. For example, a buddy sang terribly, but he was intoxicated by it and made everyone laugh. There were also 2 tourists who went up to perform a crosstalk. And the 2 were quite talented. Although it was a common joke on the internet, they could make everyone laugh when they said it. There was also a mother and daughter who performed a dance together and won everyone's applause. "Husband, how about you go up and perform a show?" Xiaozhua encouraged Gao Yan. Then Song Yufei and Lin Mower agreed. "Okay, I'll go and perform one." Gao Yan had nothing to be shy about, and he stood up and walked to the stage. At this moment, there was a young artist holding a guitar and singing solo on the stage. His voice and skills were average, but his emotions were very abundant. Therefore, after the song ended, he received a lot of applause. "Brother, can I lend you my guitar?" After the other party left the stage, Gao Yan said to the young artist. "Okay." The other party hesitated slightly and handed the guitar to Gao Yan. Gao Yan went on stage with the guitar, plucked the strings, and a string of beautiful sounds flowed out, followed by Gao Yan opening his mouth. Suddenly, the whole audience was silent. The young artist stared at Gao Yan on the stage blankly. Gao Yan sang an original song. An A-level song opened by the entertainment card. Under his master-level singing skills and master-level guitar skills, this song reached the most perfect state. The song was over. The tourists were still immersed in the song until Gao Yan came off the stage with his guitar, and then there was a wave of applause. "Thanks, buddy." Gao Yan returned the guitar to the young artist. "Wait, are you a professional singer?" the young artist shouted. "No." Gao Yan shook his head. "What's the name of the song just now?" "Is it the original version?" the young artist asked again. "That song is called My Youth, it's original." After answering the young artist, Gao Yan left quickly. When Gao Yan returned to his seat, he found that Xiaozhua and Song Yufei were looking at him with shining eyes. As for Lin Mower, she didn't dare to look at him openly, but stole a glance. "Brother, you sing really well, what's the name of that song?" At this time a boy nearby asked. "The name of the song is My Youth, it's original." "I feel that you sing much better than those singers, you should be a singer." Gao Yan smiled. "It's impossible to be a singer, because I'm the boss of the singer." Soon, the tourist performance session ended. As expected, Gao Yan received a commemorative medal and a souvenir issued by a scenic spot. Next is the free dance time. Except for Chu Xing, Gao Yan had a lot of fun with the three girls. During the period, some young female tourists recognized Gao Yan, but when they saw the three beauties surrounding Gao Yan, they gave up the idea of chatting him up. 10:30. The bonfire dance party ended. Brother Yan, there were many girls who wanted to chat with you just now. Did we not delay you? On the way out, Xiaozhua hugged Gao Yan's arm and joked. No. Gao Yan said affirmatively, I have you already enough. The next morning, after having a special breakfast in Linshui town, Gao Yan and his group set off for the next destination. In the moving Bentley, Lin Mower suddenly exclaimed, Brother Gao, you are famous. The video of your singing last night actually had 200,000 little red hearts. With the rise of small video platforms such as Douyin and Kuaishou, it often takes only one night for an ordinary person to become an internet celebrity. Out of curiosity, Gao Yan also opened Douyin and started browsing. After browsing more than 20 videos, he actually found 5 videos of himself singing My Youth. Among them, the video with the highest number of likes had more than 800,000 little red hearts. Obviously, Douyin saw his potential and planned to promote him to become a big internet celebrity. So, Gao Yan picked up his phone and called Boss Zhang. A few minutes later, the operations director of Douyin received a call from Boss Zhang. After the call ended, the operations director immediately ordered to cancel all recommendations of Gao Yan's singing videos and limit their traffic. Hearing this order, the operators present were very puzzled, and the operations director argued, Director, I think this person has great potential. His singing skills are very good. In addition, his song is not only of high quality, but also original. I am very optimistic about his potential. If we are willing to give him a certain amount of recommendation and traffic, he is likely to become a big internet celebrity with millions of followers. Come with me to the office, the operations director said to the operations director. After arriving at the office, the operations director wanted to plead for Gao Yan, but the operations director said, Do you know who he is? Who? The operations director asked in confusion. He is the owner of Sunday Mall and a major shareholder of our head office. Bites. The operations director said helplessly. To be honest, he is also very optimistic about Gao Yan, otherwise he would not give so much traffic. Ah. The operations director looked a little dazed. Now you understand, hurry up and limit the flow of videos about the big boss. The operations director waved his hand. I know, boss. The operations director nodded, got up and left the office. With the flow limit of Douyin, the singing videos related to Gao Yan have also sunk, and it is difficult for people to actively browse them. I believe that in a few days, he will be forgotten by Douyin users. Of course, this situation also makes the Douyin users who filmed his singing videos very depressed. The number of views is obviously increasing rapidly. Why did it suddenly stop? 5 days passed in a flash. During these 5 days, Gao Yan took a few girls to a more distinctive place every day. Therefore, everyone not only had fun, but also ate quite happily. Only Lin Mower was a little unhappy. Because in the face of many delicacies, her stomach was so small. Once she was full, she could only envy Xiaozhua and Song Yufei to enjoy the food unscrupulously. But the two sisters often teased her with food, which made her want to bite people. She also asked the two sisters why they could eat so much. They told her that they all practiced martial arts with Gao Yan, so they had a big appetite and were not afraid of getting fat. This made her envious and said that after returning, she would also practice martial arts with Gao Yan. Yesterday, Luo Bing called to thank Gao Yan. After the 4 CIA agents who were taken away were handed over to the relevant departments for interrogation, many spies and agents were found. At the same time, Lu Hani also called Gao Yan. He hoped to buy 3 bottles of primary gene liquid. Gao Yan naturally would not refuse, and said that he would go to Beijing in person after the trip. This day, Gao Yan and his party had crossed 2 provinces and entered Nan's province. The martial arts exchange conference a few months ago was held in Hongya Villa, in Sioux City, Nan's province. Originally, they planned to go to a more distinctive town. Unfortunately, the weather was not good, and it rained heavily. After checking the local weather forecast, the rain lasted for a long time. So, they found the nearest exit to get off the highway, and entered the nearest city to find a 5-star hotel to stay in. This hotel is quite high-end. There are 2 presidential suites. So, Gao Yan took them all. Gao Yan, Xiao Zhua, and Song Yufei lived in one suite. Lin Moer and Chu Xing live in the same suite. It was still raining heavily outside, so Gao Yan suggested playing landlord. Chu Xing couldn't stay idle and cooked in another presidential suite. Without cheating, Gao Yan's face was also covered with a lot of notes. After all, the 3 people present were all talented students in science in Yangdong, and they had strong calculation and mental arithmetic abilities. Even if Gao Yan could calculate, he couldn't do it without getting good cards. Fortunately, Chu Xing learned a lot of snack-making methods during the parade. After her improvement, the snacks she made were not only more ornamental, but also tasted at least 50% better. The rainstorm lasted until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. If we rush to that town at this time, it will probably be evening when we arrive. So, just stay in this city for one night and set off tomorrow. Besides, 2 presidential suites can't be wasted, right? Later, Gao Yan found a private restaurant through Hong Huang, so he asked the butler of the presidential suite to help them order a meal. A little after 5 o'clock, a group of 5 people took the hotel car to the private restaurant. However, when passing by the hotel lobby, Gao Yan felt like he was being spied on again. And he quickly locked onto a short woman in the hotel lobby coffee shop through the inside eye. The other party's identity information also emerged. The other party's name is Yamaki Sakurako, alias Zi, and her identity is an agent of a spy agency of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Foot Basin. She was sent to Daxia when she was 5 years old, and she was also a citizen of Daxia on the surface. She had not been activated for these years. Until 2 days ago, a superior contacted her and gave her a task, which was to find a way to get close to a man named Gao Yan. The subsequent tasks would not be activated until she really got close to Gao Yan. Zi watched Gao Yan and his group leave the hotel, but she smiled bitterly in her heart. She was originally quite confident about her appearance, but after witnessing the appearance of Gao Yan's 3 female companions, she completely lost confidence. The 3 female companions were all more beautiful than her. After eating a meal at the private restaurant, everyone agreed that the chef's skills were far worse than Chu Xing's, and the price was very expensive, with an average consumption of 800 yuan per person. Without drinking, they actually spent more than 4,000. What's more interesting is their conversation was overheard by the waiter. Then the chef came to the door. Gao Yan asked Chu Xing to come out and comment on each dish. The chef of the private restaurant suddenly changed his face, and then asked Chu Xing humbly for advice. Finally, the chef said that he would pay for their bill, and Chu Xing's advice benefited him a lot. But Gao Yan refused. But the chef refused to let them pay, and finally, Gao Yan offered a discount, charging only 2,000 yuan for the fee of more than 4,000 yuan. After leaving the private restaurant, Xiaozhu joked, "In the future, take Sister Xing with you to eat, and find fault with them more, so we can save a lot of money." This is the chef of this private restaurant who is willing to accept criticism. If it were another restaurant, he might think we were deliberately finding fault. Gao Yan said with a smile. That's right. Song Yufei nodded in agreement. Not everyone can humbly accept other people's opinions. Then, the group wandered around the city again, and it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening when they returned to the hotel. The spy from the Foot Basin country still stayed in the lobby. Seeing the women who were inseparable from Gao Yan, she felt that this mission might not be easy to complete. The next day, after breakfast, Gao Yan and his party headed towards Shanshui town. Shanshui town has two major features, namely hot springs and culture. Shanshui town is backed by an extinct volcano that has not erupted for more than 300 years. Therefore, many large and small natural hot springs have been formed on the mountain. But it was too difficult to get to the mountain, so the spring water from the mountain was piped down and provided to the hotel. Therefore, almost all hotels in this town are hot spring hotels. However, Dashia is rich in resources, and there are many places with hot springs. With the development and construction of a large number of hot spring hotels, the hot spring hotels in Shanshui town have gradually lost their competitiveness. The biggest economic pillar of Shanshui town is tourism. In order to make Shanshui town popular again, a leader who loves art came up with an idea. It provides free accommodation and venues to some domestic calligraphers and painters, and invites them to hold exhibitions in Shanshui town. Strive to build Shanshui town into a tourist town full of artistic atmosphere. In the end, they really did it. In recent years, many well-known calligraphers and painters have come to Shanshui town to hold exhibitions of their works. In this way, the reputation of Shanshui town has spread, attracting more tourists and calligraphy and painting enthusiasts. The largest and most luxurious hotel in Shanshui town is the Shanshui Hotel. The price is not cheap. Ordinary rooms cost more than 800 yuan. The most expensive ones are the two suites, which are priced at 28,888 yuan and 29,999 yuan. Both suites have indoor hot spring pools installed. Because Gao Yan and his party came in a Bentley, when they checked in for a room, the front desk took the initiative to recommend these two top-level suites to them. Then Gao Yan directly won two top-level suites. After entering the room, Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction. The decoration and layout of the two top-level suites were no worse than the presidential suite he had stayed in, and the area was also much larger. The most important thing is the indoor hot spring pool. For a sponsor like Gao Yan, the hotel is still quite enthusiastic. Not only were they given 5 tickets to the calligraphy and painting exhibition, but they were also given 5 tickets to the town's opera house and amusement park. In addition, the hotel also introduced some hotels in the town with delicious food, and also recommended their own restaurants, saying that the hotel's Chinese and Western chefs are top-notch, especially the Western chefs who were recruited from Michelin. Likewise, when assigning rooms, Gao Yan lived in one room with Xiaozhua and Song Yufei, and Chu Xing and Lin Moer lived in the same room. When Gao Yan looked at the size of the indoor hot spring, he couldn't help but smile. The indoor hot spring pool was not big and could accommodate up to 4 or 5 people. It was just what Gao Yan wanted. If it was too big, it would be bad. Brother Yan, what are you looking at? Classmate Xiaozhua asked. I'm looking at whether the hot spring pool is big enough, Gao Yan said with a smile. It's not big enough, but it's almost enough to accommodate the 3 of us. Don't you think? Classmate Xiaozhua asked with a smile. More than enough. Gao Yan chuckled. Classmate Xiaozhua rolled her eyes at him. How could she not know what her boyfriend was thinking? Subsequently, everyone discussed it. We ate at the Shanshui Hotel at noon. After eating, we went to attend a calligraphy and painting exhibition, then went to the opera. As for the amusement park, we waited until dinner. Gao Yan and his team have no preference for Western food, but prefer Chinese food. So we had lunch at the hotel for lunch. As for the taste of the dishes, I can only say that it is acceptable. They ordered 8 dishes, only 3 were cooked by the chef, and the other 5 were cooked by ordinary chefs. This is because they are VIPs in the top suites. If an ordinary guest orders 8 dishes, it would be nice if one of them is cooked by the chef. The food was not too expensive, costing more than 1,000 yuan in total. Much cheaper than the private kitchen I had yesterday. There are 8 exhibition halls in the town's calligraphy and painting exhibition hall. The exhibition hall with the most exhibitions will only be open if it is hosted by the more famous calligraphy and painting masters. There are only 2 calligraphy and painting exhibition halls open today, and the works in the exhibition halls are all provided by some well-known calligraphy and painting exhibitions. At the same time, these works are also for sale. Although Gao Yan has no research on calligraphy and painting, he can really distinguish good from bad. First of all, he has a discerning eye and can tell the quality of calligraphy and painting through the price. Secondly, his mental power is far beyond that of ordinary people. The better the calligraphy and painting work, the more attention it pays to meaning. In his opinion, the paintings and calligraphy in these exhibition halls are all about form rather than meaning. The authors of these paintings and calligraphy can at best be called calligraphers and painters, but they are not qualified to be called calligraphers and painters. However, not many people really understand calligraphy and painting, and most of them are just hype. There are several works of masters in the closed exhibition halls. After Gao Yan's spiritual perception, he also believed that these works were full of craftsmanship. One of them touched the meaning, but the meaning contained was very thin. Brother Yan, what do you think of these paintings and calligraphy? Xiaozhua asked. Seeing these calligraphy and painting works, she had the idea of buying 2 for her parents. I don't know calligraphy, but I think these calligraphy and paintings are very ordinary and have no collection value. Gao Yan said. Forget it, I won't buy it. I plan to buy 2 as gifts for my parents. After hearing what Gao Yan said, Xiaozhua immediately gave up the idea of purchasing. Sir, I think you are wrong. At this time, a woman's voice came from behind. Gao Yan looked back at Zi and said playfully, what did I say wrong? Yes, the woman who spoke was none other than Zi, the spy from the Footpot country. She had been looking for an opportunity to get close to Gao Yan. She followed the calligraphy and painting unfolding and heard Gao Yan and Xiao Zhua talking. In order to have an intersection with Gao Yan, she took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Han Zi said, "There are 18 works of calligraphers and painters in this exhibition hall, 3 of which are from a painter named Mozi. Her works are quite valuable for collection. In March this year, one of her works was the work even sold for 280,000 yuan. Oh, thanks for reminding me, I got it." Gao Yan nodded calmly, and then left with Xiao Zhua and his party. Han Zi, who stayed where he was a little dumbfounded. "Are you ignoring me now? Let's go to the opera." After viewing the works in the 2 exhibition halls, Gao Yan and his party left for the opera house. And Han Zi followed again. But when she followed her to the opera house, she found that no tickets were sold. Unable to get in, she had to go back to her car and wait. During dinner in the evening, Gao Yan meets Han Zi again. But just when she was about to speak, Gao Yan walked straight past her, pretending not to see her, which made her angry. "Even if I am not as good as the 3 beauties around you, I am still a little beauty. How can I be like this? Ignore me?" "Brother Yan, we met that girl just now in the exhibition hall." Classmate Xiao Zhua whispered. "Don't pay attention to her, this woman is a spy." Gao Yan said, "She's here for the medicine I gave you." Xiao Zhua was startled, "Isn't it dangerous?" "Won't." Gao Yan comes from the channel. After eating, Han Zi planned to continue to follow Gao Yan. Suddenly, Gao Yan turned around and smiled at her, and immediately after, she felt her head fall into dizziness. Immediately afterwards, she drove to the scenic spot police station, surrendered, and confessed her identity as a spy of the Foot Basin country. The 2 policemen who received Han Zi were a little confused. This was the first time they had encountered a spy case. After all, they usually dealt with trivial matters, and the slightly bigger cases were just fights, so they had no experience in spy cases. After confirming that Han Zi was not joking, one policeman continued to take her statement. The other quickly reported it. An hour later, the people from the municipal bureau arrived and took Han Zi away. That night, Gao Yan and his group returned to the hotel. The indoor hot spring pool was already filled with hot spring water, and there was a basket of rose petals next to the pool. In addition, there was a bottle of red wine and several wine glasses, as well as several plates of snacks by the pool. Gao Yan was very satisfied with the hotel's thoughtful preparations. "My 2 darlings, let's go to the hot spring together," Gao Yan said with a smile. "How about you go first, and I'll go alone with you Fei later?" Xiao Zhua said with a smile. "No, it's boring for me to go alone, let's go together," Gao Yan said hurriedly. Hearing this, Xiao Zhua and Song Yufei both laughed. Song Yufei even said, "Look, his fox tail is exposed, I guess he had an idea." As soon as he saw the pool. "You are all my wives, shouldn't I have an idea?" Gao Yan said confidently, "Hurry up and change your clothes, and rest early. After the bath, it's getting late." So, Gao Yan changed into a pair of shorts and entered the hot spring pool. After a while, Xiao Zhua and Song Yufei also changed into swimsuits and arrived. Because there were no outsiders, the swimming pool for the 2 girls was not so conservative, but Gao Yan's eyes lit up. "Come down quickly, the 2 wives, I have tested the water temperature for you, it's just right," Gao Yan said meanly, and won a roll of the eyes from the 2 wives. At Gao Yan's urging, Xiao Zhua and Yufei also stepped into the pool, and came to his side on the left and right, and Gao Yan stretched out his hands to hold their waists. Is Brother Yan happy? Xiaozhua put his face on his shoulder, and his white fingers drew circles on Gao Yan's chest. Happy, of course I am happy. With your company, I think this life is worth it. Gao Yan used his arms to hug them tightly. You have long wanted to experience the experience of being hugged by both sides, right? Xiaozhua continued to ask. You two are my dear babies, I can't always be partial to one over the other. Right? Gao Yan said shamelessly, so, if you want to hug, hug together. By the way, the hotel has prepared red wine, let's drink some together. Or it was under the influence of alcohol. So half-heartedly, Gao Yan enjoyed what is called the peak of life. But afterwards, Song Yufei quietly ran to the next room to sleep, so Gao Yan failed to achieve the achievement of sleeping in the same bed, which made Gao Yan a little regretful. Time flew to July 14th. Gao Yan threw the car to Chuxing, but he took the three girls back to Nandu by plane. Played outside for more than 10 days. Gao Yan and the other two did not feel tired, but Lin Moer seemed quite tired. So, the trip ended. Master Gao, I have broken through to Danjin. Yao Guang came to Gao Yan and said calmly. Okay, keep working hard. When you reach the peak of Danjin, I will teach you how to break through Gangjin. Gao Yan said in a deep voice. Got it, Master Gao, thank you. Yao Guang bowed to Gao Yan and turned to practice again. Yao Guang was sent away. Gao Yan came to the study. Through Hong Huang, he learned about the situation of Sun Ruoshi, Li Yingnan, and Wang Tainan in the mercenary group. I have to say, Wang Tainan is a combat talent. Although she went later than Li Yingnan and Sun Ruoshi, her performance on the battlefield was much better than them. Especially in an encounter, Wang Tainan, as an assaulter, directly killed more than 20 enemy mercenaries. The CIA has recovered and began to target the Black Fox mercenary group. Fortunately, with the presence of the Red Emperor, they could always see through their plans in advance. Natasha seized the opportunity to counter-ambush the mercenary groups under the CIA. In just 1 week, more than 2,000 hostile mercenaries were killed, but their own damage was negligible. But think about it. Natasha herself is a strong man at the peak of the indestructible. With her personal training of her mercenaries and the medicinal wine provided by Gao Yan, the individual capabilities of the Black Fox mercenary group are very strong. Any member is an elite among elites when he goes to other mercenary groups. Therefore, after several battles, the reputation of the Black Fox mercenary group has spread, and even many mercenary groups that are hostile to the United States or hate the United States have taken the initiative to form an alliance with Natasha. Natasha also knew that the United States would not give up, so she chose to form an alliance with 2 mercenary groups. These 2 mercenary groups are mainly Polar Bear mercenaries and Daxia mercenaries. It is worth mentioning. After several battlefields, Sun Ruoshi, Li Yingnan and Wang Tainan have all broken through to the Huajin level. Thinking of this, Gao Yan summoned the Anywhere door. He traveled to the base of the Black Fox mercenary group. Boss, you're here. Natasha was very happy to see Gao Yan walk out of the Anywhere door. After sitting down, Natasha began to report on the situation of the Black Fox mercenary group during this period. Well done. Gao Yan praised, and then asked Natasha to call the 2 apprentices and Wang Tainan. Master. After seeing Gao Yan, Li Yingnan immediately gave Gao Yan a hug. I've broken through to the point of becoming energetic, not bad. Gao Yan glanced at the three women and praised them. That's right, it doesn't matter whose apprentice it is. Li Yingnan said. Proudly. Okay, for the sake of your breakthrough, I will reward each of you with a bottle of elixir wine. Gao Yan took out 3 bottles of wine and handed them to the 3 women, respectively. Suddenly, the 3 women's eyes lit up, because they all knew that the elixir wine was a good thing. Thank you, Master X2. Thank you, boss. By the way, now that you have broken through to the level of strength and achieved your purpose of coming here, do you plan to stay here or go back with me? Gao Yan asked. Boss, I want to stay and go back after the summer vacation. Wang Tainan said. Master, I want to stay too. Me too. Seeing that the 3 women were willing to stay here, Gao Yan didn't say anything. Okay, then you all can stay, but don't relax in your cultivation. That night, the monthly system review day is here. His performance this month was mediocre, and he only received 11 A-level ratings. This is still taking into account the Krypton Gold situation in Minecraft. Otherwise, he would only get 3 A-level ratings. After replacing the A-level rating with top draws, Gao Yan's top draws reached 94. Then, the time to open the blind box came. Who should I ask to help open the blind box this time? You know, opening a black card will consume a lot of luck, and you won't be able to recover it for a while. Suddenly, the figures of Chen Yusen and Jing Xiaoyu flashed in Gao Yan's mind. He can let them join forces to help him open a blind box. And Lu Hani's luck should be good, and she can also open it once. There's only one left. Hey, why don't you let Lin Xiaomin and Lin Moer and their daughter work together to help him open a blind box? Gao Yan murmured. That's it. Gao Yan clapped his hands and first asked the Red Emperor to investigate where Chen Yusen was. Coincidentally, Chen Yusen will fly back to the Magic City tomorrow, and Zheng Xiaoyu is in the Magic City, so they can get together to open the blind box. 9 o'clock the next morning. Shanghai Airport. After Chen Yusen, wearing a cap, sunglasses, and a mask, came out of the VIP channel, she rushed towards the parking lot with her assistant and 2 bodyguards. But just arrived at the parking lot. But a short-haired woman wearing a brown suit appeared in front of her. Ms. Chen, we meet again. Seeing the woman in front of her, Chen Yusen frowned slightly. Miss Ruan, let me say for the last time that I am not interested in your conditions. Please. Don't appear in front of me again in the future. Ruan Yue didn't take it seriously at all for Chen Yusen's disgust, and still had a gentle smile on her face. Ms. Chen, you might as well listen to the new conditions we have given. In addition to the endorsement worth 300 million, we have also invited the most famous people at home and abroad. Top songwriters and composers will create a music album tailored for you. But faced with such attractive conditions, Chen Yusen was not tempted at all. She looked at Ruan Yue coldly and got into the car, and ordered the driver to drive quickly. Watching Chen Yusen's car leave, a tall and handsome man appeared next to Ruan Yue and said with a joking smile, "It seems that your mission is going to fail." The smile on Ruan Yue's face has disappeared, replaced by something cold. She whispered, "It stands to reason that Chen Yusen should not be able to refuse such an offer, but why did she refuse? Do you need my help?" The man smiled and asked, "You only have 1 week left for your mission. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you fail to complete this mission, you will Be severely punished. You don't need to remind me, I know. Wan Yue sneered, isn't there still 1 week? I will definitely be able to complete the task. An hour later, Qin Yusen's car arrived at number 1 Platinum Palace. When she saw the man on the sofa in the living room, she couldn't help but excitedly ran forward and threw herself into his arms, murmuring, Brother Yan, I miss you so much. Where are you thinking? Gao Yan put his arms around the other person, slid a palm down to a certain part, squeezed it gently, and asked, with a smirk. I want to go anywhere. Being manipulated by Gao Yan like this, Qin Yusen felt as if she had been shocked, and her whole body became numb. Feeling the changes in the body of the person in his arms, Gao Yan understood it and carried her to the bedroom upstairs. Qin Yusen, who had been in the body for a long time, exploded with unimaginable fighting power, and Gao Yan was naturally not to be outdone. As a result, fierce fighting sounds broke out in the canyon battlefield today. 2 hours later, Qin Yusen, who exited the canyon battlefield, was as soft as noodles and clinging to Gao Yan's body, but there was a satisfied smile on her pretty face. Neither of them spoke, still immersed in the afterglow. After a while, Qin Yusen said hoarsely, Brother Yan, I encountered something recently. What's up? Qin Yusen said, 3 days ago, a woman named Ruan brought me 5 endorsement contracts worth 300 million for me to sign, on the condition that I become someone's woman. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan's eyes turned cold. Someone dared to take advantage of his woman. What happened next? Qin Yusen said, of course I refused, but today she blocked me in the airport parking lot. In addition to the previous conditions, she also said that she would invite top composers and lyricists at home and abroad to create an album tailored for me. Although I rejected her, I feel that she will not give up. Okay, I understand, you don't have to worry about this, I will take care of it. Gao Yan said in a deep voice, it is an endorsement contract worth 300 million. And it is an album created by a top composer and lyricist. The price paid by the other party is really not small, which shows that the origin of the other party is not simple. But no matter how simple it is unforgivable to dare to poach his corner. Thank you, Brother Yan, you are so kind. Qin Yusen kissed Gao Yan on the mouth. You are mine, I won't treat anyone well if I don't treat you well. Gao Yan patted her buttocks, let's go and take a shower together. After taking a bath, Qin Yusen fell into a deep sleep. Gao Yan got up and walked out of the bedroom in his pajamas, asking the Red Emperor to investigate who was plotting against Qin Yusen. Red Emperor's efficiency is as high as ever. The matter was quickly investigated. The woman who approached Qin Yusen was named Ruan Yue, and she came from a commissioning company called Hongsha. This commissioning company is quite low key, but very powerful. As long as you can afford the price, the other party can help you complete any entrusted task. Ruan Yue is a senior clerk at Hongsha Commissioning Company. During her 5 years at Hongsha Commissioning Company, she has never failed in any commissioning tasks she has taken on. The client this time is named Kai Xianglin. Interestingly, this Kai Xianglin is actually the boss of Aomei Medicine. You know, Gao Yan made a fortune by buying shares of Aomei Medical. But the strange thing is, although the client is Kai Xianglin, the commission fee was not paid by Kai Xianglin. Moreover, the endorsement contract worth 300 million and the invitation of top lyricists and composers were not promoted by Kai Xianglin. At this time, the Red Emperor took the initiative to speak. Boss, I think. There is a huge secret behind this matter. Do I need to continue the investigation? Gao Yan also felt something was wrong. The Red Emperor's investigation took a full hour. Then it sent a compiled document to Gao Yan. After reading this information, a mysterious and long-standing organization emerged in front of Gao Yan. This organization is called the Crystal Skull Society, and its members come from all over the world. However, it is not easy to become a member of the Crystal Skull Society. It must be recommended by more than 3 gold medal members. There are 3 levels of membership in the Crystal Skull: gold, silver, and bronze. There will always be only 12 gold medal members, 99 silver medal members, and currently there are more than 1,000 bronze medal members. First, after being recommended by 3 gold medal members, the Crystal Skull Society will send people to contact the recommended people and issue invitations to them. If you accept the invitation, the Crystal Skull Society will directly give you $1.2 billion and grant you 3 wishes. Of course, these 3 wishes cannot be too outrageous. The organization will review your 3 wishes, and after passing them, it will help you fulfill these 3 wishes. After these 3 wishes are fulfilled for you, you will be promoted to a probationary member of the Order of the Crystal Skull. At this time, the organization will give you 3 membership tests. If you pass the test, you will be promoted to a bronze medal member. Members of the Crystal Skull Society come from all walks of life, but those who can become members are elites from each industry. As for Kai Shengli Navaume Medical, he is more than just the boss of a pharmaceutical company. It is also a leader in biopharmaceuticals and has strong R&D capabilities. Otherwise, the Crystal Skull Society would not invite him to join. And letting Chen Yusen become his woman was one of his 3 wishes after joining the club. As for the Red Sand Commissioning Company, it has nothing to do with the Crystal Skull Society in name, but it is actually controlled by the Crystal Skull Society. There are many commissioning companies like the Red Sand Commissioning Company all over the world. They are all serving the members of the Crystal Skull Society. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. And these commissioned companies often use whatever means to achieve their goals. The commissioned companies in Daxia are better. At the beginning, they usually offer benefits to lure the target person. If the target person cannot resist the temptation and agrees, it is naturally the best. But if the target person resists the temptation, they will take some ruthless means to force the target person to agree. For example, Chen Yusen, they know that Chen Yusen is a star, so they tempt her with a high-priced endorsement contract. When Chen Yusen is unwilling to submit, they take out top lyricists and composers to create an album for her to continue to seduce. But Chen Yusen still refused. If nothing unexpected happens, the senior clerk named Ruan Yue, who contacted Chen Yusen, should use some shady means to force her to submit. Thinking of this, Gao Yan's inside eyes opened and extended to the outside of Platinum Palace. A business car parked near the community was found. There were 3 people in the business car, a driver, a paparazzi, and a cameraman. Obviously, they followed all the way here and waited here to film Chen Yusen's dirty tricks. Xiaohong, investigate the details of Ruan Yue's other tasks for me. Gao Yan ordered. 2 minutes later, Hong Huang sent a compiled document to Gao Yan. After Yuan Yue joined Hongsha Commission Company, she completed more than 10 commissions of various sizes, and the commissions she received were also quite generous, more than 50 million. She has never failed in these tasks. The reason is also very simple. This woman is good at grasping people's hearts. And even better at catching the weaknesses of the target. Her methods are even more sinister and vicious. If it were not in China, Gao Yan estimated that this woman would be even more unscrupulous. It would be easy to directly destroy the Crystal Skull Society. Although the 12 gold members are more mysterious, with Hong Huang here, their true identities are completely exposed. But it would be too wasteful to kill them directly. It is better to drain their wealth first and then destroy them. After all, the wealth controlled by the Crystal Skull Society is also an astronomical figure, which can completely become the nourishment for his upgrade. Then let's kill this Yuan Yue first. After the Red Emperor first locked Yuan Yue's whereabouts, Gao Yan placed the puppet incarnation near her. At this moment, Yuan Yue was studying Qin Yusen's information in front of a computer in a high-end apartment. At present, she has made 2 arrangements. First, send paparazzi to follow Qin Yusen to see if they can dig up any black material. Second, she arranged for people to trace Qin Yusen's past to see if they can find any black material that threatens her. At this moment, Yuan Yue is watching a reward data. Qin Yusen has been a host in Huyu for several years, and there are many big brothers who protect her. These big brothers have spent a lot of real money for her. Maybe you can make a fuss about this, Yuan Yue said thoughtfully, then she took out her mobile phone and dialed a number. I will send you a list, and you will send someone to investigate the true identity of this list immediately. She is a senior clerk, so she will naturally not be a commander without troops. There are many people under her who run errands for her. Boom. At this moment, a sound came from outside. Frightened Yuan Yue, she stood up suddenly from the computer chair. But before she could make any new moves, a man appeared at the door of the room. You are. Before she finished speaking, the man suddenly appeared in front of her, raised his hand and pointed at her heart. Following that, Yuan Yue felt a severe heartache coming from her chest. The man looked at Yuan Yue coldly and disappeared out of thin air. Yes, this man is Gao Yan's puppet incarnation. In fact, the puppet incarnation can completely kill Yuan Yue without anyone noticing, but Gao Yan just wants the other party to find out and attract the attention of the Crystal Skull Society. Therefore, he let the puppet incarnation break the door violently. Of course, he also didn't want Yuan Yue to die too easily. The main reason was that this woman had a vicious heart. Killing her directly would be a bargain for her. The strong heart pain made Yuan Yue unable to stand up, so she had to squat down and cover her chest. As the pain intensified, she felt the threat of death. She looked at the phone on the computer table with sweat on her forehead, then gritted her teeth and stood up to get the phone to call 120, but the pain doubled as she stood up, so she squatted down again. In the next few minutes, she tried several times, but failed to get the phone, and finally died of heart pain. Xiaohong, get the list and information of all the members of the Crystal Skull. Gao Yan gave another order to Hong Huang. Now is just the beginning, he will play slowly with the Crystal Skull. At this time, there was a sound of a car engine downstairs, but it was Jing Xiaoyu who came back. When he came to the Magic City, Jing Xiaoyu was filming a short drama with her team. She wanted to stop filming and rush back, but Gao Yan told her not to rush and come back after filming. Hubby, When Jing Xiaoyu saw Gao Yan with his arms open in the living room, she quickened her pace and threw herself into Gao Yan's arms. Jing Xiaoyu's figure has always been Gao Yan's most satisfactory part. Therefore, Gao Yan was reluctant to let go while holding her. Suddenly, Gao Yan felt two sweet and moist lips pressed against him. He naturally would not be polite, so he hugged Jing Xiaoyu's waist and tasted her patiently. After a while, the two separated, and Jing Xiaoyu said, "Hubby, are you hungry? I'll cook for you. Come together, I brought some ingredients." After Gao Yan arrived at number 1 Platinum Palace, he got some ingredients from Minecraft and put them in the kitchen. With the combined efforts of the two of them, a rich aroma soon wafted out of the kitchen. In less than an hour, 3 dishes and 1 soup were served on the table. Gao Yan originally wanted to go upstairs and call Chen Yusen, but he didn't expect that the other party went downstairs on his own looking for the smell. Yuxian is here too. Jing Xiaoyu was not surprised when he saw Chen Yusen. "Sister Xiaoyu." A hint of shyness flashed across Chen Yusen's face. She was older than Jing Xiaoyu, but she joined the Gao family later, so she always called Jing Xiaoyu sister. "Come down and eat." Both women have a physical constitution of 90 points, so their food intake is much higher than that of ordinary people. After all, high physical fitness means high consumption. After meal, Gao Yan asked the two women to put their fingers together. Help him open a blind box. As expected, a black card was issued. "I haven't opened a card for so long, will my luck get better?" For a moment, Gao Yan had the idea of opening a card by himself. "Anyway, I still have 2 chances, so I'll try once." Thinking of this, Gao Yan reached out and tapped on one of the blind boxes. "You're cheating." When he saw the color of the card drawn, Gao Yan's face darkened. The card drawn this time was actually the lowest level red card. "What the hell, next time I open the blind box myself, I will be a dog." Then, Gao Yan's eyes fell on the black card. This black card is called the White Tiger Mecha card. There is one in stock. And the price is 100 billion. After using it, you can get a White Tiger Mecha. The mecha is 3.5 meters tall and weighs 20 tons. Currently, there is no weapon on Blue Star that can break through the defense of the White Tiger Mecha. In addition, the White Tiger Mecha can also isolate mental attacks. Moreover, the White Tiger Mecha has land, water and air combat capabilities. Let me go, this White Tiger Mecha is obviously a level better than the Black God suit and the Water God suit. Gao Yan said excitedly. Thinking of this, he hugged Jing Xiaoyu and Chen Yusen and kissed each of them. "Two darlings, I love you to death." With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan bought the White Tiger Mecha card. This White Tiger Mecha has 2 major energy systems. First, the White Tiger Mecha can actively absorb cosmic energy and store it. This cosmic energy can consume the White Tiger Mecha for 2 hours. The second energy system is the Spirit Stone energy. As long as the Spirit Stones are constant, the White Tiger Mecha can theoretically continue to fight with energy. I was already invincible, but now that I have the White Tiger Mecha, I am even more invincible, Gao Yan said secretly. Immediately, his eyes fell on the red card. The red card is a bad luck card, priced at 100,000, and there are 100 cards in stock. The effect will not be introduced. Although the level was low, it was a good thing to tease people, so Gao Yan also spent 10 million to get them all. Other side. Hongsha Commissioning Company has learned of Ruan Yue's death. As the boss, Li Yuan has sent his supervisor, Bai Min, to the police station, to learn about Ruan Yue's death. 2 hours later, Bai Min returned to the company and went directly to Li Yuan's office. Director Bai, how did Ruan Yue die? Bai Min said, Mr. Li, after forensic identification, Ruan Yue died of a sudden heart attack. However, before she died, someone violently broke open the door of her apartment and broke in. The police have not yet been able to identify the suspect. Does Ruan Yue have a history of heart disease? Li Yuan asked, with a frown. Not really. Bai Min shook his head. Our company's employees undergo comprehensive physical examinations every quarter. Not only does Ruan Yue have no history of heart disease, but neither does her family. Therefore, I suspect that her death from heart disease was man-made. Then do you have anyone to suspect? Li Yuan asked again. Bai Min is Ruan Yue's direct boss and should know Ruan Yue better. Bai Min shook his head. Ruan Yue is a very good employee. Since she joined our company, she has never failed in any task she has received, but her methods are quite extreme. I suspect that her death is related to the previous target person. Yes, she is still on a mission. What mission? Li Yuan asked. Bai Min briefly introduced the content of the task. After listening, Li Yuan said thoughtfully, do you think her death may be related to this Chen Yusen? Bai Min shook his head again. It's hard to say, but I will arrange for someone to investigate. Okay, investigate this matter as soon as possible. Li Yuan said in a deep voice. Bai Min returned to his office and called another senior clerk. This person's name was Jiang Xinchuan. He was the man who appeared next to Ruan Yue in the morning. Likewise, he was Ruan Yue's suitor. Jiang Xinchuan, you already know about Ruan Yue's death, right? Jiang Xinchuan nodded with a gloomy look, his eyes filled with resentment. Who in charge killed Yue? Bai Min said, it is still under investigation. Once the investigation is clear, I will inform you. Although Ruan Yue passed away unfortunately, her mission still needs to be carried out. I need you to carry out this mission. What do you think? Director, don't worry, I will definitely complete this task. Jiang Xinchuan said with certainty. Hey, if you don't seek death, you won't die. After Gao Yan in Villa No. 1 of Platinum Crystal Palace learned that Hongsha commissioning company still had no intention of giving up and sent another person to take over Ruan Yue's mission, he felt murderous intent again. So after an hour, Jiang Xinchuan died in his car in an underground garage. More than 2 hours later, Hongsha commissioned the company to discover his body. Jiang Xinchuan's death immediately made Bai Min realize that the deaths of Ruan Yue and Jiang Xinchuan were probably closely related to Chen Yusen. Bai Min quickly reported this guess to Li Yuan. Li Yuan mobilized the company's intelligence network to conduct an in-depth investigation into Chen Yusen. This investigation also brought Gao Yan into their sights. When they figured out Gao Yan's identity, they couldn't help but take a breath of air. Ma Dan, you're in big trouble, Li Yuan said with a pale face. The Hongsha Commission Company has a special operations department. The director of this department is a Dark Force warrior, and all the members are Ming Force warriors. Therefore, Li Yuan also knows what Dan Jin represents among warriors. It's obvious that Chen Yusen is a Gao Yan woman. Now, their company is actually poaching a great master of Dan Jin. It is reasonable for him to kill Ruan Yue and Jiang Xinchuan without anyone noticing. What's even more frightening is that Jiang Xinchuan was killed just after he took over this task. What does this mean? It shows that Gao Yan has set his sights on their company. Thinking of this, Li Yuan immediately called Zhao Jiang, the director of the Special Operations Department. Director Zhao, can our operations department fight against a Dan Jin? When Zhao Jiang heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, Mr. Li, besides me, our operations department only has 15 Ming Jin warriors. Together, we can barely fight against the warriors in the early stage of Hua Jin. The middle stage of the Jin dynasty is enough. If we encounter the late stage, we will be completely wiped out. As for the Dan Jin warriors, killing us is no different from killing ants. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Manager Zhao, for clarifying my doubts. Go and do your work. After dismissing Zhao Jiang, Li Yuan quickly took out the satellite phone from the bottom drawer and dialed a number. When the call was connected, Zhao Jiang said in English, Miss Kate, we are in big trouble here. Miss Kate, whom he seeks help from, is the vice president of the head office and his direct boss. Li, I feel your fear. Tell me, what kind of trouble did you encounter? Li Yuan naturally would not hide anything and told the whole story. After listening, Kate was a little annoyed. Shit, didn't you investigate the background of that woman before the mission? Li Yuan was also very aggrieved. They naturally investigated, but they didn't investigate so deeply. Who would have thought that there would be a Dan Jin Grandmaster behind a female star? Li Yuan, Miss Kate, this is indeed our mistake. Now we have been targeted by the other party. I have a hunch that he will not let us go. Please help us. Miss Kate. Kate, damn it, do you really think that a Dan Jin master is so easy to deal with? I will report this news to Mr. Caesar. As for whether Mr. Caesar will take care of this matter, I don't know. Hearing this uncertain words, Li Yuan felt cold. Miss Kate, you must help me. As a thank you, I will give you a Swiss account with 50 million US dollars. Kate, okay, since you are so sensible, I will try my best to help you say good things. After the call ended, Li Yuan still felt uneasy. He packed up briefly and got up and left the company. He wanted to find a place to hide before the problem was solved at the head office. He would not return to the Hongsha Commission Company because he suspected that Gao Yan's spies were already in the company. He took the elevator to the underground parking lot. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, someone was about to enter the elevator, and the two passed by. But Li Yuan had a bad feeling. He turned back subconsciously and found that the man had entered the elevator. Feeling his gaze, he smiled at him. But this smile gave him a chill. More than an hour later, Li Yuan successfully hid in the safe house and waited for Kate's response. But the smile of the man in the elevator flashed in his mind from time to time. It should be okay, right? He was very careful along the way, and deliberately made a few circles for this, but did not find anyone following him. The United States. In a suburban farm manor. Kate arrived just in time to see Caesar riding back. He handed the horse to the groom and sent it to the stable. Under the service of a group of servants, he took off his equipment, took the coffee brought by the maid, drank it and asked, Miss Kate, what do you want to do with me? Sir, there was a little accident in the Red Sand Commission in Daxia, and they don't have the ability to deal with it themselves. Kate said truthfully. Tell me the details. Caesar was still a little curious, and sat down on the sofa with a coffee cup. So Kate told the whole story again. After listening, Caesar frowned in dissatisfaction. This is a huge mistake in their work. Why didn't they investigate the background of the female star in advance? Then should we care about them? Kate asked tentatively. Hongsha Commission has made a lot of contributions to us over the years. For the sake of the $50 million, she felt that she should still say something good for Li Yuan. This commission company is affiliated with the Crystal Skull Society. The head office is located in the United States, but there are 129 branches around the world. There are only 3 branches in Daxia. They are located in Daxia's capital, Magic City, and Rongqing. Hongsha Commission is their first commission company in Daxia, and the completion rate of various commissions has reached 93%. Among the 3 commission companies, it has the highest efficiency. Therefore, Li Yuan still has a lot of credit. This matter involves the Danjin Grandmaster. You have to understand that the strength of the Danjin Grandmaster can be compared with the extraordinary warriors. Caesar looked at Kate meaningfully. Americans call those who are stronger than ordinary people warriors. And the strength was divided. They are ordinary, elite, mutant, extraordinary, and catastrophic. They correspond to the Ming Jin, and Jin, Hua Jin, Dan Jin, and Gang Jin of the physical warriors. However, the strength of these warriors is not from their own practice, but through genetic modification and genetic drugs. This makes the peak period and lifespan of these warriors relatively short. Fortunately, as long as there is money, they can be mass-produced. As for the life and death of those warriors, they don't care. The reason why Caesar felt embarrassed about the Danjin Grandmaster is that ordinary and elite warriors are easier to make, but it is very difficult to make mutant warriors. The mortality rate is quite high. 100 elite warriors may not produce a mutant warrior. And it is difficult for 200 mutant warriors to produce an extraordinary warrior. The Crystal Skull Society is quite strong, but in so many years, it has produced less than 10 extraordinary warriors, and as for the catastrophic warrior, only 1 has been produced so far. Moreover, the opponent's emotions are quite unstable. Once blood is seen, it is very likely that he will become emotionally unstable and start killing. Therefore, the Crystal Skull Society will not use the Cataclysm Warriors unless it is absolutely necessary. To be honest, the Crystal Skull Society is also very envious of Daxia's cultivation system, and they have also obtained a lot of cultivation secrets. But it is quite difficult to fully understand the cultivation secrets. Therefore, over the years, their cultivation has produced several Huajin, but not a single Danjin. They have also tried to win over those Danjin in Daxia, but they were all rejected. Do you want to give up the Red Sand Commission? Kate asked again. Let me think about it. Caesar looked embarrassed. After a long while, he said, I will contact Mr. Will. If Mr. Will takes action, there is still hope. Otherwise, we can only give up the Red Sand Commission. After Kate left, Caesar came to the study on the 2nd floor, picked up the phone and dialed a number. Mr. Will, mentioned by Caesar, is one of the 12 gold members and the principals of the Crystal Skull Society. A communication. Will said that he would send someone to talk to Gao Yan. If Gao Yan is willing to make peace at a certain price, it would be great. If not, he can only pay the Red Sand Commission. Although the Crystal Skull Society has the strength to destroy Gao Yan, however, the price paid is too high. And Daxia is a country with very strong autonomy. To be honest, the influence of the Crystal Skull Society on Daxia is not as great as imagined. That night, Gao Yan returned to Lingxi Garden. He left during the day to deal with company matters and naturally had to come back at night. Fortunately, he had the artifact of the Anywhere door, otherwise, he would not be able to be a time management master. The next afternoon, Gao Yan brought some things to Lin Xiumin and Lin Moer's villa. He greeted Lin Xiumin in advance. Therefore, Lin Xiumin rarely took a day off. After dinner, Gao Yan made a request. After the mother and daughter put their fingers together, he grabbed their fingers and pointed them at the void. Suddenly, the blind box exploded. The fireworks special effect appeared. When the special effects disappeared, a black card appeared. "Brother Gao, what are you doing?" Lin Moer asked. "I'll show you a magic trick." I saw Gao Yan grabbing the void, and a bottle of wine appeared. "Sister Lin, this wine is for you. Drink a little every day to nourish your body." "Thanks," Lin Xiumin said gratefully, but she knew that the wine in Gao Yan's hand was not an ordinary medicinal wine. "Moer, don't you want to learn martial arts? Starting from tomorrow, you will move to my place and study with your sister, Xiaoxua." Neither mother nor daughter had any objections to this. After staying for a while, Gao Yan left. On the way, Gao Yan reopened the blind box interface and his eyes fell on the black card. This black card is called the Energy Conversion Card. It sells for 100 billion and has one in stock. The effect is very simple. It can transform cosmic energy into spiritual energy. Every 24 hours, a spirit stone can be created. One spiritual stone is worth 2 billion, and 30 spiritual stones in a month are worth 60 billion. In less than 2 months, you can earn back the money you paid for the card, which is quite a deal. Bye. With a thought, the system directly deducted 100 billion from his account. Return to Lingxi Garden. Gao Yan used the energy conversion card, and then a 30-centimeter-high black box appeared. There was a small door under the box. The converted spirit stones would fall into the space inside the small door. About 10 spirit stones could be stored. Therefore, Gao Yan directly placed the energy converter in the study. Then just take the spiritual stone once every 10 days. The next morning, Gao Yanjing personally guided Xiaoxua, Song Yufei, and Lin Moer to practice martial arts. Suddenly a foreign girl came to visit, accompanied by 2 big white men. With a quick glance, the identities of the 3 people emerged. This foreign girl's name is Sally, and she is the secretary of Will, one of the 12 gold medal members of the Crystal Skull Society. Moreover, this foreign girl is no ordinary person. She has actually practiced the martial arts of Daxia and is a veritable martial artist. As for the 2 white men, they did not have the skills to practice Daxia, but their strength was not weaker than Huajing. However, Gao Yan sensed that their condition was extremely unstable. If they engage in high-intensity combat, their genes will probably collapse if it goes too long. Study room on the 2nd floor. Gao Yan looked at the foreign girl playfully. "Miss Sally, now you can explain your purpose of coming." "Mr. Gao, I am here to apologize to you on behalf of the Hongsha Company," Sally said in pure Daxia dialect. Li Yuan's body had been found in the safe house. From this, it can be seen that the Danjing Grandmaster in front of him is also a person who can't get rid of the sand in his eyes. If the situation was allowed to develop, it would probably expand the grievances between the 2 parties. Therefore, we'll immediately send her to Daxia, to negotiate with Gao Yan. How do you, the Crystal Skull Society, plan to apologize? Gao Yan said. Lightly. Upon hearing this, Sally's expression was slightly stern. Obviously, the Danjin Grand Master already knew about the existence of their organization. Sally said quickly, Mr. Gao, it's like this. We are deeply sorry for Miss Chen. First of all, we will compensate Miss Chen with an endorsement contract worth 500 million. In addition, if necessary, we can also invite the world's top composers and lyricists to create an album tailored for her. Finally, because we have offended you, we are also willing to compensate you with $1 billion US. What do you think? Not so? Gao Yan shook his head, which made Sally's face change slightly. Gao Yan slowly raised his hand and interrupted Sally, Miss Sally, to be honest, I don't take seriously the compensation of $1 billion US, but there is an old saying in our country that it is better to dissolve enemies than to end them. What do you mean, Mr. Gao? For a moment, Sally couldn't grasp Gao Yan's thoughts. Gao Yan turned his palm over and found a porcelain bottle in his hand. He said, This is a magic medicine I developed. It can not only make people young and strong, but also repair the hidden wounds in the body. However, although the magic medicine is good, it is too expensive to make. You Crystal Skull Club, I have strong financial resources, so I want to use this miracle medicine to cooperate with you. If we reach cooperation, the grievances between us will be wiped out. By the way, several wealthy people in Daxia have already used this miracle medicine. I can give you the list and you can investigate. Gao Yan's request surprised Sally. But looking at the medicine bottle in Gao Yan's hand, a look of hesitation appeared on her face. Seeing this, Gao Yan continued, The two people you brought have extremely unstable bodies. Once a super-intensity battle occurs, it is likely to cause their bodies to collapse and die, but this bottle of my magic medicine can solve the problem in their bodies. Question. Really? Sally said excitedly. You can try it. After a slight hesitation, Gao Yan called the two mutant warriors in. Gao Yan threw a bottle of genetic medicine to one of them and said, This bottle of medicine can solve your physical problems, drink it. There was some hesitation about the expression. Listen to Mr. Gao, Sally said. So, the other party opened the cork and drank the genetic medicine liquid in one gulp. When the medicinal liquid enters the abdomen, it turns into wisps of warm current, flowing to the limbs and bones. Because his strength was obtained through genetic medicine and genetic modification, it was not stable. This caused his physical body to be in an unstable state all the time, causing pinprick-like pain. Being in this kind of torture for a long time caused them great stress. But with the emergence of the warm current, the tingling pain in their bodies quickly disappeared. For a moment, the white bodyguard couldn't help but let out a very comfortable moan, and even couldn't help but dance. It's comfortable, it's so comfortable, I love this feeling. At the same time, a stench wafted out of his body, and a large amount of black impurities began to appear on his skin. In the blink of an eye, the other party turned into a clay figure. Brush. As soon as the figure flashed, Gao Yan used his divine energy to roll up the white bodyguard and threw him out of the window. Plop. The other person's body fell into the pool. Don't be nervous, I don't mean any harm. Seeing Sally and another bodyguard in an aggressive state, Gao Yan explained. With a smile, he has too many impurities on his body and needs to be washed. Follow closely. The three of them jumped from the window of the study room on the second floor and landed by the swimming pool. I saw that the originally clear water in the swimming pool became filthy at a visible speed, and the source of the pollution was the white bodyguard. Tsk, there are more impurities in his body than I thought, Gao Yan said casually. An hour later, the white bodyguard climbed out of the swimming pool after impurities stopped coming out of his body, but the entire water turned black and gave off a foul odor. Chu Xiu appeared and took him to clean up and change into a set of clean clothes. After a while, in the study room, Sally was asking about the bodyguard's physical changes. The other party told Sally that first of all, the hidden dangers in his body had disappeared, and he felt that even if he tried his best, he would not collapse again. Secondly, his strength has also improved a lot. So, to verify his statement, Sally let the two spar. As a result, the bodyguard who drank the genetic medicine defeated the other bodyguard in just 1 minute. Mr. Gao, I think we can talk about cooperation, Sally said impatiently. Took the bait. Gao Yan chuckled secretly. After some negotiations, the final price of the miracle drug was $2 billion per bottle. Crystal Skull will purchase 10 bottles first. If there are no side effects after use, they will purchase 100 bottles. Gao Yan was also very generous and said that he would not charge the money for the bottle of magic medicine he just used on the bodyguards. After sending Sally away, Gao Yan called up the system panel. The upgrade experience is increased by 120 billion. Unfortunately, the refund quota has been exhausted. Sally, armed with 10 bottles of magic medicine, rushed back to the United States as quickly as possible and met with Will. Will is an old man in his 70s. But he looked to be in his early 50s. This is mainly due to the research institute under the Crystal Skull Society. 20 years ago, the Crystal Skull Society established an immortality research institute, and so far, the research funding invested has reached $240 billion. Although some drugs that can delay aging have been developed, they are far from the level of immortality. Gentlemen, Will met Sally, who had returned from Daxia, in his study. Where's the magic medicine? Will said impatiently. Here. Looking at these 10 bottles of magic medicine, Will's eyes suddenly became hot, and he picked up a bottle of genetic medicine and was about to take it. Sir, why don't you send the magic medicine to the research institute to test its ingredients first? Sally reminded. No need. Will waved his hand. I have sent people to investigate, and there are no problems with the wealthy people in Daxia who have taken the magic medicine. As soon as he finished speaking, Will drank a bottle of genetic medicine. An hour later, Will, in high spirits, walked out of the bathroom in the study. Sally stood up quickly. Sir, are you okay? I have never felt so good as I do now. Will said happily. Daxia is indeed a mysterious country, and it actually has such magical liquid. He took the medicine from the Institute of Immortality to make himself look more than 20 years younger, but his physical functions did not improve much. But now, after taking the magic medicine, not only does he look younger on the outside, but his body functions have also returned to his youthful state, even better than when he was young. Then, a huge greedy light appeared in Will's eyes. Such a magic medicine should not be in the hands of a Daxia person, but in the hands of the Crystal Skull Society. As long as there is such a magic medicine, a huge amount of wealth is at hand. And the power and influence of their Crystal Skull Society will expand to a terrifying level. Sally, notify other gold members in my name immediately and ask them to come to me as quickly as possible. Okay, boss. Sally got up and left the study, and immediately notified other gold members. 12 gold members, including Will, 3 people live in the United States. And the other 9 are located all over the world. Will is the oldest gold member with high prestige. He also has the greatest authority in the Crystal Skull Society. At Will's call, the other 11 gold members rushed to Will's manor as quickly as possible. 15 hours later, the other 11 gold members arrived at Will's manor. Then, Will asked someone to take them to the meeting room in the manor. When they saw Will appear, the other 11 gold members were shocked and surprised. Because Will's current appearance and the movements and state he showed did not look like a man in his 70s, but rather like a young man full of energy. They had seen Will before, and he looked only in his 50s, but his slow movements and demeanor could not hide his real age. But now, it was completely different. For a moment, many people subconsciously looked at Maxie, because Maxie was the main person in charge of the Institute of Immortality, and they all wondered if there was a new breakthrough in the research of the Institute of Immortality. Feeling the eyes of the crowd, Maxie shook his head blankly. He was very concerned about the Institute of Immortality. So far, several research projects of the Institute have not made much progress. Gentlemen, are you shocked by the changes in me? Will was very satisfied with the surprised performance of the crowd, opened his hands, and asked with a proud face. Mr. Will, you look no different from a strong young man now. Can you tell me how you did it? Ricardo, who was second only to Will among the 12 gold members, asked. He is 71 years old this year, and also looks like he is in his 50s, but his mental and physical state are seriously inconsistent with his appearance. Therefore, he is eager to know the secret of Will's becoming so young. Don't worry, my old brother Ricardo, please sit down. I called you here to tell you the secret of my becoming young. Will raised his hand and pressed it down, then sat down at the main seat. Under the gaze of the other 11 gold members, Will slowly said, I can become young and strong because of a magic medicine from Xia country. As he said that, he clapped his hands. Then Sally personally carried a tray into the meeting room, and there were 9 porcelain bottles on the tray. See, gentlemen, the porcelain bottles contain the magic medicine of Xia country. Just drink them, and the old body will be rejuvenated and become as energetic as a young man. No, it should be said that it is stronger than a young man, Will said excitedly. He almost forgot how long he had not exercised his male ability, but after using the magic medicine, he regained his male ability. And he has a more powerful spirit than when he was young. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the porcelain bottle on the tray. I only have 9 bottles of magic medicine in my hand for the time being, so I decided to distribute them according to age, but those who didn't get the magic medicine don't have to worry, because I know who holds the magic medicine. As long as we take down the other party, we will have a steady supply of magic medicine. Will said his purpose. Mr. Will, you are a good man, God will bless you. Ricardo said gratefully. His age is second only to Will, so he will definitely get a bottle of magic medicine. Next, every gold member who got the magic medicine expressed his gratitude to Will. Although the 2 who didn't get it were a little dissatisfied, they suppressed their little dissatisfaction when they thought that it would be their turn to get the magic medicine next time. Under Will's arrangement, the 9 gold members went to the room to use the magic medicine. An hour later, The 9 energetic gold members returned to the meeting room, especially Ricardo excitedly told about his current feelings. Okay, gentlemen, please be quiet. Will patted the table, and when everyone's eyes were focused on him, he continued, I believe you have all felt the changes brought by the magic medicine. Next, we should discuss how to seize the formula of the magic medicine. Everyone present was excited when they heard this. Will continued, this magic medicine is in the hands of a Danjin Grandmaster named Gao Yan in Xia country. It is not easy to seize the formula. Why not send a disaster warrior? Maxi suggested. The state of the disaster warrior is quite unstable. If he is sent, he may kill Gao Yan directly. Another gold member immediately objected. Yes, the disaster warrior is very strong, but he is too unstable. He can't be sent. Gao Yan is a Danjin Grandmaster. We only need to send 6 extraordinary warriors to capture him alive. Ricardo suggested. As far as I know, Daxia has produced a powerful person who is comparable to the Cataclysm Warrior. Before we start, we should find out Gao Yan's background. Taro Mitsui made a suggestion. He is the head of the Mitsui group and has always paid more attention to Daxia's intelligence. Mr. Mitsui's suggestion makes a lot of sense. We should indeed find out everything about Gao Yan before making a plan to seize the formula of the magic medicine. Now, gentlemen, please mobilize your own intelligence organizations to start working. So, the gold medal members present picked up their mobile phones, or called, or sent secret messages, asking their intelligence organizations to investigate Gao Yan. A few hours later, one piece of intelligence was transmitted, and then handed over to Sally for summary and broadcast. Just after listening to Sally's broadcast, including Will, their faces became quite ugly. Because Gao Yan's background was beyond their imagination. His teacher's teacher was actually a being beyond the cataclysm level. Therefore, let alone sending extraordinary warriors, even if they sent cataclysm warriors, it would still be useless. Because judging from the performance in the Xiangshan battle, the gap between Su Long, who is a Gang Jin, and Master Gao Yan is quite large. Gentlemen, it seems that the way to directly seize the formula of the magic medicine is not feasible. Will said with regret. We may kidnap his relatives to force him to hand over the formula. Mitsui. Taro said in a cold tone. This is a bad suggestion. Will shook his head. Why? Mitsui Taro frowned. If Gao Yan is just an ordinary Danjin Grandmaster, we can do this, but he has a powerful master. If we do it, even if we get the formula, do you think his master will let us go? We can hide for a while, but can we hide forever? Will explained with a sneer. After hearing what Will said, Mitsui Taro also woke up. Gao Yan had a strong man beyond the catastrophic level behind him. Even if he kidnapped Gao Yan's relatives and forced him to hand over the formula, he would wipe out the roots. As long as the strong man beyond the catastrophic level did not die, they would never have peace. Next, several people made suggestions, but they were all denied by others who found loopholes. Gentlemen, I have a suggestion. At this time, Sally suddenly spoke. Under the gaze of everyone, Sally slowly said, according to the intelligence, Gao Yan has many women, which means he is a lustful person. We can start with his women, bribe his women, and steal the formula. In addition, we can cooperate with him on the surface, and then arrange some top beauties to approach him. After gaining his trust, we will wait for an opportunity to steal the formula. This is a good suggestion, I agree. The gold member who did not get the magic medicine immediately agreed, because he also preferred not to tear his face with Gao Yan immediately, so that he would have a chance to buy the magic medicine. I think this proposal is good, too. What do you think, Mr. Will? Another gold member who did not get the magic medicine immediately agreed. He also longed for the magic medicine. Although he was the youngest, only 38 years old, he was already unable to do it in some aspects. Finally, the 12 gold members discussed. Don't rush to buy Gao Yan's woman. If the bribe fails, it may cause the two sides to break up. Cooperate with Gao Yan first, and wait until the relationship between the two sides reaches a certain level, before sending him women. And on the surface, these women have nothing to do with their crystal skull society. Even if the matter is exposed, they have an excuse to shirk responsibility. Sally, go to Dasha again tomorrow and buy 100 bottles of magic medicine from Gao Yan. Although the magic medicine is more expensive, one bottle requires $2 billion, but they can completely sell the excess magic medicine at a higher price through the Crystal Skull Society. Lingxi Garden. In the study room. After watching a live broadcast, Gao Yan smiled, you are smart. The longer the Red Emperor exists in this world, the stronger it is. The Red Emperor is now almost omnipresent, so even if Will's manor has various defense systems and signal rejectors, it cannot resist the Red Emperor's infiltration. So, the private meeting of the 12 gold members could not be hidden from Gao Yan's eyes. Although the Crystal Skull will sell the gene medicine at a higher price after purchasing it from him, Gao Yan doesn't care. They have to get a taste of the sweetness. Otherwise, why would they buy a large amount of gene medicine from him? You know, the cost price of a bottle of gene medicine is only a few thousand yuan. But he sold them $2 billion a bottle, equivalent to 12 billion daxia coins, making a fortune. Besides, his magic medicine is only a primary physical gene medicine, and he has a more advanced intermediate physical gene medicine. At that time, we will use the intermediate physical gene liquid to reap the wealth of the Crystal Skull Society. When they are no longer useful, we will destroy them. Do you really think he doesn't bear grudges? Haha, he is very petty, okay. In the evening of the next day, Sally arrived with $200 billion. And Gao Yan also took out 100 bottles of primary physical gene liquid to complete the transaction. Upgrade experience increased by 1,200 billion. The return quota for this month has been used up, so there is not a penny returned. It has to be said that the Crystal Skull Society is a very suitable organization for wooling. It has not been long since they bought 110 bottles of gene liquid, unlike Liu Sen's gang, who have no news since the first purchase of 10 bottles of magic medicine. The Crystal Skull Society intends to deepen the relationship between the two parties. Therefore, after the transaction was completed, Sally did not leave immediately, but instead established a relationship with Gao Yan and gave him a generous gift. The gift consists of 3 parts. The first is an endorsement contract worth 500 million. Secondly, 3 songs written by top songwriters, and he said that the remaining 7 songs are still being written and will be sent once they are completed. Finally, there is a Hollywood actress contract with an investment of $120 million and a salary of 10 million. The first 2 apologies are fine, but the third one is full of evil intentions. It is obvious that they want Qin Yusen to get out of his sight, so as to prepare for the rebellion. If it were the protagonist in the novel, facing the calculations of the Crystal Skull Society, he would definitely take this bait confidently, and then trigger the subsequent face-slapping plot. But this is reality. I obviously have the strength to crush you, so why should I be hypocritical and snake? So, he said lightly, I want the endorsement and 3 songs, as for the heroine, you can keep it for yourselves. Hearing this, Sally's heart trembled, and she thought to herself, could this Gao Yan see something? But she didn't show it on her face. Instead she said respectfully, okay Mr. Gao, if you need anything in this regard, please contact me. We are still quite powerful in Hollywood. Not to mention holding the 6 major Hollywood companies, but in 3 of them, the Crystal Skull Society holds more than 50% of the shares. After all, some members are still very interested in female stars with celebrity halo. After Sally left, Gao Yan called up the system interface. The upgrade experience has reached 4.5 trillion, which can allow the system to upgrade 9 levels in a row. When we have enough experience of 5 trillion, we will upgrade the system to level 60 in one go. By the way, Xiaozhua and Song Yufei are not in the villa today. Instead, they were taken to Lin Moer's house. And they will stay overnight tonight. During this period, Gao Yan also found that Lin Moer seemed to be trying to please Xiaozhua intentionally or unintentionally. As for the reason, after checking Lin Moer's friendliness, Gao Yan knew it well. However, he has been pretending to be stupid. After all, Xiaozhua just brought him and Song Yufei together. If he provokes Lin Moer again, it is inevitable that he will feel sorry for Xiaozhua. After eating the food made by Chu Xing, Gao Yan returned to the study on the 2nd floor. First, adjust the time flow rate of my world to 3 times, and then he stepped into it. During this period, Yuha village was in full swing. With him as a god, the warriors in Sanha town dare not mess around. Instead, they spent money to buy a lot of things from the village grocery store. This grocery store was opened by Gao Yan. Leave it to the village to take care of it. He gets 70% of the profit, and the village gets 30%. With a thought, Gao Yan moved to the outside of Piashua Martial Arts Hall in Sanha town. The expansion of Sanha town's territory before made the life of the residents in the town much better. In addition, Yuha village is vigorously reclaiming wasteland, and those grain merchants who closed their shops have already opened their shops to sell grain again, and the price has also dropped a lot. The Yi sisters don't have to worry about food. After all, Gao Yan gave them 10,000 kilograms of rice before. Not long after knocking on the door, there were footsteps inside the door. Then Yi Qingshuang opened the door, and seeing Gao Yan outside the door, her pretty face couldn't help but show joy and surprise. Brother Gao, you are here, please come in. I brought some meat. Gao Yan handed the game in his hand to Yi Qingshuang. Brother Gao, you are so nice. Seeing the game in Gao Yan's hand, Yi Qingshuang also swallowed his saliva quietly. The family was not short of food, but they were short of meat. Although warriors could go to the forest in Yuha village to hunt. But since half a month ago, the harvest has been getting less and less. The reason is very simple. That was restricted by Gao Yan. The game is his. If it is killed, where can he catch game if he wants to eat it? After exchanging feelings with the Yi sisters in my world and having a meal together, Gao Yan left. The current system reserve fund is 6.3 trillion. There are also more than 2 trillion in the real account, so his current funds Exceed 8 trillion. Slightly hesitated. Gao Yan decided to spend some money. After all, spending money can also get A-level rating. The transaction with the Crystal Skull Society can get 2 A-level ratings. To get 10 A-level ratings, you have to spend 4 trillion. And 4 trillion can expand my world by 40 square kilometers. Of course, expansion cannot be disorderly. Therefore, Gao Yan took out the map of Taihe County for some research before ordering the expansion of spending money. After deducting 4 trillion, the system reserve fund dropped to 2.3 trillion again. But this expansion brought a large number of fields to Taihe County, and the area of my world also increased to nearly 700 square kilometers. This area is equivalent to the area of a small or medium-sized county in the real world. However, Yong'an County is a full 20,000 square kilometers. If you want to turn it into your own territory, you still have a long way to go. Taihe County has a lot of fields, and the residents of the entire county are cheering. Gao Yan looked for a while and then retracted his sight. After a simple wash, Gao Yan was about to go to bed. A gray shadow flashed, and it was the treasure-hunting rat that came back. This time, the little guy was away for a long time, and Gao Yan was very suspicious that the little guy had found some great treasure. Without waiting for the treasure-hunting rat to speak, Gao Yan took the initiative to take out a large piece of braised beef and threw it to it. After eating the beef, the treasure-hunting rat touched its bulging belly with satisfaction, and then shared the location of a treasure with Gao Yan, with many pictures. "I'll go," Gao Yan exclaimed, and as he expected, the treasure-hunting rat found a large treasure this time. To be precise, this is an underground treasure city. In fact, the treasure-hunting rat only took 2 days to find the location of the underground treasure city, and the rest of the time was used to determine the number of treasures. But this underground treasure city is buried more than 300 meters underground. And it is built in an integrated way. Even the treasure-hunting mouse cannot break in. It can only enter from the passage on the ground. But the passage is full of traps. Therefore, without triggering the traps, the treasure-hunting mouse spent a lot of time to enter the underground treasure city. This underground treasure city should have existed for thousands of years, and there are 18 stone chambers in it. The stone chambers for storing gold and silver, and the wooden boxes for gold, silver and jewelry have decayed and scattered all over the floor. From the pictures shared by the treasure-hunting mouse, there are tens of thousands of gold bricks alone, and the volume of these gold bricks is not small, at least 1,000 grams. According to the current gold price, this batch of gold bricks alone is worth more than 2 billion. The number of silver ingots is even greater. Although silver is not valuable, Gao Yan estimated that the silver can also be worth hundreds of millions. The stone chamber next door stores precious jades of different sizes. There are thousands of jade articles of all sizes. The specific price is difficult to estimate, and it can only be estimated when we arrive at the underground treasure city. But Gao Yan believes that the price of the jade articles is no less than 10 billion. The third room contains jade, pearls, gems, and the like, which should be worth billions. At the same time, in another stone room are paintings and ancient books. 8 of the remaining 14 stone rooms are filled with food, but because of the long time, these food have decayed, and the remaining 4 stone rooms are filled with weapons and armor. Of course, these weapons and armor have long been corroded by time. With a thought, Gao Yan summoned the Anywhere Gate and prepared to put the coordinates. However, he found through the Anywhere Gate that there was actually a team stationed near the underground treasure city, with about 50 people. Judging from the equipment they carried, they were all looking for the underground treasure city. So, Gao Yan immediately changed his mind and put the coordinates inside the underground treasure city. The coordinates were put. Gao Yan pushed open the random door and walked in. The next moment, he was already in the underground treasure city. The air here was turbid and extremely thin, but it could not cause any harm to Gao Yan. He went directly into the stone chamber where gold and silver were stored, and took them away with a wave of his hand. Then he came to the stone chamber where jade was stored, and with the same wave of his hand, all the jade in the room was put into the mustard seed space. Then, he came to the stone chamber where jade jewelry and gems were stored, and the stone chamber where calligraphy and paintings and ancient books were stored, and with a wave of his hand, the things inside disappeared. Now, all the valuable things in the underground treasure city have been put into the mustard seed space by him. Then, he came to the stone chamber where weapons and armor were stored, and used his mental power to sense that those well-made weapons and armor had become broken copper and iron. In this case, there was nothing to stay. He summoned the random door again, stepped into it, and returned to the bedroom. As for the treasure hunting team, they were still exploring the entrance to the underground treasure city overnight. I wonder how they felt when they arrived at the underground treasure city after so much hardship and found that all the valuable things inside had been emptied. There were too many things brought back. It would take too long to test them one by one. Therefore, Gao Yan entered my world, adjusted the time to 10 times, and then used his insight to appraise calligraphy, painting, ancient books, jade, jewelry, etc. After appraising this batch of items, their value was even higher than imagined. If all were sold, at least more than 80 billion would be obtained. The treasure hunting rat has made such a great contribution. Gao Yan decided to reward it well. Synchronizing the world and Minecraft back to reality, he appeared in the bedroom, then walked out of the bedroom and asked Chu Xing to prepare a table of delicious food. Chu Xing's movements were still very fast. In no time, 8 dishes and 1 soup were made. Gao Yan, on the other hand, took the treasure hunting rat with him and let him enjoy it as he pleased. The treasure hunter was very satisfied with this. Unfortunately, its belly was not as big as expected. After all, it had eaten so much beef before, so it couldn't eat more than a chicken leg and a piece of fish. The next morning, Gao Yan contacted Lu Yun and invited him to the storage room of Lingxi Garden. Looking at the things in the storage room, Lu Yun's eyes suddenly widened. I was very suspicious that Gao Yan might have robbed the treasure troves of several aristocratic families. I'll leave these things to your Qin family, is that okay? Gao Yan asked. Young Master Gao, where did these things come from? Lu Yun asked, carefully. Don't worry, there's no problem with their origins, they're all ownerless things, Gao Yan said with certainty. That's good. Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief, however, there are too many of these things. It will take a lot of time to deal with them. It doesn't matter, just try your best to deal with it. So, in the afternoon of that day, Lu Yun brought people from the Qin family to move these things. As for remuneration, neither party discussed it, because Gao Yan would not treat them badly, and the Qin family also knew that Gao Yan would not let their work go in vain. Baby, I have to go to the capital tomorrow to do something. After dinner, Gao Yan said to classmate Xiaoxue. How long will it take? Xiaoxue asked. 2 or 3 days. Okay, then go ahead. Xiaozhua said cheerfully. More than 10 days ago, Gao Yan promised Lu Hani that he would sell her 3 bottles of gene liquid medicine and said that he would come to Beijing in person. Now his strength is the best in the world. Therefore, he did not have so many scruples and directly teleported to the apartment in Beijing through the arbitrary door. This apartment has been vacant for a long time, and a thin layer of dust has been spread inside. Why does the system let me draw a house in 10 cities across the country? Gao Yan felt that the system probably wanted her to keep a woman in each city. Otherwise, women would not be included in the monthly assessment. I don't know who created this system, it's too frivolous. But I like it. Xiaohong, contact a cleaning company for me and send someone to clean up this apartment. Gao Yan ordered Hong Huang. Hong Huang, okay, boss. The cleaning company is very efficient. Someone was sent in less than half an hour. There was no extra garbage in the house except dust, so it was very easy to clean. It only took the 2 cleaners half an hour to clean the dusty house. Perhaps they felt that this job was too easy and it was embarrassing to charge them according to the normal fee, so they simply mopped the floor 3 times, making the floor bright enough to be used as a mirror. After the cleaners left, Gao Yan called Lu Hani and told her that he had arrived in Beijing and invited her to have lunch at home. It was a little after 10 in the morning. The doorbell rang. Gao Yan opened the door and found that Lu Hani was not alone. Luo Bing also came with her. Is this the house you bought? After entering, Lu Hani asked while looking around. Yes. Then do you plan to settle down in Beijing? No. Gao Yan shook his head. I bought this house a while ago. When I came to Beijing this time, I suddenly remembered that I had another house. I came over and saw that it was covered with dust, so I asked the cleaner to clean it. I happened to bring some game, so I invited you to have a meal at home. Then, Gao Yan's eyes fell on Luo Bing. Director Luo, is your work going well? Recently? I was transferred from the Weapons Management Bureau. Luo Bing said. It's good to be transferred. It's not a good thing to have a fool like Su Long as a leader. Gao Yan teased. Luo Bing smiled, neither agreeing nor objecting. By the way, which department were you transferred to? Gao Yan asked again. Luo Bing said, it's still a special department, mainly responsible for intelligence work in North Africa. If it were someone else, she would definitely not leak a word, but Gao Yan was different. Although he didn't get along well with the Weapons Management Bureau, the country still gained a lot of benefits from him. What's more, Gao Yan's strength may have reached the peak of this planet. The higher-ups still have some ideas about this, but they just can't think of how to win him over for the time being. Intelligence from North Africa? A strange color flashed in Gao Yan's eyes. Could it be that because the CIA suffered heavy losses, Da Xiao wanted to expand its intelligence power in North Africa? He felt that this possibility was very high. As expected by Gao Yan, Luo Bing revealed the truth to him next. The higher-ups did see that there was a gap in the intelligence of the CIA in North Africa, so they reorganized a department and sent people to North Africa to seize the opportunity. As for why Luo Bing was chosen, first, Luo Bing's strength is still good. After all, he is a Huajin warrior. Secondly, Luo Bing and Gao Yan have a certain friendship. Before, Gao Yan and Natasha went on a killing spree in North Africa and almost destroyed all the intelligence forces of the CIA, but it happened that an intelligence officer from Da Xiao saw his appearance. Natasha is now a celebrity there. and Gao Yan and Natasha eliminated all the intelligence forces of the CIA together. Therefore, when the news came back to China, they believed that Gao Yan had a deep connection with the Black Fox mercenary group, and it was even possible that he was the boss behind the Black Fox mercenary group. Based on this speculation, they transferred Luo Bing to a new department. In this way, the intelligence personnel sent to North Africa might still be taken care of by the Black Fox mercenaries. Otherwise, no matter how good the relationship between Luo Bing and Gao Yan was, it was impossible for him to leak this news to him casually. It's just that Gao Yan hasn't come back to his senses yet. The two chatted for a while and ended the topic. Gao Yan smiled and said, "The game I brought is all top-notch ingredients. You two will have a good meal at noon today. You rest first, I'll go to the kitchen to cook." "I'll help you." Lu Hani stood up and said. "Can you do it?" Gao Yan looked at her. "Don't underestimate me. When I was studying abroad, I couldn't get used to the food there, so I often cooked it myself." "Okay, come and help me." Since Chu Xing came, Gao Yan has hardly cooked by himself, but cooking requires knife skills, heat, and seasoning. Gao Yan can easily reach the peak of knife skills and heat with his strength. As for seasoning, he has super seasonings on him, so even if he has not devoted himself to learning cooking, the dishes he makes are still not bad. Not to mention the ingredients he brought from my world. Seeing Gao Yan's knife skills, Lu Hani couldn't help but say, "Have you practiced cooking hard?" "That's not the case." Gao Yan shook his head. "Have you forgotten that I am a warrior? How can my knife skills be bad?" Lu Hani suddenly realized, "That's right. Is your grandfather healthy?" Gao Yan asked casually. "Very good, he can eat and sleep, all thanks to your medicinal wine." Lu Hani said with a smile. The two chatted casually, and did not fall behind in their work. Although Luo Bing, who was sitting in the living room, was watching TV, her eyes looked towards the kitchen from time to time. Seeing the harmonious scene of the two getting along, she also had an aunt's smile on her lips. In the past, she thought that Gao Yan's excessive lust was the biggest problem hindering the development of their relationship. But now, even if the Lu family knew about Gao Yan's situation, they would not stop him, but would add fuel to the flames. After all, Gao Yan was a super strong man who surpassed the invincible god. It is not an exaggeration to be called the #1 person in Blue Star. For such a person, lust is nothing. Of course, Daxia has blocked Gao Yan's true strength, and only a limited number of people know it, but she is one of the insiders. After all, she went there with Yao Guang and Xingzhan. I also witnessed Gao Yan's miraculous skills. About an hour later, the food was served. Gao Yan didn't cook many dishes. First, there was pheasant stewed with mushrooms, then a braised carp, then a stir-fried roe deer meat, and finally a wild mushroom soup. Each dish was very generous. Luo Bing and Lu Hani's family conditions were not bad, so their diets from childhood to adulthood were not bad, not to mention that they were tired of eating delicacies from land and sea. But they had eaten some high-end dishes. But compared with the home-cooked dishes made by Gao Yan today, the delicious dishes they had eaten were inferior. Luo Bing was a warrior and had a big appetite. After tasting the taste of several dishes, he was not polite. Lu Hani's physical fitness was also good, so her appetite was not small. As for Gao Yan, it was even more impossible. So, several dishes were eaten clean by the three of them. "Director Luo, we cooked the meal, and it's okay to leave it to you to wash the dishes?" Gao Yan said to Luo Bing after putting down his chopsticks. Okay, I have no objection. Luo Bing smiled and quickly got up to clean up the dishes. Lu Honi smiled but did not intend to help. Gao Yan pretended to go to the room to get medicine. When he came out, he had 3 bottles of primary constitution gene medicine in his hand. This is the magic medicine you want. Gao Yan placed the genetic medicine on the table. Thank you, I will transfer the money to you later. Lu Honi solemnly wrapped 3 bottles of genetic medicine and put them in her bag. Mr. Lu has 3 sons and 2 daughters. If Gao Yan was not mistaken, these 3 bottles of genetic medicine were for Mr. Lu, his boss Lu Shuwen, and Lu Honi's father Lu Jiangwen. It is true that the Lu family is a powerful family, but it is still difficult to come up with 15 billion in one go. I am afraid that Lu Honi also put a lot of money into it. You don't have to give me the money now. Give it to me on August 1st. Gao Yan said. This month's system rebate has been used up long ago. If you collect the money now, you can get 15 billion upgrade experience, which is not cost-effective. If you collect the money on August 1st, you can also get 150 billion in system refunds. Last time Luo Bing also bought 20 bottles on behalf of the above, so he chose to pay 10 billion per month. In this way, he can extract 250 billion of the system's funds. Minecraft is a big money maker, forcing Gao Yan to be careful with his budget. Thanks. Lu Honi said gratefully that she thought Gao Yan knew about her financial difficulties and deliberately gave her a few days of delay so that she could relax a lot. You're welcome. Gao Yan smiled. Other side. After Sally returned to the United States with 100 bottles of magic medicine, the 12 gold medal members discussed it. Decided to sell 50 bottles of magic medicine first. The Crystal Skull Society's intelligence capabilities are relatively strong. They contacted some rich, elderly, and seriously ill wealthy people as quickly as possible. Moreover, the price quoted for the miracle drug is $5 billion. No one wants to die. Compared with life and wealth, they are more willing to choose life. So, less than a day, all 50 bottles of the magic medicine were sold out, allowing the Crystal Skull Society to gain 250 billion in funds. Not only did they earn back the principal invested in purchasing the magic medicine, but they also received an additional 50 billion in funds. In addition, the influence of the Crystal Skull Society has been greatly enhanced. Because someone has already contacted their Crystal Skull Society and asked them to buy the magic medicine. Of course, none of their actions escaped Gao Yan's eyes. Gao Yan originally thought that the Crystal Skull would resell his genetic liquid for a few $100 million or $1 billion at most, but he didn't expect that these people had darker intentions than him and sold it directly for $5 billion. That's fine, the more you earn, the more I can harvest your wealth with the intermediate physique gene potion in the future. At the same time, Gao Yan also realized that there is still a big gap between domestic rich people and foreign rich people. Right. Lu Honi and Luo Bing did not stay long before leaving. Because Lu Honi wanted to return to life with the genetic medicine. However, Lu Honi and Gao Yan made an appointment for dinner. But Gao Yan felt that he didn't know what to do throughout the afternoon. Suddenly, he thought that he should also have a mobility scooter in the capital. Just when he had the idea of buying a car, he suddenly remembered that buying a car in the capital seemed to require a lottery. He checked online on his mobile phone and found that he, a foreigner, didn't even qualify for the lottery. But this is a restriction for individuals to buy cars. Since it is not possible for individuals to purchase a car, they can purchase it in the name of a company. He is the majority shareholder of Byte anyway. However, he didn't want to trouble Byte for such a trivial matter. So, he picked up his cell phone and dialed Wu Junlai's number. Half an hour later, Wu Junlai drove directly to his downstairs. After meeting, the two hugged. "Brother Yan, you are so uninterested. You didn't tell me in advance when you came to the capital so that I could pick you up," Wu Junlai said with complaint. "Definitely next time," Gao Yan said with a smile. While joking, the two got in the car again. "Brother Yan, what kind of car do you want to buy? A sports car, a sedan, or an SUV?" Wu Junlai asked as he drove towards the outside of the community. "It's all okay, it depends on your eyesight," Gao Yan said. "Okay, I'll take you to a good place." More than 40 minutes later, Wu Junlai drove the car directly into a large villa. "Junlai, didn't you take me to see the car? Why did you bring me here?" Gao Yan asked with some confusion. "Brother Yan, if you want a car, you don't need to buy it yourself. Some people will give it to you on a pull." Wu Junlai chuckled. "Let's go, get out of the car, I'll take you to the garage to look at the cars, and if you like any one, just drive away." So, under the leadership of Wu Junlai, the two of them went directly to the underground garage of the villa. This underground garage is not simple. There are more than 20 luxury cars of various sizes parked there. Many of them are world-class luxury cars, with prices in the tens of millions. "Come on, sir, whose cars do these belong to?" Gao Yan asked. "Don't worry about who it is. Just drive whichever car you like. If you like more than one car, that's fine. I'll have someone send it to you." Wu Junlai waved his hand. Hearing this, Gao Yan looked thoughtful, and then said, "These cars belong to your sister, right?" As expected of Brother Yan, "I know I can't hide it from you." Wu Junlai smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Yan, my sister also wants to ease the relationship with you, so knowing that you want to use a car, she asked me to take you to her garage to choose. I can't help it. You can't blame me. After all, you know my sister's character. Your sister gave me a car for free, and I blame you for what you did." Gao Yan smiled. "Thank you, Brother Yan." Wu Junlai breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was really worried that Gao Yan would have a grudge against him because of this incident. First of all, Gao Yan had a strong background. Secondly, he also made a lot of money relying on Gao Yan. What's more, last time he got the genetic medicine from Gao Yan at a 50% discount. The discount on any bottle of magic medicine can be exchanged for hundreds of top luxury cars. Therefore, Gao Yan's willingness to accept the car really gave them face. In the end, Gao Yan chose a Mercedes Maybach. However, this car has been modified. Gao Yan estimates that the modification cost alone cost more than 2 million. "Brother Yan, you are too low-key. Why don't you choose a supercar?" Lord Wu came and suggested. "No." Gao Yan waved his hand, "I don't have much time to come to the capital, a car is enough." Seeing Gao Yan's insistence, Lord Wu did not try to persuade him again. "By the way, Brother Yan, do you have any plans for the evening? If not, can we get together? Mr. Wu will come and ask again." Gao Yan, "Not tonight, I have an appointment. Let's get together tomorrow." Lord Wu came, "That's okay, then I'll make arrangements tomorrow." The ancestral residence of the Lu family, courtyard. At this moment, Mr. Lu Shuwen and Lu Jiangwen have all taken the advanced constitution genetic liquid. Big changes have taken place in all three of them. The third child Lu Jingwen and his two sons-in-law were envious. Congratulations, Dad. With your energy, you will have no problem living for another 50 years. Lu Jingwen said to Mr. Lu. Facing Lu Jingwen, who was a bit out of tune, Mr. Lu did not reprimand him, but smiled and said, "The old man took advantage of Hani this time. Grandpa is serious, this is what a granddaughter should do." Lu Hani said modestly. "Okay, since that kid has come to the capital, don't stay here with me. Go and play with him." Mr. Lu waved his hand. In the evening, Lu Hani invited Gao Yan to a private restaurant specializing in Tan's cuisine. Tan's cuisine is official cuisine and takes a long time to prepare. Therefore, reservations must be made several days in advance. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. Because the owner of this Tan's cuisine used to be the private chef of the Lu family. "Miss Sun is here, please come in." An old man in a short coat, full of energy, with white hair and a youthful face, immediately showed a warm and friendly smile when he saw Lu Hani coming. "Grandpa Tan, I haven't seen you for a long time. You are still in good health?" Lu Hani asked with a smile. "Miss Sun, you are too kind. You are far worse than before. By the way, is this the son-in-law?" Tan Zhizhong's eyes fell on Gao Yan with a bit of scrutiny. "Hello, old man, my name is Gao Yan, and I am a friend of Hani," Gao Yan said with a smile. "The young man has a good temperament and deserves Miss Sun." Tan Zhizhong nodded in praise. "Grandpa Tan, you really misunderstood. We are friends. It's only a matter of time," Tan Zhizhong said meaningfully. While chatting and laughing, Tan Zhizhong personally invited the two into the private room and then personally brought 2 bowls of bird's nest for them to taste. Gao Yan took a spoon and tasted the bird's nest, and then gave Tan Zhizhong a thumbs up. "The taste is really great." Lu Hani also praised, "Grandpa Tan's craftsmanship is getting better and better." He would not take it seriously when others praised him, but when he received Lu Hani's praise, Tan Zhizhong's face was as smiling as a chrysanthemum, and he said that as long as he was still alive, Miss Sun could come here to eat at any time. Tan Zhizhong was also a discerning person, and he left the private room after a while. Lu Hani also smiled and briefly recounted the story of Grandpa Tan. In the special period decades ago, Grandpa Tan was criticized because of his identity. Then his son came to Grandpa Lu for help. Mr. Lu had also eaten his dishes and had a good impression of Mr. Tan, so he helped them. Mr. Tan was also a grateful person. After the storm, he came to the Lu family as a private chef. He retired at the beginning of the world. But after retirement, he still couldn't sit still, so he had this private restaurant. Now Mr. Tan basically doesn't cook anymore. It's all his disciples who cook, and he will only cook when guests come. It's not the first time Gao Yan has eaten Tan's dishes. But today's Tan's dishes made him feel very normal, and Mr. Tan's cooking skills are even better than Chu Xing's. After eating a meal of Tan's dishes, the two asked the waiter to call Mr. Tan to express their gratitude and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, just as they walked out of the box and walked out of the yard, they happened to meet a group of people walking out of another box. "Boss Lu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect that we would meet here." Song Yufeng greeted with a smile on his face, "But if you look closely, you can see that there is some anger and dissatisfaction in the depths of the other party's eyes. "Hello, Boss Song." Lu Hani showed a professional smile. Some time ago, the Lu family planned to buy the magic medicine from Gao Yan. But the Lu family could only raise 10 billion yuan, and then Lu Hani took the initiative to take the remaining 5 billion yuan. She had the information provided by Hong Huang, and she had made a lot of money in the past few months. But it was still quite difficult to withdraw 5 billion yuan. So she met Song Yufeng, a big shot in the financial circle, through an introduction. After reading the profit report of Lu Hani's company, Song Yufeng was interested in investing in shares. But he was rejected by Lu Hani. After all, the information provided by Hong Huang was quite accurate so many times, and there had never been a mistake. Therefore, Lu Hani was very optimistic about the prospects of the company and was naturally unwilling to give up shares in the early stage. Later, the two parties signed a loan agreement. Song Yufeng lent Lu Hani 2 billion, and 3 months later, he returned 2.2 billion with interest. With the 2 billion, plus the information provided by Hong Huang, Lu Hani made more than $400 million in the US stock market in just 10 days. Adding the previous earnings, it made up 5 billion. After the news spread, Song Yufeng was also very surprised and became very interested in Lu Hani. In addition, he had just divorced some time ago, so he had the idea of pursuing Lu Hani. The first time, Lu Hani had a meal with him out of gratitude for his loan of 2 billion, but after the other party had the intention to pursue her, she no longer accepted any invitation from the other party. This made Song Yufeng feel very unhappy. He was only 35 years old, but his net worth had exceeded 100 billion, and he was even more influential in the financial world. Lu Hani's company was very profitable and had amazing potential, but compared with him, there was a big gap. Today he invited Lu Hani to dinner again, and was naturally rejected. Unexpectedly, he ran into Lu Hani and another man eating alone here, which made Song Yufeng feel very uncomfortable and even a little angry. "Boss Lu, who is this little brother? Can you introduce him to me?" Suddenly, Song Yufeng said with a fake smile, but his eyes looking at Gao Yan were cold and a little resentful. Gao Yan's perception was so sharp that he immediately sensed Song Yufeng's hostility towards him and even had a sinister idea. Since the other party was hostile to him and had a sinister idea, Gao Yan would naturally not be hypocritical with him, so he stretched out his hand to hug Lu Hani's waist and asked, "Hani, who is this old guy? Why is he so ignorant that he actually calls me a little brother?" The next moment, Gao Yan looked at Song Yufeng with disdain. "Call me little brother, are you worthy?" Lu Hani, whose waist was hugged, stiffened slightly, but immediately softened, and took the initiative to hug Gao Yan's arm, explaining, "As a partner, I borrowed 2 billion from him." At this moment, Song Yufeng's face had turned red, and he was even a little angry. "Boss Lu, your friend is too arrogant. Aren't you afraid that I will withdraw my investment?" Gao Yan curled his lips. "What's the point of using 2 billion to pretend to be a big head, Hani? If you need money, just tell me, how can you use 2 billion? I'll borrow from outsiders." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Lu Hani cooperated, and then said to Song Yufeng, "Boss Song, if you want to withdraw your investment, just send someone to my company tomorrow to talk." Song Yufeng almost went berserk after being stimulated by Lu Hani's words, and said in a cold tone, "Okay, it seems that Boss Lu has climbed up the ladder, then I will arrange to withdraw the investment tomorrow. I hope you won't regret it in the future. Then I will wait for Boss Song's people in the company tomorrow." Lu Hani said lightly. Gao Yan asked her to pay the 15 billion yuan for buying medicine on August 1st. With this money, as long as the operation is proper, the profit will definitely be not small. Therefore, Song Yufeng's withdrawal of 2 billion is nothing to him, and it is not affected at all. What's more, if the other party withdraws the investment in advance, she doesn't even have to pay the interest of 200 million. After watching Gao Yan and the other two leave, Song Yufeng had already become somewhat gnashing his teeth and said to the secretary beside him, "Send someone to check on that kid. He is so arrogant. I want to see what he relies on. He has decided that if this kid has a big background, it's fine. If his background is ordinary, he must make the other party regret offending him." Today, at this moment, he suddenly felt cold and subconsciously had a bad premonition. But this feeling disappeared immediately. And Gao Yan, who had already boarded the car, smiled slightly. He was too lazy to deal with the other party himself, and directly gave him a bad luck talisman, waiting for the old boy to be unlucky. There is no need to describe the details of how Song Yufeng was unlucky. In short, after Gao Yan and the others left, he started to have bad luck and was sent to the hospital. Accidents continued to happen, and he could not leave the hospital for 2 or 3 months. Gao Yan and Lu Hani drove to a high-end tea house. Gao Yan took the tea that Lu Hani brewed personally, drank it, and asked, "How much money do you still need?" "No more." Lu Hani said, "Didn't you ask me to give you 15 billion for buying medicine next month? During this period, I will use this money to operate, and I should be able to make a lot of money, but I have to thank your friend, he has a very sensitive nose for the stock market. We only need to follow the information he provides to make money. It's really powerful, you can trust it completely." Gao Yan smiled. "You are about to graduate from college, what are your plans?" Lu Hani suddenly asked. "Plan?" Gao Yan shook his head. "I don't have any plans. I will live the same way as I live now. With your current conditions, have you ever thought about creating a power or a family?" Lu Hani said meaningfully. Hearing this, Gao Yan was slightly stunned, and then smiled. "There is no need for that. I don't have much ambition. You see, all the industries under my command are managed by others. I am better at being a hands-off shopkeeper. If I create a power or a family, there will be too many things for me to worry about. This is not the life I want. Selling spirit stones, medicinal wines, and genetic medicines can easily make a lot of money. Isn't it good to make money lying down? Why do you have to toss about power and family? There is no need for that at all. Besides, with his current strength, living for 200 years is not a problem at all. If he really wants to create a family, he can give him this glorious task when he has a son in the future and when he grows up." Lu Hani can see that what Gao Yan said is true, and for a moment, she is a little disappointed. Gao Yan successfully caught the flash of disappointment in her eyes. He smiled and said, "Do you think I am born to do great things? Now you find that I have no ambition at all, but you are disappointed?" "A little bit." Lu Hani nodded. "In fact, in my opinion, you are very talented and intelligent. For example, the Sunday Mall, whether it is Black Sunday or blind box voting, the ideas are all great. And your seemingly prodigal impulsive behavior of spending money is remarkable. If you are willing to focus on business, maybe the first consortium of our Daxia country will be created by You. Hearing you say that, I seem to be really good, huh? Gao Yan touched his nose with a guilty conscience. When he created the Sunday Mall, he was planning to get some system wool, and as for Black Sunday, it was just a reference to Black Friday in the United States. But the blind box voting was an idea that came to his mind. As for buying mobile phones and spending money crazily, one is that he is not happy with Apple mobile phones, and the other is also to get some system wool. Including the money spent on Double 11, it was also for the purpose of taking advantage of the system. The starting point of his doing these things was to take advantage of the system, and there was no business logic at all. This is also the reason why he felt guilty when Lu Hani praised him like this. Honey, your idea is a bit dangerous. Suddenly, Gao Yan grabbed Lu Hani's hand. What's dangerous? Lu Hani, who was grabbed by the hand, was not shy at all. She had been hugged around the waist before at Tan's restaurant. You have to consider the nature of our country. Gao Yan said meaningfully, do you think our country and people will allow the emergence of a consortium? Once a consortium is established in Daxia, it will go against the country and the people. The consortium sounds very high-end, but in fact it is madly plundering the resources and wealth of a country and its people. In simple terms, it is lying on the country and the people and sucking blood crazily. He disdains to do such things. Besides, he can make more than 200 genetic medicines in one night. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to use genetic medicines to make money from foreigners? Why bother to compete with the little people for that little profit? Lu Hani was stunned, lowered her head to think about it, and suddenly felt something strange on her thigh, and found that a restless big hand fell on her thigh. What are you doing? She asked with a blush. You're welcome, I'll rub it for you, Gao Yan said with a smile. Am I being polite? Lu Hani was a little amused. I thought about what you said just now. Carefully, you are right, our country will not tolerate the emergence of the consortium, but you can go to harm other countries. I'll go, Gao Yan exclaimed, and looked at Lu Hani seriously. This is really a god idea. Do you think it's feasible? Lu Hani asked with a smile. Feasible, of course it's feasible. Gao Yan nodded seriously. It's feasible, but it can't be done, otherwise it will be easily censored. Then what are you going to do? Lu Hani asked. Forget it, let's not talk about that, let's talk about something more meaningful. Gao Yan smiled, stretched out his hand to hug Lu Hani again, and held her chin with his other hand. For a moment, Lu Hani's pretty face turned red, and she closed her eyes with shame on her face. Seeing this, Gao Yan no longer hesitated, lowered his head and captured those two moist cherry lips. Late at night, Gao Yan sent Lu Hani home. He returned to his duplex suite. Although he could take down Lu Hani tonight, he still felt that it was not enough. So, he sent her back. After washing up and lying on the big bed, Gao Yan called Natasha. The two female apprentices and Wang Tainan were being watched by the Red Emperor. Gao Yan knew it very well and did not need to ask. He called to ask Natasha to take care of Luo Bing's subordinates and even provide them with some convenience without affecting himself. After all, Luo Bing was Lu Hani's aunt. The next day, Gao Yan had a good time all day under Wu Junlai's arrangement. On the morning of the third day, Gao Yan flew back to Nandu by plane. As for the anywhere door, Gao Yan did not want to expose this secret to Xiao Zhuo for the time being. After all, Xiao Zhuo was both smart and beautiful. Once he knew about the anywhere door, he might think of something In a blink of an eye, several days had passed since Gao Yan returned to Nandu. During the day, he taught Xiaozhua, Song Yufei and Lin Moer to practice martial arts. At night, he occasionally took Xiaozhua and Song Yufei to the canyon battlefield. Unfortunately, no matter how tired she was, Song Yufei would insist on returning to her room after the battle. This made Gao Yan unable to achieve the achievement of sleeping with the two. In addition, Yao Guang's realm improved very quickly, and now she has reached the late stage of Danjin, not far from the peak of Danjin. The time came to August 1st. At just after 9 o'clock in the morning, Gao Yan received two sums of money, 10 billion and 15 billion respectively. The upgrade experience increased by 25 billion, reaching 458.17 billion. In the new month, under the refresh of the return quota, Gao Yan also received 250 billion system returns. The system reserve funds reached 257.97 billion. Time, August 2nd. Good for traveling and groundbreaking. Sally came with money again. The 100 bottles of Gene liquid medicine she brought back last time, except for the ones she kept for her own use, were all sold at a high price of $5 billion. The 12 gold members all made a fortune. The transaction went very smoothly. After using the return double card, the monthly return amount increased to 2 trillion. 250 billion was used up yesterday, so even if the income today reached $200 billion, the return amount would only be 1.75 trillion. With a thought, the system interface appeared. God-level income system, LV57. Host, Gao Yan. Age, 21 years old. Height, 185 centimeters. Appearance, 88. Physique, 560. Spirit, 520. God Yuan, 108. Charm, 99. Income return multiple, 10 times. Lottery, Top Lottery X94, Super Lottery X3. Experience, 57,817 billion. Stored funds, 43,297 billion, to be collected. Free attribute points, 0. Experience has exceeded 5 trillion, and you can upgrade 10 levels in a row. System, upgrade 10 levels in a row. Ding, host, you can only upgrade 3 levels in a row for the time being. After reaching level 60, the upgrade experience will be adjusted. Gao Yan's face darkened slightly, then upgrade 3 levels in a row. Ding, the system is upgrading. It is expected to take 6 hours. Putting away the system panel, Gao Yan came to the balcony of the villa. On the lawn downstairs, Xiaozhua and the other two were practicing martial arts hard. They have all mastered the Zhuanggong, especially Xiaozhua and Song Yufei, who have already entered the Ming Jin level. Lin Moer, a little foodie, has also worked very hard to practice in order to eat more delicious food. It is estimated that in a few days, she will also be able to enter the Ming Jin level. Yao Guang no longer needs to stand and practice. She has reached Danjin and has been practicing in the room. Afternoon. Gao Yan was taking a nap with Xiaozhua in his arms. The sudden system prompt sound woke him up. It was the system upgrade. He had no intention of getting up, and called up the system interface. Then, a stream of information merged into his mind. What he cares most about is the upgrade experience. Seeing that the upgrade experience has risen to 1 trillion per level, his face darkened slightly. System, the upgrade experience is rising so wildly, are you sure I can get so much money? Gao Yan protested to the system. System, host, don't worry. We won't restrict you from upgrading. We will create conditions for you to upgrade in the future. Gao Yan, that's about right. Gao Yan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the system continues to adjust like this, he really can't bear it. After upgrading 3 levels in a row, the system reached level 60 and got 90 free attribute points. Top draw 6 times. Experience is still 4.2 trillion, and you can upgrade 4 levels in a row. Top draw reached 100 times, super draw 3 times. The draw is temporarily reserved. 90 free attribute points, he thought about it and added it directly to the spirit, making the mental power from 520 points to 535 points. Because 6 free attribute points can increase a little spirit, so, only 15 points. Adding points is completed. Seeing that the time is almost up, Gao Yan patted Xiaoshua's small hips. Baby, it's time to get up. What time is it, husband? Xiaoshua put his arm around Gao Yan's neck and asked. It's a little after 3 in the afternoon. Oh, it's time to get up. After kissing Gao Yan on the mouth, Xiaoshua got up and went to the bathroom to wash up, and then went to the next door to wake up Song Yufei and Lin Moer to practice together. Gao Yan, who had nothing to do, came to the study and his eyes fell on my world and adjusted the time to 10 times. His system reserve funds increased by 2 trillion, and he planned to spend money again to open the passage to Yong'an County. Yong'an County and Taihe County are more than 150 miles apart, calculated as 80 kilometers. After thinking about it, in order to facilitate traffic, Gao Yan set the black fog channel to 6 meters. Multiplying the two, it is 480,000 square meters. And 1 square kilometer has an area of 1 million square meters. Therefore, it is not expensive to open the channel. After all, now you can get an area of 100 square kilometers by spending 1 trillion. Soon, the Black Fog Channel connected Taihe County and the north gate of Yong'an County. Gao Yan has obtained the layout map of Yong'an County. Yong'an County is divided into 2 cities, the inner and outer cities. The outer city is where ordinary people live, while the inner city is where dignitaries live. A urn city has also been built. Even if Yong'an County is breached, the urn city can still be used to resist. Gao Yan's target this time is Liang'an, the seat of the Daliang royal family. Liang'an's mansion is located in the inner city. With a thought, the Black Fog Channel spreads into the city at a very fast speed, and soon passes through the outer city, arrives at the inner city, and then goes straight to Liang'an's mansion. It covers the opponent's mansion. Gao Yan is lucky. Liang'an is actually in the mansion at this moment. Swish! A figure flashed, and a middle-aged man in a black robe with gold patterns appeared on the roof. Looking at the black fog that enveloped the entire mansion, his face became extremely gloomy. Although communication is extremely inconvenient in this world, but Liang'an still knows that the black fog has annexed Taihe County. He even went to check it out himself and bombarded the black fog. Unexpectedly, He Wunel also annexed his mansion. For a moment, he regretted it. If he had known this, he should have applied to the royal family to leave Yong'an County. The figure flashed. Gao Yan's figure also appeared on the roof. Who are you? Liang'an's eyes froze, and he asked with a sharp look. Master Liang, are you interested in making a deal? Gao Yan said with a smile. I am more interested in your Xuanwu Sutra. I can exchange it with you for something that is beneficial to your practice. Gao Yan said. Hearing this, Liang Yan narrowed his eyes. Now he is trapped in the black mist. With his peak marrow refining strength, he simply cannot break out. If his cultivation can break through to the refining realm, he might still have a chance. So, he nodded, okay, if what you come up with can make me tempted, I might as well give you the Xuanwu Sutra. So, the two of them got off the roof and came to the reception room of the mansion. Gao Yan is also unambiguous. After sitting down, he took out 10 bottles of elixir wine and placed them on the table. He also introduced, this medicinal wine can regulate your body, repair minor hidden injuries in the body, and also enhance qi and blood. Then, he took out another 100 spirit stones and placed them on the table. He continued, if you want to break through to the refining realm, both blood and spiritual energy are indispensable. With these two things, Master Liang's chances of breakthrough will be greatly improved. What do you think, Master Liang? Gao Yan has already inquired that although there is spiritual energy in this world, spiritual stones are still relatively rare. Warriors below the level of marrow refining are simply not qualified to touch spiritual stones. Only marrow refining warriors are eligible to purchase, and the spirit stones can only be sold by the government at a price of 10,000 taels of gold each. And there are also purchase restrictions. In the early stage of marrow refining, you can buy 1 piece a year, 2 in the middle stage, 3 in the late stage, and 5 at the peak. Liang Yan is a member of the royal family, and he also sits in Yong'an County. For the royal family, in addition to his salary, the royal family will provide him with 10 spiritual stones every year. In addition, he has the qualification to purchase 5 spiritual stones. If he does not get spiritual stones from other channels in a year, you can only get 15 spirit stones. Therefore, the 100 spirit stones that Gao Yan took out were also a huge temptation for him. Glancing at the elixir wine and spirit stones on the table, Liang Yan felt a little more excited in his heart, but there was no expression on his face. Instead, he said in a deep voice, that's not enough. The Xuanwu scripture is the masterpiece of my Daliang royal family. Bao, if the royal family finds out that I pass on my skills to others, I will be in danger of being expelled from the royal family and hunted down. Gao Yan smiled and said in his heart that you are now in my territory, and the royal masters can't come in. It's a waste to chase you. But he didn't expose it either. He took out 100 spirit stones again and put them on the table. What now? Liang Yan's eyes lit up, and at the same time there was a surge of greed in his heart, and he said, it's still not enough. In this case, let's cancel this transaction. Gao Yan waved his hand and put away the spiritual stones and elixir wine on the table. Wait. Seeing this, Liang Yan became anxious. Sir, add 20 spiritual stones, and the Xuanwu scripture will be yours. Okay. Gao Yan smiled. Liang Yan was quite interesting. The Xuanwu Sutra is a heavenly level technique, extremely precious. The royal family was worried about being stolen by outsiders, so they directly transmitted the technique with their spirit. Gao Yan was not worried that Liang Yan would take the opportunity to kill him. So he let the other party point at his forehead. In fact, when Liang Yan pointed at Gao Yan's forehead, a hint of light flashed in his eyes, but in the end, he did not take the opportunity to kill him, but honestly put the content of the Xuanwu Sutra into Gao Yan's sea of consciousness. He was able to sit in Yong'an town for many years, relying not only on his peak strength of marrow refining, but also on his extraordinary wisdom. At the moment when the black fog enveloped his mansion, Gao Yan appeared. Was it a coincidence? Or was the black fog controlled by him? What's more, after he proposed the way to pass on the technique, the other party agreed without thinking? Was the other party not afraid of death? Or was the other party confident enough in his own strength? He thought the second possibility was the greatest. So, he didn't dare to do it. Sir Liang, the deal is done, I won't bother you anymore. Gao Yan smiled meaningfully at Liang and disappeared abruptly. Looking at the place where Gao Yan disappeared, Liang and laughed in relief. Fortunately, he didn't do it just now. Gao Yan appeared in the study again. But his eyes were still on my world. The area just consumed was less than 1 square kilometer, and he didn't plan to continue expanding the area of the county town for the remaining 99 square kilometers. After all, the population in the county town is as high as 2 million. The consumption of food is too high. So, Gao Yan simply used the remaining area to expand Taihe County. Soon, Taihe County completed the expansion, adding nearly 100 square kilometers, and the area of my world almost reached 800 square kilometers. After the expansion of my world was completed, Gao Yan flashed and entered it again. The content of Xuanwu Xinjing has been engraved in his mind. He had practiced to the peak of marrow refining before, but the skills he used were inferior. So, he had to change his practice. After several hours of successful transformation, Gao Yan discovered that his physique had actually increased by a few points, which translated into data means an increase of 5 points of physique. It is indeed a heavenly level technique. You should know that the peak of marrow refining corresponds to the peak of Gangjin, and in terms of physical cultivation, he has reached the peak of divine power, which is equivalent to 2 higher realms. This also indirectly shows the power of the Xuanwu Sutra. After the transformation is successful, then it is time to consider breaking through to the Gang refining realm. But when Gao Yan studied this Gang refining realm, he found that this realm was a bit interesting. The initial stage of Gang refining is still relatively easy to reach. You only need to compress the blood and qi in the body to the extreme, and then compress the spiritual energy to the extreme, and then promote the fusion of the two to form Gang fluid, also known as Gang Yuan. You can reach the Gang refining realm. However, the current Gang Yuan has no attributes. When Gang Yuan accumulates to a certain extent, the evil spirit can be incorporated into Gang Yuan. In this way, Gang Yuan will have attributes. And the power of Gang Yuan with more attributes will also increase greatly. This realm is the middle stage of Gang refining. The Xuanwu Sutra is a water-attributed technique, so it is best to integrate the Yin-attributed evil spirits, such as water evil spirits and ice evil spirits. Next, to reach the late stage of Gang refining, one must use one's own spirit to polish the Gang Yuan in the body. When the two can achieve perfect integration, it is the late stage of Gang refining. As for the perfection of Gang refining, it is to condense the Xuanwu Dharma image. Gao Yan studied the realm of the Grandmaster again. He found that in fact, the Grandmaster realm still cultivates the Dharma image. Generally speaking, the volume of the newly condensed Dharma image is not large. When the Dharma image is condensed to a height of 10 feet, it is considered to have entered the Grandmaster realm. The Dharma image is between 11 feet and 20 feet for the middle stage of the Grandmaster. The Dharma image is between 21 feet and 30 feet for the late stage of the Grandmaster. Beyond 30 feet, it is the perfection of the Grandmaster. In addition, as long as the Dharma image is condensed, you can fly into the sky and hide in the ground. There are matching hand seals and magic formulas for compressing qi and blood, and compressing spiritual energy. It is still very easy for Gao Yan to master these hand seals and magic formulas with his mental power. After a while, Gao Yan tried to compress the blood and qi in his body. It's done. His mental power far exceeded this realm, so compressing blood and qi is not too easy. Then, he began to compress spiritual energy, which was also quite easy. Fusion. With a thought, Gao Yan controlled the blood and qi compressed to the extreme, to merge with the spiritual energy. At first, the two were quite resistant. But under Gao Yan's coercion, it was unknown whether the two were in love or resigned to their fate. They merged together obediently. And a chemical reaction occurred, turning into a new energy body Gang Yuan. The next process was relatively boring. Just keep making Gang Yuan and fill up the Dantian, then it can be considered to have reached the perfection of the initial stage of Gang refining. Of course, this process consumes a lot of blood and qi. Therefore, in this process, you need to take spiritual medicine or precious medicine to replenish blood and qi. In addition, you also need to consume a lot of spiritual energy. But this is only for ordinary marrow refining warriors. Gao Yan calculated that if he wants to fill up the Dantian, he will consume at most 1/10 of his blood and qi. So, he spent the next moment frantically compressing his blood and spirit energy to fuse them into Gang Yuan. I guess the time is about right. Gao Yan left my world and adjusted time to a normal flow rate. In the next few days, Gao Yan will take time to enter my world to condense Gang Yuan. On August 6th, his Dantian was finally filled with Gang Yuan, which also announced that he had entered the initial stage of Gang refining. Next is the time to integrate the evil spirit. Xuanwu Zhenjing is a water-attributed practice, and it is best to integrate water evil spirits. Water evil spirits exist wherever there is water. However, the water evil spirits in small ponds are relatively thin and soft, followed by the water evil spirits in lakes, which are slightly stronger, and then the water evil spirits in rivers are even better. The strongest water evil spirits are naturally in the sea. With a thought, Gao Yan summoned the arbitrary door, locked the coordinates of the mysterious deserted island again, and pushed the door open to step onto the deserted island. The existence of Gang Yuan allowed Gao Yan to clearly feel the water evil spirit in the air. He walked towards the seaside. The closer to the seaside, the stronger the water evil spirit. With a thought, the water god suit emerged. Gao Yan dodged and jumped into the sea, and continued to fly deeper. The deeper the sea, the more concentrated the water evil. Finally, Gao Yan came to a seabed more than 200 meters deep, sat cross-legged there, and began to form seals and chant the formula to absorb the water evil in the ocean into his body. The moment the evil entered his body, Gao Yan felt his body stiffen, but immediately the blood in his body reacted and dispelled the chill brought by the water evil. Soon, the water evil was introduced into the Dantian and absorbed and digested by the Gang Yuan. After a while, the Gang Yuan that absorbed part of the water evil began to change from colorless to light blue. Continue. Gao Yan's mind moved, and he continued to absorb the water evil in the ocean. Time passed slowly. The Gang Yuan in Gao Yan's Dantian had completely turned dark blue. At the same time, the strength of the Gang Yuan also increased several times. It was almost noon. Gao Yan summoned the anywhere door and teleported back to the study. Continue practicing after lunch. The weather in August is still quite hot, even if the air conditioner is on. To show fairness, I took a nap with Xiaoxue the first day, and took a nap with Song Yufei the next day. In fact, Gao Yan had a better way, but unfortunately, neither woman agreed. Go to sleep. Holding Song Yufei, who was wearing cool clothes, in his arms, Gao Yan slowly closed his eyes. Gao Yan is serious about cultivation. But he is not a cultivator, so he still cannot spend less time with his girlfriend. After all, he is the best in the world and can live for hundreds of years. No need to rush. After sleeping until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Gao Yan patted Song Yufei's buttocks and said softly, "Baby Yufei, it's time to get up." After his girlfriend went to practice, Gao Yan used any door to move directly to the bottom of the sea to absorb the water evil spirit. I have to say, the water evil energy in the sea is almost endless. It's so convenient for him to practice. He estimated that it would take at most half a month to absorb it to saturation. That night, we had dinner. Yao Guang came to Gao Yan, "Master Gao, I have reached the perfection of Dan Jin. Okay, come to the study with me, and I'll teach you the power of strength." After all, Gao Yan has received 1,000,000,000,000 yuan from others. In terms of teaching, Gao Yan is still very serious. He not only taught Yao Guang how to break through Gang Jin, but also how to improve his cultivation after reaching Gang Jin. He also told her in detail. Again. Have you remembered everything? Gao Yan asked after finishing speaking. Yao Guang nodded, "I remember everything." "Okay, you can practice it yourself. If you don't understand, ask me again." Gao Yan waved his hand. "Thank you, Teacher Gao." Yao Guang saluted respectfully and then exited the study. After reaching Danjin, Yao Guang has become more and more sophisticated in controlling her own strength. Her cultivation level has not increased by half, but her strength has increased by 10%. This made her more and more interested in physical training. Time in a flash, it was the early morning of August 15th. The monthly system evaluation day has arrived. As expected, it failed to obtain 20 A-level ratings again this month. Got 13 A-level ratings and 1 C-level rating. This C-level rating comes from the breakthrough in the relationship with Liu Honey. After the redemption, the number of top-level draws increased to 113, and the C-level ratings were exchanged for mid-level draws. Looking at the mid-level lottery on the panel, Gao Yan felt it was a bit annoying. So use it decisively. System, use the intermediate lottery. Ding, the intermediate lottery is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting in dark strength cultivation. Card. Haha, it's really cheap, but not good. Am I missing an Anjin cultivation card? Gao Yan said angrily, but when he took out the Anjin cultivation card from the system space, he was slightly stunned, because this was not an ordinary Anjin cultivation card. Because this card can be used on others. My girlfriend's physiques have reached the level of Huajin. However, just because their physiques can at most improve their progress in martial arts training, it does not mean that they have the strength of Huajin. Therefore, he decided to give this card to Xiaoxue. Looking at Xiaoxue sleeping beside him, Gao Yan thought about it and used it silently, and the Anjin cultivation card turned into a stream of light and sank into classmate Xiaoxue's body. I found that classmate Xiaoxue had no intention of waking up. Gao Yan's eyes fell on the blind box lottery interface again. Who can we open it for? His girlfriend and the most beautiful women with whom he has a certain relationship have all opened blind boxes for him. He was very suspicious that the best beauties could draw higher-level cards. It was the system that urged him to increase the number of harems. Suddenly, Gao Yan thought of the 4 beauties from Nanny next door. Amue and Yu Tong Tong are both very good-looking, so we can borrow their luck. Moreover, the 4 little ones have now signed contracts with Xingchen Entertainment. They can't refuse this small request. Red Emperor, check for me, where are Amoy and Yu Tong Tong? Gao Yan directly ordered the Red Emperor. In less than 30 seconds, the Red Emperor sent Gao Yan a WeChat message. Amoy and Yu Tong Tong signed third-tier artist contracts with Xingchen Entertainment, while Bei Ming Tian and Zhu Manyun signed new talent contracts. But they are both extremely new newcomers. It's not appropriate whether it's releasing a record or sending them to act. Therefore, during the summer vacation, the company arranged for them to go to Shanghai to study. After more than a month of study, the advantages and disadvantages of the 4 little ones have also emerged. Amui is good at dancing and acting. Although Yu Tong Tong has a good figure and good looks, her limbs are a bit stiff and not suitable for acting and dancing. Fortunately, her singing skills are okay. Zhu Manyun is not as good-looking as the 2 above, but she is quite talented in both acting and singing. Finally, Bei Ming Tian has average singing skills and is suitable for acting. After more than a month of training, the 4 little ones have made great progress. Early next morning, classmate Xiaoxue woke up from Gao Yan's arms. She vaguely felt that something had changed in her body. Suddenly, she remembered that she had a long dream last night. In her dream, she practiced martial arts like crazy. Then, she broke through to Enjin. Now, after waking up from the dream, she found that she seemed to have really achieved dark strength. Husband. What's wrong, baby? Gao Yan looked at classmate Xiaoxue fondly. Classmate Xiaoxue, I had a dream last night. Gao Yan, did you dream about me? Xiaoxue, I dreamed that I had been practicing martial arts, and then I broke through to the dark power. I just woke up, and it seemed that I really became a dark power warrior. Isn't it amazing? Gao Yan nodded seriously, holding back a smile and said, It's really amazing. It seems that my baby is the girl of destiny. She can increase her strength just by dreaming. It's really amazing. Xiaoxue was a little embarrassed by the praise, and said modestly, In fact, it's not that amazing. Maybe I think about it during the day and dream about it at night. Gao Yan, then let's get up quickly and test your newly mastered dark power. Xiaoxue, okay. After a test, Xiaoxue did master the dark power. Just as Song Yufei and Lin Moer got up, she excitedly pulled them to tell them about her dream of breaking through to the dark power. When she showed the dark power to the 2 girls, Song Yufei and Lin Moer were envious. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan decided not to tell Xiaoxue the truth, just let her laugh foolishly. After breakfast, Gao Yan found an excuse to leave Lingxi Garden. Then he came to the duplex suite and traveled to the duplex suite in Magic City through the arbitrary door. Then he drove the Audi A6 to Xingchen Entertainment. Today, Xingchen Entertainment has become a top company in the entertainment industry. In July, a popular movie was launched, which earned more than 2 billion box office. In August, a movie that is about to reach 2 billion was also launched. At the same time, a TV series was also released. 22 episodes have been broadcast so far. The average ratings of the 2 episodes last night have exceeded 3, reaching 3.5. It is expected that it will exceed 4 at the end. The popularity of the work has also brought the participating artists to the limelight. At the same time, Xingchen Entertainment has also become famous in the circle. Therefore, not only a lot of unknown artists and fans gathered downstairs of Xingchen Entertainment. Park the car and enter the elevator. Gao Yan went all the way to the floor of Xingchen Entertainment. Hello, Mr. Gao. The girl at the front desk bowed and saluted as soon as she saw Gao Yan. Gao Yan nodded to the two of them and stepped into the company. Li Chaonan was not in the company, but went to discuss cooperation. He also has an office at Xingchen Entertainment, and is equipped with a secretary. Boss, you are here. Seeing Gao Yan, the secretary hurriedly bowed to greet him, but was confused. In his heart, why did the boss come today? Did something big happen? Gao Yan did not ask about the company's affairs. Because of Hong Huang, he did not need others to report to him. Go and call Mui, Yu Tong Tong, Zhu Manyun and Bei Meng Tian to my office. Gao Yan ordered directly. Okay, boss. The secretary did not dare to neglect and hurried to call people. At this moment, the four little ones were taking a physical education class. It is not so easy to be a star. When you go out, you must maintain a good image, so physical education classes are essential. During this period, Xingchen Entertainment has also recruited a lot of trainees with good appearance conditions for training. Therefore, there are many people in the classroom. The secretary did not call the names directly, but called out the teacher who was in class. When the teacher returned to the classroom, he called Mui and the other two, and asked them to go with Secretary Yi. For a moment, the four girls were a little nervous and uneasy, wondering why Secretary Yi was looking for them. Could it be that they had not performed well recently? Secretary Yi, do you have anything to do with us? Zhu Manyun asked cautiously. Secretary Yi smiled. Nothing, the boss wants to see you. Boss? For a moment, the four girls did not react. The boss just came to the company and asked me to call you. Do you know the boss? Secretary Yi asked with a smile. Now the four girls remembered, isn't the boss Gao Yan? Since they came to the company, they have not seen the boss Gao Yan. More than a month has passed, and they almost forgot that the boss of Xingchen Entertainment is Gao Yan. So, they did not react for a while. After a while, Secretary Yi led the four girls to Gao Yan's office. As soon as they entered the door, they saw that the person sitting in the boss's chair was indeed Gao Yan, and the four girls couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Brother Gao X4. Sit down. Gao Yan pointed to the sofa, and then asked, what would you like to drink? Coffee or tea? No need to bother, we are not thirsty. Secretary Yi, make 4 cups of coffee. While Secretary Yi went to make coffee, Gao Yan smiled and asked, did you get used to staying in the company during this period? Zhu Manyun said, I am used to it, but there are endless classes every day, which is even more tiring than school. However, the food in the company cafeteria is very good. Then I will say hello for you and reduce your classes? Gao Yan said with a smile. No, never. Zhu Manyun waved her hand quickly, but found that Gao Yan was joking, and immediately realized that she was fooled. She said with some shame and anger, Brother Gao, you are so bad, you tease me as soon as you meet. Afterwards, Gao Yan chatted with the 4 girls again. Although their daily study schedule was full, they might complain, but their learning attitude was still very serious. Because they all know that learning more now will be of great benefit in the future. They chatted for more than 20 minutes. Gao Yan signaled Zhu Manyun and Bai Mengtian to go back to class first, and said that he would treat them to a big meal at noon. Then he called on Li and Yu Tongtong to his side. All right. After opening the blind box with Amoy and Yu Tongtong's fingers, Gao Yan sent them back to continue class. Hey, what did Boss Gao mean just now? Walking out of Gao Yan's office, Yu Tongtong asked Amoy in confusion, saying, it didn't sound like he was taking advantage of them. After all, Gao Yan just grabbed their fingers and let them go immediately. Amoy shook her head blankly. I don't know either. It's better not to think so much and go back to class quickly. Inside the office, looking at the black card that was drawn out, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Gao Yan's mouth. This black card is called the Martial Arts Acceleration Card. It sells for 50 billion. I have one in stock. Does it have any effect? After use, it can increase the speed of cultivation by 10 times. It just so happens that Gao Yan has been attracting water demons recently. With this martial arts acceleration card, what originally took half a month to complete can be completed in just over a day. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan spent 50 billion to buy this martial arts accelerator card. This time, the system reserve funds were not used, but were deducted directly from the account. After all, the 2 transactions with the Crystal Skull Society accumulated $40 billion in cash. There are still 2 opportunities to open blind boxes. Who should I look for? Gao Yan pondered. Just then, Secretary Yi knocked on the door and came in to report, Boss, Miss Yan Qingqing is here to visit. Since the last movie celebration party held by Star Entertainment and Gao Yan sent Yan Qingqing home, the 2 parties have not seen each other again, but they have often chatted on WeChat. Invite her in, Gao Yan said, but secretly thought in his heart that it seemed that Yan Qingqing had an informant in the company. He had only been in the company for about half an hour when the other party came to kill him. But she came just in time to ask her to help open the blind box. The next moment, Yan Qingqing, who was carefully dressed, entered Gao Yan's office. Brother Yan. The moment he saw Gao Yan, an extremely happy expression appeared on Yan Qingqing's face. Qingqing is here, what would you like to drink? Gao Yan also smiled. Just coffee. Secretary Yi, make a cup of coffee and come in. Okay, boss. Brother Yan, why didn't you tell me when you came to the capital? Yan Qingqing complained a little. Gao Yan said with a smile, hey, I just arrived, but you are quite well informed. Tell me honestly, have you planted an informant in my company? I didn't. Yan Qingqing felt guilty. She did bribe a receptionist of Xingchen Entertainment. But it was not to find out secrets, but to ask the other party to notify her once she saw Gao Yan coming. Really not? Gao Yan came directly to sit next to Yan Qingqing and was very close. For a moment, Yan Qingqing felt his heart beat faster and his whole body became nervous. I actually don't count as an spy. I just asked someone to keep an eye on me. And let me know when you come to the company. Don't be angry, okay? With a thought in mind, Gao Yan used his insight eye to check Yan Qingqing's friendship level. The last time they met, it had reached 92 points. After many days, the friendship level had not decreased but increased, reaching 94 points. If you don't want me to be angry, you have to agree to a condition. Gao Yan said suddenly. What conditions? Yan Qingqing was nervous and looking forward to it. Come on, give me your hand. Gao Yan said softly. Yan Qingqing blushed and stretched out her right hand. Gao Yan stretched out his hand to take it and praised, "What a beautiful hand." "No way." Yan Qingqing became even more shy. "Put a finger up." Yan Qingqing obeyed and did as she was told, and then Gao Yan grabbed her finger and pointed it towards the void. "Okay, this is my condition, I forgive you." Gao Yan smiled gently. "Is this the end?" Yan Qingqing was a little disappointed. "Why, have you been disappointed?" Gao Yan said with a half-smile. "No." Yan Qingqing thought her thoughts had been read, and looked a little flustered. Next, Gao Yan chatted with Yan Qingqing for a long time. "It's almost noon." Yan Qingqing proposed to have dinner together. Gao Yan said, "I made an appointment at noon." Upon hearing this, Yan Qingqing was quite disappointed. But Gao Yan's next words made her happy again. "If you don't mind, we can come together." "Brother Yan, I don't mind." Yan Qingqing said quickly, "By the way, who are you making an appointment with? Is it convenient for me to go?" "It's nothing inconvenient. They and I are friends, and now they are artists. In my company. As you know, I rarely come to the company. I finally came here today, so I invited them to a meal." "Are they all girls?" Yan Qingqing asked. "Yes, they are all girls." Gao Yan nodded. "Why, are you jealous?" "No, I'm not your girlfriend, so I have no right to be jealous." Yan Qingqing said sourly. "If you don't mind, yes." Gao Yan said with a smile, because she found that Yan Qingqing's luck was a bit overwhelming. She actually issued a black card by herself, which was really beyond Gao Yan's expectation. After hearing Gao Yan's words, Yan Qingqing was so excited and nervous that he didn't know how to answer. "It's okay, you can think about it slowly." Gao Yan patted the back of Yan Qingqing's hand and said softly. "No, I do." Yan Qingqing was afraid that Gao Yan would misunderstand, so he said quickly. "Girlfriend, please give me more advice in the future." Gao Yan smiled. Since Yan Qingqing liked him more than 90 points, and she was beautiful, had a good figure, and more importantly, could issue a black card alone, he naturally had no reason to let her go. "Boyfriend, please give me more advice in the future," Yan Qingqing said shyly. As soon as the voice fell, Yan Qingqing felt her lips sealed. At first, she was nervous, but slowly she was intoxicated by this wonderful feeling of falling into the clouds. 10 minutes later, Gao Yan and Yan Qingqing walked out of the office, already holding hands. At noon, Gao Yan took Yan Qingqing to treat the 4 children to a sumptuous meal. But seeing the intimate behavior of Gao Yan and Yan Qingqing, the 4 children were greatly surprised. However, in front of Gao Yan and the others, they said nothing, but deep in their hearts, they were burning with gossip. Therefore, after Gao Yan sent them back to the company after dinner, Zhu Manyun was the first to ask, "Is Boss Gao with Yan Qingqing?" Yu Tongtong said unhappily, "We are not blind. You don't need to tell us. We can tell they are having an affair by looking at their clinginess." Bei Mengtian said, "Isn't his girlfriend Xin Yue? Did they break up?" Zhu Manyun, "I don't think so. Boss Gao must be cheating on her." "Humph. I didn't expect him to be such a scumbag." "Amui, okay, stop talking about it. He is our boss now. Be careful that he will find out and make things difficult for you." Gao Yan didn't know about the 4 little ones' discussions. Even if he knew, he didn't care. because he never claimed to be a loyal man. The whole afternoon, Gao Yan was accompanying his new girlfriend. However, at nearly 6 o'clock, Gao Yan still found a reason to leave. After all, Xiao Zhua and Song Yufei were at home. After returning to the duplex, Gao Yan cleaned up the fragrance on his body first, and then returned to Nandu through the arbitrary door. When he returned to Lingxi Garden, he was just in time for dinner. After dinner, Gao Yan came to the study, clicked on the blind box interface. And his eyes fell on the second black card opened this time. This black card is called the Void Factory card. It sells for 100 billion and has one in stock. Once used, it can be bound to a void factory. This void factory is very magical. It does not need to put in raw materials or workers, but directly draws energy from the void and converts it into products. As for what products to convert into, the void factory can provide 3 products every month, and then the host chooses and then produces them. Gao Yan became interested. He wanted to see what this void factory could produce. 100 billion was deducted from the account. Gao Yan had a black card in his hand. Use. The next moment, Gao Yan felt like he was bound to a space. This space covered an area of about 3,000 acres, with 1/3 being factory buildings and 2/3 being warehouses. In each factory building, there is a machine that is 12 meters long, 8 meters wide, and 3 meters high. It exudes a cool metallic luster. However, none of these machines have been started yet. The next moment, a screen appeared in front of Gao Yan, with pictures of 3 items appearing on it, and there were introductions below the pictures. These 3 pictures are of nutritious flour, vigorous rice, and perpetual electronic watch. After the nutritious flour is made into food, it not only gives a feeling of fullness, but just one tail can meet the nutritional needs of ordinary adults for a day without feeling hungry. Seeing the introduction of nutritious flour, Gao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. This thing is very convenient to use as military rations. You only need to carry 3 to 5 kilograms to meet the food needs for more than a month. At the same time, it can also be used for disaster relief. However, in today's great summer, there are not many people who can't afford to eat. At best, they can barely eat. Speaking of output, if you choose to produce nutritious flour, the daily output of the void factory is 10 tons, which is 20,000 jeans, and it can produce 600,000 jeans a month. If calculated based on 1 person and 1 tail, the void factory's daily output can feed 200,000 people. TSK, if you take the void factory with you and travel back to ancient times, it only takes a few years of dormancy and the materials produced by the void factory to easily change dynasties. The second item is vigorous rice. After eating, it can increase strength. Of course, it is not an unlimited increase and requires a physique that matches the strength. If your physique is strong enough, if you continue to take Dali rice, your strength will increase to an extremely terrifying level. However, the daily yield of rice is much worse than that of nutritious flour. Nutritious flour can produce 20,000 jeans per day, but Dali rice can only produce 2,000 jeans per day. There is also the final perpetual motion electronic watch. The principle of the perpetual motion electronic watch is not introduced. Anyway, as long as the electronic watch is not destroyed, it can be used for 200 years, with a daily output of 20,000 pieces. However, this perpetual motion electronic watch is a bit tasteless. After all, who would wear an electronic watch now? Mobile phones have built-in watch functions. Therefore, watches now have become decorations and have lost their true meaning. Hesitant slightly, Gao Yan decided to produce dolly rice. 2,000 genes a day, you can gain 60,000 genes in 1 month. After Gao Yan selects the production items, there was another production button on the screen, and Gao Yan clicked it. Directly, all the machines in the delivery room were running, but there was no roar. Just a subtle, buzzing sound. Under his gaze, dolly rice is produced and then transported to the warehouse for storage. After dolly rice has produced 10 kilograms, Gao Yan took out 10 kilograms, carried the rice downstairs, and handed it to Chu Xing, asking her to use the rice to make porridge as a midnight snack. The time came to around 10 o'clock in the evening. Gao Yan called classmate Xiaozhua, Song Yufei, Lin Moer, and Yao Guang to the restaurant. I brought back a special kind of rice and asked Sister Xing to make it into porridge, Gao Yan said with a smile. Husband, what's so special about this rice? Xiaozhua asked curiously. Yes, brother Gao. Lin Moer followed. Gao Yan smiled, you will know after you eat it. Soon, Chu Xing arrived with a pot of cooked meat porridge. When he opened the lid of the pot, a rich aroma spread. Among the aromas, the fragrance of rice is the strongest. It smells so good. Lin Moer couldn't help but said. The girls couldn't help but inhale the fragrance in the air, even Yao Guang was no exception. Soon, Chu Xing served everyone a bowl of meat porridge. Gao Yan picked up a spoon and scooped a spoonful of meat porridge into his mouth. Immediately, an explosion-like aroma exploded in his mouth. Others also experienced the deliciousness of the meat porridge. For a while, there was no other sound in the restaurant, only the small sounds of everyone eating and the sounds of satisfaction. Eat a bowl of meat porridge. Gao Yan began to appreciate it carefully. His control over himself has long since reached a subtle level, so he can sense that after eating a bowl of porridge, his physical strength has increased slightly. But by how much? Not much. Just 1 or 2. Good. Although it only grew by 1 tael, Gao Yan was very satisfied because his physical body had long been inhumanly powerful and it would be difficult to grow even if he took the miraculous medicine. But 1 night of porridge made his strength grow a little bit. What if you consume it for a long time? So, he decided to replace all the rice at home with dolly rice. At last, Gao Yan and his entourage thoroughly ate the pot of meat porridge. After eating 3 bowls in a row, Gao Yan also increased his strength by 3 taels. Then, he asked Lin Moer, Song Yufei, and Xiaozhua. Xiaozhua could feel the increase in strength slightly, but Song Yufei and Lin Moer were too weak, and the increase in strength was less than 1 pound, so they could not sense it. Yao Guang felt that her physical strength had increased a little. Master Gao, what kind of rice is this? Can it increase strength every time I use it? Yao Guang asked curiously. About the same, Gao Yan said, but there are also limitations. Only with a physique that matches the strength will continue to increase. Upon hearing this, Yao Guang's eyes lit up. May I ask Master Gao, where did you get this rice from, and can it be planted? Gao Yan said lightly, this is a secret. Oh. Knowing that Gao Yan was unwilling to say it, Yao Guang did not ask again. In the next few days, Gao Yan often went to the magic city through the Anywhere Gate to date Yin Qingqing, and the relationship between the two naturally became closer and closer. Of course, Gao Yan did not forget to practice. Because of the martial arts acceleration card, he has broken through to the late stage of refining the gang. Now he is using his mental power to polish Gang Yuan. This realm is a slow project and takes a long time. Gao Yan estimated that if he didn't have a martial arts acceleration card, even with his mental strength, it would take 2 years to polish Gang Yuan to perfection. If it were a warrior in my world, it would probably take decades. It is worth mentioning. Every day, Xiao Zhua, Song Yufei, and Lin Moer clearly felt that their strength had increased by several kilograms by using rice made from Dali rice. In the United States, an underground secret research institute. This research institute is called the Institute of Eternal Life, which is affiliated with the Crystal Skull Society. On this day, Maxi, one of the gold medal members of the Crystal Skull Society, came to the institute to check the research progress. Heard the progress of the research on the magic medicine by the person in charge. Maxi was very disappointed. The theoretical scale of the Immortality Research Institute cannot be compared with those large research institutes established by large countries. But the various equipment and instruments of the Immortality Research Institute are among the best in the world. At the same time, the researchers in the institute are also among the world's top talents. But even though there is a finished product of miracle medicine, they still can't imitate it, which makes Maxi very disappointed. A few hours later, Maxi arrives at Will's estate by plane. Since taking the magic medicine, Will has not only regained the energy of the young man, but his physique is also growing day by day, which makes him more and more eager for the formula of the magic medicine. Maxi, how is the progress of the miracle medicine? Will handed Maxi a glass of brandy. Maxi shook his head. There is no progress. There are 5 undetectable substances in the miracle medicine. Therefore, we cannot copy our miracle medicine. Hearing this, Will narrowed his eyes. Then do you think there is a possibility of success? Maxi said with great certainty, the possibility is extremely small, but there are 2 good news. First, after taking the magic medicine, our cataclysm warriors can stay emotionally stable for longer and longer. It turns out that they can only stay stable for 2 hours a day. The waking time can basically be maintained for 10 hours now. And the stabilization time is still extending. In addition, the physical conditions of the 10 extraordinary warriors have also been greatly improved after taking the magic medicine. After a while, we can try to let them attack the cataclysmic warriors. I have a hunch that the success rate will be very high. This is indeed good news worth celebrating. Cheers. Will's face lit up with joy. It is undeniable that the Cataclysm Warrior is very powerful, but in the past, his emotions were extremely unstable, and he would go on a killing spree if he lost control of his emotions. Even if they installed a remote-controlled injectable anesthetic device on his body, there was still the possibility of losing control, as they did during a mission about a year ago. Even though the Cataclysm Warrior was injected with 3 anesthetics that were enough to anesthetize an elephant, he still did not faint on the spot. Instead, he almost slaughtered all the accompanying team and also massacred more than 50 civilians before he was completely anesthetized. Since then, they have never used the Cataclysm Warriors. Time flies, and it's already late August. There are less than 10 days left before leaving school. On this day, Sally came to Lingxi Garden again. She came again for 2 purposes. First, to continue purchasing genetic medicine, and second, to invite Gao Yan to attend a charity dinner. The organizer of the dinner was Lin Jianshan, a wealthy man from Shanghai City. His net worth exceeded 100 billion and he was also a well-known philanthropic businessman. Over the years, cumulative donations have reached more than 2 billion. But secretly, he is also a silver member of the Crystal Skull Society. Although there are 99 silver card members, there are not many scattered around the world. The Crystal Skull Society has only 3 silver members in Daxia, and Lin Jianshan is one of them. When Gao Yan took out 100 bottles of genetic medicine and delivered them, Sally also handed over a bank card. "Wait, Miss Sally." Gao Yan waved his hand. Seeing this, Sally's face changed slightly, thinking that Gao Yan was going to increase the price. "Just listen to Gao Yan say, you can collect the payment first, and then you can transfer the payment into my account on September 1st. Sally was a little surprised by Gao Yan's request, but she didn't refuse. "Okay, Mr. Gao, we will pay the money into your account on time on September 1st. Sally said seriously. "Then I'll trouble Miss Sally." "You're welcome." Sally smiled and said, "Mr. Gao, don't forget to attend the charity dinner too." Days later. After seeing Sally off, Gao Yan returned to the study upstairs and said to his cell phone, "Xiao Hong, do you know the purpose of inviting me to this charity dinner? The Red Emperor has been keeping an eye on this situation at the Crystal Skull Society. Red Emperor, boss, that Lin Jianshan has a very beautiful daughter." Gao Yan smiled slightly. "Are they going to use Lin Jianshan's daughter to execute the honey trap?" Red Emperor, "Yes, boss, in addition to Lin Jianshan's daughter, there is also a young lady from a noble family in the Eagle Kingdom, and she is also the second heir. If her brother dies early, maybe she will become a countess in the future. It seems that they have put a lot of effort into executing this beauty undercover plan." Gao Yan sneered. "Although it is true that he is lustful, he will never be blinded by beauty, so using a honey trap on him is simply a piece of cake. No, it should be losing his wife and losing his troops." Shanghai City, in a luxurious villa in Shenwan Villa area. Lin Jianshan was sitting at a table opposite a middle-aged man with shiny black hair, drinking kung fu tea. This man's name is Lin Jianlin, the head of the Lin family in Hong Kong Island. The Lin family is also one of the wealthy families in Hong Kong. Since the return of Hong Kong Island, the Lin family has become increasingly low-key. Because the business run by the Lin family is not as clean as imagined. Fortunately, the old man of the Lin family was a man of farsightedness and split the Lin family into 2. The eldest son, Lin Jianlin, was based in Hong Kong Island, while the second son, Lin Jianshan, took the money to the mainland for investment. Over the years, the Lin family in Hong Kong has long been cleansed, but Lin Jianlin still implements the development plan formulated by his father, does legitimate business, and makes money in a low-key manner. It has to be said that Mr. Lin's strategy for the Lin family was very successful. The two brothers watched and helped each other across the sea. Not only did the Hong Kong Lin family become more and more prosperous, Lin Jianshan, who went to the mainland, also created a huge foundation, especially the Shinha Group he founded, which has a market value of more than 500 billion. It is one of the top-listed groups in Shanghai City. And he himself has accumulated a lot of wealth, with a net worth of more than 100 billion. Boss, it seems that the magic medicine is very effective. You look much younger now, Lin Jianshan said enviously. As long as you complete the organization's tasks, the organization will also reward you with a bottle of magic medicine. Lin Jianlin smiled. Hearing this, Lin Jianchen narrowed his eyes. Boss, I heard that the real owner of the magic medicine seems to be Gao Yan. It is no secret that Lu Sen and others have become younger by taking the magic medicine. It's just that Lin Jianchen is cautious and plans to wait a while before going to Gao Yan to buy it. Unexpectedly, the crystal skull will give him a task. Let his daughter approach Gao Yan. As long as she can become Gao Yan's woman, the organization will give him a bottle of magic medicine. Although he is worth 100 billion, he can also take out 10 billion to buy the magic medicine. But why not get a bottle of magic medicine for free? As for his daughter? In a wealthy family like theirs, daughters are just weights used to exchange interests. He doesn't feel bad about giving them away. What's more, Gao Yan is excellent in every aspect. His daughter will definitely not suffer any loss if she can get with Gao Yan. What's more, his wife alone gave birth to 2 sons and 3 daughters for him, and his mistresses gave birth to more children. If he sacrifices one daughter, there are still 7 or 8. Lin Jianlin nodded. Yes, the formula of the magic medicine is in Gao Yan's hands. If we can seize the formula, our Lin family will be rich. Boss, I advise you not to be fanciful. Lin Jianchen showed a sneer on his face. If I'm not wrong, the organization has also set its sights on the formula. Even if we seize the formula, can the organization let us go? Everything depends on human efforts. Lin Jianlin smiled meaningfully. Looking at his eldest brother's smile, Lin Jianchen couldn't help but have some speculation and doubt in his heart. Boss, what do you mean by this? The Crystal Skull Society is not a monolithic entity. Lin Jianlin said jokingly, although the Crystal Skull Society has no president, who dares to oppose will with his prestige. Originally, he couldn't live for many years, and other gold members could tolerate him, but now, he has taken the magic medicine, and there is no problem living for another 20 or 30 years. This is unbearable for other gold members. Besides, among the 12 gold members, there is not even a Daxia person. If our brothers can seize the magic medicine formula, I can rely on the magic medicine formula to rise to the top and be promoted to a gold member. Gold members are not just a title. To put it bluntly, gold members are the real rulers of the Crystal Skull Society. Mr. Will is not so easy to deal with. Lin Jianchen frowned. He didn't expect his eldest brother to have such great ambitions. Haha. Lin Jianlin smiled and stretched out his palm, gently uttering 2 words. 5. Hearing this, Lin Jianchen was shocked. He understood what his elder brother meant. The 5 he mentioned meant that there were 5 gold members who wanted to join forces to deal with Mr. Will. However, he quickly regained his composure and said with concern, what guarantee do you have? Will they push you to the top after the matter is accomplished? Also, Gao Yan is not so easy to deal with. He is a great master of Danjin. And his master is even more indestructible. Once the relationship breaks out, can our Lin family withstand his anger? Don't worry. Lin Jianlin smiled slightly. The benefits of the magic medicine are too great. It's not just the Crystal Skull Club that is tempted. Besides, if I don't have some confidence, how dare I cooperate with those gold members, and I'm not afraid of being swallowed up. What force is it? Lin Jianchen asked. He was also very curious about what kind of force could give his elder brother such great confidence. I can't tell you about this for now. You will know when the time is right. Lin Jianlin smiled, but I can assure you that I have the confidence to fight. Against Jianshan, but why? Okay, then what should I do? Lin Jianshan was not dissatisfied, but rather had some expectations. Lin Jianlin shook his head, just follow the instructions of the crystal skull. Society, so as not to be noticed by them. In the study room of Lingxi Garden, Gao Yan asked Hong Huang to investigate Lin Jianshan out of curiosity. I didn't expect to see such a good show. To be honest, he was also very curious about what kind of power Lin Jianlin had behind him. Xiaohong, see it, hurry up and investigate. Gao Yan said. Hong Huang, okay, boss, I will start investigating right away, and I guarantee to find out the color of Lin Jianlin's underwear. Hearing this, Gao Yan was annoyed for a while. Okay, stop talking nonsense to me. Hong Huang, got it, boss. About 5 minutes later, Hong Huang's investigation yielded results. After reading the information collected by Red Emperor, Gao Yan found it quite interesting. Unexpectedly, another mysterious force surfaced. In fact, this force is inextricably related to Daxia. To put it simply, this force was created by an expelled qi cultivation sect. This qi cultivation sect is called the Holy Sect, but it is called the demonic sect by righteous people. What the specific situation was, because it was too long ago, the Red Emperor was unable to investigate clearly. In short, the demon sect was jointly strangled by various righteous people. Forced to have no choice, the leader of the demon sect at that time could only lead his elites overseas. After hundreds of years passed, Momen has also developed into a behemoth overseas. It's just that qi cultivation requires spiritual energy. After doing it, the true energy in the body is consumed and replenished by spiritual energy. Therefore, although the demon sect has a large number of people, the number of qi cultivators has never been large. However, what makes Gao Yan feel strange is there are so many caves and paradises in Great Xia, are there none abroad? Think of this. Gao Yan got up and came outside Yao Guang's room, and raised his hand to knock on the door. The door opens. Yao Guang looked at Gao Yan. Master Gao, are you okay? I do have something to ask you. Please come in. Gao Yan sat down on the small sofa in the room and asked, Yao Guang, is there a paradise abroad? Not really. Yao Guang shook his head. Why? Gao Yan is puzzled. They are all the same planet. Why is it that only Daxia was born with the cave heaven paradise? This is unscientific. Yao Guang said, because the cave heaven paradise was created by our predecessors. Created by previous generations? Gao Yan was very surprised. The area in the cave heaven paradise was not small, let alone the heavenly realm, even if he had reached the divine power realm and wanted to create a small world, he would still be far from able to do so. Could it be that some ancient person also obtained the system and created those cave heavens and paradises? He thinks this possibility is very high. Yao Guang continued, actually, this is what I read from an ancient book of our Baidu sect. It is said that in ancient times, a super strong man was born in the East. He predicted that there would be a great flood in the world, so he created a paradise for people to take refuge in. If you create dozens of small worlds alone, wouldn't the other party be ridiculously strong? Gao Yan murmured. Maybe. Yao Guang said calmly, after all, so much time has passed and no one knows whether it is true or false. There is also qi cultivation. Why is qi cultivation only born in the East and not abroad? Gao Yan asked again. Yao Guang said, this ancient book also mentioned that in ancient times, there were practitioners similar to qi cultivation overseas. Later, a war broke out between the two sides, and the East won. Then the Eastern practitioners killed those who mastered the practice in the West, the practitioners, and destroyed their secret books, and powerful people from all walks of life joined forces to forcibly move the spiritual veins from the West to the East. Since then, it has been difficult for practitioners to be born in the West. So that's it. Gao Yan suddenly said, then do you know why the spiritual energy of heaven and earth dries up? Yao Guang said, according to that ancient book record, the spiritual veins all over the world are actually a natural spirit gathering array. In ancient times, we strong men from the East took away the spiritual veins from the West, thus destroying the planet. The spirit gathering array makes the planet absorb less and less cosmic energy, and convert it into spiritual energy. After the Eastern practitioners defeated the West, their practice became more and more prosperous, resulting in an increasing number of practitioners, and practice required spiritual energy and spiritual stones. A large number of spiritual veins were dug out and destroyed, which eventually led to the complete collapse of the spirit gathering array. There is no way to draw energy from the universe and convert it into spiritual energy. Then the aura between heaven and earth became less and less until it disappeared. Hundreds of years ago, the major cultivation sects found that the secular world was no longer suitable for cultivation, so they worked together to hollow out the remaining spiritual veins and move them to the paradise of cave heaven. So that's it. Gao Yan really opened his eyes. Then do you know about the magic gate? Gao Yan's heart moved, and he continued to ask. Yao Guang nodded. The demon sect was a powerful qi cultivation sect back then. Before we moved to the cave heaven paradise, we qi cultivators collected resources and spiritual stones all over the world. Everyone wanted to collect more resources and spiritual stones, and then the demon sect, the sect secretly destroyed several sects to seize resources and spiritual stones. After being warned by several top sects of the righteous path, the demon sect still did not take it seriously. Therefore, several top sects joined forces to encircle and suppress the demon sect. In that battle, both sides suffered considerable losses. It is said that more than 10 people in the heavenly realm alone died in that battle. Of course, the demon sect suffered the greatest losses. In the end, the demon sect's leader fled overseas with his remaining power. The Jingdao sect at that time didn't think about eradicating the roots? Gao Yan asked with a smile. That's not necessary. Yao Guang shook his head, because most of the demon sect's cultivation resources and spirit stones have been withheld, and there is neither a blessed land nor spiritual veins overseas. Even if the demon sect can find some small spirit stone mines, it will not be able to develop and grow. It's better to let them fend for themselves. Gao Yan nodded. This is indeed the case. According to the Red Emperor's investigation, even after so many years of development in the demon sect, they only have 200 or 300 people who are actually cultivating qi, which is far behind the qi cultivation in cave heaven paradise. Moreover, they have not dared to stand on the stage all these years, probably because they are worried about going to the qi cultivation sect in Daxia to liquidate them. Thank you, Yao Guang, for clearing up my doubts. I won't disturb your practice. Gao Yan thanked Yao Guang and then stood up and walked outside Feng. You're welcome, Master Gao. Returning to the study, Gao Yan began to ponder. This demon sect has been developing secretly overseas for so many years, and must have accumulated a lot of wealth. But they are very short of spiritual stones. So, this is a good target for fleecing. It seems that if I want to upgrade my system in the future, I have to see whether the Crystal Skull Club and the Overseas Demon Sect are strong enough. It's just that the Overseas Demon Sect has not shown up yet, but is only connected with Lin Jianlin. In this case, I have to hook up with Lin Jianlin at this charity dinner, and let him know that I have a lot of spiritual stones in my hands, and the demon sect that is in urgent need of spiritual stones will definitely not miss this opportunity. The next evening, in a large villa in Shanghai Shenwan, the Lin family of 3 is having dinner. Lin Jianshan's 2 sons and 2 daughters have already started a family or married. Only the youngest daughter Lin Yi is left to accompany Lin Jianshan and his wife. After dinner, Lin Jianshan called Lin Yi to the study. There will be a charity dinner tomorrow night. You and Dad should attend it together," Lin Jianshan said in an unquestionable tone. Ah. Lin Yi looked embarrassed. Dad, you know I don't like to attend such banquets, and I have already made an appointment with my friends to go to Shanghai. Hearing this, Lin Jianshan's face sank slightly. The dinner tomorrow night is very important. I hope you will listen to Dad this time. Seeing his father's serious expression, Lin Yi also knew that there was probably no room for maneuver in this matter, so she could only nod. Okay, then I will accompany you to attend it tomorrow. That's right, this is Dad's good daughter. Lin Jianshan nodded with satisfaction. He did not tell his daughter about Gao Yan, so as not to make his daughter rebellious. He had seen Gao Yan's photos. His temperament and appearance were both excellent, and he also had extremely high martial arts. No matter from which aspect, he was full of attraction to little girls. At that time, he only needed to create an opportunity for his daughter and Gao Yan to meet. Maybe his daughter herself would be interested in Gao Yan. Shanghai City is one of the most developed cities in Daxia. In order to attend the charity dinner, Gao Yan arrived in Shanghai City that morning and stayed in the presidential suite of the Landis 6-star hotel, which was only officially launched last year. After Sally showed Gao Yan around, she asked with a smile, "Mr. Gao, are you satisfied with the room?" Gao Yan has lived in many presidential suites, but Landis presidential suite is undoubtedly the most luxurious, and it is also full of technology. All appliances in the room are controlled by AI. In addition, the master bedroom also has a starry sky roof. I'm very satisfied, Miss Sally took the trouble. Gao Yan responded with a smile. Sally said, "It's good that Mr. Gao is satisfied. After all, you are a distinguished guest of our organization. If I fail to take good care of you, Mr. Wu will definitely not let me go. By the way, Mr. Gao, we have also arranged a temporary stay for you. What do you think of the assistant taking care of you?" "Okay, I have no objection," Gao Yan said nonchalantly. "Please wait a moment, she is already on her way," Sally said with a smile, and then handed Gao Yan another document. "Mr. Gao, this is the information of your temporary assistant. The temporary assistant is named Antalia Johnson. She is 19 years old and comes from the Earl Johnson family of Eagle Country, but this family has declined. Judging from the photos, this young lady from a Earl family has a very outstanding appearance. She has blonde hair and a pair of beautiful dark blue eyes. Her skin does not have large pores like ordinary Westerners, but is extremely delicate. She came to the magical capital of Daxia when she was 18 years old, and studied abroad and returned to college. At this time, Sally introduced, actually, the Johnson family's life is not easy now. Antalia's father borrowed a large amount of foreign debt from the bank in order to live a glamorous life. Later, the bank almost took away the Johnson family's castle, but our organization came forward to help them save the castle. However, Miss Antalya was very outstanding. She was a genius and was proficient in 8 languages. Gao Yan nodded, but didn't say much. Soon, the doorbell rings. Sally opened the door and arrived with Antalya Johnson. Gao Yan subconsciously raised his eyes and found that the other party was even more beautiful than in the photo. With a thought, he threw out an inside eye. The opponent's data appeared in his eyes. The opponent's appearance is as high as 98 points, and his figure is also at 95 points. In addition, his specialness is also kept at 100 points. Miss Antalya, let me introduce to you. This is Mr. Gao Yan Gao. If Mr. Gao has no objections, you will become his temporary assistant. As for the fee, we will pay you $1,000 a day. Antalya was very excited when she heard that she could get paid $1,000 a day. During the first half year of her study abroad in Daxia, her family would give her a certain amount of living expenses. But later, her family stopped giving her living expenses. She also knew that her family owed a lot of money and the expenses were even higher, so she found a temporary job as a translator. But this kind of work doesn't happen every day. If she is lucky, she can earn more than $5,000 a month, but if she is unlucky, she can only earn more than $2,000. Therefore, a job worth $1,000 a day is still full of temptation for her. So, she quickly walked up to Gao Yan. Hello, dear Mr. Gao, my name is Antalya Johnson. I am proficient in English, Bactrian, German, Italian, Japanese, and Korean. In addition, he also understands noble etiquette. Listening to Antalya's fluent introduction, Gao Yan smiled and nodded, and then said to Sally, Miss Sally, I am very satisfied with Miss Antalya, let her stay. Yeah, thank you Mr. Gao, God will bless you. After hearing Gao Yan's words, Antalya said with excitement. It has to be said that the Crystal Skull Club put a lot of thought into the candidates for their beauty trap. It is estimated that any man would feel a sense of conquest when meeting a young, beautiful, and aristocratic girl like Antalya. After things are settled, Sally left. Then Antalya got into working mode, started communicating with Gao Yan, and made schedule arrangements. Miss Antalya, let's go have lunch together. Gao Yan extended an invitation. Mr. Gao, do you plan to have Chinese food or Western food? As far as I know, there are French restaurants and Italian restaurants in the Landis Hotel. Before arriving, she had already checked the information about Landis Hotel on the internet. What about you? Do you like Chinese food or Western food? Chinese food. Antalya said, after coming to Daxia, I understood what food is, so I also fell in love with Chinese food. Okay, let's have Chinese food. Gao Yan made the final decision. Okay Mr. Gao, I will contact the hotel right now. Soon. Gao Yan and Antalya stepped into the Chinese restaurant of Landis Hotel one after another. Because there are only 2 people dining. So I found a seat by the window in the hall to dine. Can I eat spicy food? Gao Yan looked at the menu and asked. Mr. Gao, as long as you are the main one, I can also eat spicy food. So Gao Yan ordered 3 dishes and then handed the menu to Antalya. The other party politely ordered an inexpensive vegetarian dish. The chef's skills at Landis Hotel are quite good, and several dishes are prepared to a high standard. Of course, the prices are not cheap. But Gao Yan had no objection, because all the expenses were covered by the Crystal Skull Club. After meal, Antalya gave Gao Yan a suggestion. Because he was going to attend a charity dinner, it was best to buy a suit. Gao Yan accepted Antalya's suggestion. The hotel then drove them to a commercial street. The suits were selected by Antalya, an Italian suit brand. But aside from that, she is indeed a lady from a noble family and has very good taste. This white suit simply doesn't look too handsome on Gao Yan. When he came out of the fitting room, Antalya's eyes were shining, and a look of pride appeared on her face. She said, "Mr. Gao, you are simply a natural dresser, and I think it's perfect for a suit. Can it be suitable?" Gao Yan secretly thought, after he put on the suit, the title of Suit Thug was activated, and his charm value immediately exploded. A thought came to my mind. He threw another inside eye at Antalya. When we first met, the friendliness of the other party was 10. When he agrees to hire her, the friendship level increases to 60. Inviting her to dinner added 2 points. But after he put on a suit, his friendliness level soared to 79 points. After buying the suit, Antalya also suggested that Gao Yan buy a brooch. To thank Antalya, Gao Yan invited her to drink a cup of milk tea. In a blink of an eye, the time came at night. Sally had already prepared a Rolls-Royce Phantom for Gao Yan in advance and arranged a driver. The charity dinner was held in a hotel banquet hall. After Gao Yan arrived in Antalya, he handed in the invitation and entered smoothly. The organizer of this charity dinner is Lin Jianshan's Shinha Group. Therefore, the entire dinner venue was beautifully and luxuriously decorated. And a variety of high-end food and delicacies were already placed on the bar-shaped dining table for anyone to take. However, what is interesting is that there are already many guests arriving. But they turned a blind eye to the various delicacies on the table. Almost everyone was holding a glass of wine and chatting together in 2s and 3s. Don't these people like good food? Of course not. One is that everyone comes here to make connections and has no time to eat. And the other is that they think it is a bit inappropriate to eat on such an occasion. It's such a waste not to eat so many things, Miss Antalya. Why don't we fill our stomachs first? Gao Yan said with a smile. Okay, Antalya said straightforwardly. Although she is a noble lady, her family has declined and she owes a lot of foreign debt. Therefore, she does not have the reserve of a noble lady. Otherwise, she would not work part-time as a translator. So, Gao Yan and the two picked up the dinner plates and food tongs and chose the food they liked to eat. Neither of them were polite. The food on the plate is piled high. Seeing each other's plates, the two couldn't help but smile at each other. Then came to the corner of the banquet hall and sat down, chatting while eating. If you follow the plot in the novel, there will definitely be side characters or villains who will mock their behavior. But this is the real world. To jump out and accuse Gao Yan and Antalya without knowing their identity and background is no different from a fool. Therefore, what the two did received some surprised looks. But no one came to accuse them. Besides, the organizer has prepared so much food, isn't it just for the guests to enjoy? If you don't eat it yourself and others bring it to eat, what reason Do you have to blame others? Just when Gao Yan and Antalya had almost eaten, someone shouted, "Mr. Lin is here," and then almost everyone looked towards the door of the banquet hall. Then, they saw ladies in formal attire and evening gowns walking into the banquet hall with their arms crossed, followed by a girl also in evening gowns. Not surprisingly, this girl is Lin Jianqin's youngest daughter Lin Yi, one of the heroines of Beauty Trap. Lin Jianqin discovered Gao Yan's presence after entering the banquet hall. But he did not take the initiative to say hello because he didn't know Gao Yan yet. However, Lin Yi turned her eyes and spotted two strangers in the corner of the banquet hall. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes. However, when she saw Gao Yan's appearance clearly, her cheeks turned slightly red and she asked in her heart, "Who is that boy? So handsome." She has met many boys, many of whom are very outstanding and handsome. But the boy who was eating, although not the most handsome boy she had ever seen, had a unique temperament about him. For a moment, Lin Yi seemed to hear her own heartbeat, and thought to herself, "Is this the so-called love at first sight?" Yo! Gao Yan was also surprised when he threw an inside eye at Lin Yi. He was shocked, not because of the other party's appearance and figure, but because of the friendliness level, because the other party's friendliness level actually reached 82 points. It seems that he has never met Lin Yi before, so how could he have such a high degree of friendship? Is this Lin Yi a member of the Appearance Association? He estimated that this possibility was very high. Of course, the Crystal Skull Club could choose Lin Yi because she had great looks and figure. Lin Yi has a face value of 97 and a figure of 96. Her appearance is a little worse than Antalya, but her figure is a little taller. Especially the purple evening gown with a waistband that accentuated her figure to the fullest, making all the men present gulp secretly. Lin Jianqin became the focus of the audience as soon as he arrived. Business tycoons, or business heroes, came forward to chat one after another. On the contrary, Lin Yi felt ignored. After all, no matter how beautiful Lin Yi is, no matter how good her figure is, no one dares to come up and talk casually when Lin Jianqin and his wife are present. What if they are misunderstood? So, Lin Yi, who was bored, walked towards Gao Yan's direction by accident. He noticed this scene out of the corner of his eye and secretly praised his daughter for her strength. "Hello, I'm Lin Yi, can I get to know you?" Lin Yi said a little shyly. "My name is Gao Yan, this is Antalya, my temporary assistant." Gao Yan said with a smile. "Thank you, can I sit down?" "Certainly." Gao Yan chuckled and nodded. "By the way, would Miss Lin want to eat or drink something?" Gao Yan asked. Again. No need." Li Yi subconsciously looked at the food on the plate. Although she wanted to eat it, she refused, because the evening dress she was wearing would be very troublesome if she wanted to go to the toilet after eating. "Are you here to attend the charity dinner too?" Lin Yi asked nervously. But as soon as the words came out of her mouth, she realized that she had been stupid, and immediately explained, "I mean, did you come with someone, or did you come alone?" "Come alone," Gao Yan said. Just then, Sally also arrived with 2 bodyguards. When she saw Lin Yi sitting and chatting with Gao Yan, her eyes couldn't help but light up, and she felt a little proud in her heart. She felt that her proposal was really great. This Gao Yan was indeed a lustful person. Otherwise, the beauty trap would not work. It takes effect so quickly. "Mr. Gao, I'm late, am I not neglecting you?" Sally said with a smile on her face. "No, the food here is still very good." Gao Yan said with a smile. Then I'll be relieved. By the way, who is this little beauty? Sally asked knowingly. She is Lin Yi, and she is also here to attend the charity dinner. Lin Yi, it turns out that she is the daughter of Mr. Lin's family. Hello. Miss Lin. I am Sally. Nice to meet you. Hello Miss Sally, nice to meet you too. Sally, a foreign woman, spoke Dachshund very well and was very good at talking. She gained Lin Yi's favor in just a few words. Sorry, Miss Yi, can I borrow Mr. Gao for a few minutes? Lin Yi blushed. You don't have to ask me for instructions. In fact, Mr. Gao and I have just met. Really, but you two seem to be a perfect match. In Dachshund language, you are a golden boy and a beautiful girl. Okay Sally, don't mess with the rules. At this time, Gao Yan said. You guys talk first, I'm leaving. Lin Yi glanced at Gao Yan and ran away in panic like a frightened deer. Sorry Mr. Gao, it seems that my arrival has ruined your relationship with Miss Lin. Sally pretended to apologize. It doesn't matter. Gao Yan waved his hand. Sally continued, by the way, Mr. Gao, there will be a charity auction later. If you like something, just take it and we will pay for it for you. Okay, then I'm welcome. Although Gao Yan is not short of money, since the Crystal Skull Society is willing to help him pay, he will not be polite. Sally was slightly startled. She thought Gao Yan would refuse, but she didn't expect Gao Yan to agree so happily. What's wrong, Miss Sally, did you just say kind words? Gao Yan joked. Of course not. Sally quickly remedied, I just think Mr. Gao is a little different from other Dachshund people. Gao Yan and Sally chatted for a few more words. Lin Jianshan then got away and walked over here. Miss Sally, I haven't seen you for a while, but you are becoming more and more radiant. Lin Jianshan said with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lin. Sally stood up and reached out to hug Lin Jianshan. How is Mr. Will doing recently? Lin Jianshan asked again. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your concern. Mr. Will is doing well now. He asked me to say hello to you on his behalf. Mr. Will is thoughtful. Lin Jianshan showed a flattered expression, and then pretended to look at Gao Yan with curiosity. Miss Sally, who is this gentleman? This is Mr. Gao Yan Gao, Mr. Will's business partner. Oh. Lin Jianshan pretended to be shocked. I didn't expect that Mr. Gao could become Mr. Will's partner at such a young age. Hello, Mr. Gao, I am Lin Jianshan from Shinha Group, and I am very happy to meet you. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Gao Yan. Gao Yan slowly stood up and reached out to shake hands with Lin Jianshan. Then the two sides started chatting. But they are awesome topics without nutrition. It has to be said that every successful businessman is a qualified actor. It is obvious that Lin Jianshan knew about his existence long ago, and he had planned to sacrifice his daughter to obtain the genetic medicine, but he did not show any flaws in front of Gao Yan. Finally, after the two sides exchanged contact information, Lin Jianshan apologized and left. After all, he was the host of this charity dinner, and he was still very busy. Tonight. Time passed slowly. It was 8 o'clock in a blink of an eye. The charity auction session arrived. After Lin Jianshan gave a speech in person, the auction session officially began. The first item was a Ming Dynasty calligraphy and painting, which was provided by a wealthy man named Liang Haiwing. Gao Yan used his inside eyes to detect that this was an authentic work, and the price was about 1.5 million. The starting price of the calligraphy and painting was 1 yuan, and each increase was 100,000 yuan. In the end, this Ming Dynasty calligraphy and painting was repurchased by Liang Haiwing for 1.6 million. The second lot was a set of diamond jewelry, provided by Lin Jianshan's wife. And the value of this set of jewelry was about 1.2 million. At the beginning, there were quite a few bidders. But after Lin Yi joined the bidding, everyone stopped bidding, because everyone understood that the princess of the Lin family also wanted to buy back this set of jewelry. If you continue to bid, you will offend people. So, Lin Yi bought back the jewelry at a price of 1.5 million. The third lot was a purple clay teapot, which was made by a contemporary teapot master and was worth about 600,000. It was also provided by a wealthy man present. However, he himself had no intention of buying back the purple clay teapot. In the end, this purple clay teapot was bought at a price of 800,000. Because this was not a formal auction, the auction speed was still quite fast. In just 20 minutes, 15 lots were sold. What Gao Yan found interesting was that the most expensive of the 15 lots was a child's graffiti, which was sold at a high price of 3.2 million. Of course, the identity of this young author is not simple. One of his parents is the chairman of a large group, and the other is a director of a large group. The person who spent a huge amount of money to buy this graffiti is a company boss who wants to please the young author's parents. Mr. Gao, don't you have any items you like? Sally whispered in Gao Yan's ear. To be honest, Gao Yan really doesn't like any of the 15 items just now. Although he doesn't have to spend his own money. Suddenly, Gao Yan's mind moved and he thought of an idea. Sally, I want to send something to auction, can I? Gao Yan's biggest purpose in participating in this charity dinner is to attract the attention of overseas demons, but to his disappointment, Lin Jianlin didn't come. In this case, he can only do one thing to attract the attention of overseas demons. Of course, no problem. For such a small request, Sally couldn't refuse Gao Yan. Then take this gem to auction. Gao Yan took out a spirit stone and handed it to Sally. Please wait. Sally took the gem and left in a hurry. Sally went directly to Lin Jianshan and asked for more items. Knowing that the gem was provided by Gao Yan, Lin Jianshan directly arranged to jump the queue and replaced the 20th item with a spirit stone. Soon, the 20th item was sent to the stage. The auctioneer first boasted about the spirit stone, and then told everyone that the gem was provided by Gao Yan. When she heard Gao Yan's name, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. She offered 5 million without hesitation. There were still many knowledgeable people present. Although they did not understand the true value of the spirit stone, they all believed that such a large gem was worth at least tens of millions. So, the competition became fierce. 6 million. 7 million. 9 million. 12 million. Seeing that these bidders were too conservative, Gao Yan decided to raise the heat and shouted, 100 million. The crystal skull will pay for this money anyway. He shouted the price without any regrets. After hearing the 100 million offer, there was silence for 3 seconds. Then, dozens of eyes fell on Gao Yan. Facing the inquiries and curious eyes of the crowd, Gao Yan smiled and nodded at them. 110 million. At this moment, Lin Jianshan's voice sounded. 5 billion. Gao Yan calmly reported a number again. Lin Jianshan was stunned, and the venue became quiet again. The price jumped by 390 million. Could it be that he quoted randomly and came to cause trouble? Whose young master is this Gao Yan? Why haven't you heard of it? Probably not from Shanghai. There is no rich man named Gao in Shanghai who has such great financial resources. He seems to know Lin Yi. Is he spending a lot of money to attract the beauty's attention? It's possible. While everyone was talking and making various speculations, the unprofessional auctioneer also came to his senses. Ahem, I'm sorry, Mr. Gao, I want to confirm. Is your bid 500 million? Yes, 500 million. Gao Yan nodded. Suddenly, the auctioneer's face turned red. Mr. Gao bid 500 million, is there anyone else who bids a higher price? Rich people who don't know Lingshire will certainly not quote any more. It's okay to use a few million for charity, but if they are asked to spend 500 million for charity at once, no one here is willing, not even Lin Jianshan. Although he is keen on charity, he also does charity to gain a good reputation. Although he has donated more than 2 billion, this is all accumulated over decades. It's the first time of 500 million. Is there any increase in price? 5 billion for the second time. For the third time of 500 million, congratulations to Mr. Gao, this gem is back in your hands. The auctioneer slammed the auction hammer in a high and excited voice. He is an amateur auctioneer, but he can actually host a 500 million auction item, which is enough for him to show off for a lifetime. Mr. Gao, congratulations. Sally and Antalya on the side also said one after another. Why? Gao Yan sighed softly, you have eyes that don't recognize gold and jade. Mr. Gao, what do you mean? Sally asked curiously. If I told you that the true value of this gem is 2 billion, would you believe it? Gao Yan looked at Sally and asked. Sally said calmly, Mr. Gao is really good at joking. Although this gem is valuable, it has not been polished after all. Its value should not exceed 100 million daxia coins. How can it be worth 2 billion? Gao Yan explained in a deep voice, it is not an ordinary gem. It contains an extremely magical energy. A gem with no energy is only worth more than 100 million, but a gem with energy is definitely worth 2 billion. Hearing this, Sally couldn't help but look thoughtful. Suddenly, a thought occurred in her mind. It seemed that there were several undetectable substances in the magic medicine. Could these substances be related to the energy in the gem? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but said, Mr. Gao, can you sell me one of these gems? Aren't you afraid that I lied to you? Gao Yan asked with a smile. It's only 2 billion daxia coins, Mr. Gao, you can't do that. Sally said with confidence, she was not in a hurry for them to pay the 20 billion US dollars of goods, so how could she deceive them for 2 billion gems? Coincidentally, when Lin Jianshan arrived with the spiritual stone, he happened to hear that Sally wanted to spend 2 billion to buy this gem. Suddenly, a strange color flashed in his eyes. Is there something mysterious about this gem? Finally, Gao Yan sold the raw stone to Sally for 2 billion daxia coins. However, Gao Yan asked that the payment be paid to him together with the payment for the genetic medicine on September 1st. Although Lin Jianshan was also curious about the spiritual stone, he was smart and did not ask much. More than an hour passed after the transfer. The charity auction tonight officially ended, raising a total of 685 million yuan. Among them, 500 million yuan was created by Gao Yan. Therefore, Lin Jianshan brought his wife and daughter to express his gratitude to Gao Yan. As for Lin Yi, there was even more curiosity in her eyes when she looked at Gao Yan. Although she was born in a wealthy family, Gao Yan's feat of spending 500 million still shocked her. At the same time, other wealthy people also came to make friends with Gao Yan. Because of his spending of 500 million. Of course, many of them wanted to explore Gao Yan's identity. But Gao Yan just dealt with it casually and did not reveal his specific background. There was also a dance party next. Gao Yan had achieved his purpose of attending the charity dinner, and he was not interested in the so-called dance party, so he left early with Antalya, which disappointed Lin Yi. At this moment, in a Western-style villa in Hong Kong Island, Lin Jianlin was watching the video of the auction of spiritual stones. Although he did not attend the charity dinner, he sent his men to participate and told them to pay attention to Gao Yan. So, his men reported to Lin Jianlin that Gao Yan provided spiritual stones and bought them for 500 million. This is a spiritual stone. Lin Jianlin stared at the spiritual stone on the auction table with excitement on his face after fixing the screen. In fact, he had secretly joined the Saint Gate 10 years ago. And he was also given a cultivation method pill and 3 spiritual stones. It's just that he is too old and has missed the best time for cultivation. Even with the help of spiritual stones, he can only barely reach the initial stage of true qi. At that time, the Saint Gate was able to grant him 3 spiritual stones, and he had made a great contribution. However, after that time, even though he did a lot for the Saint Gate, he was only granted some elixirs in the end, but no more spiritual stones were granted to him. He also inquired about the spiritual stones and learned that spiritual stones, a kind of cultivation resource, were extremely rare. Even in the Saint Gate, not many people were qualified to use spiritual stones for cultivation. Therefore, in these years, Lin Jianlin was also quietly collecting spiritual stones, but he did not find any. Unexpectedly, Gao Yan actually had spiritual stones in his hands. For a moment, he could not help but feel a strong sense of greed. But immediately, he suppressed this greed. Because with his strength, he could not do anything to Gao Yan, let alone take spiritual stones from him. He pondered slightly. He decided to report this news to the Saint Gate. If the Saint Gate got enough spiritual stones from Gao Yan, they should also grant him some. In a huge farm in Europe, an old man in coarse linen clothes, with white hair but a ruddy complexion, was taking care of the banker. Suddenly, a middle-aged man came in a hurry. However, he did not disturb the old man, but stood by the field and waited quietly. More than 20 minutes later, after the old man finished his work, he turned to the middle-aged man and said, "Jing Tang, you came in a hurry, but is there something important?" "Master, Lin Jianlin of the Hong Kong Lin family found the spirit stone." The white-haired old man's face was originally calm, but when he heard Song Jingtong's words, he suddenly became more moved. The white-haired old man's name is Situ Yulong, the 3rd-generation leader of the overseas demon sect. He is over 150 years old and his cultivation has reached the peak of the heavenly realm. "Tell me in detail." "Yes, master." Song Jingtang did not dare to neglect it and described the process of discovering the spirit stone in detail. After listening, Situ Yulong's face showed a thoughtful look, and he whispered, "Send a message to Yinfeng Hall to collect all the relevant information about Gao Yan." The overseas demon sect originally came from Daxia, and they still attach great importance to Daxia. Therefore, they began to lay out in China decades ago. In order not to attract the attention of Daxia Qi cultivators, they have always been very low-key. However, after decades of low-key development, the overseas demon sect has also cultivated a lot of spies in China. There are 4 major halls in the overseas demon sect. They are the White Tiger Hall, Shura Hall, Qilin Hall, and Yinfeng Hall. The White Tiger Hall is the personal guard of the sect master, mainly responsible for protecting the sect master, his family, and senior officials. Shura Hall is responsible for fighting and assassination. As for Qilin Hall, it is mainly responsible for business to provide financial resources for the overseas demon sect, in addition to collecting various rare medicinal materials. Finally, Yinfeng Hall is the intelligence department, which is responsible for collecting intelligence. As for Song Jingtang, he is Situ Yulong's housekeeper, and his strength has also reached the late stage of the heavenly realm. Yes, master. I will arrange it right away. Go. Situ Yulong waved his hand, and after Song Jingtang left, he sat down beside the field. Although the demon sect was forced to go overseas, but with their strong military force, they quickly gained a foothold. However, there are no blessed places overseas, and the spiritual veins were moved away in ancient times. If there are no spiritual stones, these practitioners of the demon sect will become weaker and weaker. So, for so many years, they have been collecting spiritual stones all over the world. Unfortunately, the effect is minimal, and a lot of manpower and material resources have been consumed, and the spiritual stones collected are also very few. In desperation, the overseas demon sects could only go underground from the open, just to reduce the consumption of true qi of the disciples. Even so, after hundreds of years, the real disciples of the overseas demon sects did not exceed 300 people. There were only 4 masters in the realm of heaven and man. This was because his grandfather created a secret method of passing on his skills, and before his death, he infused his true qi into his descendants. Otherwise, he might not even be able to maintain the 4 realms of heaven and man. In addition to the realm of heaven and man, there were not many masters, only 9 in total. That's why the overseas demon sects have never been able to fight back to Dashya, because they are not sure about dealing with the righteous sects. Yinfengtang is still very efficient. The main reason is that they already have Gao Yan's information in their hands. So, in less than an hour, Song Jingtang went back and handed Gao Yan's information to Situ Yulong. It turns out to be a Danjin body cultivator. Situ Yulong is not unfamiliar with body cultivators, because they also have many body cultivators under their command. But he has always looked down on body cultivators. After all, not only is it difficult to practice body cultivators, but the inability to attack remotely is a hard flaw. However, after seeing that Gao Yan had a master who could see the gods, Situ Yulong's expression became more serious. I didn't expect that someone could go so far in physical cultivation. Situ Yulong praised softly. Master, do you want to send someone to sneak into Dashya to capture Gao Yan and interrogate him about the spirit stones? Song Jingtang suggested. Not appropriate. Situ Yulong shook his head. Although those guys in the country are hiding in the blessed land, the spiritual energy in the blessed land is also limited, so they are also short of spirit stones. Once they make too much noise, they will be easily targeted by those guys. Let's secretly send someone to contact Gao Yan first. If he really has a lot of spirit stones, we can make a deal. On the other side, Gao Yan, who took Antalya away, first treated her to a late-night snack, and then took her back to the Landis Hotel. Gao Yan did not invite Antalya to stay in the presidential suite together, even though there were extra rooms in the suite. Now he has long been out of the impatient stage. Falling in love is like Brewing wine. Only when the heat is right can the brewed wine be fragrant and delicious. Therefore, Gao Yan opened a high-end suite in Antalya alone. He didn't have to pay anyway, so he didn't feel bad about spending it. As for that woman Sally, already holding the spiritual stone, he hurriedly boarded the plane to the United States. She wanted to take the spirit stone back for testing. Lying on the soft big bed in the hotel, Gao Yanxian, Xiaoxue, and Song Yufei reported the situation on WeChat. The three of them formed a small group. Chatting in the group is also convenient. After sharing photos of the presidential suite in the group and chatting for a while, Gao Yan got down to business. Xiaohong, is everything going well? Gao Yan asked the Red Emperor. Red Emperor, boss, things are going more smoothly than expected. Situ Yulong, the leader of the overseas demon sect, has obtained your superficial intelligence through spies lurking in the country. Oh, the deeper layers haven't been discovered? Gao Yan asked, but after thinking about it, he felt relieved. The senior officials of Daxia knew his true strength, but they must have blocked it from the outside world. The Baidu sect also knows his true strength. As for other qi cultivation sects, they should have some suspicions, but they should not be sure. However, the qi cultivation sect is in a closed state. They may communicate with each other internally, but they will never spread to the outside. As for the spies from the demon sect, they should be ordinary people because they are afraid of the qi cultivators in the country. If qi cultivators are sent, they will be easily exposed. Therefore, the ability of the Momin spies to collect intelligence in the country is not as strong as imagined. Xiaohong, how much financial resources does the overseas demon sect have? Suddenly, Gao Yan asked, curiously. After all, this is the fat sheep that I am eyeing, so I should understand their financial resources. Red Emperor, boss, please give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes later. Red Emperor gave a data. First of all, the cash in the hands of overseas demons is 520 billion euros. According to the current exchange rate, it is almost 3.8 trillion. Secondly, overseas magic gates also have their own companies. There are 34 companies directly controlled by overseas Momen, and there are even more companies that have invested in them, a total of 298. The shares of these companies combined have a market value of approximately 900 billion euros. In addition, overseas magic gates also have a lot of fixed assets, which together amount to hundreds of billions of euros. The above items are not all the speculations of overseas magic sects, because there are many antiques and medicinal materials that cannot be calculated in a while. TSK, you are indeed a big fat sheep, you are so rich. Gao Yan was greedy after looking at the data provided by the Red Emperor. I don't know when overseas magic sects will come to seduce me. For a moment, Gao Yan couldn't wait to fly to Europe to talk to Situ Yulong in person. Early next morning, Gao Yan had breakfast with Antalya and said it was time to leave. Antalya is somewhat reluctant to give up on this. Antalya, your service makes me feel that it is worth the money. This is my personal opinion. I hope you will keep it to yourself. Gao Yan took out a red envelope and handed it to Antalya. No need, Mr. Gao, Miss Sally has already paid you, you don't need to pay extra. Antalya shook his head. Take it, this is my extra reward for you. Gao Yan took Antalya's hand and put the red envelope in her hand, then waved to her and boarded the hotel car to the airport. Goodbye, Mr. Gao, have a nice trip. Antalya also waved goodbye. It wasn't until Gao Yan disappeared that Antalya opened the red envelope. The money in it was not much, 8,800 yuan, a very auspicious number. But this money can solve many life problems in Antalya. Just over an hour after Gao Yan left the hotel, Lin Jianshan came to the hotel in person. Last night's charity dinner was a success, and as the host, he couldn't get away last night. But Gao Yan provided 500 million in donations last night. No matter what, he should thank Gao Yan alone. Moreover, he also wanted to create opportunities for Gao Yan and his daughter. Therefore, with sincerity, he personally came to the hotel today to invite Gao Yan to a banquet at his home tonight. I didn't expect to inquire. Gao Yan actually left. Later, he asked someone to contact the airline. Gao Yan's flight had taken off 15 minutes ago. This can't help but make Lin Jianshan very disappointed. On the plane, Gao Yan seemed to be relaxing with his eyes closed. But in fact, the mind is sinking in the dantian to polish one's strength. With the martial arts acceleration card and the time acceleration of Minecraft, his Gang Yuan has been polished to perfection. Sitting next to him was a woman wearing sunglasses and a mask. She didn't take them off even on the plane. Even so, Gao Yan recognized the woman. She was Xiaohua Guanzi Xin, who is currently very popular in the entertainment industry. Last year, he took his girlfriend to visit the Great Wall, and then met a silly boy from the Guan family. It happened that those families were not very capable and had too many rules. Then they became honest after being beaten by me. And Guanzi Xin is the cousin of that silly boy from the Guan family. Later, Xingchen Entertainment invited Guanzi Xin to act in a drama, which made her even more famous. Later, they even sent 2 TV dramas to Xingchen Entertainment for free. She didn't even ask for pay. These 2 TV dramas were broadcast on TV in July and August, respectively. Because the scripts were good, the ratings were also very high. This made Guanzi Xin's fame rise by 2 levels again. She didn't get paid for filming for Xingchen Entertainment before. Although the boss of the company was a relative of her family, she couldn't not make money. Therefore, while the popularity was high, the company arranged a lot of notices for her, and she was so busy with various endorsements that she was exhausted. This caused Guanzi Xin to be busy flying around the country, with little rest time. She didn't have the physique of Qin Yusen, so this girl fell asleep as soon as she got on the plane. She didn't even know that Gao Yan was sitting next to her. In a blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. The plane was about to arrive in Nandu. The assistant sitting in the back came to Guanzi Xin's seat and gently shook her arm. "Sister, wake up, the plane is about to land." "Is it here so soon?" After being woken up, Guanzi Xin felt that she just dozed off for a while. She was really tired. In order to meet the deadline, she filmed all night last night and didn't finish until 5 in the morning. "Yes, go to the bathroom and touch up your makeup. There are fans waiting for you at the airport." "Okay, I got it." Guanzi Xin nodded, unbuckled her seatbelt and stood up. She glanced at the next table inadvertently, and the expression on her face suddenly froze. She didn't expect that the person sitting next to her was Gao Yan. Seeing that Gao Yan seemed to be sleeping too, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then whispered to the assistant, "You sit in my seat, I'll come back and sit in your seat later." To be honest, she was still a little afraid of Gao Yan. Gao Yan didn't bother to care about Guanzi Xin's behavior of trying to cover up. Soon, the plane landed at Nandu Airport. Gao Yan had no intention of exposing Guanzi, nor did he mean to greet her. There were so many beauties. If he met one and flirted with one, how could he have so much time? Therefore, he pretended not to know Guanzi and got off the plane directly. Watching Gao Yan leave, Guanzi also breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, who was that handsome guy just now? Why do I feel like you are avoiding him? The assistant asked curiously. He is Gao Yan, the boss of Xingchen Entertainment. Guanzi didn't mean to hide it from the assistant. The boss of Xingchen Entertainment, then why are you avoiding him? Is he pursuing you? The assistant became more and more curious. Don't talk nonsense. Guanzi scolded softly. I am a little afraid of him. No way, I found that he is quite handsome, and his temperament is also very good. He doesn't look like a villain at all. The little assistant set in. Confusion. Okay, let's stop here and get off the plane. Guanzi didn't want to talk more. There was no change in Lingxi Garden. The three girls were practicing seriously. Especially Xiaozhua, who was making rapid progress and almost breaking through to the middle stage of dark power, while Song Yufei also reached the peak of bright power, and Lin Moer was also good, reaching the early stage of bright power. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the help of the martial arts acceleration card and the time acceleration function of my world, Gao Yan finally polished the Gang Yuan to perfection, allowing the Gang Yuan and the evil spirit to be perfectly integrated together, indistinguishable from each other. As long as he condensed the Dharma image, he would officially enter the perfection of Gang refining. Gao Yan was not very happy about this breakthrough that was taken for granted, because he was very dissatisfied with the efficiency of the overseas magic sect. He had been back to Nandu for 2 days. They hadn't taken the initiative to come to him yet. Does he have to find them himself? Thinking of this, Gao Yan asked Hong Huang, Xiao Hong, what are the people from the overseas demon sect doing? Hong Huang, boss, in fact, the people from the overseas demon sect arrived in Nandu a day ago, but they are more cautious and have been observing you silently. They are observing me? Gao Yan was obsessed with cultivation and did not pay attention to the situation around him. With a thought, his spiritual perception was turned on, and he found that someone was spying nearby. Fuck, so cautious, it simply tarnished the name of the demon sect. Gao Yan said with contempt in his heart. He actually understood why the people from the overseas demon sect were so cautious, because they suspected that this was a trap set by the righteous sect. Suddenly, Gao Yan thought of Yao Guang. Could it be that the people from the overseas demon sect sensed the existence of Yao Guang, so they didn't dare to come rashly? He thought this possibility was very high. So, he walked out of the study, told Xiaozhua and others that he had something to go out, and drove away from Lingxi Garden. It's been a while since I saw baby Yue. So, Gao Yan drove straight to the snack street in the university town. During the summer vacation, the business of the snack street is generally not good, but Yujian milk tea has long been famous, so people living nearby will come here to admire it. Therefore, the milk tea shop is still doing well now. As Gao Yan left, the people from the overseas demon sect also followed quietly. After exchanging feelings with Chen Yue in the milk tea shop, Gao Yan left and found a coffee shop to enter. He sat down by the window and ordered a cup of coffee. Gao Yan waited for the people from the overseas demon sect to arrive. If the people from the overseas demon sect did not show up, he would have to take the initiative to find them. Fortunately, the people from the overseas demon sect did not disappoint Gao Yan. Handsome man, don't you feel bored drinking coffee alone? Accompanied by a charming and soul-stirring voice, a beautiful young woman with a royal sister's breath all over her body came to Gao Yan's seat. The inside eye opened. The identity of the other party appeared in front of Gao Yan. The other party looked in his 30s, but in fact he was over 60 years old. His appearance and figure exceeded 90 points, but his specialness was only 60 points. However, through the mixed aura emitted from the other party's human magnetic field, Gao Yan judged that this was a fierce character who surpassed the 100-man killer. In addition, the other party's strength was also very good, reaching the peak of the Grandmaster. His identity was Qin Hongjin, the deputy leader of the overseas demon sect. Yinfeng Tang. Auntie, what do you have to say? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Auntie? Hearing Gao Yan's address, Qin Hongjin's face suddenly darkened. Although her age was more than enough to be Gao Yan's aunt, what she hated most was that others said she was old. If someone else dared to call her auntie, she would have made a move long ago and let the other party have a hard time, but now she came to Gao Yan, to discuss things, and it was the master of the sect who personally explained it. So, she could only hold back the anger in her heart and sit down opposite Gao Yan. Mr. Gao, you can just call me Sister Hong, I can't bear it. Okay, Sister Hong, what do you want to talk to me about? Gao Yan also saw that Qin Hongjin was very concerned about her age, but he didn't intend to continue to anger her. Mr. Gao, on the evening of the 25th of this month, you auctioned a special gem at a charity dinner. Is that true? Why, are you interested in gems? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Yes, I did come here for that kind of gem. I wonder how many Mr. Gao has? Qin Hongjin narrowed his eyes and asked. The amount is not the key, but whether you have that much money. Gao Yan said meaningfully. Qin Hongjin was delighted. She didn't expect that the contact with Gao Yan would be so smooth. She thought Gao Yan would make all kinds of excuses, but he admitted it directly. So, she said, don't worry, I still have enough financial resources. 5 billion per coin, as many as you want to buy, I have as much as you want. Gao Yan's face became serious. 5 billion? Qin Hongjin's face darkened. Mr. Gao, you are not being kind, as far as I know, you only sold it to Sally for 2 billion. 2 billion is a friendship price. Gao Yan said with a smile, Sister Hong and I are not friends, so of course we have to pay the normal price. This bastard. Qin Hongjin cursed in her heart, but a charming smile appeared on her face. Mr. Gao, in fact, we can be friends, 2 billion per piece, I will agree to anything you want. Hearing this, Gao Yan leaned back subconsciously, don't, I'm not a crazy aunt. Pusher. Qin Hongjin. You. But she still suppressed her anger. Mr. Gao, our purchase volume is relatively large, and the price of 2 billion is expensive. How much can you buy? Gao Yan asked, curiously. Qin Hongjin thought for a moment and said, I can buy 200 pieces at a time. Then I'll take a loss, how about 4 billion? The overseas demon sect's desire for spirit stones far exceeds that of domestic chi cultivation sections. After all, domestic chi cultivation sects have their own spirit stone mines. Even if there are fewer, there is always income. As for overseas demon sects, they can only dig spirit stones all over the world, but the world is so big, it consumes a lot of manpower and material resources. and the number of spirit stones they can dig is also very limited. This is also the reason why Gao Yan blackmailed them. Because no matter how expensive the price is, they have to accept it with a pinch of their nose. Next, the two sides bargained, and Gao Yan lowered the price to 3.5 billion. How about this, Sister Hong, if you buy 1,000 pieces at a time, I can reduce the price to 3 billion, which is also my bottom line. Qin Hongjin also saw that Gao Yan's attitude was very firm, and did not bargain anymore. Okay, I have to go back and discuss it with others. Then I'll wait for Sister Hong's news. Watching Qin Hongjin walk out of the coffee shop, Gao Yan knew that this matter was basically done. 3 billion per coin, 1,000 coins equals 3 trillion, this time the overseas demon sects will have to bleed a lot. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Europe, in a farm. Situ Yulong did not work in the fields today. Instead, he lay on the deck chair in the courtyard and basked in the sun. The look was very much like that of an old man enjoying his old age. With the sound of slight footsteps, Song Jingtang arrived. Owner. Song Jingtang said in a deep voice, Qin Hongjin has already interviewed Gao Yan and found out that Gao Yan has a lot of spiritual stones in his hands, but Gao Yan is so open-minded that he gets 3 billion. After hearing Gao Yan's request for 3 billion pieces, Situ Yulong, who was in a sleepy state, suddenly opened his eyes, but there was a fierce light in his eyes. The overseas magic sects are different from the qi cultivation sects in Daxia. There is spiritual energy in the cave heaven paradise, and ordinary people support them, so worldly money is of no use to them. As for overseas demon sects, there is no heavenly paradise and they are rooted in the secular world, especially sending people all over the world to search for spiritual stones will cost a lot of money. Therefore, they also value money more. Otherwise, Qilin Hall, one of the 4 main halls, would not do business. Master, do you want to send out experts to capture that Gao Yan? Song Jingtang was also very angry at Gao Yan's loud mouth, and even had murderous intentions in his heart. How many peak masters do we have under our command? Situ Yulong asked. Going back to master, there are currently 5 who have reached the peak of Grandmaster for many years. Song Jingtang said. Breaking through from the peak of Grandmaster to heaven requires a large amount of spiritual stones. Therefore, even if the overseas demon sect has 5 peak masters, it has not been able to break through due to insufficient spiritual stones. In that case, let's trade with Gao Yan first, and the spiritual stones from the transaction will be provided to the 5 peak masters first. Situ Yulong said in a deep voice, and at the same time, Gao Yan was also on his death list. Although he was wary of the righteous forces in the country, he dared to rip him off with his mere strength, and he was simply desperate for life and death. It's just that sending people to rob or kill Gao Yan now will easily attract the attention of those righteous sections. It's better to spend money to buy all the spiritual stones in Gao Yan's hands. After he has no use value, he has plenty of ways to deal with the other party. By then, even if they are discovered by the orthodox sects, as long as they return overseas in time, without any benefit, those orthodox sects will have no reason to come overseas to trouble them because of a physical practitioner. Master, don't you need to lower the price any more? Song Jingtang asked. Again. No need. Situ Yulong said calmly, the money in Gao Yan's hands will only be kept for us for a while. Let him be happy first. By the way, has Qin Hongjin found out how many spiritual stones the other party has? There should be thousands. Song Jingtang said, because of the lofty requirements, a one-time transaction must be more than 1,000 coins. Okay. Situ Yulong's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that boy to have so many spiritual stones in his hands. God is really helping our holy sect. You should know that the team under their command that digs out spiritual stones only digs out 287 spiritual stones in the year when they have the best luck. When they have bad luck, they don't collect any of them. Moreover, the year when 287 spirit stones were excavated at one time was already more than 80 years ago. In the past 20 years, the most rewarding year was only 32 spiritual stones. Moreover, there are fewer and fewer spirit stones in the world. Last year, tens of billions of dollars were spent, but only 4 spirit stones were unearthed. Therefore, Gao Yan's offer of 3 billion dasha coins was still acceptable to him. Of course, accept it, but he was very unhappy about being ripped off by a body cultivator. Fortunately, he had already sentenced the other party to death, so there was nothing to argue about. The next morning, Gao Yan received a call from Qin Hongjin and asked him to meet. Gao Yan went to the appointment alone. After a brief exchange of greetings, Qin Hongjin started bargaining again. Gao Yan didn't bother to argue with her, so he stood up and left. In desperation, Qin Hongjin had to stop him and expressed her agreement with the price, but she was filled with hatred. Seeing this, Gao Yan smiled. Sister Hong, how many spiritual stones do you plan to buy at one time? Buy 1,000 pieces first. Qin Hongjin gritted his teeth and said. Hearing that the other party purchased 1,000 pieces at a time, Gao Yan secretly thought that he was indeed a big business owner. Calculated based on the calculation of 3 billion, 1,000 spirit stones are worth 3 trillion. Even if converted into euros, it is still more than 400 billion euros, which almost empties the liquidity of overseas magic sects. Let's do this, let's trade on September 1st. Gao Yan thought for a while. Can't we trade today? Qin Hongjin frowned. Sister Hong, 1,000 spirit stones is not a small amount of money. I have to prepare a lot, don't you think? Gao Yan said seriously. Okay, let's trade on September 1st. Anyway, today is already the 30th, so we just have to wait 2 more days. Husband, you look happy? When Gao Yan returned to Lingxi Garden, classmate Xiaoxua noticed the look on his face. Bata. Gao Yan hugged Xiaoxua and kissed her delicate face. We just negotiated a big deal worth 3 trillion yuan. So much? Xiaoxua was also shocked when he heard this number. Hey, originally it was only 2 trillion, but the other party was stupid and had too much money, so I gave them a big blow. Gao Yan said proudly. Well, hubby, you are so awesome, shouldn't we celebrate today? It's really time to celebrate. I asked Sister Xing to prepare some more dishes. We can all celebrate together at noon, and then we can celebrate alone in the evening. It's disgusting to say this in broad daylight. Classmate Xiaoxua's pretty eyes were shy and she rolled her eyes at Gao Yan. At noon that day, the dining table in the restaurant was filled with plates of delicacies, which made the snack food lover Lin Moer extremely happy. She is also a Mingjin warrior now. The food intake is greatly increased, and you no longer have to cry when you look at delicious food. At the same time, in the United States, the Institute of Immortality After Sally returned to the United States, she sent the spiritual stone to the Institute of Immortality. After tireless testing by researchers, the mysterious power within the spirit stone was finally detected. Mr. Maxey, is this mysterious power related to the magic medicine? As Will's secretary and spokesperson, Sally has been staying at the institute these days. As soon as she heard the results, she immediately found Maxey. Maxey shook his head. Miss Sally, I disappoint you. The mysterious power in this gem has nothing to do with the magic medicine, but there is good news. The mysterious energy in this gem has a magical strengthening function for the human body and biochemistry. If we can master this mysterious energy, we should also be able to create our own miracle medicine. Oh, that's great, I'll report to Mr. Will right now, Sally said excitedly. Wait, Miss Sally. Maxey stopped Sally's behavior. Miss Sally, although we have discovered the effect of this energy, to be honest, the structure of this energy is very solid, and we cannot analyze it with the current equipment of our institute. Let alone create this kind of energy, so when you report to Mr. Will again, mention this, we still need to purchase a batch of more top-notch equipment and instruments. The investment in the Immortality Research Institute is huge. According to his judgment, the purchase of new equipment and instruments will cost at least tens of billions of dollars. Therefore, Will's support must be obtained. School is about to start, and students are returning to school one after another. Of course, there are also new students coming to register. As a result, the campus of Nandu University also became noisy. The afternoon of the 31st, Gao Yan received a call from Su Lingfeng, saying that he, Ho Xiaofeng, and others had returned to school and would have dinner together in the evening. Gao Yan, naturally, had no objection to this. After all, he was relatively close to Su Lingfeng and a few others in the entire class. In a hot pot restaurant, Gao Yan and the other 5 people raised their glasses and clashed with each other. After drinking a bottle of cold beer, the 4 people present showed happy expressions. As for Gao Yan, he has already reached the point where he is immune to the cold and heat. He doesn't feel much after a glass of cold beer. It's almost done. The beef is cooked. Everyone, hurry up and use your chopsticks, Su Lingfeng urged. There were all strong young men present, and they were familiar with each other. Therefore, they all took down their chopsticks to pick up the cooked meat and vegetables from the bottom of the pot without being polite, and then dipped them into the red dipping sauce prepared with spicy millet. After putting it in your mouth, it makes a slight sound while chewing. I don't know if it's hot or spicy. During this period, everyone toasted frequently but didn't say much. More than 20 minutes later, everyone had almost finished eating. Su Lingfeng loosened his belt buckle and asked with a smile, "Have you guys found an internship unit? When you enter your senior year, you should consider internships. Those who have connections at home will find an internship unit in advance during the summer vacation. Those who don't have that condition can either wait for the school to assign them or go back to school and look for them slowly. I have found an internship unit. It is in a small state-owned enterprise in our local area," Ho Xiaofeng said. "I heard it was a state-owned enterprise." Except for Gao Yan, everyone else showed envy. Although the salary in state-owned enterprises is a little less, the welfare benefits are high, a typical guarantee of income during drought and flood. Hey, I also rely on family connections, Ho Xiaofeng said humbly. "What about you?" Su Lingfeng said, "There are 10 internship places in our class, and I won one. I asked about it. The company we went to intern at was pretty good, but unfortunately, it was not in Nandu. Su Lingfeng, the squad leader, is quite prestigious, so if he gets an internship spot, no one will have any objections. One of the other two boys also found an internship unit, which is a small and medium-sized advertising company. Brother Yan, is your milk tea company still short of people? I don't mind it. Even if you arrange a cleaning job, I will do it. Another boy looked at Gao Yan and said, Okay, I'll give you the company's address, and I'll say hello later. You can just report it directly. Naturally, Gao Yan would not shirk such a small favor. Thank you so much, Brother Yan. I'll toast you. The other party quickly raised his wine glass and toasted. Don't be so outspoken. Gao Yan picked up the cup, bumped it with the other party, and then drank the wine in the cup. Brother Yan is very interesting. I suggest that we all toast him together. If we can't survive in the future, we will have to rely on Brother Yan to give him a bowl of rice. Seeing this, Su Lingfeng also shouted. I said, you guys have had enough. Gao Yan, scolded with a smile, finished the hot pot meal. Everyone went to the KTV to play until early 11 o'clock before they dispersed. When Gao Yan returned to Lingxi Garden, I happened to meet classmate Xiaoxue and Song Yufei returning from a dinner party night. Classmate Xiaoxue was lying in Gao Yan's arms, while using his fingers to paint on Gao Yan's body dishonestly. He asked, Husband, Professor Qin recommended an internship unit to me, do you think I should go? What unit? Gao Yan asked. Classmate Xiaoxue said, Nantong Qingnong Pharmaceutical Company. This company focuses more on research and development. If I go there, I will directly enter the research and development department as an intern. Nantong? Gao Yan was stunned. If he remembered correctly, Nantong was more than 300 kilometers away from Nandu. If Xiaoxue went there for an internship, it would not be easy to come back. For this reason, Gao Yan was very suspicious that Qin Yiren was deliberately retaliating against him. Then do you want to go? Gao Yan asked. Student Xiaoxue struggled. Actually, I really want to go. After all, it's rare to enter the R&D department directly. But Nandu and Nandu are too far apart, and I don't want to be too far away from my husband. This is not easy. Gao Yan smiled and said, I can help you find a pharmaceutical company in Nandu, and I will still arrange you to the R&D department. Really, that's great, thank you husband. Xiaoxue's worries suddenly turned into joy. She has never been a pretentious person, and she would not think there was anything wrong with her boyfriend helping her find an internship unit. After all, she had long regarded Gao Yan as her closest person. Thank you, isn't that what you should be doing? Gao Yan smiled and said, by the way, where is Yu Fei, where is she going to? Intern? Classmate Xiaoxue said, Yu Fei's father called her and wanted her to go back to his company for internship. After all, her brother has become a disabled person. Then what did she think? Gao Yan asked again. Of course she doesn't want to go back. After all, if she goes back, she will have fewer opportunities to meet my husband. Otherwise, you can help her arrange an internship unit. That's no problem. Okay, let's talk about gratitude. Gao Yan turned over and fell on top of classmate Xiaoxue. The next day, September 1st. Gao Yan was in a good mood because early in the morning, the Crystal Skull Society deposited 122 billion yuan in payment into his account. 120 billion yuan of this money was used to buy the genetic medicine, and the other 2 billion yuan was used to buy the spirit stone. Experience increased by 122 billion yuan. After using the return double card, the system reserve funds also increased by 122 billion yuan. After breakfast, Luhani also called him 15 billion yuan, and sent a smiley face on WeChat to thank him. In addition, the country also called him 10 billion yuan in the name of the Military Administration Bureau. Upgrade experience rose again, by 25 billion yuan. People are refreshed when they are happy. Just after Gao Yan drove Xiaozhua, Song Yufei, and Lin Moer to Yangdong Science, Qin Hongjin called him again and asked if he was convenient for trading. Gao Yan naturally agreed. Then drove to the hotel suite where Qin Hongjin was. After getting off the car, Gao Yan had a suitcase in his hand, which contained 1,000 spiritual stones. There were 2 bodyguards at the door of Qin Hongjin's room. With Gao Yan's eyesight, he could naturally judge that these 2 people were master-level qi cultivators. However, he didn't care. He entered the room with the suitcase. Looking at the suitcase in Gao Yan's hand, Qin Hongjin's eyes fell on it, and she was reluctant to leave for a long time. Gao Yan put the suitcase on the table and opened it. Looking at the thousands of spiritual stones lying inside Qin Hongjin's breathing became tight. Pa. Gao Yan closed the suitcase. Sister Hong, where is the money? Qin Hongjin reluctantly withdrew her eyes, and then handed Gao Yan a note. This is an anonymous account and password of a Swiss bank. You can withdraw the funds in the account password. I have a computer here. You can use the bank middle terminal above to transfer the money in it, or change the password. Thank you, Sister Hong. Gao Yan was not polite, and took the computer and started to operate it. Soon, all the nearly 500 billion US dollars in the account were transferred away. At the moment of transferring the money, the system prompt sounded. The upgrade experience soared by 3 trillion, and the total experience exceeded 7 trillion, which can be upgraded to 7 levels in a row. As for the remaining amount of system return, there are only a few hundred billion, so the system reserve funds have only reached 5.3 trillion. After completing the transaction, Gao Yan left the suitcase and left directly. But the moment he entered the elevator, Hong Huang's voice sounded, Boss. Your transfer movement is monitored. Gao Yan was not surprised, because he knew that the overseas demon sects buying spirit stones from him was just a stopgap measure. How could they be willing to pay? There would be ghosts without small moves. Then can you solve this problem? Gao Yan asked. Hong Huang, boss, you underestimate me too much. It's just a small problem. Gao Yan, since it's a small problem, let's solve it quickly. Hong Huang, okay, boss. More than 20 minutes later, Gao Yan drove to Nandu University. As soon as he got off the car, he saw Bai Wei getting off a BMW 720. He could vaguely see a middle-aged man in the driver's seat. Similarly, the other party also saw Gao Yan, but after seeing Gao Yan's handsome appearance and unique temperament, he seemed a little dazed. He nodded to the other party. Gao Yan strode away. He had only obtained the system for more than a year, but Bai Wei was a very distant figure in his memory. Gao Yan came to the classroom and found that it was quite lively. After all, we haven't seen each other all summer, and after holding it back for 2 months, we always want to find close classmates to share our summer experiences. Hey hubby, where are you going to intern? As soon as she sat down, Shui Mei put her delicate hand into Gao Yan's. I haven't decided yet, what about you? Gao Yan asked while playing with the delicate little hands that came to the door. My dad is focused on the hot pot restaurant and is planning to go public. Therefore, the hotel's neglect of management resulted in a significant decline in revenue. It is also possible that the management was lining their own pockets. My dad planned to let me take over the hotel's mess, but I didn't feel right. Although Yang Yujiang has trained her since she was a child and has been influenced by him through his eyes and ears, she is now a real newcomer and has no management experience. Now, Yang Yujiang wanted to hand over the management of his family's hotel to her, and he felt a little guilty. That's why he talked to Gao Yan, hoping to get some help from Gao Yan. But Gao Yan had no experience in managing a hotel, so he said, "How about this? I'll let someone check your hotel first, and then I'll create a management plan tailored for you." "Husband, you are so kind, thank you," Yang Yu said excitedly, realizing that no one was paying attention to them, and quickly kissed Gao Yan on the face. Time passes. The class teacher and counselor Fan Xian came hand in hand. First, an opening statement. Next comes the internship. First of all, the school only gave the class 10 internship places. Fan Xian first made statistics on those students who had found internship places. Currently, there are 34 people in the class, and 12 of them have found internship units willing to accept them during the summer vacation. Fan Xian said, "There are only 10 places in our class. Students who need to fight for it should write an application and give it to me. Then we will determine the 10 places based on the applicant's past performance and actual situation." He and the head teacher discussed it. 7 of the 10 places are given to students with good academic performance and outstanding performance, and the other 3 places are given to students with relatively difficult family circumstances. Everyone has no objection to this distribution. After the internship quota was confirmed, the head teacher spoke to everyone on the stage for half an hour, but what he talked about was the rules of survival in society. However, most of the students present have not smoothed their edges, and they all disagree with the class teacher's experience. After all, many people are still dreaming of going to the internship unit, showing off their skills, and getting promoted and getting a raise. Only when they are hit will they think about the words of the head teacher. The head teacher left the classroom after finishing his speech. Then Fan Xian continued to speak for a while. The content of his speech was mainly to urge everyone to pay attention to personal safety, contact the school in time when encountering problems that cannot be solved, etc. After class, Gao Yan dialed Wei Wanggu's phone number. The Wei family is in the medicinal materials business and has its own pharmaceutical factory, which is quite large. Gao Yan's request was heard. Wei Wanggu agreed wholeheartedly. After all, Gao Yan arranged for his girlfriend to be an intern in the Wei family's company. He also thought highly of the Wei family and said that he would also arrange for an experienced female expert to take care of Xiaoxua. Seeing Wei Wanggu being so polite, Gao Yan smiled and said, "Thank you, old Wei. Haha, it's a piece of cake." Other side. After class, Xiaoxua hurried to Qin Yiren's office. "Jiang Yu, what are you thinking about? Are you willing to go to Qingnong Pharmaceutical?" Qin Yiren asked in a calm tone. "Sorry, Professor Qin, I failed to live up to your expectations. My boyfriend has already helped me find an internship company in advance." Xiaoxua couldn't refuse directly, so he could only say it politely. Hearing this, Qin Yiren frowned slightly. Classmate Jiang Yu, the R&D department of Qingnong Pharmaceutical is one of the best in our entire Yangdong province, and their requirements for interns are also very high. Are you sure you want to give up this opportunity? Xiao Zhuo was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, Professor Qin, I failed your kindness. Feeling Xiao Zhuo's attitude, Professor Qin understood that the other party was determined not to go to Qingnong Pharmaceutical, so she thought for a while and said, Jiang Yu, I would like to ask, which internship unit did your boyfriend find for you? Classmate Xiao Zhuo said, he hasn't told me yet. How about you call and ask? Qin Yiren said, if the unit he finds for you is only slightly worse than Qingnong Pharmaceutical, I have no objection. If it is much worse, I still hope you go to Qingnong Pharmaceutical. After all, this is related to your future. Oh well. Classmate Xiao Zhuo felt helpless and could only pick up the phone and dial Gao Yan's number. As soon as the call was connected, a doting voice came from the voice, baby. We've only been apart for a while, so call me. Is something okay? Xiao Zhuo's cheeks were slightly red. I am in Professor Qin's office now. She still hopes that I will go to Qingnong Pharmaceutical for an internship. By the way, Brother Yan, which company are you looking for my internship? As soon as he heard this, Gao Yan knew that Qin Yiren's bitch had bad intentions. Fortunately, he had already communicated with Wei Wanggu, so he said, the unit I arranged for you is our Weiwu Pharmaceutical in Nandu, or is it go to the R&D department? Okay, Brother Yan, I understand, I will tell Professor Qin right now. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Zhuo said to Qin Yiren, Professor Qin, my boyfriend arranged for me to work in the R&D department of Weiwu Pharmaceutical. Hearing that it was Weiwu Pharmaceutical, Qin Yiren's face froze. Qingnong Pharmaceutical is very strong, but the Wei family is a martial arts family. And the family has been engaged in the business of medicinal materials and pharmaceuticals for many years. So, Weiwu Pharmaceutical does not seem to be much stronger than Qingnong Pharmaceutical on the surface, but those who know the inside story know that Weiwu Pharmaceutical is more than a little stronger than Qingnong Pharmaceutical. Therefore, knowing that Xiao Zhuo will go to Weiwu Pharmaceutical for internship, Qin Yiren really can't persuade her to continue to go to Qingnong Pharmaceutical. It's like someone can go to Tsinghua University, but you insist on making them study in the provincial key school. What's the intention? On the other side. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yan's eyes turned cold. Qin Yiren, this bitch. He helped her out of kindness last time, and now he is actually trying to trip him up. It's not Gao Yan's character to not take revenge, so he has been thinking about how to teach Qin Yiren a lesson. Brother Yan, what are you doing here alone? Shui Mei found Gao Yan. Nothing, just thinking about something. Have you figured it out? Almost. You figured it out, but I miss you. Shui Mei said with some resentment. After a while, the two quietly left the school and drove to the duplex suite. After wetting a few sheets, Shui Mei lay in Gao Yan's arms with a satisfied look. At noon, the two had lunch together. Gao Yan slipped back to Lingxi Garden on the pretext of helping her investigate the hotel situation. As for the investigation and formulation of the management plan, Gao Yan directly threw it to Hong Huang. Yes. In Lingxi Garden, Gao Yan clapped his hands and thought of a way to teach Qin Yiren a lesson. In fact, it is quite easy to deal with her. But don't overdo it. Therefore, Gao Yan thought of a way to disgust Qin Yiren. So, he called Chu Xiu to explain. Chu Xiu followed Gao Yan's arrangements to find candidates. Chu Xiu was very efficient. In just a few hours, he found 3 suitable candidates. The first candidate is a 45-year-old divorced man with a son and a daughter, a small boss, a house and a car, but his appearance is not flattering. Gao Yan looked at it with a discerning eye, and his appearance is 10 points. The second candidate is an older bachelor with a heavy drinking habit and extremely poor personal hygiene. Even from a few meters away, you can smell the stench of alcohol on his body. Apart from that, he is also very lazy. Currently guarding a warehouse, with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. Candidate 3 is a domestically violent man who likes to beat his wife. Therefore, he has been divorced 5 times. He has ordinary appearance, average income and crazy self-confidence. After understanding the situation of these 3 people, after promising certain benefits, the 3 of them all patted their chests and promised that they would get things done. Early 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Shi Wen took the bag and headed to the parking lot. Unexpectedly, as soon as he approached his car, an extremely ugly man jumped out holding a bouquet of flowers. Suddenly, Shi Wen was so frightened that he took 2 steps back and said warily, "Who are you and what do you want to do?" "Miss Jean, don't be afraid, I don't mean any harm." The advertising boss man grinned. It was okay if he didn't smile. When he smiled, his 2 rows of jagged teeth were exposed to the air. He was already ugly and looked even uglier. "Miss Jean, let me introduce myself. I am Wu Xinglai, the boss of Sifeng Advertising Company. I am currently divorced and want to find a stepmother for my son and daughter. I think you are good. What do you think of me?" Upon hearing this, Shi Wen's whole face turned green. Not to mention that she didn't like men. Even if she did, she wouldn't like such an ugly man. So, he said coldly, "Wu Xinglai, right? I don't know where you know me from. But I want to tell you, I have no interest in you at all." Ahem. Suddenly, Wu Xinglai coughed twice and spit out a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground. "Miss Jean, don't speak so absolutely. Although I am divorced and my appearance is a bit ordinary, my own conditions are not bad. Don't you think about it?" He only needs to discuss Shi Wen for 3 days to get an advertising bill of 300,000 yuan, so he still performs hard and tries his best to disgust her. Seeing Wu Xinglai's performance, Shi Wen couldn't help but shudder, quickly got into the car, started the car and drove away. Fortunately for her, Wu Xinglai didn't stop her car. But things are far from over. When Shi Wen drove back to the apartment building after dinner, parked the car and headed towards the gate, she found a man holding a bouquet of flowers standing in front of the apartment building. As soon as he saw her, the man holding the flower strode forward to greet her. Suddenly, a strong smell of wine hit his face, almost making Shi Wen vomit out the meal he had eaten at night. "Miss Jean, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. I like you. Can you be my wife?" Looking at the man who was kneeling on one knee and still smelling bad, Shi Wen walked around him and ran towards the door. Fortunately, the other party did not pursue him. Instead, he pretended to be affectionate and shouted from behind, "Miss Jean, I will not give up. I will come to you every day to confess my love until you agree." Hearing this, Shi Wen's face became more frightened, and she threatened, "If you dare to come again, I will call the police to arrest you." However, a large number of bachelors smiled disapprovingly. "Miss Jean, I just pursued you and didn't do anything excessive. Even if you call the police, it will be of no use. Suddenly, Qin Yiren's face darkened. She turned and walked towards the elevator. Through the inside eye, he saw Qin Yiren's deflated scene, and a smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. That night, Gao Yan stayed in Song Yufei's room for the night. Yufei, I heard from Xiaoxue that your father plans to let you go back to your company for an internship. What do you think? Song Yufei shook her head. Honey, I don't want to leave Nandu. If you don't want to leave, don't leave. In this way, I can arrange for you to work in any company you like. Gao Yan said. I want to start my own business. Song Yufei said. It's good to start your own business. Do you have a project? Gao Yan asked. I want to open a restaurant. Song Yufei said coquettishly, Husband, can you lend Sister Xing to me for a while? When my restaurant opens, let her help me train a chef. That's no problem. Gao Yan said, however, I do have a suggestion. What? Gao Yan continued, you know that I have a super seasoning. You only need to recruit some chefs with good cooking skills, and with my super seasoning, the dishes you make will definitely be no worse than top chefs. Is this good? Song Yufei hesitated. Gao Yan hugged Song Yufei tightly. What's wrong with this? Let's just leave this super seasoning. Why don't I give it to you to make money? Just treat it as my entrepreneurial gift to you. This won't work. Song Yufei shook her head. How about if my husband doesn't do this, you use super seasoning to invest in the shares and take 60% of the shares? Gao Yan scratched Song Yufei's nose. I take 60%, so from now on the restaurant belongs to me or to you. Let's do this. I'll get 20% as a token. Of course, if you don't have enough funds, I can also sponsor you some. I'm not short of funds. Grandma gave me a lot of money before, which is more than enough to open a restaurant. However, your 20% is too little, or we can each get half. Okay, then let's open a mom-and-pop shop. Gao Yan did not postpone it any longer. Even if Song Yufei made the restaurant more popular, it would still be a small change to him. However, Song Yufei was very happy when she heard about the mom-and-pop shop, and decided to give Gao Yan a certain reward. Early the next morning, during breakfast, Song Yufei told Xiaoxue about opening a store and asked Xiaoxue if he wanted to invest. If so, he would give her half of the shares. In fact, when she did this, she was mainly worried that Xiaoxue would be jealous. In fact, she also knew that Xiaoxue would not be jealous. Let's do this. I'll invest 1 million and get 10% of the shares. Xiaoxue thought for a while and said, but all my money is with my husband. Yufei, you can ask your husband for it. 10% is too little, my husband accounts for 50%, and each of us accounts for 25%. Seeing that Xiaoxue was about to refuse, Gao Yan said, let's do this. Xiaoxue invests 5 million and gets 20% of the shares. Since Gao Yan had made the decision, neither woman said anything else. Originally, Song Yufei only planned to spend a few million to build a mid to high-end restaurant. Now that Xiaoxue also invested 5 million, she decided to modify her business plan and open a large-scale high-end restaurant. After dinner, Song Yufei stayed at home to work on her business plan. Gao Yan drove Xiaoxue to Weiwu Pharmaceutical to report. The report went quite smoothly. Gao Yan and Wei Wanggu were drinking tea in the office, while the HR manager personally accompanied Xiaoxue to go through the entry procedures. After completing the process, Wei Wangu called the head of the R&D department and an experienced female pharmaceutical expert to the office to introduce him to Xiaozhua in person. This made both of them feel shocked, wondering what kind of attitude they should adopt to get along with Xiaozhua in the future. In a farm in Europe, Situ Yulong sat on a chair, with a gentle demeanor and a kind face. Song Jingtang stood behind him. The next moment, 5 masters at the peak of their powers came together and bowed. Subordinates greet the master. Qin Hongjin was also among the 5. No need to be polite. Situ Yulong raised his hand. I think you all know why I summoned you. Upon hearing this, the 5 people present showed excitement on their faces. Jingtang. It's the master. The next moment, Song Jingtang clapped his hands, and 5 golden-haired maids came with a tray, and each tray was stacked with 200 spirit stones. For a moment, the eyes of the 5 masters at the peak of their powers could no longer move away from the spirit stones. 200 spirit stones each. I hope you can break through to the heavenly realm as soon as possible. Situ Yulong said faintly. Thank you for your gift, master. I am willing to die for you. Qin Hongjin was the first to kneel down. Seeing this, the other 4 grandmasters also knelt down to show their loyalty to Situ Yulong. Get up, I hope you won't let me down. Situ Yulong said that as long as these 5 people can break through to the heaven realm, the strength of the Holy Gate will definitely increase greatly. After sending away the 5 grandmasters, Situ Yulong showed a trace of pain on his face. Nearly $500 billion is not a small amount, and it almost drained the working capital of the Holy Gate. Jingtang, how many of the 5 of them can break through? Situ Yulong asked. Song Jingtang said, at least 3 can break through. That's good. Situ Yulong nodded, ordered Qilin Hall to mortgage our industry and shares to the bank and raise a sum of funds. Master, do you still plan to continue to buy spirit stones with Gao Yan? Song Jingtang asked. Hearing this, Song Jingtang's face showed resentment and murderous intent. That greedy little thief should be killed. No hurry. Situ Yulong had long wanted to kill Gao Yan, but now was not the time to kill him. After the second batch of spirit stones are in hand, we should be able to train a lot of master warriors, and then it will not be too late to kill that little thief. Gao Yan didn't care about the overseas demon sect's plan at all, because he was absolutely confident in his own strength. At this moment, he was having dinner with Wei Wangu and others. Although Wei Wangu wanted to curry favor with him, he couldn't help but take it to heart, because he helped him. So, please invite Wei Wangu, the head of the R&D department, and Xiaozhua's master to have lunch. Yes, she has established a master-disciple relationship with the female expert named Su Huijun. Everyone had a great meal. At the same time, the head of the R&D department and Su Huijun were also secretly guessing Gao Yan's identity. This was the first time they saw the big boss face someone so humbly. And he is still a young man. It is impossible for him to be a rich second generation. It is not likely that he is a government second generation. It is most likely that he is a military second generation. After all, they know some details of the Wei family. After dinner, Gao Yan also prepared a small gift for the head of the R&D department and Su Huijun. They are all Xingchen medicinal wine. That afternoon, Gao Yan went to Nandu University again. 10 places have been decided, and those who did not get the places are all worrying about where to find an internship unit. At this time, Su Lingfeng stood up and said that Gao Yan opened a milk tea company and asked them if they were willing to intern in Gao Yan's company. 10 of them said they were willing to go. The other 2 said they would find it themselves. Brother Yan is here, everyone applaud and welcome him. As soon as Gao Yan stepped into the classroom, he heard Su Lingfeng's voice. And the applause rang out. Suddenly, Gao Yan was a little amused. Old Su, what are you doing? Brother Yan, you have provided internship units for 10 students in our class. You deserve this applause. Now, we welcome Brother Yan to come up and say a few words. So, the applause that had just stopped rang again. Gao Yan was not afraid of the stage. He stood on the podium and raised his hand to press down. I don't say much, just 2 sentences. First, I welcome everyone to come to my company for internship. Second, after everyone goes, just follow the company's rules and regulations. Brother Yan, can I ask how much the internship salary is? A boy asked. Upon hearing this, Su Lingfeng's face suddenly sank, and he looked at the boy with a bit of unkindness. I really don't know this. Gao Yan shook his head, because I am just a hands-off boss, so I'll call and ask. So, Gao Yan picked up his mobile phone and called Lin Xiaomin on the spot and asked her how much the intern's salary was. After a while, Gao Yan hung up the phone and said to everyone with expectant eyes, the basic salary of interns is 3,000 yuan, meal allowance is 300 yuan. Accommodation allowance is 300 yuan, and if the performance is good, there is a bonus. Everyone was very excited to hear that they could get 3,600 yuan a month. Brother Yan, may I ask, how much can a formal employee get? Another classmate asked. Gao Yan said, formal employees have a basic salary of 5,000 yuan, meal allowance of 400 yuan, and accommodation allowance of 400 yuan. If bonuses are included, the salary is 6,000 plus dot. Nanda University is not a key university, it is just an ordinary first-class university. Therefore, it is not easy to find a decent and high-paying job after graduation. Nandu is not a big city like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. In 2016, a salary of 6,000 plus is already quite good. Therefore, many people present were tempted, or they could work in Gao Yan's company after the internship. I'll give you an address, you can report directly tomorrow, I will greet them and help you with the entry procedures. For a while, there was another round of thanks. It's okay, we are all classmates, but I also have a word to remind everyone. Although we are classmates, if you are fired for cheating at work, don't blame me for being helpless. Although Gao Yan's words were not very pleasant to hear, everyone could understand them. They were not familiar with Gao Yan, and it was good that he could provide you with an internship opportunity. Could it be that they had to expect him to treat you like a master? Then, someone else proposed to treat Gao Yan to dinner. Gao Yan waved his hand to refuse and said, wait until you get your salary and then treat me to a meal together. I will definitely not refuse then. After leaving the classroom, Su Lingfeng asked, Lao Gao, where are you going to intern? Me? Gao Yan really didn't consider this question, because he had a lot of choices. Milk Tea Company, Game Company, Xingchen Entertainment and Xingchen Network were all fine. After thinking about it, he said, I'm going to Xingchen Network for internship. Xingchen Network? Su Lingfeng was shocked. How did you hook up with him? Secret. Gao Yan smiled. Why don't you go to other places for internship and come with me to Xingchen Network? Will this work? Su Lingfeng was very tempted. I have connections, so it's absolutely no problem to arrange one more person. To intern. Forget it. After thinking about it, Su Lingfeng still rejected Gao Yan's kindness. Because he had already decided to go for an internship, and it would be bad to change it. It's okay. After you graduate, I can recommend you to Xingchen Network. That's good. I'll be polite. Su Lingfeng said with a smile, Brother Yan, thank you for your help. Let's have a meal together. No need. Gao Yan waved his hand, there's no need between us. Brother, thank you. If you need me in the future, just let me know. Okay. After dealing with the school affairs, Gao Yan left. As soon as he returned to Lingxi Garden, he sensed a strange breath, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Hello, Master Gao. Yao Guang's cold face showed a hint of excitement, because she had broken through to Gangjin. Gangjin corresponds to the Grandmaster realm of Qi cultivation. However, Gangjin's control over the human body has reached a subtle level. Therefore, after reaching Gangjin, her control and use of her own true Qi has also reached the level of using her arms as if she were using her body. The amount of true Qi has not increased at all. But her strength has increased a lot. In addition, she also found that as she broke through to Gangjin, she also gained a little more understanding of the cultivation of true Qi. In simple terms, it is to draw inferences from one instance to another. She is confident that she will break through to the peak of the heavenly man realm in the next 6 months. Yao Guang, congratulations. Gao Yan said with a smile. Yao Guang's cultivation speed is quite amazing. It has only been a short time since she broke through to Danjin, but she didn't expect to reach the Gangjin level so quickly. However, if she wants to cultivate to the perfection of Gangjin, she can forget it without a few years of hard work. After all, the consumption of qi and blood in the realm of Gangjin is very large. Yao Guang was able to cultivate to Gangjin so quickly because she had the foundation of qi cultivation, but by cultivating to Gangjin, the foundation of qi cultivation was almost exhausted. Thank you, Master Gao. Do you have any questions about cultivation? Gao Yan asked again. No. Then go and practice. Gao Yan waved his hand. When Yao Guang left the study, Gao Yan learned about Qiniren's situation from Hong Huang. Hong Huang intercepted some clips of the 3 people entangled with Qiniren. After watching these videos, Gao Yan couldn't help but gloat over her misfortune. He thought to himself, you bitch, you've been playing tricks on me, now you know how powerful I am. At this moment, in a separate teacher's office at Yongdong University of Science and Technology, Qiniren, who had just finished processing a document, was about to go to the laboratory, but she just stepped out of the office and her steps paused. Since yesterday, 3 men have come to confess to her in turn. One is extremely ugly, one exudes a strong smell of alcohol, and the other exudes mysterious confidence, thinking that pursuing her is looking up to her. This made her sick. But these 3 people confessed their love, but they didn't do anything excessive. Even calling the police would be useless. Moreover, they all chased to the school this morning. Many teachers and students saw it. When she walked on the road, she could feel the strange eyes from others. She quietly stretched her head out of the balcony. She wanted to see if the 3 people were waiting downstairs. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stretched her head out of the balcony, she met 2 eyes downstairs. The other party grinned, revealing 2 rows of uneven teeth, and waved at her, shouting, Professor Qin, are you looking for me? I'm always here. Qiniren was so scared that she quickly retracted her head, and her face darkened a little. She cursed in her heart, "Asshole, you are just haunting me." Then, she began to think about how to deal with it. If she was entangled by these three people again, she would sooner or later become a joke of the school, and she would probably be disgusted and have nightmares. Ask the school's top management to not allow these three people to enter the school? Shi Wen thought this was a good idea. So, she hurried downstairs, and when she saw Wu Xinglai coming up to her, she turned around and ran. Wu Xinglai jokingly shouted from behind, "Professor Qin, don't run, let's talk." Hearing this, Shi Wen ran faster. Finally, Shi Wen, sweating profusely, came to the vice president's office. "Professor Qin, what are you doing?" The vice president asked in surprise. "Sit down, I'll pour you a glass of water." Shi Wen has strong R&D capabilities, and many units come to seek cooperation. She is the school's treasure, so the vice president is quite polite to her. "Thank you, Principal Zhu," Shi Wen said gratefully. Next, Shi Wen put forward her own request, and Vice President Zhu agreed and called the school's security team in front of her. Then Wu Xinglai and the other two were driven out of the school by the security guards, and asked the security guards under his command to keep a close eye on them and not allow the three to enter the school. Sure enough, Shi Wen was not entangled in the following. On the other side, Gao Yan also knew Shi Wen's counterattack strategy. So, Gao Yan asked Chu Xiao to change people immediately in order to prevent being unable to enter Yangdong Science School. He went directly to their school to find some top-notch men. As the saying goes, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Although Yangdong Science is a key university, it is not difficult to find a few top-notch men. This time, Chu Xiao found 6 top-notch men. The first one was a sissy, the second one was a man in women's clothes, the third one was a bald man, the fourth one was a man with bad breath, and the fifth one was. Therefore, after Shi Wen walked out of the laboratory, she was attacked by 6 top-notch men. She was so scared that she ran away and twisted her foot. It was 11 o'clock in the evening when she returned to the classroom dormitory after treating her foot in the hospital. She did not dare to go back to the apartment outside the school because she was worried that the other 3 were waiting for her downstairs. At the same time, she came to her senses. These suitors were not really pursuing her at all, but to disgust her. Although her temperament was a little cold, but she didn't offend anyone at school. So, who were these people who were sent to disgust her? Suddenly, Gao Yan's figure emerged from her mind. Asshole, it must be him. She first recommended Zhuo Jianyue to go to Nantung for an internship, but what happened next was definitely the bastard's revenge on her. After all, this guy had learned from past mistakes. Wasn't it because of that guy that she was seconded in the first place? For a moment, Shi Wen couldn't help but feel itchy with hatred. But there was nothing she could do about Gao Yan. As for revenge, she had no idea what to do. After all, Gao Yan still had a handle on her. Thinking of being surrounded by those top men again tomorrow, she felt a chill in her heart. What to do? Shi Wen lowered his head and pondered. But after thinking for a long time, she still didn't have a good way to deal with it. How about giving up? To be honest, she was really scared to be surrounded by these top men to confess their feelings. Early next morning, after breakfast, Xiaoxue was ready to go to work. Gao Yan proposed to drive each other off. Classmate Xiaoxue was a little worried about whether this would be too high profile. Gao Yan said seriously, The workplace is no more complicated than an ivory tower and much more complicated than school. Bullying of the week often happens. I will drive you to work. It may seem high profile, but it can reduce a lot of trouble. Of course, the best way is to go to work while watching your Ferrari, and there will be someone in the R&D department to protect you, ensuring that you can complete your internship comfortably. After listening to Gao Yan's analysis, Xiaozhua also felt that it made sense. So I decided to accept Gao Yan's suggestion. More than 20 minutes later, Gao Yan drove Xiaozhua to the building of Weiwu Pharmaceutical. This is the peak time for work. Therefore, a Bentley luxury car worth millions is still particularly eye-catching. After parking the car, Gao Yan got out of the car first, opened the door for Xiaozhua and picked her up. Husband, I'll go in first. Wait a minute, give me a kiss first. Isn't this good? It's in public. Xiaozhua was a little shy. If you don't kiss me, then I will kiss you. Gao Yan smirked. Xiaozhua had no choice but to stand on tiptoes, kissed Gao Yan on the cheek, and then trotted towards the building. Seeing this, Gao Yan smiled and then returned to the car. Xiaozhua's appearance was too good. When she came to work at Weiwu Pharmaceutical, there would definitely be people who admired her or pursued her. He deliberately let Xiaozhua kiss him downstairs in the company building, just to tell those men with ideas in advance that Xiaozhua is already married to a famous woman, and you are not the one to worry about it. In this way, you can also reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. By the way, Xiaozhua's internship has been settled, so his internship must also be settled.